be happy with that would say, I don't like Houston?
It's always
That would be sweet.
like if he were younger, you could be a little more excited. If he were in his 20s, because you think, well, he's got, some upside, or maybe the Astros can get him right, or maybe they can figure out what's going on with him. But this is really just a situation where his best years are behind him. You're getting a guy with his best years behind him. Remember this is like when the Rockets had their championship.
This
Remember when the
typical
Rockets
for almost every baseball player.
But do you remember when
hit mid-30s and you're going to fall off?
Yeah, but do you remember when the Rockets had their championship and then they started trying to hang on and keep the window open with Eddie Johnson and all these moves that were okay.
Barkley, Pippen.
They were okay, yeah.
And
they were guys at the end of their careers. No. And it's like it doesn't work when you do that.
No.
It doesn't work. You're just fielding a team to play 162, and these fans are not going to be happy with these ticket increases over time.
This is a Carlos Lee move. This is a Carlos Lee move.
Yeah. Well, Carlos was still very productive. Well, this guy's not nearly as productive.
Well, we'll see if he can knock in 100 here.
No, he can't. He hasn't done it for a few years. He hasn't done it since he was in Colorado, right?
No, I don't know.
Did he have one with the Cardinals when he was in his early 30s?
I don't want to say that. I don't know. I don't know that he didn't have 100 in St. Louis.
You're not gonna love this shipping charges on this hat.
No, yeah, he had 200 RBI seasons.
He did with
the
Cardinals?
93 in 23 and 71 last year. I mean, the drop off is precipitous. Why are you doing this? I mean, granted, I throw out his Colorado numbers, but he still performed. He had 807 and 891 OPS in 2022. His OPS was 891 in 22. That's pretty good. I'll take that as opposed to the 900s that he was in Colorado, which is about what it translates to in St. Louis, right? Okay, so, but then it's 774 and then it's 719. This is obvious, people. Don't do this. Don't make the same mistake twice. Now, that's just not good. That's just not smart. What is Jim Crane doing? What happened to the guy that, just thought everything through? And what happened to that? What happened to the meticulous organization?
This is the same move that they did with Abreu, and Bagwell was the culprit. Why do you think why do you think he's out of the organization?
I have no idea what it is.
This is the same move as Abreu. It's not any different.
Yeah, it's not. Don't. I mean, maybe Nolan Arenado, a change of getting out of that park and into this park would be. I'm trying to talk my way into it. I can't talk my way into going.
Maybe he's going to be that rare guy whose career is reinvigorated at age 34.
Yeah, he's that guy.
I mean, actually Verlander, but that's different. That's pitching, and he's a unicorn. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Those guys don't really exist.
No, he's the best of the era. What are you going to?
Yeah,
Nolan Arenado. Although, I'll tell you this about Nolan Arenado.
He was a Colorado gangster.
Great glove, unbelievable glove. I mean, he's got how many does he have? 5, 6 Gold Gloves, and that would be better than Whitcomb, I think. That would be better if we're going to look at Whitcomb versus Arenado. I mean, they might hit about the same. They might hit somewhere close to the same.
Then I'd take Whitcomb.
I get the defense would be much better.
You lose defense. Well, from what we can tell, you lose defense.
No,
you will lose
we
defense.
could tell.
But I don't think he'll be as bad as that one game. But at least you got somebody who's
you're hoping he's not going to make 4 errors a game.
But I mean, is there a chance that you grow with him since he's been a pretty good hitter in the minor leagues at his 2 stops that he's had? At least you could grow with him as you grow your own. This guy's nothing but a Band-Aid.
Yeah. Well, Jim Crane said, I ain't here to lose now. So if I'm here, we're going to keep on trying to win. That's all.
That's fine.
Yeah. I know where I'm going to be on Monday. I'm going to be at Nick's place. Are you going to be there?
Yeah, I'm going to be at Nick's
place. Okay. Nick's place, 23rd. That's the Christmas party. We want you all there. It's going to be fun, a fun morning of drinking and getting ready for a great holiday season. It's what we have done for years and years and years. So let's not miss it this year. Okay. This is the year that I think we blow the roof off of Nick's place. We get rid of all those bandanas he's got on the ceiling, or we blow out his, let's do it. Let's blow Nick's place out on Monday, December 23rd. And we can do it with really, I want you to show up with nice hair. Okay. That's what I want. I want you to show up with Doc Linville hair. Doc Linville is spectacular. He is, I'm telling you, the procedure that he's done, he cares about guys. Now, dude has been in the women augmentation business for years and years and years now, and it's been fantastic. And now he's helping out guys. And you know what? It is spectacular what he does for your hair, what he does for your abs, what he does for your face. And it's not, don't worry, it's not surgery. It is just clipping some stuff around your eyes that is going to make you look better and feel better. All of these things. Why should you not feel the best you could possibly feel? And if your hair is receding or you got a bald spot growing, nope, do it now. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
Hey guys, time for taquerias arandas. As a matter of fact, I got John's tamales in my refrigerator. I froze them. It's fine to freeze tamales. As a matter of fact, it's actually preferable because what you do is you buy a great big batch of them from the Arandas Bakery and you freeze those suckers. Well, not all of them. I mean, a lot of them you want to keep and eat hot. When you get them, they're warm and ready to go. And you want to eat those, and then but you're going to buy a big batch of them, and some of them you say, okay, we're going to put these in the freezer and save these for some other time, whatever the time is going to be. I can tell you their tamales are unbelievable. They're award winning. They have a chicken tamale. They have a pork tamale. And I don't know, you might be able to find more at the Arandas bakeries. I know they've got conchas, they've got pan dulce, they've got all kinds of treats over at the Arandas bakery, great churros, everything that you can imagine. Now, I want you to stop in and start watching some games at Aranda Sports Bar. They are at the bars of most of the, all of the participating Taquerias Arandas locations at the bars. They've turned them into sports bars. So they want to have all the TVs on and all the games that you want to watch. If there's a game you want to see, you want to go to see a Premier League soccer match, then stop in there on your Saturday morning, your Sunday morning, grab a delicious breakfast, a hearty breakfast, and watch your sports there. Maybe go in at night and have something from their very specific bar menu that they made especially for you. Get drink specials and watch your favorite basketball or football games in there as well. It's Aranda Sports Bar, Aranda's Bakery. Make sure you go in, grab your tamales for Christmas, and go enjoy food and fun with your friends at Aranda Sports Bar.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So the 33rd team put out lowest catch rates allowed this season.
Yep.
Nate Wiggins, number 1. Kamari Lassiter, number 2.
Nate Wiggins, that's pretty good for him.
Yep. Derek Stingley Jr., number 3. J.C. Horn, who was injured early his first year, right? Didn't he?
Yeah.
He missed his whole first year.
He's had, I think, a couple years.
And but he's pretty good. Dante Jackson, Darius Slay, Christian Gonzalez. Oh, and here's finally a Jet. DJ Reed, not Sauce Gardner. Oh, Denzel Warden and Kobe Durant. But Derek Stingley, since we're talking about the topic has resurfaced about Derek Stingley versus Sauce Gardner. Derek Stingley leads in almost every category in his career.
Oh my gosh! I'm going to pull him up again for you. I pulled up the numbers between these two guys. You're going to be very surprised.
Receptions per snap, 12.12 to 13.78.
Well, who's first?
Derek Stingley's first.
Okay.
12.12.
Is this year?
So he leads in that. Yards allowed per snap, 1.09, 1.26. Touchdowns, Sauce Gardner's allowed 3, Derek Stingley 6. Interceptions, not even close. Stingley 11, Sauce 3.
Now, when you say 6 for career or this year?
This is 6 touchdowns. This is for career.
Okay, for career.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Sauce only had 2.
He's got 11. This is 11 touchdowns versus 11 interceptions versus 3. That Stingley's got 11, not this year, obviously. Quarterback rating targeted, Stingley's killing him, 55.1 to 67.8. Target expected points allowed.
Stingley's killing him means people are throwing at him more than Sauce. That's not really getting.
No, quarterback rating targeted.
Oh, ratings when targeted.
When targeted. Targeted EPA, he's killing him. Twice as good. Target rate.
Oh my gosh. Look, John, the story here, forget career. The story here is this year. The drastic change. Listen to this. Okay, so in year 1, now remember, Stingley only played 9 games. He had 5 passes defensed. Last year, he had 11 games. He had 13 passes defensed. And I haven't even gotten up interceptions, which is a different thing.
So Sauce doesn't get him allegedly because they don't throw at him.
Okay, well, I can look at all his targets.
Mm-hmm.
And then this year, he's played 14 games, and he's got 17 passes defensed. Here's what's happened with Sauce Gardner. The first year he played as a rookie, he had where is it? It is.
Well, the argument passes defense. It could be no.
Okay, they didn't throw him his rookie year. He had 20 passes defensed his rookie year.
Uh-huh.
Last year he had 11. This year he has 8 interceptions. He has 3 for his career. Derek Stingley has 11.
Right.
I mean, the ball production is not even close. 11 touchdowns and 35 passes defense for Stingley. For his career, Sauce, who's played more games, by the way, has 3 touchdowns and 39 passes defense, which are higher than Stingley, but not per game because he's played a lot more. Stingley's played 34 games. Sauce has played 46 games. His yards per attempt just this year, Sauce Gardner, when I go to advanced stats, Sauce Gardner. Okay, so Sauce has been targeted this year. Stingley's been targeted 72 times, and he's allowing 10.3 yards per completion. Your boy Sauce has been targeted 47 times, and he's allowing 17 yards per completion.
That's a lot.
Yeah, he's not targeted as much because you know why? They don't have to throw as much because they're beating the Jets.
That's true.
The Jets don't have to see the pass as much because they're losing most of the time.
How about this one? Penalties in their career.
Sauce is a grappler, so he's probably a lot higher.
19-4.
Oh my God! So one guy's trusting the technique, the other guy is a grappler.
Yeah.
That's what it was in college too. So that's no different.
Well, okay, so
these are legitimate. There's a legitimate conversation to be had. Sauce is not playing nearly as well as he has since his rookie year, and Stingley's playing at an elite level. Like right now, Stingley is a better corner than Sauce is.
Yeah, he's better. And you know what? For all the media types like yourself that said, "Oh, Stingley, they should have drafted Sauce. They should have drafted Sauce Gardner. Should have drafted maybe Nick. Maybe we should trust in Nick instead of jumping to conclusions just because Stingley didn't play much football at all. Okay, in college, decided he didn't want to play too much,
And then not much in pros.
for a little while.
First 1.5 years.
Yeah, right. But that's okay. Now look. Who would you rather have?
Now,
right
when
now?
he plays, he's really good.
Yeah, and he's playing.
And
now.
he's playing now.
Yeah, he's playing now. I mean, I don't know if you heard.
Well, he's played for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
So, no. I think the argument about Stingley versus Sauce is wide open now. At one point, it looked like the door was closed, but this is what happens when you make final decisions after a year. After 3 years right now, I think this is very much open for debate, and there's not a clear leader in this battle. There's not a clear leader. Sauce was better early. Stingley's better late. The aggregate is about even when you look at their games played. Sauce has been more available, of course, but and I'd have to see what kind of defenses they're playing, because the weird one here is, the completion rate on Stingley is 47.9 and 45.8. Now, how much man are you playing? How much zone over the last 2 years? On Sauce, it's 56, and this year 61.7% completion rate, giving up 17.1 yards per completion, 10.6 yards per target, where Stingley's 4.7 yards per target. Like, the numbers are astoundingly positive for Stingley over Sauce this year by a wide margin. So Nick and them,
But you know what? The media types might not even look at it and
like
just
Dell,
yeah.
they're just going to look at, like, the
Wow.
media types will
Wow.
say, "Oh," and they won't do their homework like
Right.
we're doing by looking at these stats
By looking at the numbers
on a website.
Yeah, while Dell just sits in there and reads Miami's
So how about this?
website.
72 targets against Stingley, and he's allowed 339 yards. Sauce, 47 targets. He's allowed 496 yards.
That's a lot more, I think. I think it's a lot more.
Does Dell look the same that you remember him? Like, I know it's been a while since you looked in the studios.
I can't.
Do you
can't
still
see him.
recognize
He's got
him?
the lights off in there. He doesn't care about anything.
You still recognize
You
Dell?
can't even see him. All right.
He looks particularly
He's got his head in his phone reading Miami Hurricane fan sites. I mean, it's
Who be
embarrassing.
getting our portal?
Oh, yeah. Who are we targeting?
I can't even get him to move.
I know. He's the worst. You know what's the best? MyBookie.ag. Promo
Can you
code
find out
Bet975.
what's wrong with your friend?
I don't
Maybe
know.
he needs you to talk to him
Maybe
during the break.
he needs a back rub.
Lord, I hope not. Not from me.
Okay, maybe. You don't know. You don't know if he needs a
Dale
back rub.
is over there in a granny forum, is what they think on Twitch. They think he's visiting a granny forum.
site?
Yeah. Silver singles.
MyBookie.ag. Promo code Bet975. He's just getting ready for his show is all he's doing.
Yeah, no,
That's what he does this whole time while he's here. MyBookie.ag. Promo code Bet975. The place to go play, win, and get paid. That's what's important. When you go to a bookie, you want to make sure that you're going to be able to get paid. And you get paid at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Promo code Bet975. It is, to me, it's as good as any site you can. You go right now and you can bet on the Texans. Okay, they ain't waiting to put up numbers for Mahomes. So who cares? We're going to put up a number on the Texans. Texans -2.5. Get there and play the Texans, because you know what? That's going up as soon as Mahomes is out for the game and Carson Wentz is going to be announced. Are you kidding me? So if you're looking for the best place so your initial deposit, if you've never been on there before, they're going to double your deposit. Thursdays, they give you a free bet on the NFL game. They'll give you some kind of different option on who scores a touchdown, if he gets over this many receptions, if he rushes for this many yards, whatever the case may be. So these are things that you are going to gain from, because it's a free bet. Free bet on Thursday, okay? Doesn't cost you a thing, and it's all you can do is win. So if you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking for the best site, easy to navigate, mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's get Andy in here. Andy wants to talk about the Texans offense, but who doesn't? I mean, it's on all cylinders. It's just all cylinders. It's flowing tremendously. What's up, Andy?
I tell you what, guys, it's the word I come up with is pathetic. Because the last three games, the teams they play have a combined record of 15 and 27. And they are putting up an average of 255 yards a game against those three teams. And it's actually worse than that because when you look at it yesterday or Sunday, they show them with 181 total offensive yards. But they added the punt return in that. So they actually had 146 total yards against the Dolphins. 146 yards. They're the worst team the last 3 years, the last three games in putting up yards. The Bears are better than them putting up yards.
Oh, boy, don't say stuff like that.
It's embarrassing. It really is. And I blame D'Amico. D'Amico's got to make the change. Gerard Johnson is going to be an offensive coordinator somewhere next year. And Bobby Slowick's not getting the job done this year. What do you guys say?
I listen. I kind of agree with you.
It's trending in that direction.
It's turning into that.
I really think that all of you who are waiting for Bobby Slowick to meet his Bastille Day are going to be sad.
No, he's going to be back next year.
He's not going anywhere. He's not going to be a head coach, and he's not getting fired by the Texans. I mean, it's 100% not going to happen. I'll put my mama on it. He's not going anywhere. That's D'Amico's guy, and he's the same guy that helped lead CJ in the right direction last year with the offense. That's how D'Amico's going to look at this as he's 1-1, and let's see what happens in year 3. That's what's going to happen. Now, this stuff drifts into next year, and we could see something happen by mid-season if this has been Andy. Everything he said is true, though. I mean, they're not scoring. Their offense, we talked about how miserable the offense has been. This is against teams that aren't really very good. The Titans, you got beat by the Titans. The Dolphins have a losing record. They're better they're better on paper than they are from a record standpoint. And they've got some guys that can rush a little bit, but
yards per game, where are the Texans?
For the season?
Yeah.
They're like 14th.
20th.
For the season.
Yeah. 324 yards a game. That's really not good.
What were they last year?
Passing. What do you think after CJ last year? What do you think their passing this year is?
Well, 16th.
Well, how many yards per game?
14th.
Yards per game. Not
how many yards per game are they throwing for?
Yeah.
231.
212. That's pretty bad.
It's down around the league.
Yeah.
But this is.
Well, there's one team that can pass. There's a couple of teams that can pass.
Yeah, that's
Cincinnati,
bad.
271.
Where does 212 put them?
212 puts them
in the league.
It's right in the middle.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, right in the middle. The league is just terrible. I mean, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams that don't average 200 yards per game passing.
That's astounding.
It's awful.
Now.
It's awful this year.
There's a game on Underdog called.
Look at the teams too. The teams that don't. The Steelers, the Chargers,
winners.
The Eagles,
winners.
The Eagles average 187 yards a game passing.
Yeah.
3 teams that are playoff bound. Or possibly playoff bound.
We may have hit a pivot point where the pendulum has swung back, and it looks like you got to run now to win. Remember when it was only pass? You didn't need to have tight ends or running backs anymore. You just throw the ball every play. That's what analytics says. Now all of a sudden it's like analytics says run, don't pass anymore. Don't pass. Forget it. They started playing cover 2. They started playing deep two deep safety shells.
Can't do anything.
Two deep safety shells have been around forever, for an eternity. All of a sudden, it's impossible to beat a cover 2 look.
Yeah.
But apparently it is. The league is, you got all these quarterbacks who all they do is play 7-on-7, and then they get plays wired into them from the sideline. But doing this and pictures of grandmas and stuff like that. And so people tell them how to, you got Kurt Warner's talked about this. You got a whole generation of quarterbacks who aren't really very smart. Like, they've never been taught to really truly read. They read half fields. They read just corners on combination routes. They don't really have to read as much anymore.
No.
They simplify play calls. Now all of a sudden you got a bunch of young guys and guys who aren't even that young, who grew up in the 7-on-7 era, who grew up with the speed offenses of the speedy spread type offenses. And now that they're facing grown ass men defense and some different counters that the defense coordinators have now countered, look how many of these guys can't function anymore. CJ's one of them.
Yeah.
He's like, well, now what do I do? Well, I mean, because the defenses they're playing are forcing them to hold the ball longer.
He was so
and
smart last year.
I know, but
watching him watch tape and he would explain what he was doing, and it was like, oh my God, this guy is so
John,
far ahead of everybody.
The defense is now forcing you to hold the ball longer because you don't have simple reads because
this year
there's simulated looks.
Year it just happened.
This year, there's for the Texans, we're seeing an enormous amount of simulated pressures. So now the Texans front has to decide, okay, this is the mic. This is what our protection looks like. CJ, I don't know. I mean, I assume he gets to call some of the protection so he can get himself protected. So then all of a sudden, two guys bail out. So now it's like, so CJ has to recognize that. Now he has to look at the safeties. Where are the safeties? He is a lot more for him to process. Okay. A lot more for him to process. And he's processing apparently somewhat slowly because look how long he's holding on to the ball.
Processing with an offensive line
and that's the problem. Time to when it takes longer to do it, now you're going to have more heat on you.
Right.
And that's going to be around the league. Like, defensive linemen are way ahead of offensive linemen from a talent standpoint across the league. But now you got quarterbacks like CJ's having to realize it's one thing to deal with pressure last year when you got a bunch of man coverage and you kind of know, all right, I got a man beater with Tank Dell and I got a man beater with Nico Collins. Yeah. All of a sudden, they're showing you simulated pressures and there's more for CJ to process. It's taking longer. The pressure's breaking down and it's turning him into a jittery pocket quarterback. And we saw it. You could see it, like when that clock goes off, he gets jittery. The feet get jittery. He looks unsure. I don't know how that's going to get fixed. I mean, I think the best way to fix it is going to have to be through play calling. It really is going to have to be Bobby Sloak. I mean, yes, your offensive line block better, all that stuff. But Bobby Sloak's going to have to manufacture throws, and he's going to have to simplify it for CJ. I think. That's my guess.
Well, look at the league this year. The best teams running the football, the Eagles, the Ravens, Commanders, Packers, Buccaneers, Lions, all in the playoffs.
All in the playoffs.
All in the playoffs.
And frankly, when Mixon has been healthy, they've run the ball well.
Yeah.
The Texans.
Well, he missed a couple of games, but they're way down.
No, they have to be. But when he plays, I mean, he's got 500-yard games?
Yeah.
Out of 7 starts. I mean, that's pretty damn good. Maybe 8 starts.
He's got more than that. He's only missed 2 games.
He's missed more than that, hasn't he?
No.
Didn't he miss 3?
No, Joe Mixon's
with the first hip drop.
Here,
I feel like he missed it more because one of the games he missed it in game, so I don't count that game.
Joe Mixon is played in 11 games, 910 yards. He's got
that's a good total per game.
Put
him in the top 10 in the league.
Well, no, he's having a great year.
Yeah, he is. I mean, 11 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, when healthy, they have run the ball pretty well.
Yeah, except 2 out of the last 3 games, he had 23 yards and 22 yards.
Yeah, that's been a problem. One of them got hip drop, but it didn't matter.
Other game now, it's not good. 46, 22,
was that the
23.
Titans where he couldn't do anything because the
Titans he had 22 yards. Detroit he had 46 yards, but he's got
this year and then this
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 700-yard games out of
I mean, that's
good.
And the Texans win the division, and they got a running back with 700-yard games. That's pretty good.
Yep.
So you got to be able to run the ball now. This is how it changes. The league eventually changes. Cover 2s are back. deep safety shells, which had gone away. They'd gone to a lot of cover one stuff, a lot of single high safeties and exotic this and that. Now they're like, let's force offenses to dink and dunk and see if these younger quarterbacks who are so reliant upon wide receiver cornerback matchups, let's turn them into chess players. And they're not very good chess players right now, frankly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of quarterbacks who don't play chess very well against more basic coverages and simulated looks. It's wild. I mean, it's really wild. You know, Manning and the best, Manning, Breeze, and Brady would slaughter you if you went to these looks. They'd say, we'll go 15. You know, Detroit had a 16-play drive the other day against the Buffalo Bills for a touchdown. These guys don't take what's there. CJ's going to have to, and Bobby Slowick with a lot of play action and longer developing routes, they may have to get away from it. And they may, at some point, you got to do both. You're going to say, look, we have this.
We're 14 games in, Lance.
I know, and that's
when
why.
Are we going to start doing that?
Well, this is why it probably isn't going to happen this year. These kind of changes don't happen in a single year where you switch up your offense. And frankly, quarterbacks don't get, like, you don't change. You're not going to.
You can throw
they're
quick
not going to get better
now. It's not like they don't have it in the offense.
Oh, you can throw slants.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about more
stick route,
three
slants.
wide stuff.
I mean, you don't have to. Not everything has to be a slow developing. Goodness gracious.
Well, no, but it is when you run it off the.
Who was the QB
action.
that couldn't tell Gruden any kind of offensive plays? Just said something super simple. You remember?
It was Cam Newton.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. It was 36. That's his famous thing. 36. Remember? He said, "What was your call for the? Hey, Cam, let's take a look at this right here. We got a one tight end set. Okay, 2 wide. We got 2 to one side, twins here, and you got to split. You're split out here. You're split in, and we're gonna go with this look here. We're gonna give a little jam. He's getting jammed. We're going post, corner, and a dig. Now, what do you say about that? We had that. So 36. What do you mean it's 36? Well, we called that play 36. You called your play that was it. You just had a number. You didn't make any other calls on the route call. You didn't say YX, purple banana, split 26, jet go. No, just 36.
It's funny to hear a female talk about routes.
But
Stop.
he's not a female.
Stop, you salty little bastard.
This is a male.
This is what he is.
Oh, wait.
That's the
And then
point.
you just flop.
That's the point, you
like you're
weirdos. The point is Cam is taking shots at the female reporter and he can't even recite routes.
Right. Well, how about this? What about his quote
You
this
pointed
week?
at me.
What about his?
But that's because you called me a bastard. That's why.
You pointed at me before I called you a bastard because you went like this after said, funny to hear a female talk about routes, and you pointed at me.
You got offended by being called a woman?
But what about Cam's quote this week about going to strip bars?
Oh no. That was edited. I saw the real one, so we can't even really play it. It was a brilliant editing. No. Actually, the real one is no. That's right, because I sent you guys the full version where he went to strip bars. Not for it's Marty's birthday today. I shouldn't be saying all these things. But he
goes to strip bars for guys.
Not for women, but for the men, because he's in competition with them. If you put $5,000 out there, I'm going to put $6,000 out there. If you want to start making it rain, I'm going to make it rain harder. I mean, I'm just thought, that's not the competitive fire that people are looking for. That's go broke energy. He said, I come up with 15, 20,000. I want to make you feel bad. He wanted to make people feel bad about themselves who are trying to give money to strippers. Well, they're already giving money to strippers, and he wanted to make them
just
feel.
Walking in, you're feeling bad about yourself.
Yeah, he wanted to wallet whip them to really make them feel bad.
Okay,
because I can go back and make this money again. I'm like, I don't love this train of thought,
Cam. It's not gonna end well.
I'm not sure this is building generational wealth.
That is not the way to do it. All right. Let's break it. And I want to talk about the peeps over at Republic Boot Company. Republic Boot Company is awesome. It is a great place to get your rodeo on. Listen, get your rodeo on this holiday season. First of all, you can do it. Well, we're getting close now. Why don't you go? Listen, we're going to be there this Friday. Friday is a great day to go and hang out at the bar there. They've got a band there in the afternoon, and the bar is open, and you don't pay anything because they don't have a liquor license. So you just go and you drink and you have a good time, and you smell the leather. But this is a great place to go and get a wonderful gift for somebody. If somebody that you know goes to the rodeo every year, maybe they're in the they're in the rodeo, they're in some committee or something, and they need a new hat, they need new boots, they need a new belt, whatever it is. Great present for somebody this holiday season, because you know that they're going to use them come this March. Here's the deal: you're looking for the best place to get it. It's Republic Boot Company. Love it. It's in the Heights, Studewood. You are going to love what they do, how they do it, everything about it. They've got custom boots on the shelf. How could they be custom if they're on the shelf? Well, because they fit them to everyone's foot. Custom hats on the shelf because they fit them to everybody's head. It's the place to get your rodeo on. It's oldest. It's the best. Republic Boot Company. Come see us this Friday. We're going to be broadcasting live. Republic Boot Company.
I talk about John Daspit and the personal injury lawyer that he is, and he's outstanding at his job. I mean, files more cases here in Harris County. Well, actually, the city of Houston than anyone else. He's got offices all over the state of Texas, but it's not always refinery blasts and offshore accidents and premises accidents and accidents with out on the roadway. There are product liability issues that happen all the time. If you're injured or you lost a loved one, God forbid, because of a defective product, then don't speak with anyone until you speak with the people at the Daspit Law Firm. They are experienced and they understand what needs to take place, what the steps are when something like that happens with any of these injury situations. Loss of property, loss of life, loss of income due to injury. These are areas where they specialize. They will work with the opposing insurance company and to get you the fair settlement. And if that insurance company wants to squeeze and fight back, then it's on. The boxing gloves come off and John Daspit is ready to roll. And he always ends up winning. That's how it works out. Make sure that you head over to DaspitLaw.com before you do anything, or give them a call today at 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got some calls in here. Guys want to talk about what we've been talking about. Chris from the Woodlands is up first. Jim, we're going to get you in here. And then Gilbert. Gilbert wants to talk about the Texans apparently today. Well, but we're going to get the other guys in first because that takes a while. What up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. I appreciate you getting me in before Gilbert. I'd like work to do at 9 o'clock this morning, so I'd like to get in. Quick question. So, I would say that the best three quarterbacks in football right now would be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes. And Lance, you've always talked about some of these better quarterbacks in college look better because they have 5-star receivers that just obliterate their talent. And I was thinking, as you guys were talking earlier, some of the better quarterbacks now, if you think Eli, Drew, and Peyton back in the day, they didn't have the elite 5-star receivers that they're throwing to, Drew at Purdue, Eli at Ole Miss. Is there a correlation? And do you think some of these general managers sit down and look at some of these mid-level prospects and think, hey, they're throwing the 1-star receivers still making things happen? I mean, I saw a recent post, Josh Allen in Wyoming was running around for 40 seconds, it seemed like, in the backfield before he made a throw for a touchdown. Do you think there's any correlation to these elite level Alabamas and programs like that with their quarterbacks? We get hyped up as fans watching them on Saturdays, thinking they're going to be great, and these GMs are like, whatever. I mean, obviously they take Caleb Williams and things like that because they have a job to save. But what correlation do you think there is to mid-level quarterbacks in college because they don't have great receivers and they transition to seem to be some of the goats in the NFL?
The first time I heard about that was Jay Cutler, where a lot of teams were pretty excited. Like, look at this guy's at Vanderbilt running for his life, and look at the throws he makes and the plays he makes and his productivity, where he's clearly overwhelmed every game from a talent standpoint against SEC competition. And actually, Jay Cutler was wildly talented, but he wasn't built right. He didn't have the right mentality. And frankly, all that running around and running for his life, he developed some really bad habits as a passer, which he was hard to get away from. Think about this, John. You want to go through all the great Ohio State quarterbacks over the last 12 years, for example?
Well, Ohio State.
Since Urban Meyer.
CJ's the first good Ohio State quarterback to come out.
Now, Haskins was drafted early.
No. But I said he's the first good one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Alabama, Mac Jones, Tua. Tua's fine, but I don't know that he thrives with average talent around him or average speed. Mac Jones was great in college that 1 year when he had Devontae Smith, who was unstoppable, but is not a good pro quarterback. Joe Burrow had great talent, but he's a great quarterback. It does like you are swinging. You're having to hit 92 mile an hour fastballs when the other guys are getting to hit 80-mile changeups. When you've got the Corvette engine and you overwhelm your cornerbacks with wide receiver talent, your job as a quarterback in college is so easy. I mean, it's so much easier. That's why Art Browse's old offenses used to take off or, used to have their whole offense was isolate one guy who can't cover, who's not fast enough. We'll get our fastest guy on him, and you take off and run a go route, and everyone else stops, and we'll just throw go routes. Like things like that. Name all the Baylor quarterbacks name Art Browse quarterbacks that succeeded. Name Mike Leach's quarterbacks that succeeded. You don't really find them. Doesn't mean that, air raid quarterbacks can't succeed because Jared Goff was one, Patrick Mahomes was one. But there is something. But Patrick Mahomes also was at Texas Tech.
Well, right.
Like, he was overwhelmed. His wide receivers were overwhelmed.
Oh.
Jared Goff's great wide receivers at Cal. I don't know. I don't even remember any of them.
No. And neither with Mahomes.
So
for the most part, and Josh Allen. But Josh Allen, the question about Josh Allen was his inaccuracy as opposed to, but he didn't have anybody open.
Nobody open. So your life, your world and your life gets better when you get separation. There is something to be said for, and Josh Allen was a big learning experience for me and everyone else. When you go from bad wide receivers or lesser talent to equal to or greater than talent, it can make an enormous difference for quarterbacks. However, similarly, if you're one of these high level, if you're a quarterback in an elite program with 4 and 5 star talent all around you, and you go to a team like Bryce Young, who's not as good, and you don't have the advantages outside, wide receivers on corner, look how much harder the game gets.
Yep. It's harder for CJ right now. Look at all the talent
and he's actually got talent.
Yep.
And it's not easy for him right now.
Jim, let's get him in here before we break. Hey, Jim.
Hey guys, love the show. Merry Christmas. CJ, I think Lance hits it. Could it be he's slow to diagnose this year? He's thinking too much, first of all, because I look and I'm just looking on my TV. Guys are open. I mean, they're open, and he's missing them. And it's kind of like when you're skiing down a hill, if you ever snow skied. When you come to some moguls, you don't panic. You just you work around it and you get down the mountain. Well, I see CJ panics whenever a lineman breaks through the rush. I mean, Mahomes, he just relaxes, makes a move, makes the first guy miss, finds the next guy, buys time, and hits the safety route. And that's all. I think he's just panicking this year a little bit, and he's regressing. And obviously, he's got reason to panic, but, you got to use your tools. He's an accurate passer, and he's got to fall back on confidence. I think he's just shaking a little bit. And I'll go with Art Schleister for Ohio State.
Yeah, that's a little bit far back.
Yeah, well, he was good, but he wasn't a good pro. He didn't turn out to be a good pro.
No.
I mean,
he had some issues.
He didn't know. He really couldn't. That dude was awful at
Let me ask something.
everything.
Here's a dirty little conversation. Any issues? Is there any thoughts that the S2, which is once again not an intelligence test, its quickness of processing, quickness of to eye. I can't say this strongly enough because this is always such a scary topic for people to discuss. The S2, and I talked to Brandon Alley, who's one of the guys who developed it, who was two guys who were Olympic athletes and neuroscientists developed it. And what it is there's three different tests. One involves the eyes and how quickly your eyes make adjustment. That's really valuable for their baseball work that they do, with guys picking up rotations on seams and things like that, being able to recognize certain pitches. There's a processing one where I talked to somebody who took a test, somebody who worked with a team because they wanted to take a test, and they said there's just changes all around you, and you have to react to these changes when your eyes see them. And typically that will go down as you get older, right? You don't process as quickly as you get older. For example, it can be age related, but some people are very fast processors and some people aren't. And it's not really related to anything. You either have it or you don't. It's innate. And you can't really change it. It's not really something that can be learned through practice. And then I can't remember what the third one was, but there's three different tests that comprise the S2. And CJ had a really bad score on it. CJ was the rookie of the year last year, was fantastic. Is there any, I'm just asking this, is there anything from the whole S2 thing where it foreshadows more processing necessary this year due to simulated pressure looks, where you have to discern where the pressure is coming from and where it's not coming from, and then recognition of how to attack the coverages that they're going to show you that may be different coverages than you saw last year? Is there anything to that? Is there anything to CJ is not processing as quickly? He's hanging on to the ball too long. We see him not throwing. Remember Dalton Schultz had that?
We put S2 to bed with him last year.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Should we maybe not have in the second year now that they've changed up coverages and shown him a lot more?
No, we should have put it to bed. I mean,
why?
Because I think it's all about the offensive line. It's all about the offensive line. And you know what? He's not the first guy that he's going to have to get back, relax, and figure out how to get the ball out quicker or take that. Look, take a page from Joe Burrow. I mean, his feet in the pocket are tremendous. And CJ's not that.
But
CJ's not that right now.
He's not comfortable, and that's the whole thing.
And Joe Burrow had one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL, he went to the NFL.
You're making the point. You're literally making the point now. The offensive line is not relative to Joe's process.
Well, but right now it's affected CJ.
I know.
Not
it is, but what I'm saying is he had poise despite the pressure and could get through what he needs to get through. Joe is known as an elite processor, but he also, he had certain advantages at LSU he kind of had some half-field reads that were very easy and great wide receiver targets. CJ was sacked 38 times last year. He's been sacked 45 times this year. And he's still got 3 games to go.
You're
So it's a
blaming the
lot
victim
worse.
now.
It's
You're
no, it's a
victim
lot
blaming.
worse.
You're
I'm not
victim blaming. Yeah, you are.
I'm asking this question:
Yeah.
Is CJ processing things quickly enough?
No,
because he's hanging on.
Well, not quickly enough for this offensive line. But you know what? It's a lot faster that he has to process than he did last year.
Yeah, that's called NFL football.
Well, no, NFL football was last year too.
It's not. I know, and he processed it quickly. But he got more man looks. He had more man beaters. It's easier. It's quicker. Now there's more zones. There's more simulated pressures. There's more. Teams have shown him something else. Why do you think we talk about the sophomore jinx? Well, it's only because teams see you on tape and they go attack, exploit your. That's what's happened to CJ in the tech, but not just CJ. It's happened to Bobby Slowick.
Well,
and Bobby Slowick, by the way, his S2 doesn't appear to be very good.
Wow,
because he's not. Is he making adjustments?
Isn't that your good friend?
Wow.
We sat next to each other. I know. I don't know. I sat next to him one time on a plane.
You take plane trips
and
with
I was
him.
trying to actually.
You go on vacation.
I was trying to
with
actually watch a show, and he kept talking to me when I'm trying to watch something on my phone.
Are you suggesting that the leader of the offense and the quarterback of the offense are slow to process?
Wow.
Is that a good thing for the team?
Well, are they making
plane,
changes? Is it getting better? Is it getting better? You tell me. Is it? I didn't say that.
Time to talk.
Is it getting better, John?
Time to talk.
Is it getting better?
No, what's getting
better?
Is
the offense getting better?
What's getting better is apparent, not to you apparently, but I'm still on Team CJ and Bobby.
And
okay,
D'Amico's slow to make decisions when it comes to slow.
Wow.
So we got slow
this
processors and slow decision makers all around.
And a division title.
Time to talk about HR&P now.
Well, Bill
That's
O'Brien
what we're
did
talking
that
about
too.
because you are getting us into another category here, Lance, with your S2 questions. Time to talk about HR&P, and I'm going to probably get called by HR&P now after that last comment. But here's the deal: you're looking for the best way to handle your people. Okay, if they're unhandleable, like me, a little bit, I'm probably going to get a call right now from Chris. Chris Fisher is going to say, "John, we're going to need to see you. We're going to need to talk to you about some of the stuff that you just said right here." But here's the deal: guess what? They're Johnny on the spot. If you need them, they're there. And it's like it kind of is like they're friends. Honestly, we have such a relationship. You're going to have such a relationship because they're based right here in Houston. Now, it doesn't matter where your offices are. If you've got offices in different states or whatever, branches in different. Doesn't matter how big you are. Doesn't matter where they are. But HR&P figures it out. They're going to figure it out. They're going to help you with and they're going to do all your taxes. They're going to take care of everything. So it doesn't really matter. But it seems like, you got a relationship with them. Not only seems like it, you do. You will have a relationship with them. They have a party every year where they cook crawfish. It's unbelievable. And all of the clients show up and all of them love it. And it because you're part of the family business. They're going to help your business like you're part of the family. That's what HR&P does. Let them come and evaluate your business and find out what you're doing and what you're doing wrong and let them help you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. 808 ESPN 97.5. We're way behind. But you know what? People want to talk on the show. That's great. People want to get involved, unlike Dell. Dell's the only one that doesn't want to get involved today. Bull wanted just do a holiday show. He told us just do a holiday show.
No. That means we give up.
What? We gave up a long time. What? No, I mean, never mind. Division and seeding probably set. Wonder if CJ sitting 1 week with a nagging injury and watching the offense from the sidelines would help at all. No, no, I don't think so, Jack. I don't know. No, we don't need CJ sitting. No.
What difference will it make?
It makes difference. It makes a huge difference.
You're a 4 seed. Just sit him.
He ain't a 4 seed. Did you see the road to the road is very doable to a 3 seed. To a 3 seed.
They're not getting a 3 seed.
Okay. This is the greatest season in Texans history.
That's fine, but accept who you are, accept reality. You're 4 seed. You're playing that Saturday game.
You'd almost rather be a 4 seed and play Kansas City in the second round rather than go to Buffalo.
If you get out of the first round.
You're getting out of the first round. You know what? You're such a
Nelly. At this point, you're going to be playing a good defense no matter what, whether it be in fact, it's funny. The Ravens would be the worst defense you would face in that situation. You could face the Chargers, who are a good defense, the Broncos, who are a good defense, the Steelers, who are a good defense.
Chiefs. Oh, in the first round.
Yeah, in the first round.
Yeah. And then Chiefs in the second.
You'll get a taste of them this Saturday.
Well, but CJ's going to take advantage of that Buffalo defense if he gets them.
Yeah.
I imagine flinging it all over the field in Buffalo in January.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I imagine that 25-degree howling winds will be great for the Texans.
Oh no, that's perfect. He's perfect.
Yeah, I'm sure Blake Fisher versus Greg Rousseau will go great.
Blake Fisher is awesome. Okay, put some respect on Blake Fisher.
I don't have to. I watched them play. I don't have to put respect on him.
Oh yeah, he kicked your team's ass.
Yeah.
He nearly, practically by himself.
He nearly got his quarterback killed on his last drop back.
That's all right. Look at all those snaps. You're so...
Okay. Yeah, Blake Fisher was great.
You're
right. As who called in and said they counted for like 140 yards of total offense if you remove the
Andy.
Yeah. Blake Fisher and the rest of that O-line was great. What am I thinking?
If you remove what? The fake punt?
Yeah.
The fake punt.
Oh my God, I never thought about
yards. Yeah,
the fake punt was the biggest play of the day.
That won the game.
Oh my God, man. We have seen some really tremendously terrible games from this offense this year. It's really been the Jets game was atrocious. The Titan game wasn't very good. Like, we've seen some dirt poor offense from the Texans. The Lions game. Oh my gosh.
I mean, if not for Joe Mixon against the Packers, CJ threw for like 86 yards in that game.
Feels like every other game now is
21, 86
yeah,
yards.
but every other game is the
wide
Panthers
open
game
remember?
from last year.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Let's get Robert in here. Let's talk about fantasy points. What do you say, Robert?
Hey, guys, I just want to expound on what Lance said earlier. And all these guys that are, I think guys, excuse me, pardon the gender movement. But anyway, if you look at if anybody plays fantasy football, they're going to see that all of the quarterbacks and all the receivers' numbers are off this year. I mean, hell, everybody drafted for quarterbacks and receivers first, and you got bit, and you're probably not in your playoffs. I mean, even if you look at that, so why are guys calling in and complaining about Stroud and about Slovis? It's league wide. It's not just the Texans. They're not just the only ones that got hit. I don't understand that. I mean, if anything, let's talk about what we're going to do about next season, and let's talk about whether they're going to re-sign Diggs or not, or what they're going to do for the O-line. I mean, let's talk about Kamari Lassiter and how much of a season he had.
Well, I mean,
and Bullet.
Why? Okay,
wait a minute,
yesterday,
I don't understand your point.
Hold on. He wants to get away from CJ and any negativity and only talk. First of all, Kalen and Kamari Lassiter and Stingley were a huge part of yesterday's conversation. We had a lot of talk about them and how great they were. What we're talking about, and I don't frankly care about the rest of the league's fantasy football because I know Josh Allen. Yes, look, there are numbers that are down, but you know what's not. But you know what the good quarterbacks still have? Good touchdown to interception ratios. They still have better completion percentage. They still are making plays They're making plays in the red zone and executing for touchdowns. These are real things. I'm sorry if you don't like if the messaging hurts your feelings, but the fact is this team kicks a piss load of field goals when they shouldn't have to. They take sacks unnecessarily. CJ takes sacks. They give up sacks due to pressure, both of them. They get holding penalties and movement penalties when they are trying to convert for touchdowns. And and CJ's touchdown to interception number is terrible this year. These are all real things, and the reason we're talking about them is they're our team.
I don't understand why you brought up fantasy football with this. First of all,
he's saying league-wide. It's a league-wide issue. Why are you singling out the Texans?
Baloney. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow are putting up tremendous. Jared Goff. They're putting up tremendous fantasy numbers.
You mean the best?
Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels. They're putting up great.
Well, Jaden's fallen off a little bit, and Jalen Jalen's not as much passing as he is running. But with that said,
that's all right.
Their quarterbacks are playing well.
Listen, I don't care about fantasy.
Play well.
CJ is about the 25th ranked quarterback this year in the league.
Period.
Forget about fantasy
by
ratings.
any metrics.
Nobody started CJ after about 4 games this year. You go look at how many games, how many people rostered him. Maybe most leagues had him rostered, but very few leagues were starting
we're
CJ.
We're conflating the fantasy and the real football. If you play really well as a quarterback, your fantasy numbers are going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
The fact is, the numbers are down from other years in fantasy. Guess what? There's lots of fantasy quarterbacks who suck in real life or who have no impact in real life. Kirk Cousins was a good fantasy quarterback for years and years because of his, he would have decent touchdowns, a lot of passing yards. Who cares? The fact is, what we're talking about is having quarterback play and an offense in general, not just a single CJ out, an offense, slow offensive line, everybody. Having a quarterback and an offense that's good enough to win at a high level. That's the conversation we're having. And it's not there right now, regardless of, and we do worry about that and we'll get to next year when we get to next year. We have those conversations. Last I checked, they won a division and they're going into the playoffs. And we're still trying to win this year.
Not next year. We got to win the Super Bowl this year.
I think
everybody's talking about whether or not Alvin Kamara is going to be playing on Sunday. That's anything
only
else.
you.
That's you.
And that's fantasy.
See, I think we should have a real conversation when we compare CJ to other quarterbacks with their significant others. Josh Allen, Haley Steinfeld, best year of his career.
Mm-hmm.
We've got
rare.
Joe Burrow with the Victoria's Secret model. And look how great
Skeletor.
That's not complimentary. Joe likes her, and apparently his numbers like her too. So maybe
I'm fine with Joe liking her.
Yeah.
Losses, he's going to play like this.
Losses.
Yeah, look at all the losses he got. L.
Well,
great.
he can't have He can't have Adrian Hubbard date her too.
It's the holdout. It's the holdout curse.
Does Cam Taylor Britt have to date her too? The defense is the problem in Cincinnati, not the Bengals. So the quarterbacks who have had famous significant others this year, I don't know who Lamar Jackson's with, but doing pretty well. So maybe CJ.
Amber Rose, does it get more famous?
Yes, it does, clearly. And they've denied that. So maybe CJ needs to embrace that.
You always deny. Deny. Come on.
Well, Josh didn't. He got engaged. Look how great
he's been. Getting a new car together, then it's over.
I think CJ needs to find him one. Like a famous woman that he's willing to acknowledge.
Okay. All right. You can't deny.
Yeah. One who's too famous to deny.
Uh-huh.
So that's what we're looking for.
Aaron Rodgers got rid of his famous one. He sucks now.
Just saying.
That's all?
From how many? Olivia Munn to Danica Patrick to Shailene Woodley.
Yeah.
Those are the best years of his career. Look at him now.
He hurt Shailene Woodley.
Yeah. Toxic relationship she was in.
Yeah.
So I think.
And now look at him.
Who was that who called in about next year? That caller? Jim or whoever that was?
Robert. It was Robert.
Next year should be about who CJ's dating.
Okay. We're not talking about Robert. Talk about next year. What?
Yeah.
We're talking about this year.
Season's over.
Come on. Access Vascular Health. I hope it's not bad for you.
Is it a testosterone problem?
No, it's not a testosterone. It's a prostate problem.
Oh.
Prostate is the issue here. Shrink it. Yeah. No, shrink it instead of cutting it. Okay, because you do not want to know how they do the surgery for enlarged prostate. And they were doing this thing too. It's like you're in the 1400s. Oh, let me put this knife in here, open up this thing in there and open up the blades and then cut your what?
That's from Saw.
I
saw that in the movie Saw.
No, you didn't see. It would have been.
Sounds like it.
It would have been.
going to put this inside of your prostate in 36
They
seconds.
show that.
Do you want to start over
on Saw?
Do you
Okay,
want-
where
do you-
they put it?
Do you want to start over, John?
Don't do that. The moral of the story here is don't do that. I'm not trying to gross you out in the morning here, but what I'm trying to do is tell you that if you have a prostate issue, there's only one place to go, and that's to see our girl over at Access Vascular Health. Doc Benavides is the best. She's awesome. She's going to give you an IV to get to shrink that prostate. An IV. That's it. The only pain is putting the IV in. That's the way you want to do it, people. I'm telling you, you will love Doc Benavides after you shrink your prostate. You don't have those urinary tract infections or anything else that's going to be bothering you because you have an enlarged prostate. All the times that you have to go to the bathroom. Nope. Access Vascular Health. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Man, we're just a couple of days away from the college football playoff. You guys excited? You're going to be Friday night and then 3 games Saturday?
Yeah, the wife and I are taking a little trip. And we got to lock in where we're going. I'm already studying on where we're going to watch games. And she wants to, too. She wants to see all the games. Mainly, she wants to see Longhorn games.
Oh, she's going to watch it with you?
She thinks I'm a jinx, which I'm clearly not.
Texas is back, folks.
Well, I don't think she's worried about this game, really.
Should be worried about every game.
Not this game.
Why not?
This game.
Oh.
You trust Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, Quinn Ewers. Yeah. Quinn Ewers is going to turn himself into a late first rounder or early second
Based
rounder.
off of this run?
Based off this run.
So he's going to see the best teams he's faced all
Well,
year,
first
and
of
he's
all,
gonna
this
play
is
better?
a terrible quarterback draft, and teams are desperate. They're going to take a shot.
Teams were desperate when the terrible draft of Kenny Pickett happened.
Well, right. But
And
they
everyone
second.
fell to the third.
Well,
no one had drafted in the second. It was Ritter, Malik Willis.
Well, that was bad, though.
The
Come
dude
on.
with the
That was
with
bad.
I don't know who that is.
Nah, never mind. Nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
Matt Corral?
What are you
you're
talking about?
Is that who you're referencing?
No.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I feel like I hit that one.
No. No one said you hit anything.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Just lots of no. Some EJ Manuel draft where Geno Smith fell out of the first round. There are some drafts where teams
except it turned out Geno's pretty good.
say, no, we don't feel like getting fired this year. No thanks.
Yeah, but
because if you draft them, if you're a GM who drafts them,
yeah, but Quinn Ewers is
like, do you want your job on the line with Quinn?
Better than any of those.
I'm asking you, do you want your job on the line with Quinn Ewers as your quarterback?
I don't really think that's
When did Quinn Ewers become a soft tossing righty? What happened to him?
He is, isn't he?
Soft tossing righty.
Right? I don't know when this metamorphosis of gunslinger
throwing it. I don't know.
He went from gunslinger to shortstop
Alex Smith.
making a casual, and even shortstops making casual throws across the diamond. They put zip on it when they're coming from here. But Quinn Ewers has turned into, I'm going to throw everything 3/4 or drop below 3/4.
Below 3/4.
And I'm going to just feather stuff in there. I don't know what happened to the guy who could rocket it in. It's almost like after the shoulder injury against Alabama a couple of years ago, he's come back as a different guy.
No, he was better than that at the end of no.
I'm talking about velocity on throws.
Yeah. Oh, well.
That's what Dell's talking about.
Yeah.
He is kind of a soft tossing right-hander now.
CJ's turned into that a little bit.
Yeah, well, CJ was never like throws
CJ's
bullets.
Aiming throws instead of firing it.
That is a problem, and that's why some of his accuracy is off a little because he's aiming too much.
Yeah.
But Ewers, I would like. I don't even know if Milroe's coming out right now. He hasn't made the decision. Would never trust myself with Milroe's quarterback. Quinn Ewers would never trust him to keep me from getting fired. Cam Ward, I might. I need to study Shador closer, but Carson Beck, don't even come out. I won't even look at you in any of the rounds. If Carson Beck were available to me, I just wouldn't touch him. He's shown no ability to run an offense and lead a team this year. Go back to school and show me you can do that.
Too busy Snapchatting girls.
Mm.
Is he a serious person? What does he do with more money and more times? Now, a lot of these guys are getting the money and the access early, and look at how they're falling apart.
Don't trust a starting quarterback who can't pick the right girl to Snapchat. He's gonna every time.
Well, we had one of those quarterbacks.
Well, look how that worked.
And he was not even Snapchatting. He was like, "Hey, do you work at the library? I do. You can massages too."
Yeah. You don't want your starting quarterback's face popping up on Twitter because someone screenshotted him tweeting or Snapchatting.
And that happened with
girl
Carson Beck
multiple times.
Yeah.
Hey, find the right.
I thought that was maybe doctored, but it's real, don't you think? Yeah.
Several times it's happened.
Yeah, I'm just not. I don't know if I'm taking quarterback in this draft.
It's bad. This is bad. Cam Ward will be all right.
He's got physical talent.
No.
Rain some of it
Shador
in.
Shador's a pocket passer. He's not mobile. He can't really get out and run. He's a scared runner. I've got to really study him from a pocket standpoint because that's who he is. He's a pocket passer. So can he win from the pocket against different looks, different pressures? Where are his throws? How much of this is just Travis Hunter, making him look good, and how much of this is Shador standing on business and making good throws? Like, I don't know the answer to that yet because I haven't studied. I'm going to study those two guys together. But I did have a team tell me that Travis is for sure a wide receiver and not a cornerback.
Yep. All right, let's see if Gilbert is here quickly.
I bet you he's not gone.
Hey, Gilbert.
Yeah, how you doing?
Did you get your...
remember when you were at home and you used to snore all the time?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that since Gilbert has gone to his new place, he doesn't fall asleep on there?
Yeah, I like that steak yesterday anyway.
You liked that steak yesterday anyway?
Okay,
that's it.
You bought for me yesterday. I forgot the name again.
Will.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk about the Texans anyway. They might win Saturday anyway.
They might.
They might win. I thought you said they would win if you get a steak.
Well, I got a steak, but I didn't get my cap anyway. You know.
So they might win.
They might.
So they might
so
win.
He's telling you they might win.
So you're saying there's a chance.
You still want to say that they win by double digits in Kansas City?
Get his cap anyway.
I know, and I looked at the prices. Gilbert, do you know that? That the shipping and everything with it, you have to pay $8.99 shipping. That cap costs you $42.99.
$42, Gilbert, for one cap.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah,
Not
it's
a
too much.
problem.
Gilbert, don't you think that's a little much?
You
for
got
a hat?
$42 for a hat.
What?
You got $42 for the hat?
No, I don't.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They're expensive.
How come you don't have the money for the hat?
We're coming up with the steak. Maybe you got to come up with the hat.
Okay, I might do that. Anyway.
All right.
You might do that.
Good call.
Might do that.
Seems unlikely, but sure.
Hey, one more thing. Monday you're gonna be at Nick's place, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I want a pizza with
there it is.
pepperoni with no cheese. Anyway.
No cheese?
Wait a minute. You can't have a pizza with no cheese, Gilbert.
It's happened. I worked at a pizza place. People did do that.
Hold on.
That.
Let's make sure he's right here.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, Gilbert. Explain to us what this pizza looks like.
Lactose intolerant.
Oh, that's true.
A round one and
a round one, okay. And then what?
Crust anyway.
Thin crust.
Thin crust,
you know.
And then what do you do? Then what do you put on it?
Wait, you don't have cheese?
Pepperoni.
No
do
cheese?
You put sauce?
Pepperoni
Is sauce on there?
Yeah, pepperoni and no cheese anyway.
But you put sauce though.
Yeah.
You have to. Okay,
Yeah,
Gilbert. Can we just get you a
so.
cal? Maybe we just get him a calzone.
No, he's not going to like that shape. Then calzones.
He's not going to like that shape. Gilbert, have you always eaten pizza with no cheese?
What's that?
Have you always eaten your pizza with no cheese?
Yeah, I like pepperoni with no cheese in there.
Does cheese make you
just thin crust anyway? You know,
thin crust anyway. Yeah. Does cheese bother your stomach?
No, I take my medicine with the food in there anyway. You know.
So Gilbert, to be clear, you want a pizza delivered to you in a round shape,
thin crust,
marinara sauce, red sauce, thin crust, and then pepperonis on top of the marinara sauce. I mean the pizza sauce, and that's it.
That's it.
Yeah. Anyway, so
all right, no cheese.
Saturday anyway.
All right. Well,
I feel like are we going to keep the red sauce, the pizza sauce from sliding all over the place with no cheese?
Well, once you bake it, it's fine.
Yeah,
I've seen them. They're fine.
You've made this before
at a pizza place. I used to work there, and people would order, "Can I get a without cheese?" And
here's what you can get: a calzone with no cheese.
But they didn't order
because it's in Gilbert, have you ever had a calzone? Imagine a pizza being folded over.
Stop with this.
Hold on, let's give him something new.
He don't want it.
You don't like it
He
folded
wants
over.
the rounded shape.
Gilbert's not really into new things at this stage of his career.
The no cheese feels
no. All right, Gilbert. We'll see who can.
Hold on. What'd you say?
He said he wants pizza this time anyway.
I want a pizza this time.
I got you.
You know what he reminds me of?
On Monday? On Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, Monday. Give him his freaking pizza. Do you know what this reminds me of? Have you ever? I mean, it's outrageous. Yes, we are constantly. in a holding like when you negotiate with terrorists.
I told you.
Told us this yesterday.
Where his Amazon? He just orders from.
Not even. It's blackmail. It's extortion. It's not even Amazon.
It is like an Amazon with no form of payment on it.
Yeah.
It just shows up.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something.
He just calls and orders stuff.
Gilbert, this is for you, Gilbert. It's for you, John, and it's for you, Del. Did you ever watch the old Twilights? It was like in the 80s or maybe 90s. It was a movie called The Twilight Zone.
Yeah. With the kid with the rabbit. Right.
And that kid, everyone was afraid of him.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they would give him whatever they wanted, and he would act
'Cause
really nice. And then the one lady tried to say something to him, and she made her mouth close. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's who Gilbert is. He's that kid that everyone's afraid of.
And why exactly are we afraid?
Because our teams will lose.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank that man who bring me the pizza. What's his name again?
Well, he ain't brought you the pizza yet.
Nick Rincuso.
You mean the steak?
Will, okay, Will.
Well, wait, the pizza.
Right,
no, he wants to thank Will. He wants Will to bring it to him again.
No, Will's
Will is your personal.
Well, Will's on the line.
Will's on the
All
line.
right, talk to you later.
Okay,
All right,
here's
talk
Will.
to you later.
Here's Will.
Talk to you later, Gilbert.
Here's Will. Will, what's up?
Hey guys, brought Gilbert a steak yesterday. He loved it. He loved the corn on the cob. We had good time. But I want to say one thing. He demanded a division cap. So I went to Target while I was waiting for my order at Chili's, and I wrote division champs on the tag, on the cap, just because no such cap exists. And then
not at Target.
I went and gave Gilbert a steak, and he already had the division champ Texans hat.
Wait.
He was demanding something he already had.
Hold on a second.
Wait, it couldn't be from this year, though.
2024, he had one
There's
already?
no way.
Gilbert, you already have a division champ cap?
Well, I know he has one of those.
He has Astros.
Well, no, from last year.
He won
from
one.
last year.
What are you talking about, Will?
Well, that's
last
old.
year.
Yeah.
Who cares about this dumb hat?
Yeah.
Well, no, yesterday he just made a big stink about how he wanted.
Yeah, welcome to our world, Will.
Division champ cap, and he already has one.
Yeah.
And I took a picture of it and sent it to you guys.
But Gilbert's like someone who's into fashion. That's last season.
Yeah.
What about new
Come on.
season?
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got iPhone 14. Big deal anyway.
Joe's got to get a new jacket that's got blown out in the back. That's what he's got to. He needs a new one.
You got to get the new one.
You got to get the new one. The old one ain't good. Come on, Will. That's last year's.
All right. Well, as soon as we clinch the division, which I guess
They have.
We did.
They just did.
We did last week.
There's literally a hat out. It's $43 after shipping and tax if you want to pony
go broke. I'm gonna go broke.
You don't have to do. Will, this is not on you, Will.
Will's adopted him.
All right, I'll get him the hat next Monday after we beat the Chiefs. We're gonna go to Arrowhead. We're gonna
Okay. Oh, watch me. Watch. We'll turn
Wait
it.
a minute.
Hey, Gilbert. Hey, Gilbert. Are you there?
No, he's not there.
No.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
Did you hear that? So if the Texans beat the Chiefs like you promised, you get a hat. If they don't, you don't get the
He
hat.
said maybe they'd beat the Chiefs.
No, I don't care.
Yeah,
Gilbert.
that's a big deal anyway, yeah.
Huh? Gilbert.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'll make a deal with that.
Because he's going to make the deal.
All
he
right.
said.
So if they don't, listen. If they don't beat the Chiefs, you can't ask for this hat anymore.
That's it.
Deal.
Deal.
Okay.
Deal.
And if they do win,
right.
Will's on the hook.
Will's going broke. All right, we got a break. Well, thank you again. Thanks for taking this load off our back.
It's so great not to have it on my.
I know
it's not on my ticket.
No, it's Will's. It's
now
Will's.
Now you
Lot
and Nick
in
have
life.
been good friends for years, longer than we've been doing the show. You've been friends with Nick.
Yeah.
So the pizza's on your your back now.
That's
No.
You got to get it delivered.
Nickel.
Oh no.
Oh, no,
I know
good.
he'll make it. Who's going to bring it?
Oh, that's the
Listeners.
problem. That's the problem.
Somebody who wants to go meet
Yeah,
Gilbert.
Who's going to take Gilbert a cheeseless pizza?
Maybe all
Yeah.
of us, and we
On
go
Monday.
sing.
It's actually pretty close.
and
to
what
next
if we go
Wednesday.
sing carols to Gilbert? Do you think he would like that?
Dell will do it before his show.
No. How am I going to do it before my show?
can't.
What are you talking about?
After your show, I mean.
I'm not
at
doing that
noon.
either.
At noon.
Yeah,
looking-
it's not. It's actually not that
He
far
ain't
away.
looking for me.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
just get a couple listeners.
I'm
to
going to be
take
drunk
it.
by then. I can't drive a
Yeah,
pizza.
he can't. He can't.
Someone
do
can
that.
drive you over there.
No.
Where's Michael? Michael can drive you over there.
Where is Michael? Time to talk about Coors Lights, because that's what I'm going to be having at Nick's place on Monday, and I want you to come and have them too. Cool, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. I promise you I'm drinking Coors Lights on December 23rd. I promise you. Okay? I promise you I'll probably drink them today. And I know I'm going to go see Glenn Davis over at Dinkins, and I'm going to be drinking Coors Lights there. And you better have them ready for me, Glenn Davis. Okay? And tomorrow I'm playing golf with my boys. I'm going to be drinking Coors Lights. There's a trend here. There's a trend developing. And I like to think it's Coors Light, okay? I like to think that I love me some cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I'm going to be playing golf with my boys on Friday at Wildcat, drinking Coors Light. It's the world's most refreshing beer. You're looking for the best way to drink and be refreshed and have yourself a great time. There's one place to do it. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. And he thinks we're like imprisoning him. Alan's last day's Friday.
Yeah.
Man, we're going to miss him.
We won't even be here.
He needs to. I know we'll be out on location. We're going to be at Republic Boot Company. We want y'all to come out, hang out with us Friday, hang out with us Monday. Don't go to work. It's too late in the year. It doesn't matter
That's
anyway.
not a reason.
You already got your money for this year.
What about their money for next year?
If you're a commission guy, you ain't selling
yeah,
nothing
but
now.
don't
The
you
end of the
keep
year.
going to work so you can get money next year?
No, no, because nobody's buying nothing now. It's the
Yeah,
holiday season.
But there are other people who, can't not show up because then they won't have a job in the new year.
No, if commission guys, they got to go sell and stuff.
So you're talking to a specific group of people.
Yeah.
Who don't have to work.
Well, and you probably got some days coming and you got to use them. Now's the time to use them. If you got end of the year,
I don't know.
You take all of January off usually.
I don't take all of January.
Yeah, you
off.
usually do.
Actually, I don't. And it's funny coming from you two saying that.
What are you talking about?
Never work that week.
We take that's our vacation week.
Exactly. So what do you mean I take all of January off?
You take all of January off and December.
I take the same time you take off. What are you talking about?
No, and then you take your days that you had from the previous year.
That's not true. Stop lying. You're
You
making
did that last year.
No, I didn't take all of January off. I didn't take all of February off. That's a lie.
You're a bad person.
That might be true, but you're lying.
Okay.
I won't even fight the bad person stuff because I don't care enough. But you're lying. I don't take all of January off. I'm taking February off though. Black History Month.
Okay, so the Rockets are playing.
No one's playing tonight. It's the NBA Cup Final.
NBA Cup Finals, and then the Rockets are going to play against on Thursday. They got a game on Thursday at home. Apparently, Ime, and this is the nice way to break it to him, I think, to James Harden.
Mason brought this up to me. I didn't hear this.
So I read it yesterday or the day before.
So you're going to tell this, and tell me if this doesn't sound like you're right. This is just Ime.
This is him
being friendly.
So the Rockets were talking about bringing James back, and James was, I think, for it, whatever. And they, a little talking and whatever. And Ime was like, nah. James was a terrible, terrible fit for a young team that wanted to play, that was terrible defensively, that had to grow up and be to have any kind of success was to play on the defensive end. And James Harden would have been a horrible fit here. Now, did you see James? Was it yesterday? James had like 20 some points in the first quarter. And he was 6 of 9 from 3. He was ridiculous. What they could use is James's shooting right now. That's for sure.
If he shoots that.
But James would change the entire culture of this team. And it's exactly what they didn't need.
You don't need young guys worrying about the club. You don't need young guys worrying like, how do I get my own PJ so I can fly to Cancun between games in Cabo? Man, the main thing is the main thing now. Let's keep it that way. James is like... Mason said, I bet you he needs to come here. Wouldn't it be great to have him here like in his last year? Let him. No. They've already, just to give him thanks for everything he did. I said, his thanks was like $300 million. Daryl Morey gave him a max raise every other year. Yeah. He would give him more and more money. He kicked coaches out of the city.
Off
the team. James ran the team for years.
Yes. No, he was a terrible general manager.
No.
Okay, but here's what Ime said. My main thing was, what fits best with our young guys to continue to grow, but also out of respect for James, I told him, you're at a stage where you want to win, and we're not there yet. And it wasn't just James, he said. I had 5 or 6 veterans who went to championship level teams who wanted to come that summer, and I said the same thing to all of them. I could see that, where guys would want to come, hey, Ime, I want to come play with you over there. Let's go. And he was like, nah, you don't want to do this. It's going to be bad. And it was bad. It was, Ime turned it around. He turned it around in a hurry, actually, but not ready to win at the championship level for sure. And they're still not there. They're still not at a championship level. There's still pieces that they need to fill. I'm not sure what guys they're going to get rid of, but I do know that they have to add. They know they have to add something. They need some more scoring. This is a scoring league. When it comes playoff time, yeah, it gets tougher defensively, but that just means it's going to be tougher on the Rockets defense offensively too, because the other team's going to play better defense. But I think this is just a nice way for Ime to save James's face.
That's all it is.
That's all. I mean,
that's all it is. It can't be anything else. Like, you're playing so good, you'd be playing for championships.
Yeah.
My dude, you got to be playing for a championship.
You don't
You're
want to be
good.
here. No, we're not.
Bro,
no.
you're so good. We're so bad.
Yeah.
No, you go do you. Win a championship. I'm just going to try to get this all.
James would have
This team's
been
too stank for you, James.
a horrible fit here. A horrible. Bring
You
it back,
just got out of
James.
Silas.
Oh, my God.
You just got out of Silas.
You needed to get all that soft defensive crap out of your system.
Literally,
and
can
you did.
Imagine little baby running around giving everyone honey buns and bags of cash for their birthdays, and James taking people to go to Turkey Leg Hut for this.
It's closed.
Oh, that's right. They had financial.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. No,
How
James
did Turkey Leg Hut not make it? All the people that were there all
I
the
think
time.
I just think they just didn't run business well. But there's lots of people who bring in. How did Thai Gourmet have a to-go business that was bigger than almost every restaurant in the city, and they ended up leaving and closing down? Financial issues, paying people. Okay, so
and to be fair, little baby, James gave him the honey buns. James was the gifter of the honey buns.
Oh, that's right. He got the bag, right?
Well, but what's he going to do with
Wasn't
all those
he
honey buns?
giving
He's going to pass them out to the
No,
team.
he gave somebody a Prada bag because he was proud of them, and then little baby gave him cash, right?
I thought little baby was what it was his birthday, and James gave him honey buns and cash.
Along with a Gucci bag. He gave him a nice Gucci
little baby
bag
gifted James Harden. Yeah, with a nice birthday gift.
No, it was
dropped
little
300
baby's birthday.
Yeah.
No, little baby gives James Harden $250,000 for his birthday. It's right here.
Oh.
Well, apparently,
what do you give the guy who makes $40 million a
James
year?
Harden give
$250,000
James Harden gave little baby a Prada bag.
Prada
because he was proud of him.
So they give
that's
each
right.
other gifts.
Yeah, they do.
So if one guy gives the other $250,000, and then the other,
Well, Richard Milley watched for $100,000.
then another guy
Prada bag and honey buns.
to about $300K. So
$300K, yeah.
Lil Baby gives James $250K. James give Lil Baby $300,000 worth of gifts.
This leads to championship basketball. This is what we need on our team to be able to just go ahead and all right. Have y'all kept track of now? What did James? What did James give Tari? Amen. Did you get your bag yet from James?
Jalen's giving everybody.
We have to wait on the tarmac again to leave for our important trip to Oklahoma City because James has Tari and Amen and Jalen Green
Look
right
what's
now.
in
They're just getting back from Cabo.
Look what's in my Christmas stocking. Oh, look, manicures. Okay. I got a gift card for a manicure.
I don't know what that's saying.
Gift card? No, gift card.
Yeah, you can get a gift card at a
No, I
manicure.
mean, not these guys. They're not getting gift cards.
Well,
No, it's cash.
Well, no. When you go there, otherwise, no, you don't give cash because they won't take care of their
James
nails.
gives cash.
If they get a gift card for at a nail place, they're going to take care of their nails, and Jalen won't have it.
James will take them all expenses paid to a spa. He ain't giving out gift cards.
No.
He's paying for the
Yeah,
boys to
he's
go.
going. It's going to be an experience.
Everybody's going. The whole team is going.
No, and now the whole team's
boss
not.
shows
Because you
up?
know who
Yes.
doesn't do trips to spa days? Ime Udoka.
Wow.
No spa days allowed with Ime.
Oh, no.
That's my kind of coach.
Well, that's not a good.
Get your
great
spa days on after the season's on.
Oh.
Over. You don't go to you want to get
That's
deep
why-
tissue massage, a real one? That's fine.
Oh, that's why they lost Oklahoma City because they don't have massages in spa day. Steven Silas would have given a spa day. I know that.
Leave that man alone. It's over. That man ain't got nothing to do with this team anymore.
He got bludgeoned by this team. I mean, just run right over by Kevin Porter Jr. was throwing water bottles at people and
well, that was
guys.
in Cleveland.
Who was it? The big guy went to Dallas.
Oh, John Lucas. He
walked out on the team. Yeah, because John Lucas tried to say, "Hey, y'all got to stop this nonsense." And Steven's like, well, "Let's not have a confrontation. You're going to get water thrown at you."
Let's talk.
Who was the big man who also was a big time
Christian Wood?
nobody? Yeah.
Oh, Christian,
him.
wow.
Good stats.
No.
Big time loser.
Man, how many
attitude.
teams has he been on now since?
Remember the days when Rocket fans were celebrating the Wow lineup? Wood, Oladipo, and Wall. How excited they were for that. The Wow lineup.
How about
I mean, are we getting ready to sign Nolan Wall or John Arenado, the Astros? Are they signing the John Wall of baseball?
Well, if they do, let's celebrate with some tequila.
Well, you can celebrate or you can
commiserate.
Yeah, it's one or the other. But I know that my friends over at Maestro Bell is going to be the spot to hit. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you can find Maestro Bell. But remember, Maestro Bell does a great job of finding different tequilas, of developing different flavor profiles of tequilas for you to choose from, whether it is the smooth taste of the añejo or the crispness of the reposado, or maybe you're looking for the unbelievable creaminess. And I can't believe I'm even saying this about a tequila, but that's what comes to mind when you have the Cristalino called the Diamante. It's got 3 different tequilas. They charcoal filter it for clarity. They distill it and age it. And the end process is a phenomenal sipping tequila. Once again, it's called the Diamante. Make sure you look for that. Diamond in Spanish. So many tequilas to choose from, but each choice is going to be a winner for you. Make sure that you get a top shelf tequila at a reasonable price, and it's Maestro Dobel.
Hey, time to talk about Chastang Ford and what's going on at the end of the year here. It's incredible. It's incredible what they do at Chastang Ford. I love the car buying experience there. You will love the car buying experience there. You will love the people there. You'll love how committed they are to making sure that you get the best deal that you can possibly get. It happens every single time. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They're going to make sure that they get you into the payments that you can afford every single month, because that's important to them, that you have a great car buying experience. 1.9% APR for 60 months on a brand new Ford F-150 Explorer or Escape, plus another $1,000 holiday cash, and no payments for 90 days. That's a ridiculous deal. Okay. When you're talking about 1.9% financing in this economy, what? Explorer, F-150, or Escape. And then the Bronco Raptor, they have an in stock with $12,000 off. So you're going to find the best deal for you at Chastang Ford. You're going to go around the lot. You're going to see all the vehicles. You're going to pick one that you love, and they're going to put you in it. And you're going to love the car buying experience there. You're going to be back again. I bought 4 vehicles there. I'm going to continue to buy my vehicles from Chastang Ford because they're the best. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Been a busy morning. We're so far behind, aren't we, Del?
Way
Look at what they did. Look at what Lance did to this show. I mean, incredible. All right, let's play one soundbite then. If we can hear one soundbite, I want to hear Chandler Rome talking about the Astros hungry to sign Bregman. Okay, hungry. They want to sign Bregman.
Is that what you think you're going to hear?
Well, it's talking. It says here it's about their appetite. Let's hear.
They have the appetite of Joe Burrow's girlfriend.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Eat something, girl. Have a cheeseburger, please.
Now you're fine the way you are.
Okay. Here is the Astros' appetite to paying Bregman.
As long as Alex Bregman is unsigned, I'm never going to say never when it comes to the Astros, but it does seem like they don't have the appetite to pay him the sort of money that he is going to command. They've got an offer out there, according to multiple reports, that's around 6 years, $156 million. It's worth remembering that owner Jim Crane has never guaranteed a player more than $151 million in his ownership tenure. He has been loath to go longer than 6 years in any contract. And so it just seems like this is where the Astros are comfortable, this offer that they gave to Alex Bregman. Now, is there flexibility to increase it, to negotiate? Dana Brown really wouldn't say at the GM meetings if they were prepared to increase the offer, if they had any flexibility.
All right. Well, all right. That's not exactly what I wanted to hear, but okay.
While he was talking, I was trying to think of a rhythmic chant for Nolan Arenado, because you can go Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work for
Arenado.
Nolan. Oh, so you can't use his first name.
Yeah.
No.
Arenado.
Yeah, that works.
Get ready.
Or just Crawford boxes.
Wave
he's a
your,
Crawford box banger.
Wave your trade clause.
No. Houston sucks. Nolan, don't come.
You want what's his?
I don't want Nolan
You want a
Arenado.
spot
Cliff Houston sucks.
Oh, yeah, that's yours, Sean, from now on. You want a spotter to treat Nolan Arenado like Ime treated Harden? Hey, we're not ready to win here.
We're actually in a rebuild right now.
Yeah.
Do not come here.
Yeah, don't come
You need
here.
to go win championships at this
You
stage.
do. You won't
do
win.
not
We're
want to
ready
be
win
here where we're
not winning here.
rebuilding.
We don't win here. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, but your owner
we
says
get swept by the Tigers here.
But your owner said the window's always open.
Yeah, no, we get swept by the Tigers here. We don't need Nolan. You don't want to come here.
You want to come here to get swept by the Tigers? Just don't come.
Don't want Nolan Arenado. Don't want him here. No.
Never say never.
No. 9 o'clock, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't have the appetite.
What happens?
They don't have the. Oh, come on.
What happens if Alex Bregman comes back? What do you do for the city?
If Alex Bregman comes out, what will I do for the city?
Uh-huh.
I'll get Gilbert a cap.
No, that's not enough.
Okay,
It's not
that's
even your
enough.
responsibility anymore.
That's Will's. That's not on us.
You're getting him a
Will
pizza.
adopted him. But I could still. We did raise him. Okay, and I know Will's adopted him now, but we raised him. We still have a relationship.
I mean, it's not like
Gilbert's out of the house.
It's not like Gilbert won't ask for something else, so John will have the opportunity.
Trust me, when they're out of the house, that don't.
But are you
going
going
to
to shave your head? Are you going to go out in the street and hold a sign or dress up like a chicken? Or what are you doing if Alex Bregman comes back? Something crazy?
No.
Oh.
I'm going to go to Nick's place and drink Coors Light.
Shocker.
Will you go live on top of Nick's place until Alex Bregman is re-signed by the Astros? Will you do that? On top.
Don't care
Do
that
the
much.
weather.
You ever been on top of
It'll be
Nick's
70
place?
degrees anyway. It won't be bad weather.
All right. I can't.
Yeah,
I couldn't stand it. I'd have that pizza smell all day long. I'd be
Well, we're
starving.
not saying you can't eat. You just have to sleep up there.
No, but I'd be
and live up
starving
there.
all day.
Nick can bring you a pizza up there.
You know what? Nikos. What about going to Nikos, spending the time on their roof? How about that?
Until Alex Bregman signs. Sean's on top of the Nikos roof.
Montrose, okay.
He has
They've
some
got
good
the
food.
location
They can
there.
deliver you
Now
some
they
good
got
food
the
up there.
Woodlands, okay.
Right? As long as they're giving you food,
wonderful
you're in good
food,
shape.
Wonderful food.
And French fries?
I'd be like Danny DeVito living up there. The Woodlands and then I-10 and the Beltway, 3 locations now for Nikos. They've got they got a gift card that you can give. And if people give gift cards, a $50 gift card that's actually $40 because you get 20% off on the gift card. How about that? So, well, how about this? How about working the system? How about finessing the game here? You buy it for yourself, and then you can buy $50 worth of food for $40. You got the 20% off, or you give it to somebody else. And if you do buy a gift card, tell them, hey, I want the John Granado Lucamates, okay? And they'll bring you out some Lucamates absolutely free. So that's happening. Go to the OPA app and order online or order through the app. And when you order through the app, you got discounts and you've also got incentives and free stuff that you get that way as well. Nico's is here for you, baby. They're ready. You want to cater this holiday season? Nico's. How about, I'm telling you, you could have gyros, you could have wings, you can have burgers that are unbelievable. You could have shish kebab. All of it. I'm telling you, it's great food. Great food. You want to have a party at Nico's. Catering at niconicos.com or stop by one of the 3 locations, Nico's. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Yeah, I mean, how many times did it appear on your timeline? Hunter's girlfriend on
Hunter Biden?
No.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's girlfriend.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's girlfriend explaining the kind of person that she is.
I only saw KJ sent it. I think it was KJ or somebody either sent it or tagged me, and I saw it, and it was
8 minutes. Sorry, too long.
It was a lot of playing with her hair, and she said, "I don't have a type." Okay, first of all, I don't have a type. I dated a white cowboy first, and then a Mexican soccer player. These are her words: a white cowboy, and then I dated a Mexican soccer player, and then a black guy who's something. I couldn't understand what she said, and then Travis. And so I don't have a type, okay? But he's not really my type. Okay. So you don't have a type, but you still said he's not your type.
What about him makes him not your type?
And the other thing she said was
his face.
So he's not my type because, he was cheating on his girlfriend. And I don't know about you, but that's not my kind of type. So maybe it's your type. Because she said the reason I left him on red in my mailbox, in my DMs, was because I saw in his bio he had a girlfriend. So I'm pro woman, and I'm not a home wrecker, and I'm not something else.
Did she explain how she wound up with him if she's not a homewrecker?
Mm-hmm.
Did she wait for them to break up before?
Yes, she did. She said that. Once she knew he was single, then she answered him back.
Then he became her type?
Yes. He answered him back because he's funny. He's smart. He's loves God. She's very religious, apparently. Well,
is she?
She can't be?
No, she can be.
Okay.
All right. I hope so. That'd be great.
There's a lot of subtext for all of us because if we weren't doing a radio show, the conversation would be a lot different. For multiple reasons. We're just gonna go. Hope those young kids get it all together.
Yeah.
And have a fruitful, long-lasting relationship.
Yeah.
And I'll end it there. My part in this conversation's over.
Mine is too. I don't care. It's his business. Whatever. I mean, I feel like I know how it'll end, but that's fine.
Yeah.
That's just us talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want Travis to hear that. I don't want to make him feel
I don't
bad.
want him to tell me to. What did he tell older guys who have commented on it? Pretty much get your own life or something like that.
Yeah. I don't blame
Which
him.
is fine.
He's got a lot of people who, it's too bad that he's turned into, I hate that our society has become this, everything is an inflection point for culture wars, where Dion is a culture war pivot. Travis Hunter is. First of all, you can't say anything about Colorado or Dion without being accused of ulterior motives, which is wrong. We should be able to have these discussions. But then secondly, you have other people who cheer against not only Dion, but also Travis Hunter and Shador and anybody else, and won't give credit because of a culture war you're having. I mean, it's just so lame. Culture war people are just hard to, I
thought we were done with that. Aren't we done with this?
No.
What world do you
we're
live
not
in
done
where
with
you
that.
think we're done with that?
Did you just see the Caitlin Clark stuff?
Yeah.
When she was do you think we're done with this?
Yeah, I know. Well, but I think a lot of those people are getting put in their place, aren't they? Oh, stop canceling. Stop with this.
None of
everybody's got to
stopping.
be judged for.
None of it's stopping. As long as people.
I mean, that Caitlin Clark, she's just playing basketball, and she's in the middle of this culture war.
Well,
I know. I feel
ups-
bad for her. Well, but there's a lot of people who made her like they're going to put her on the pedestal for their culture war.
And then
that's happened a ton of that's
And then when
happening.
she disappoints them with words that don't line up with what they think, then
They were
go
all
af-
upset.
Then they go after her for, hey,
They
why are
didn't
you
go after
bending
her
to the,
hard, but yeah, bending
why
to
are
the
you
knee.
bending your knee to this side?
You
and
just
so on
let
and so
her play
forth?
basketball.
She doesn't have a side. She just wants to play basketball.
That's what we're
That's
saying.
the
but-
point. You don't get to be not have
No,
a
yes,
side.
you do. You do.
People give their side to you.
No.
Yeah, you
don't
have to
give me
take
my
it.
side.
Travis has.
You don't
a
get
side.
to tell me how
People
I think.
are against or for Travis Hunter for what? Very little to do with football. At least some people. They're against it. It should have been Ashton Genty. Okay. And now I got to think, all right, are you saying this for real as a football fan, or are you saying this for a culture war purpose? Because if you're a culture war guy, beat it. I have no time for you. If all your stuff it's based on race or culture or whatever, if some of the wrong people are on the other side of you, that's what happened to, I think that's what happened to, there's a lot of people who just like Caitlin Clark because she represented something they had never seen in women's basketball, because they frankly don't watch a lot of women's basketball. And then they were villainized and demonized. It's okay for those people to enjoy watching Caitlin Clark,
right,
regardless of race. It's okay for that. Now, that's one actually, though, that there's a lot of people, it really does cross racial lines quite a bit, where people say, you guys are being so petty. Let that girl play basketball.
Yeah, right. But the whole thing is it is a little convoluted, actually, the WNBA, because there are a lot. Hey, the WNBA was built on the backs of African American women. Well, that is true, except what was built? It loses $40 million a year.
Well,
what did they build?
But the business model is irrelevant. When you look at Caitlin Clark, she had favorite players who are WNBA players. And
Maya Moore is her favorite player.
Maya Moore is her favorite player. And you had others, Sue Bird and two of the most famous players are not black, Sue Bird and Diana Taurasi. So that's, so you have.
Diana Taurasi's not black?
I think she's Italian. I think.
All right.
So what's funny, Del? I know. Can't with John. I don't care where she is, but the point is, like, I get where this was a conversation.
No,
for some
John.
I get where it's a conversation for some people about Like, it's leftover. It's really not that different than when you have guys who are the quote unquote old heads, and really before our time, who are arguing, who are mad that Michael Jordan got all this love without, but the recognition should go to Bill Walton and Bill Russell and the guys who built this up, or guys in the 2000s, and they're not giving proper credit to the guys from the 80s that turned this product into. There's always that where you don't give proper credit to the guys that the league was built on. The league was built on the backs of these players, and you don't, and you guys don't give enough credit.
I wish I was immune to the culture war stuff, because the moment I heard you guys were Hall of Famers, I thought to myself, what about Rich Lord?
You're this is why they called you the dirty bastard.
You called me that.
Well,
you did that.
the streets are saying
I thought to myself, hey,
what about Rich?
What about Rich? How did those guys
what
get
about
in?
Rich?
The streets are saying it.
What about Charlie? Is Charlie in?
Yeah, he is.
He's
Charlie,
already in.
Oh, cool.
Well, if not,
you just said that. Do you know or not?
I'm not sure he is.
I think if he's not, then there's a huge mistake has
This
been
is
made.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
So I thought to myself, if those guys are in,
Todd needs to champion him.
and I said Rich Lord should be in, and not because of culture, but because of radio. He's my Ashton Genty, and you're Travis Hunter.
See, Ashton Genty, for me, the problem was they gave him like 36 carries a game.
Yeah, Rich is carrying the load. He got his team to the playoffs.
Charlie carried that load for years.
Says you.
What about Kenny? Are we going to forget about Kenny?
You're going so deep, people
you're
are
not giving the proper credit to the guys that made radio great.
You guys are like Travis Hunter. You're pretty good. You're both pretty good in like sports and guy talk, but you're not great in anything. Rich Lord's like a great radio host. How come he's not in the Hall of Fame?
You know what?
Man. Oh, man.
Yeah, he should.
What? Are you looking it up?
Yeah, he should be in the
I don't
Texas
know that he
Radio Hall of
is.
Fame.
I don't know. I don't ever remember any.
If he's not, then what difference does it make if we're in?
No, right. If Charlie Palillo's not in.
No, I mean that in all sincerity.
Then it loses all of its.
I mean that in all sincerity. Charlie Palillo's is a sports talk legend.
He is.
Yeah, he is. I do too.
Yeah,
and
I
I also mean that you should talk about Zadok in all sincerity.
Yeah. With all sincerity, I'm not buying Charlie a gift from Zadok's. I mean, if anything, it's going to be my wife or maybe my daughter for her 14th birthday. Maybe I stop by and get something from there today. Depends on how she treats me. She's 14. She's got those hormones going. Sometimes she acts a little ugly to me, but that's okay. I love a little Maddie, and I may have to just stop by Zadok this afternoon and grab something because I know I can find something that's going to be special. It'll be special to her for the rest of her life because that's what they have. That's the type of jewelry they have. They have jewelry for moments. And the moment you gift someone these beautiful bracelets, diamond rings, the engagement ring, the necklaces, the earrings, they're going to know it's special. They have so much to choose from Zadok, and it's going to be special, and it's going to be from one of the top designers in the country. They have a huge trunk sale going on this Friday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. with some of the top designers, but you've got to get over there because this is going to be something that gives you a chance to do your last minute Christmas shopping without looking last minute. I promise you that. Get over to Zadok Jewelers from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. starting Friday, and then they have it Saturday as well. It's the big trunk sale they have going on. You won't want to miss out on this opportunity for some of the most impressive gifts that you'll find is Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
All right. Time to talk about Access Vascular Health. Time to talk about your prostate. Time to talk about whether or not you need help. Okay, are you getting up in the middle of the night a bunch? Are you can't start, you can't stop, weak stream? All of these things probably indicate that you have some kind of a prostate issue. Now, if it's not cancerous, the doc can help you. Okay, she's going to give you an MRI. And she's going to see an ultrasound, an MRI. She's going to find out, okay, it's enlarged. Now, all we need to do is you got to come back. We're going to give you an IV. You're going to sit there for about 45 minutes. You're going to hang around for another half hour afterwards. The doc likes you to hang around a little bit to make sure that everything is okay. Boom! You don't have an enlarged prostate anymore. That's the entire deal. That's the entire process. So, if you're somebody that has, and you need to take care of this, because if you have you can get a urinary tract, kidney, liver problems, all kinds of problems. You need to take care of this at 975prostate.com. Do not get surgery for an enlarged prostate. One place to go, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on the show. And we got callers here. Let's get them in here. Who would be first up? It'd be Javon. Javon is first up. What do you say, Javon?
Hey, what's up, folks? I heard y'all talking about Ashton Genty on the last segment. I'm just curious, Lance, what do you think his NIL value would be if he were to portal? And do you think it would make sense for him to portal since he's a running back anyway? I mean, if he can get $5 million in the portal, is that better than being like an early second round pick if that's what it's projected?
God, I didn't think about that.
What could he get in the portal?
I did not think about the fact that running back money is not. Here's the problem you have with Ashton Genty. Number one, his workload has been extremely heavy this year. 344 carries, which is just off the charts. He had 220 carries last year, 344 this year. Boise has basically tried to get him the Heisman Trophy this year. They're not thinking about his NFL, value, because look at the carry total. 32, 37, 19, 32, 34. That's just his last 5 games. 31, 33, 31. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of his last 8 games, he's had over 30 carries. That's just way too much for a player who's going to be in the league. And I get it. You're trying to win, but you're also trying to get him to Heisman. And I think that when he doesn't have a ton of touches from a catch standpoint. That's a lot of banging around. It started with 20, 25, 11, 26, 13. And then it was on after that. Then they said, we're getting this guy the Heisman. 31, 33, 31, 34, 32, 19, 37, 32. I mean, so now if you're Ashton Genty, you are, I'm assuming 20, maybe 21 years old. He's only been there for 3. He's played 3 years. So you're at an age where you're going to be at your very best and you can withstand these heavy carry loads, but you almost have to go get your NFL money now. And you hope to be you really frankly hope to be a second rounder so you can get to your second contract after 4 years.
A lot of tread off that tire already.
After 4 years. Yeah. I mean, it's 1 year, 220 last year, which was still a pretty sporty carry total. But he's had 2 years of heavier, one with an enormous workload and one with a little heavier workload. So that's an interesting question, because if he goes for NIL purposes, how much would Ohio State pay him? They're going to lose 2 running backs. How much would he get to go out of Ohio State? I mean, not even counting NIL stuff, just pure cash, because that's kind of how it works. He's not a quarterback, but I think they'd probably give him in the neighborhood of $3 million. And then with NIL on top of it, he's now much more high profile.
Where's he going to get drafted?
Well, so he could go late first.
Yeah.
More than likely early second is my guess. My grade is going to be a lot higher than early second. It's going to be a first round grade. But let's just say he goes nightmare for him is he goes 29th because now he might be on a good team, but now he's got 5 years of contract. Yeah. And then
that's for a team.
And if I'm a team drafting him in the first round, I'm running the dog out of him. Yeah. I'm 26 care. I'm getting the most I can. I'll pay my 5th-year option. I might franchise him for a year, and then I'm done after that. Yep. That's how it works. So, on the surface, you get to your pro contract quickly so you can get to your second contract, which is the one that's, sets you up for the rest of your life. But that is an interesting conversation for running back specifically, because how much could he get at Ohio State? A total of $5 million with NIL deals too. $6 million. Yeah, that's better than running back money.
Oh yeah,
as a rookie.
So Ohio State went in on their investment because they watched Michigan win a national title. They were tired of losing to them, so they went all in. Caleb Downs, Judkins, they made sure. I don't suspect that they will stop investing, but will they pull off what Florida State did with Mike Norvell, where, hey, your contract, we're going to need some of that money from your deal to go back into the program.
So they took with Mike Norvell's money. You know who else they took money from? Your
Gundy.
Boy, Gundy. Yeah.
They did that a couple of years ago.
They took Gundy's money, but they said we're giving it to support staff too, because the schools can't finance support staff anymore because the money's going to the players. Yeah. So now they're taking it from the coaches.
So with Ryan Day losing to Michigan again, let's say they get upset in round 1 at home. Will they negotiate, hey, you can come back, but that money's not going to you anymore. It's going back into the program because obviously what we were investing isn't enough to get you over the hump. So why are we still giving you that money?
Coaches are going to have to start because of profit sharing. They got to pull money from somewhere, and it is going to come from some of the high dollar. Gundy was making $10 million a year. That's dumb. He's not that good. It's 10's too much. 10's too much pretty much for any college football coach. Mm-hmm. It's really dumb. Look at this. Travis Etienne. I'm going off a contract that was in 2021. Total amount, including signing bonus, $2.3 million, $2.9 million, 3.5, 4.1 million this year, 6.1 next year. I would argue that right now, Ashton Jeanty would make more than Travis Etienne if he were to go to Ohio State.
Yeah.
And that's a first-round contract, by it takes longer.
But you're risking a long-term deal by taking all that tread off your tire.
Yes. Yeah. It takes longer for you to get to your second contract. Yeah.
Ryan Day got paid 9.95 in 2024. Take 3.5 off the top, give it to Jeanty. Just give 3.5 from Day because I know who's more valuable.
Why are you pocket watching?
But
Ryan
they got a contract though. They got
guaranteed. Stay out of Ryan Day's pocket.
Hey, either you
ain't beating Michigan. Give us some of that.
Hey,
Skrilla back.
Either we fire you, or that money goes back into the program. How about that?
He'll say, "Fire me."
All right,
fire me.
We're better.
I'm going to give all my money.
Give me my guaranteed
money. 3.5 away.
I'll go work at TCU and then Nebraska.
You're giving me all my money.
Go ahead, get fired.
Yeah,
get your ass fired.
Good, fire me.
Fire me. Go ahead. I'll pay. Okay.
No, he doesn't want to get embarrassed. He don't want to get embarrassed.
$9.5 million a year, not do a thing.
I would very quietly give back $1.5 million. But I don't know that it goes directly to Jeanty. That's the thing. I'm not sure how it works.
Back into the program, whatever that might mean. Back into the program, because why are we paying you near $10 million a year to get beat by Davis Warren at home?
That's embarrassing to get beat by Davis Warren.
Let's get Chris in here. Hey, Chris.
Shameful, even.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. I wanted to talk about Alex real quick. This is just me, a sports fan with an opinion. You guys can kill me afterwards. That's cool. But I've been wanting to say this for the last couple of days. And hearing Chandler say what he said, it just kind of solidifies my
Chandler
thinking.
Rome.
I don't think.
Yeah, he's talking about a quote from earlier with Chandler Rome, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a market for Alex Bregman the way he thinks and his agent thinks there is right now. I mean, I looked on Yahoo's top 100 of signed and unsigned agents. He's the only third baseman on that list. I think, my opinion, teams see the kind of stagnant trend over the last few years with his numbers. I think they're concerned about the gremlins being removed from his throwing arm, and they are not willing to give him a big deal. I know publicly the Astros are saying that the offer is still on the table, but I don't know that the offer is still on the table anymore. And why would they go up on their offer? They would just be bidding against themselves, in my opinion. So I'll ask you this, and just say what comes to your head first. Don't think about it too much. Are you guys surprised that Alex is not signed by this at this point?
I am
Thanks,
a
guys.
little, yeah, I am a little bit.
No.
I'm a little bit surprised that Alex Bregman is not signed. It does.
It's been a slow market, period.
It does lead me to believe that maybe the market is not what Scott Boras thought. Now, I think the Astros are out of it anyway, but because from what I have heard, Alex Bregman, the team kind of lost Alex Bregman. I think it was last year with I don't know, what was it, because of contract discussions? I heard that Alex was kind of over the team.
No, last offseason he bought a house in Arizona.
Yeah, I remember all that,
Yeah.
but that doesn't necessarily mean he won't come back. But I heard that he was like, I think Alex is kind of over the Astros front office.
Think so.
You don't think so?
No, he's not over. He's not over the team. He would resign here. They're just not going to give him the money. Listen,
well, he's not going to give him a discount.
The fact that he's the only third baseman in that's available or that's worth anything makes him more valuable. Because if teams that need third base are going to say, well, there's one guy. It's Alex Bregman.
It doesn't mean that you're getting what Boras
No,
covets,
and you rarely get what Boras wants anyway. Unless you're
really,
yeah.
Boras, I feel like Boras gets a lot of what he wants.
No. He jacks it up to the point. Well, he always oversells. So, I mean, they're probably going to have to come down to earth a little bit. Okay, again, what's the number? 180? 200? Is he going to hit 200? I mean, if somebody goes 7 years, he's hitting 200. If somebody goes 7 years, and you know what? He might be a 7-year guy. He's going 31. I don't want to take that risk, but some team's going to take that risk. So the Yankees will give him 7 years, 200. Yes, that'll happen. And you know what? God bless. Bye. But if he's in the 180 neighborhood, they didn't get anywhere near what they thought. Nope, they didn't. Then no.
Astros should be in on 180 million, but okay.
187, 7 years, 180, or 6.
I just think they should be in on something like that.
I got a list. Okay, I'll run down the list of the most expensive player for every team in Major League Baseball. Where do you think the Astros are on their most expensive player? We will do that on the other side. But first, we're going to talk about Jim Fiume and Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows, when you talk about, and how do I put this? Jim Fiume has made a business that is just first class, that is first in everything. Pinnacle Award for the Better Business Bureau. You're not getting flimsy windows here. You're just not. If you're looking to get out of the windows that you're in now, okay, or you're building a house and you want to put crappy windows in, then that's your prerogative. Just go do that. Don't call Jim Fiume though, because that ain't happening over there. They ain't putting in no crappy windows. They're putting in the highest quality window you can find in the market today with the best insulation, with the warranty that they're going to last. I'm not going to say they'll last forever, but they're going to last for years and years and years and years, and they'll stand behind those windows, okay? Hurricane windows that you can count on in the worst of times, but you don't even need hurricane windows because you got, double pane, double strength. They're incredible windows. And it doesn't matter which window you get, you're getting top of the line, first in class every single time. That's the way they do business at Gulf Coast Windows. That's why he's been in business for 36 years, and he will continue to be. 713-849-5454. You want great windows? There's one place to go, gulfcoastwindows.com.
Hey, I had Aqueduct Plumbing Company come over on let's see, Saturday. They came Saturday, and we had three things to look at. I wanted to get my hot water heater serviced because I know that we have like messy water lines. We have water lines here in the city of Houston, which means tons of sediment. So I knew that needed to be cleaned. And then we had a couple of toilets. I tried to fix something on the flusher, and it was not always great. I did okay.
You tried to do it?
Yeah. I did okay. My wife didn't really love it. And then one of our toilets was moving. It was just moving and sliding around. They came out. Two guys came. Boom. One of them cleaned the tankless water heater. Took 3 different tries through. 3 cleanings they had to do, but they did it and got it done. The other one, they came and got the toilet set. They took it out. They reset it, put it back in, got it knocked out. And then he came in and he goes, yeah, it's an easy fix for your mistake. He called it a mistake, which, it wasn't really a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I just did that a different way. All I know is that if you think you're a handyman, I promise you Aqueduct Plumbing Company is 1 million times better than you are. They're efficient, they're fast, they're transparent. The service is outstanding, and they do it at a fair rate. They'll come out to your home and diagnose stuff without charging you a fee. The other companies want to charge you a fee, not at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Make sure that you give them a call today and have them come out for any plumbing problems you have before the weather turns and gets really cold, which may happen 1 week. Or just have this number in your phone so that you can reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company when you need them. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. See, look how much cooler.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did we miss? This is our final segment for News of the Weird. Did you see that apparently Michael Jordan told Phil Jackson in 1992 that Scottie Pippen was the best all-around player on the Bulls, but he never said it to Pippen?
Of course, because Michael Jordan is the abusive father.
Yeah, he is. He really
is. He's the great Santini. Like, Michael Jordan is the dad who can't tell his son he loves him. Michael Jordan is the dad who just screams at his son from the sideline, but never tells him, never says a thing whenever he does something good. Everyone wanted to play to make it's really true. Everyone was trying to impress Michael Jordan or make Michael Jordan happy, and he would withhold his love, and it would conflict. And you see the results of it now. You have guys who have a love-hate relationship with Michael Jordan. And Scottie Pippen, it's really a tragedy. Jordan was making $33 million at the time, and he was making Pippen beg for crumbs.
He was making 2.
Scottie, you need to get in here. Scottie Pippen held out
right.
What are you doing? You're being selfish.
Right.
Okay, Mike.
I know. He's making 33. No, that was bad. Did you see Stephon Diggs' press conference? About they're giving away $1 million.
The Source Awards?
They're giving away $1 million.
I don't want him to hold a press conference at the Source Awards.
He said, I'm sorry to all the people that had. I guess you could play it, but it's a commercial, actually. Just a commercial for Pizza Hut or Domino's.
You know why I said Source Awards? Because Dell's the one who invented the term Community D for him.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't invent that.
Yeah, you did.
Someone else said it.
No,
you said he smashes rappers' girls, and you said he's got Community D.
DJ Academics said that and gave him that name.
Community Diggs. Apparently, Grant DuBose is.
Wait, what was it? Well, what happened with Diggs?
Oh, it's a commercial. He's making a commercial. They're giving away $1 million. One of pizza company. I don't know. One of the pizza Domino's or I don't know who.
And Stephon Diggs is the
their spokesman. Okay.
Right.
Grant DuBose, apparently he is moving his fingers and toes and everything. So that's good. That's good news. We had not given an update on that. Dave Clawson is out. Dave Clawson is no longer the head coach at Wake Forest. What do you remember most about Dave Clawson?
Is he the one that used to do that walk-up mesh point, Dell?
Yeah, slow mesh.
So that's Dave Clawson's
I don't know
business?
if that's his offense, but that's what he hired
slow
guys
mesh
to run.
Have you ever seen the slow mesh?
No.
It's off-putting at the least, and it's
what does it mean? What does
highly
that mean,
concerning. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Kenneth Walker got his original business done out of the slow
Got
mesh.
the hell out of there to go to
It
Michigan
is
State.
a very slow mesh Wake Forest. I'm going to show it to you right here, and you can the most unique play in football.
Well, while you're doing that, the thing I remember most about Dave Clawson, he was the coach while the announcer was giving a playbook to the other teams.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yes.
How bad do you feel?
Wait. Oh, he was?
Don't you?
Well, it's a Louisville thing, right?
No, it was a Wake
Louisville
Forest
and Wake?
Yeah. Was he left it for the Wake Forest or for the Louisville? I guess. Was it Lake Forest or excuse me, Louisville? Anyway, that's what I remember most, and I felt bad for Dave Clawson because he seems like a nice guy. Everybody loves him or whatever. And here, one of their color commentator was given the playbook to the other team. That's just awful.
Yeah, the other commentator was a former
player,
guy, right?
but apparently Dave Clawson didn't take the former players in to the program or whatever, or he didn't feel like he was getting paid enough.
It was called WikiLeaks.
WikiLeaks.
That's a great name.
Tommy Elrod, a former Demon Deacon player and assistant coach, provided or attempted to provide confidential game preparation to opponents several times starting in 2014. So it involved Louisville, Virginia Tech. Shane Beamer was involved when he was at Georgia. So plenty. And people were fined for I guess, taking the gifts.
WikiLeaks.
That's funny.
So because of that, Wake Forest had to change their scheme, and that's how the slow mesh began.
Well, it's taken a little while for me to see.
So for people who don't watch Wake Forest,
it's basically imagine a zone read. Now imagine that the running back walks.
Oh yeah,
the running back will walk to the line. This is not hyperbole. He walks to the line, and the quarterback walks with him towards the line of scrimmage, and then he gives it in the quarter, and the running back takes off or he pulls it. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it works.
Well, you're trying to influence the second level to see what they're going to do. And if they bite, you're going to throw over their head in between the safeties and the linebackers. And if they don't, they stay home, you're going to give the ball. Of course, it puts stress on your offensive line not to get downfield.
A lot of stress on your offensive line.
Yeah, and you have to hope that they're good enough to hold up.
For some reason, teams don't take advantage of it.
I ran it 100 years ago, but they wanted me to go back as far as I could and ride them as long as I could, but you're running. And a lot of times, that defensive line is breaking through already. Yeah. I mean, it is.
The quarterback has to be brave. The offensive line has to be
They have to be stout at the point. Yeah.
You're asking a lot.
Yeah, no, that's a dangerous way to go about that for your quarterback.
That's why Wake Forest is a program built on like 4th and 5th year guys. It takes that long to kind of, and they have their cycles where there'll be a couple years where they're not good, they'll be okay, and then maybe in their 3rd or 4th year, if they have a pretty good quarterback, they jump to get to 8 or 9 wins. But it's a tough offense to run.
Yeah, no, that's not for everybody. I'll tell you that right now.
Watch this.
Yeah, and this is in regular motion.
You can't really see it.
And he pulled it and he's throwing.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
How long do you think that offensive line can hold these guys off? Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Although sometimes it's extremely
effective,
slow and effective. Like sometimes some of the slow meshes that they run are like they really that's not really a slow
I always
mesh.
think of Le'Veon Bell.
With how he approached the line.
Yeah. I mean, he hopped a little bit, always hit a hop.
He was
before he would hit the
one guy who can get away with that.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if another running back does that. Sam Hartman was a quarterback at Wake Forest. He did a lot of that before he transferred to Notre Dame. So they've been productive. It's just to a level. At some point, you're going to face an elite defensive line who's going to murder your quarterback because you're trying to do that.
Yep. And we never talked about. We didn't get to it yesterday, but the Saints game against Washington, the 9 seconds. Well,
that was lost?
No, it wasn't 9 seconds lost. He stopped the clock at 9 seconds. So with about 15 seconds left, they were down on the 1 yard line. The clock is running, and a referee comes in and stops the clock at 9 seconds for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then they started it up again, and New Orleans got the playoff, and they scored the touchdown to go one down, and then they missed the 2-point conversion. But two things there. They were 7-point dogs in a lot of places, and it went up to 8. So they were right on the number.
Ooh.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that they don't get that playoff if he doesn't stop the clock right there. And then, and why would you? There's something fishy there. Why would he stop the clock with 9 seconds to go, and then they restart it back up in the middle of them lining up? That was weird.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
And there was no answer. Hoculite said, "Well, yeah, he stopped the clock, and that's all I'm saying. Well, it was a mistake, and that's all I'm saying." And then he left.
So when a player has a great day and randomly, you're going to get drug tested.
Yeah.
When a referee screws up like that, there should be not so random. We're going to investigate your finances, a forensic accounting of your bank account when that happens.
Did you see that somebody posted, and I don't know who, but I thought it might have been a bit of an invasion of privacy, but attached to taped to Kalen Bullock's locker that he was going to be drug tested after the game?
Mm-hmm. That's what made me think of it. I remember seeing that.
Yeah,
that screenshot.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? They have to let you know so you stay around.
I understand that, but I don't know that you should be. I think we found out by videotaping Mark McGuire's locker that's kind of an invasion of privacy. That
What
it's
do you
their
mean?
Locker.
Oh, you mean that they went to the locker and did that?
They videotaped something from the locker.
Who's they?
Whoever had a
The
camera.
reporter.
Yeah.
Oh,
the reporter.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
So were they filming?
Was it discussed as being your?
I don't know if that's.
Did someone just zoom in behind him while they had a camera on him and picked it up, or did the reporter?
I think
the camera was actually filming his
I
locker
think
while no one was there.
Hey, look at what that is,
Oh, okay.
and shot it. I guess. I don't know. It could have been that
Because you could zoom in.
But either way, I don't know. I don't know if that's against the rules. If that would be something that the Texans might not be happy about.
You shouldn't drug test him. He got hawked down from behind.
He did well, but by 8chan.
Well, whatever.
By 8chan.
You know what? You're not on drugs.
One of the sprinters.
You got caught from behind. Not on drugs.
No. All right, we're breaking it. News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, Lance, a little Republic Boot.
Republic Boot Company is the show is headed to Republic Boot Company this Friday, and it's a delightful smell when you step into the spot there off of out there in the Heights. You're going to walk into Texas culture. You're going to walk into Texas history. It's the smell of leather, and then everything that's on the walls speaks to Texas culture and Texas history, but it's also the current. You've got different Ryan Bingham, who was in one of the ranch hands, and he's a famous country singer, and he was a ranch hand in Yellowstone. His entire wedding party had their boots custom made at Republic Boot Company. They're known as having the best custom made boots anywhere in the country. They've got one of the finest custom boot makers in the world right there in the back. John and I had a chance to meet him. But, you don't have to get custom boots. You can just feel like you have custom boots. You can get the 1836 boots right off the shelf. They've got Longhorn versions. They've got Aggie versions. They've got a wide variety of colors. You can have them stretched to fit to wider foots. They do custom fitting for cowboy hats. There's a series of shirts and jackets and purses and T-shirts and so many items that can be gifts for the holiday season. Get rodeo ready or get your Christmas presents at Republic Boot Company. Don't forget to come out and see the show on Friday. Our show, Dell's show, is going to be there back to back. So head on out to the Heights and Republic Boot Company.
All right, time to talk about Game Day Men's Health. I'm going over there Thursday, as a matter of fact. I got my appointment. I'm going to get my tests. If you've been there, if you've been doing it for a month or 6 weeks or so, you're going to get retested. They want to make sure that what they're doing is perfect for you and it's working and you're making progress toward what your goals are. If your goals are, if you're rehabbing and some kind of an injury, that's cool. If you are going to the gym and you want to start to get stronger, or you're running and you want to lose some weight, whatever it is that you're trying to do, you're going to know whether or not your testosterone numbers are up. You will know with your peptides if your numbers for whatever you're trying to do are up. It's just, I'm telling you, it is scientific, and yet it feels like, just a bunch of great people that you're dealing with. And I really do like Game Day Men's Health. I was with another testosterone place before, and there's a big difference. You will find that as well. They are can't be better. A free consultation when you go there. The lab is right there, so you get your numbers right away. It's just different. It's just better. Game Day Men's Health. Find out for yourself if you're in the market for testosterone replacement, or you just want to be better, feel better, look better, everything. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. You guys like chicken, right?
We do.
Have you ever eaten a live chick?
No.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't.
You get salmonella, probably.
Because there's a man in Chhattisgarh who ate a live chick, and died immediately. Okay. First of all, he suffocated, and doctors found the bird inside of his stomach, and it actually outlived him. The bird outlived him.
So he just swallowed it.
Yeah, he just swallowed it. Yeah. So I would suggest, if you're ever thinking
That's
about
why he
eating
choked.
a live bird, cook it first.
Was it a dare?
I don't know if it was a dare or just he wanted. Oh, no. It's a ritual. It was a ritual. He wanted to become a father.
Well, first mistake.
Oh.
Look what happened. You wanted something dumb to happen to you, and look what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Play stupid games, get stupid prizes.
F-A-F-O.
I performed a ritual last night of baking chicken that was already dead. I cleaned it. I deboned it. I cut off the pieces that I didn't want.
That's a good ritual, too.
That's a good ritual.
And you know what?
That's a better ritual.
And you know what? I imagine when I eat it today, I'll be alive.
Yeah.
You're more likely to be alive.
Probably going to live.
And you know what? I did not make the chicken so I could have a kid.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is perfect. Columbus Funeral Home is the first in Ohio to operate with a liquor license. Now I want to get buried in Ohio.
Why? You can't drink there.
No, but I want everybody to have Coors Lights and have fun. That's what I want.
So they get to sell liquor.
Yeah, they get to sell liquor there instead of everybody kind of BYOB. No.
Will that get Kirk Herbstreit to move back to Ohio?
No, probably not. I don't think he's a big drinker.
You want
he's
drunken Ohioans.
He's embarrassing.
Yeah, he's embarrassing himself. Yeah.
He's not a big drinker. He's embarrassing, is what he said, Del.
Yeah.
I heard him.
Yeah. A woman, okay, she is in New York. She had the license plate, and she didn't even know it. NCC 1701. Do you know what that is?
No.
Those are the letters and the numbers on the Star Trek USS Enterprise.
Nerds.
Oh, I guarantee you the nerds went crazy over that.
Well, here's the deal. All these nerds got all of these license plates, fake license plates, and they put them on their car, right?
So she probably got clipped for a bunch of tollway violations.
That's exactly what happened.
I knew it. I've gotten clipped for tollway violations in like New Hampshire and Delaware. I'm like, who's got my freaking plate? This isn't me.
I know. So she said she's living a nightmare because all parking tickets, everything.
Oh yeah.
They go to her. And she's been getting them for years.
And they don't just give up on those, by the way. No. That's revenue to these
and as a matter of fact, she got a lawyer, and she says that the government has been like a freaking nightmare for her, and she's suing them, and I hope she wins a lot of money.
I do too.
Yeah. Apparently holding your pee can have dangerous health risks. Do you guys hold your pee?
Well, I mean, sometimes you have to.
Well,
you just going to whiz all over yourself any old time?
How long?
Well, no, but
before it becomes a problem.
I think if you try to hold it for hours.
So after I had a surgery to tighten up the valve to when it was an acid reflux surgery years ago, like 2011. And when I had that, and they go in through your, through your throat and to do this laparoscopic or whatever they do. I don't know. And part of it was like, they said, okay, well, since it's technically surgery, there's a chance. So they kept running this, like, what's it called when you do not the x-ray, but the
ultrasound.
Ultrasound. They did an ultrasound over my bladder, and they kept seeing my bladder was getting fuller and fuller. And I'm like, well, I'll just go use the bathroom. And I was like having a little bit of a hard time using the bathroom. They said, this can happen sometimes after a procedure. Don't worry. We'll just get a catheter.
No.
Just give me time. I just kept saying, no, because it's toxic. If you hold it for too long, it's toxic. It can get in your system. So then out came.
Oh, no. The catheter. No.
Yep. And the nurse just goes, I'm like, can you just can you do a little fluffing? Bang! Just wham through there.
What?
And then going out the other way was just as bad.
You want your nurse
It's the worst thing I've ever been through in my life.
You want your nurse to be a
No.
Can
but
you
this
do
is
a
terrible.
little fluffing?
That's just something I say for the kids, just for fun.
That's not fun for the kids.
It's just a little something I say for the chat.
Only people who know that are the chat and
worst
us.
thing that was said on the show today.
Might have been. But I can tell you this, whatever you do, don't get a catheter.
Catheters
And if
are
they tell
worse.
you,
they
tell you, okay, or at least be under, like if they had done catheter, just do it when I'm under.
Yeah.
Just do it when I'm under. Just unload that thing, and then get it out before I'm out.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Okay.
I know you've gone to school for years. But can you do a little fluffing?
That's the wrong word. I probably used the wrong.
Oh, you
No,
think?
it was the correct word.
No.
For what you were asking
Right.
for.
You just bat it around a little bit.
Why don't you bat it around?
Just a little bit. Well, because then it's considered that's
You
illegal
wanted
if
to
I do
rough
it.
up the suspect?
That's what he wanted.
That's what he wants. Okay. All right, that's all.
It's just terrible.
That's all. This is a bad
The
show.
catheter is a bad.
Bad.
thing.
It's a bad way to
You
end the show.
need
Now,
it,
this
but
is
you
your
don't want
lead-in. This is your lead-in. You wonder why.
I've heard worse.
Yeah. You wonder why.
Wonder why what?
No one's listening by the time your show starts.
What is he doing? What's this about?
I don't know. He's taking shots at you.
I heard him.
No, not shots at us. There's nobody listening now.
I would say maybe Lance, you need to talk to what's the guy's name? Chris over at HRP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
We
you
may
need to
have
have a
to step in.
conversation. Yeah.
Chris, give him a call. All
You
right,
may
I
have
had
to
the call
step in.
earlier. I got the call earlier.
Yeah, you both flagrant today.
Time to talk about Hogue. You give them a call. Hogue Landscape Services. Hogue, Hogue, Landscape Services, the best. It's more than landscape service. I think they should call themselves exterior designers because, that's ED. You don't want to be ED in your name. You don't want that in your name. What you want is somebody that's going to design a backyard that is going to be something really, 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 really special for you. Do you want a pickleball court? Because pickleball is red hot. And you can put a pickleball court in your backyard. You can put a bocce ball court. You can put putting green. You can put a basketball court. You can put a pool. You can put a fireplace. You can put a kitchen. You can put a living area. All of these things. TV room outside. Yeah, a TV outside room. That's what you could get. I'm telling you, they do unbelievable work. Go to the website, see for yourself. They're all over the city. They can cars all over. Sure. They will cut your grass and keep your trees trimmed and do all of those things too. But what they do is special, 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 special. If you're looking to make your place special, HOGUELS.com, HOGUELS.com.
Welcome to the show. It's been a big last month or so for Chandler Rome. I don't know if I want to call him the harbinger of doom, but every time Astro fans feel like something might go their way, he's like, actually, no. Your team ain't playing the same game other people are playing. Remember when that initial contract leaked, that at least the offer for Bregman? Chandler Rome was like, yeah, that's not what they're looking for. Of course, other reports came out that they were like $40 million apart. And then people thought, well, Bregman goes, maybe they'll sign Tucker. Actually, Tucker wants to hit free agency, and Tucker's looking for $400 million. And that's not a realm the Astros want to play in. Those are all the things that Chandler Rome was giving out there. He's had a big month appearing on MLB Network, putting up his own videos talking about the Astros plan for the offseason. And he made an appearance on MLB Network, and we'll get to some of the sound from him yesterday. It's not good news. I guess it depends on how you feel about Nolan Arenado. If you think he's another Jose Abreu, then you don't think it's good news. Of course, Arenado does have a no-trade clause, so he could just say, you know what, Astros, I'm good. Or maybe Joe Espada could pull an Ime Udoka and say, hey, Nolan, this isn't the place for you, like Ime told James Harden. We'll get to that. If you're like Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks in that same offseason, wait a minute, you're telling this guy we're not looking to win championships yet? I don't think that was a sell for those two veterans. Hey, we need you to come in and change the culture. We'll get to some of the Ime quotes about why he told James Harden and others not to come to Houston back in the 2023 offseason. But back to the Astros. So, Nolan Arenado on the table. But the big stuff is, what are they going to do with Alex Bregman? And apparently, and I don't think it's a shock to anyone, yeah, the Astros don't have the appetite, according to Chandler Rome.
As long as Alex Bregman is unsigned, I'm never going to say never when it comes to the Astros, but it does seem like they don't have the appetite to pay him the sort of money that he is going to command. They've got an offer out there, according to multiple reports, that's around 6 years, $156 million. It's worth remembering that owner Jim Crane has never guaranteed a player more than $151 million in his ownership tenure. He has been loath to go longer than 6 years in any contract. And so it just seems like this is where the Astros are comfortable, this offer that they gave to Alex Bregman. Now, is there flexibility to increase it, to negotiate? Dana Brown really wouldn't say at the GM meetings if they were prepared to increase the offer, if they had any flexibility.
Chandler Rome on MLB Network. There's more we'll get to. As far as what Jim Crane is willing to do, the biggest deal on the books right now is the Altuve deal, 5 years, $151 million. That would make the Astros, as far as biggest contracts given out by a team, the 7th lowest in baseball. The years fit what the Astros are looking for. Didn't even get the 6 with Altuve. We know that's kind of the baseline for what the Astros are going to do. And at 151, that feels right for Jim Crane. You're in the mode where you're going up against the Blue Jays, who gave Springer 6 years, 150, the Cardinals, the Guardians, the Pirates, the Sox, the White Sox, and then the A's, who just gave Severino money this offseason for 3 years. So not exactly the big spenders in baseball, despite the overall total of what Jim Crane is spending year over year. But when you're trying to sign a big name, playing in the realm of where the Cardinals and the Blue Jays play in, that's not going to get it done. So we had a caller call in about what is Alex Bregman's market. That is the one thing we don't know for sure. We know what the Astros offered, according to reports, was about $40 million lower than what he was looking for. But it doesn't really matter what he's looking for. The question is, who's going to pay him? So the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Mets have made their giant acquisition. There are not a lot of teams that are going to pay a 30-year-old first baseman or third baseman, excuse me, or second baseman, depending on what Boris can convince you of, to try to get his client paid a 7-year, $200 million deal. But the problem is the ones that would do it have the money to burn. So that's where we stand right now. No appetite for Alex Bregman, at least when it comes to his contract currently for the Astros. I feel like my thought that this is going to go into January. I feel like it's going to happen. I feel like we're talking after Christmas break where a deal is going to get done. We're out of the winter meetings, days out of it. We haven't heard really any movement other than teams are interested. Please don't make this a thing where we come back from the break and this is still a topic of conversation as far as waiting for it to happen. If it happens on I feel like Major League Baseball will go on a break. I don't think we're getting a deal in between Christmas and New Year's.
They're just like,
we'll put this to the side. We'll come back and talk after the New Year. I don't think we're getting a giant deal done between Christmas Eve and New Year's. If it doesn't happen before then, 2025 is what we're talking about. So when we get back after the break, this will still be a topic of conversation. I guess it's content for some. I would prefer to hear the news. What's today's date? The 17th. 10:30.
Today?
10:30 a.m. December 19th.
Oh, okay.
Which is Thursday. Because I'm going to be out at Republic. Well, you're going to be out there too, Republic Boot Company. We're gonna do the John Lance show from 7 to 10, and then this show from 10 to 12. We will have Sean Mapes out there from 10 to 12. So I guess it could happen then. But you know what? 10:30. Hey, get it done. 10:30 Thursday. Let's have a deal done, one way or the other. I would prefer the Astros to make the move, but they don't have the appetite according to Chandler Rome. So we get that done. We can have the show on Thursday, and then Friday can be for the CFP. And of course, Texans versus Chiefs.
There'll probably still be a little bit of Bregman fallout. As both sides get their message,
get their story
there.
straight, and put them out there to win the media cycle.
Yeah,
the news cycle.
we saw it with Juan Soto. Like it was like 3 days of.
Yeah,
he asked for this.
The
Can
presser,
you believe it?
the presser comes on Monday or Tuesday, so we'll have that to discuss as well. You know what I would say? Do it on Tuesday. We talk Texans on Monday, CFP on Monday. Do the presser on Tuesday.
Well, Tuesday's Christmas Eve. They can't do the presser on Christmas Eve.
It's true. It would have to happen. It ain't gonna happen on Christmas. It would probably happen later in the week. Like if it happens before the week's out, the presser probably won't come to like 2 days after Christmas. They're not gonna do it on the weekend, and they're not gonna do it on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
So if we're doing things that would help this show, do it today.
Yeah, today or tomorrow.
And then get the presser in on Thursday or Friday, whatever it might be. Give Alex
presser on Thursday so we can talk about it on Friday.
Yeah.
Boom.
There it is. That's how we wrap up the weekend. Because I don't know if you've heard the Christmas party day before. Like the 7 to 10 show ain't going to be about anything other than those two screaming about things that are happening right in front of them.
Yeah.
It won't be great for the listening audience on Monday.
It'll be great for the in-person audience.
Yes, the in-person audience, the live viewing audience.
So get down to Nick's place.
Exactly. For the Christmas party. Prizes, drunks, maybe an eggnog chug. All that will be available for you there at Nick's place on Monday. And then like 10 to 6, it'll be normal. So if you're looking for actual sports talk, tune in from 10 to 6. If you're looking for debauchery, 7 to 10 is your bag. Which is kind of how the station runs anytime.
Yeah.
Monday, Christmas party, Nick's place. Going to be a great time had by the people in attendance. Can't speak to the people listening. I can't say that. It's going to be a great time.
As someone who's run the show from here before, it is tough.
I've run it from here in the past.
It's tough.
And tough is being kind.
Yeah. It's not for me, Dale.
That show?
No, that specific.
I know that show on that day.
Show? Yeah,
that show on that day.
I would say that they're not concerned with
anything.
Anything.
They're not concerned with anything. You guys have heard it. I've been sitting in that seat and go, "What the hell is going on?" I know what's going on out there. It's just a lack of general care about the listening audience. So that's why we tell you to get on down to the next place.
Are we going to have a camera there for
probably? I mean,
YouTube or Twitch.
I think so. And then
that'll be a step up.
Yeah, we haven't had that before for for the show
Yeah.
out there. And then there'll be social videos of people doing wild things to try to win prizes. That'll be up as well. But I think there'll be the live Twitch and Twitter and YouTube stuff for people that we have tried to do for remote broadcast. So yeah, you guys will be able to view it. Make requests. If you want us to turn it around while someone's chugging eggnog, we can probably do that for you too.
I don't think people want to watch.
I think they do.
Oh,
I think they do. I think it's better than listening to the play-by-play. You'd rather see what the three guys who have decided their health is less important than the necklace they might receive or the gift card they might receive.
Ruin their Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So Christmas party. I know we're doing a great job selling it, but that's why we tell you to get out there to enjoy everything that's going to happen. I think for the people who show up, they have a pretty good time. I haven't heard any real complaints about the people who show up.
Yeah. Again, that's what it's for. It's a party. It's for the people at the party.
Despite cramming in live spots for our clients too, which will happen throughout the show.
And just like how many other people how many more people are listening? It's not for you, all right?
Yeah. I understand. Like most of the year's for you. Listeners at home, whether you're at home, on the road, at work, most of the year's for you. December 24th or December 23rd ain't for you.
Or it can be if you hustle on down.
Yeah, but if you can't, for some reason you can't make it to Nick's place, it ain't for you. 7 to 10. Just fair warning. We will hear more from Chandler Rome. He talked about Nolan Arenado and the Astros and their interest. It's serious. It's real. Whether Arenado wants to be an Astro, that's a different question. But the Astros are interested, and certainly there are backup plans in case Bregman is signing someplace else. And I say prizing stat from Fangraph. They have a list of the top 100 players. The Astros have quite a few. They match the Dodgers, so we will see if we agree. It feels like a lot of stars and scrubs type of stuff. Like you remember that Rams team who won the Super Bowl? Their star power was at a really high level, but you never heard of the guys who weren't like the Pro Bowlers and all pros. If we start to go down the Astros roster and what it's like right now, as it stands right now, we talked about the lineup isn't that impressive, but when we start to look at it, it's a lot of guys, if we go by Fangraphs, who are the top 100 players in baseball, and then a lot of guys who, I don't know, if we go by like recruiting numbers, like 500, the 500 best player in college football or in high school. It's a lot of that where you got a lot of top 10 players at your position. And then the rest of the guys are, oof. You know Jake Myers is on the roster. I ain't got to explain it that much. But we'll get to that when we come back. We'll get into some Texan stuff because they got a short week. D'Amico Ryan spoke. But also, a lot more to get to about the defense. The offense was a topic of conversation this morning. People aren't thrilled with it, but that's understandable. But the positives are your defense continues to pile up numbers. So we'll get to that too. We're just getting started here on the show. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Sean and myself will take you to noon, and then Gallant George follow us. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So if we think about this Astros roster, I think I told you guys 7 in the top 100. Fangraphs projects him at having 6 because right now Alex Bregman is a blank. He's rated the 36th best player in baseball, but he's got no team. So if you look at the Astros right now, Fangraphs has Jordan Alvarez as their best player. Comes in at 11th, and then Altuve at 48. Sean, if you had to take a guess, who do you think, you have to include the recent transactions, who do you think is the Astros' third best player?
Oh, just
Yeah, who do you think is?
on this list?
No, just think. Who do you think is their third best player? If you had to take a guess, considering who was acquired, who's coming back right now, who's their third best player?
Fromber.
He is their fourth. He comes in a couple slots behind Paredes. They have Paredes as the Astros' third best player. 50th overall.
Really?
Yes. 50th best player in baseball.
Wow. Okay.
For 2025.
Isaac Paredes, I was not familiar with your. Oh, for 2025.
Yes.
So this is theoretical.
They're
Okay.
projecting who will be. I don't know if they're taking into account the Crawford boxes, whatever, but they're projecting him to be the 50th best player in baseball and the Astros' third best player in 2025.
So I'm guessing it's Jordan 1, for the Astros.
Yes.
Jordan 1, Altuve 2.
Yes. 11th and
Paredes,
48th.
Fromber, Hader.
They do not have Hader on this list, period.
Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown is your next best Astro at number 85, followed by Pena at 95 and Yiner at 97.
Pena. Okay.
So those are your 6 Astros on the top 100. Kyle Tucker comes in at 18. Now Cub, and I mentioned Bregman at no team right now at 36. So coming into the year, if Kyle Tucker had stayed and if they signed Bregman, then that would be 7, and you still feel pretty good about the team. Know that there are holes on the roster, but you'd say, okay, that team certainly can contend in the AL West. Can they win a World Series? Health would certainly play a part, pitching staff and how healthy they're going to be. Yeah, I wouldn't project any starting pitcher beyond the guys they put up there, because can I trust that the established guys are going to be back and healthy? No. And the young guys, not enough pelts on the wall to just project them to be top 100 players. So I'm surprised Paredes comes ahead of Fromber. That is surprising to me, but it's just simply a projection, and maybe a new ballpark will help Paredes jump up to that spot. So the Astros aren't devoid of talent. It does feel a little bleak right now, and I mentioned that the Dodgers, they are right in that mode. The Dodgers have a couple of top 10 players. Ohtani and Betts are those two. The Dodgers have about 7 in the top 100. So the team who won the World Series has 7, I believe. The problem is, like, 8 through 26 are better than the Astros 8 through 26.
It's also, I'm just going to guess that the average for the 7 Dodgers in there is probably higher than the average.
Well, they have 2 guys ahead of the Astros' best player
I was
already.
gonna say.
Yeah, they have the best player in baseball, and then Betts at 10.
And the Astros, 2 of the 7 for the Astros are in the 90s. So.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers have 2 in the 80s, but to your point, it's still higher than the 90s. So, and Glasnow's on there, and Freddie Freeman's at 40. So, whether you agree with the numbers or not, at least by the projection, the Dodgers ratings the average is gonna be higher than the Astros.
I think I'm most surprised by Pena being ahead of Yiner.
Yeah, if we're watching this team on a day-to-day basis, I feel like Yiner's not a great defender.
Yeah,
Pena's
it might just be some defense stuff that's happening there, but like even then,
Pena's not great either.
Yeah.
So it's 97 and 95, not much of a difference. So there it is. So we're not scrubs here.
No, we're not.
It's just like we are an 87 win team, 87 to 90. We're not playing in that 95 to 100 win realm anymore.
And the last 2 years they won 90 and 88 games.
Oh, that's where I got the number from. Now, will they be worse without Kyle Tucker and Bregman? Feels like it. So maybe I'm overestimating the number of wins. But we still can depend on the Angels to be terrible. The A's were better in the second half of the year, but is playing in Sacramento going to make them better or worse?
I can't imagine it helps.
Well, there'll be people excited to watch them play, I think.
There will be? Oh,
I think.
okay. That's news.
It won't be a cavernous tomb that they'll play in at home, so that might help the cause.
I mean, it'll just be a smaller ball. It's the same thing with the Rays, where it's like this place only holds, I don't know, 8,000, 10,000 fans. It's like, well, we're only getting 8 or 10,000 anyway. It's just less empty seats.
Yeah, it won't be more people, but it will feel more, right? And maybe people, and it's still the same owner that everyone hates, so that will play a part as well.
But everyone in Sacramento, or everyone in Oakland hates him. Sacramento,
they love him.
Well,
he brought a team to Sacramento.
I was gonna say they're at least neutral. They're at least.
Yeah, I don't know how fandom works in that part of the world. Are a lot of A's fans residing in Sacramento? I don't know how it works.
I'm sure if you're a baseball fan, you're also just like, F this guy. This guy sucks.
True, but if you're someone in Sacramento who has no interest in going to Oakland, it might not be about the A's. It'll be about the teams coming in that you'll get to watch that you don't normally get to see in person. So that might be part of the attendance boost, that you get to see some of the best players in baseball come into town. And maybe you're neutral. You're like, hey, I want to watch. I want to watch the likes of the 50th best player in baseball, like Paredes, come to town.
Yeah,
I'm excited about Paredes coming to town.
There's someone in Sacramento who's like, hell yeah, I could see Isak Paredes come to town.
Yeah, they just call him Isaac. They'll have to learn that his name is Isak.
But yeah, Altuve, Jordan
coming to town.
Whatever.
Well,
I get to see Paredes.
Yeah, come on. They're going to hear about that projection for home runs he's going to hit at Daikin Field. They want to see that guy in Sacramento.
Unfortunately, he won't be playing at Daikin Field in Sacramento. So
yeah, but
some of those might be flyouts.
But the home runs will be up because he's played.
Yes,
So
on the screen when they show how many home runs he hit,
it'll be exciting to watch a guy with that type of power come in, right?
Yes, and again, hit flyouts to.
No, you don't want him to be successful against your hometown club, but you want to see the star, and you want to see your guys get him out.
You want to chirp, yeah, this isn't Daikin Field.
Yeah, we're a real ballpark. We got a real left field.
Here in where the Sacramento whatever's used to play.
Yeah, they're just going to call themselves Sacramento, I think I saw that.
No, they're just calling
the A's. They're just calling them A's. Yeah, they're just going to call themselves the A's.
They're not going to be in Sacramento for.
Yeah, you're right. I got that reversed. They're just going to call themselves the A's or the Athletics. They're not going to put a city name on them. I guess they think it's kind of stupid. They maybe learn
it's a temporary home, because this is stupid that they have to move into a temporary home.
Well, they have. It's not a great ballpark. They still have a ballpark they could play in until they move to their permanent home. Yes.
And I don't think they've even started on the Las Vegas.
No
ballpark.
They're like in step 4 of the bureaucracy of trying to get a ballpark built. Yeah, it feels
Good
like
luck, guys.
Yeah. Maybe they'll be the A's with no name for several years. I hope
that's on the table.
I hope it turns out like the Bobby Bonilla contract. We're like 12 years from now.
They just keep
they're still the A's. No, they're still the A's, and they still play in Sacramento. They're still the A's, and they're still waiting to get to Vegas.
I was thinking they just move around the West Coast minor league ballparks.
I don't need them barnstorming, but yeah, just stay in Sacramento. Call yourself the A's, and it's year 10 of the A's still playing in Sacramento, but they refuse to call themselves the Sacramento A's.
Eventually, they move their way down to Reno. They're like, we're so close. We're so close.
Sure, Barstow has a minor league ballpark they can play in. I'm just going to start naming random California cities you've never heard of and see how many places the A's can play in.
Carlsbad.
Too nice for the A's.
Oh,
I don't know if they have a minor league ballpark, but that's far too nice for the A's.
Yeah, that is. I think that's where Legoland is, or one of the.
No places in Orange County.
Well, Orange County already has a baseball team, Del.
The Dodgers.
The Anaheim A's.
No, the Dodgers, the LA Angels, but it's the Dodgers. That's still Orange County's baseball team. So there it is. Get excited. You got a
a pretty good roster according to one projection. You just need to find a way to fill in the gaps. Yeah, still the Myers McCormick penciled in outfield and almost pinned in. It's not comforting.
Where do you think they rank?
As far as outfielders, as far as just overall baseball
No,
players,
if they ranked every single baseball player,
projected what they're going to be in 2025,
and made a list, do you think it starts with a 2
for both of them?
For either
McCormick
of them?
probably not. I think he has shown enough that they would keep him in the 190s, 170 through 190.
Okay.
Jake, 200's on the list.
Okay.
200's,
but early in the 200, like 210.
well, if
right?
you hope he's a starting outfielder for a team who has championship aspirations. I would hope he's in the early 200s. Because perhaps if he's lower than that, he shouldn't be starting for you. Perhaps.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
So, I don't know what Fangraphs thinks of Jake Myers.
Yeah. Well, you know what? His defense. We're not taking account his defense.
Sure.
180.
Is that going to be his batting average?
Probably both.
The problem with the defensive thing is, but I got to watch you hit 4 times a game.
Yeah.
I understand that you might take a couple runs away over a 7-game stretch. You might make a couple big plays, but how many are you giving up because you can't deliver when it matters at the plate? I don't think it's going to balance out. Like the Jake Myers defensive plays aren't going to balance out with the number of times he doesn't come through with runners on.
The scales are not balanced there.
Yes.
He is more glove. I mean, when I had to go, maybe he's in the 290s because of his glove, or 190s because of his glove. That says all you need to know.
Yeah, you would have. I wish Thanos would blip Jake, since you're talking about balance. He'd come back later.
He doesn't deserve that. Who'd start center field for the Astros?
Pick a name. Well, doesn't matter. If Jake Myers is the confirmed option, starting option,
I guess
right now.
Chaz would just move over, unless he got blipped too.
Would I be against it? Look, Thanos, when you tell me to go for the head, no, I went for the heart because I knew you were going to get rid of Jake and Chaz. I knew what you were going to do, so I didn't go for that.
Imagine the blip national championship or the blip World Series. The Astros. We lost half our team. We lost the good half of our team.
So you're the Lions then.
Yeah. The Lions are the only team in the league that got blipped.
David Montgomery, done. So it's finally hitting the offense. It had been a thing where the defense was getting pummeled.
Entire defense.
Yeah. Now it's their first offense of guy, first big time contributor on offense is gone. I don't remember if he's Knuckles or whatever their nickname is for their backfield.
I believe he's Knuckles.
He's Knuckles. Knuckles is out for the year as the Lions drop a game to the Bills and keep losing players. So that's a team who will make the playoffs and will try to hang on for the 1 seed, but probably will be the 3rd favorite in their own division to make the Super Bowl when it's all said and done. I think people, as this goes on, will take the Packers and the Vikings, who won last night. The Vikings did in their game against the Bears. So here that is. If you want to get in on anything, 713-780-3776. We got a team in town who I don't think is winning a Super Bowl, but does have a game coming up here against the defending Super Bowl champions. We'll have word on Patrick Mahomes. He's got an injury that could hamper him and maybe make him unavailable. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We've gotten word on a particular aspect of the Christmas party. So if you're going to be at home and you can't get out there, there will be a camera focused on the show from 7 to 10, but there'll also be a camera focused on the game. So it'll be a split screen. You'll be able to see the reactions of John and Lance, who will likely be out of frame because they're going to be up and about, got no presence, no understanding of how it'll work. And then you'll have the cameras focused on the eggnog, all the other stuff. So we'll try to give you as good of an experience as possible if you're not going to be there. And Tony says this, one thing you're overlooking, because we talked about this earlier, is that if you go to Nick's place in person, you miss out on the thrill of over-modulated screaming into mics and the possibility of blowing your car speakers or eardrums. He's not wrong. It's a risk. Keep the volume down, particularly when you sense a game is coming. Or just a conversation about the Texans. It doesn't even have to really be about the games because, as I said, those guys don't really understand how a remote broadcast should sound. They're just all about themselves. Be ready is all I'm saying. Be ready for the experience. Christmas party next Monday out at Nick's place. I wish I could stay home. Not because I don't want to do a show. I wish I could show up at 10 is what I mean actually. I want to miss the 7 to 10 part of the show. Get there at 9:30, stay off to the side and get ready to do a show.
That's like hey, that's the last thing I have to do this year.
It really is. Like of all the things, because I got some things figured out where I'm going to actually stay in town this year. I'll take a trip later in February, but it's really the last obstacle for me.
Yeah. It's like having to take your last final exam.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm out after that.
7 to 10 show, the overdone, hey, Del wants a hug stuff that'll happen.
Oh yeah.
All of that stuff. Hey, give Del a hug. All that stuff. Got one more in me. One more obstacle in me before the new year. That's my cross to bear. All right. We'll get into some Texan stuff and I'll tell you about Patrick Mahomes. But first, let's hear from La Salsa. What's up?
Hey, the voice is Jelly.
It's not my name.
So, I had my nephew in the car, right? And the little mijo wants to know, what does a little fluffing up mean? You know, from 7 to 10 on the bench? A little fluffing up. What is it?
Well, first off, that's the second time in a matter of a week. Did he do it? He did it last week. So it's, or was it yesterday? I don't remember.
It might have been last
It might have been last week. So still within 7 days where you were taking care of your nephew that no one believes. No one believes that's true. You don't have to use that as a premise to get your joke off.
Also driving around
your
nephew at
when that happened, that
9:50.
was in the 9 o'clock hour. Why are you and your nephew in the car? Where are you going that you need to take him anyplace? Isn't school still going on at this point? Right? Christmas break hasn't started yet. He ain't driving around a college kid.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking college.
Yeah, he's driving. If my little mijo, you're driving around some kid who's 10 years old. Stop it. Stop with the lies. Yeah. Lance said he had to get a catheter.
And his request.
And his request from the nurse, which is just frankly sexual harassment. If we're just being real. So no one, that's a story on the air. Don't believe it happened. All right. No way that happened. And you know what fluffing it up means. Stop it. I mean, it's a term from like the 80s. I don't remember anyone's using it in a conversation in my lifetime, like in an actual real way.
No.
Other than people said it as a joke. You can hear it on the podcast late in the 9 o'clock hour.
If you want to.
Unless you have your nephew in the car. Then don't. Then don't do it.
Because then he might ask some uncomfortable questions.
About what that means. Coming from the guy who should be telling his nephew about how many times he's asked a radio host about the percentages of a actress winding up on OnlyFans. All right, the Patrick Mahomes stuff. High ankle sprain. And we had this discussion yesterday about whether Patrick Mahomes should play, whether Joe Mixon should play. We don't have any update on Joe Mixon and his status. But the high ankle sprain suggests that if the Chiefs were more prudent, they just play Carson Wentz. They do have a 2-game lead. They could sit Patrick Mahomes out a week, potentially win a game with your defense against this Texans offense that has not been good. Or even if you lose it, you still hold a 1-game lead and just win your final 2, and you hope Patrick Mahomes is ready to go in those. So, as a team who won 2 road playoff games last year, I don't think they're that concerned, but you clearly would want the path to go through Kansas City and the bye. This Patrick Mahomes play, he seems like the type who finds a way to get out there, even when you don't think he'll play. I think they're going to take this up to game time. He'll warm up with the intention of playing. That old Rappaport tweet. Patrick Mahomes is going to go out there and warm up with the intention of playing, and then they'll see how it goes. The Texans won't really know. He'll be questionable all week. He'll probably won't practice tomorrow or Thursday. He'll get out there for the walkthrough on Friday, and we'll hear that he's limited in practice, and then we'll have the next 24 hours or so to figure out if Patrick Mahomes will get out there heavily taped to play. I think that's how it's going to go. That's how the Chiefs will treat. They have no incentive to make an announcement early, and we'll see how the Texans treat Joe Mixon. I mean, they could just put Patrick Mahomes in the shotgun and not force him to get away from center if it's that bad. How the Texans do with Joe Mixon, there's really no hiding an ankle issue, if that is the case, or whatever it might be, that we saw him coming in and out of the game after the early non-called hip drop tackle by Jordan Brooks against the Dolphins. So,
if I'm the Chiefs, though, like, I just give Mahomes the extra time.
I would too.
And play on Wednesday. Like, if he's close on Saturday, just rest him, play him on Wednesday.
I would too. Because I think they're good enough defensively to go win a game 13-10 against the Texans.
That too.
I think they're good enough to do that at home.
As long as Wentz doesn't turn the ball over.
Yes. Well, we saw the Texans weren't really capable of scoring at home unless they were given short fields or by turnovers or by special teams plays.
Yeah.
That's 1 week. Who's to say it translates to the next week? But they are playing a better defense on the road in cold weather. So you lean Chiefs defense having the advantage there, particularly if Joe Mixon is hobbled. Reese, you want to talk Mahomes? We will get to that. Hold through the break. We'll get to that. And anyone else, as I said, always get in with what you want. 713-780-3776. But before we do all that, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And it is Pickmas, folks. You can get in on the action right now and win up to 1,000 times your money on Pickmas. They're also offering a 99% discount on Nikola Jokic's points total for his game on Christmas Day against the Phoenix Suns. If he scores more than 1/2 of a point, which I like his chances to score more than 1/2 of a point on Christmas Day, you have a free square in your lineup right there. So you can pair it up with whatever bowl game you like, whatever other Christmas Day game you like, or maybe some of the Friday and Saturday college football playoff games. Whatever you want, you can do it on Prize Picks. You can use promo code MAPES right now and get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We will get into some transfer portal stuff because people asked, would a player sit out a playoff game? Well, one will. He's not a starter, but he does get snaps in situations, so we'll get to that. But let's get to the Chiefs quarterback and Reese. He wants to talk about Patrick Mahomes. What's up, Reese?
Hey, Dale, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, the reason I called in, man, me and my wife made a decision to buy my son ticket to this game. He's 7. He loves Patrick Mahomes. So we spent $2,600. Man, I bought clear backpacks, electric hand warmers, because the temperature's going to be in the 20s or something like that. And I just can't believe this is so disheartening. We're going to fly out Saturday morning. He doesn't even know. We're going to get up Saturday morning and take him to the airport and tell him there, and then take him to the game and then come back that night. And to find out that he might not play, oh, man. It's like I feel like I wasted almost $3,000.
That's rough, man. I get it. It's around Christmas time. You want to see your kid watch his best player play, and you're at the mercy of how his ankle responds. So he's not a Chiefs fan. He's a Patrick Mahomes fan. So he won't enjoy just watching the Chiefs plays. Okay. Yeah.
Well, he might enjoy CJ Stroud. I don't know.
Okay.
But he's a huge Patrick Mahomes fan.
I don't know what you do. I'm not a parent. I know you made a big decision to get all this done. I'm going to say I hope he plays, although it doesn't help the Texans. But for your sake, I hope he gets out there, because that's rough. That's a lot of money to have your kid's best player not even show up because of something out of your control.
All right, man. I just want to throw that out.
I appreciate that, Reese.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Yeah. What to do? And he's going to wait. Hey, we're going to go up to Kansas City. Be excited. Because there's no point in telling him now.
No.
Right? Because you're going to the game anyway, because you've already paid. The flight's been paid for. Maybe he gets an autograph, because Patrick Mahomes will do that before the game. Maybe that's the best you can do if he doesn't play.
Yeah. Make one of those signs.
And Patrick Mahomes is like, oh, I feel so bad. Give him a jersey. Hey, Sean's has the right idea. You got like those 2 kids who flew from Argentina to watch Jimmy Butler play. And they did it a couple times. I think they might have done to Steph Curry too, where, hey, we came all the way, because they set it up like one kid was a huge fan of Jimmy Butler. The other kid was a huge fan of another player. Hey, we came all the way from Argentina or wherever they were from, and Jimmy Butler's not playing. And then, Jimmy was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry for my sickness, because I went to go watch a tennis match the night before. That's a different scenario, but Jimmy's done that in the past.
I will say in the NBA, it's a little different.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more like, this guy really could play.
Yeah. This one, we saw him get hurt. So do you create the sign? And we flew all the way from Houston to show up. You got to change the city.
Or maybe just say mileage.
Well, people will investigate if you lie. People will look into your story. So just tell the truth.
Or just we flew whatever the distance from Kansas City to Houston is.
Yeah, whatever. My kid's a big Patrick Mahomes fan. It's the first time watching him in person, and Pat's not healthy. And maybe the Chiefs will see it. It'll get on their social media. Patrick Mahomes will see it. He'll get you a signed jersey. He'll take a picture with your son.
We flew over 700 miles.
Yeah, that don't hit the same.
Yeah, you really need a comma in there.
Yeah. You gotta, yes, but you can't lie, because they will rip you apart. Everyone will look into you. So don't lie, but make the sign. But don't mention the miles.
Yeah.
Maybe
I was really hoping for a bigger number there.
If this isn't your kid's first NFL game, you tell that lie, because I don't know how they.
That's harder to fact.
That's harder to kind of look into. It's my kid's first NFL game, and he wants to see his favorite player, Patrick Mahomes, and then you get the sob story going, and maybe Mahomes will come over there and help you out.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I think that's if you find out Saturday morning, go to whatever their version of Hobby Lobby is, so you can make your sign. Get the right materials to make your sign, and let everyone know. Of course, you got to have your kid in the Mahomes jersey. You know what would sell it?
The hair?
Nah, don't be Dylan Raiola. Don't be weird.
I mean, they surely they sell wigs, which is the
Nah, you show you're a real fan and get him in a Tech jersey.
Texas Tech Mahomes
Yeah.
jersey. There you go.
And make sure, because Mahomes is now he's an Adidas guy, and just this year Tech went to Adidas. You get yourself an Adidas Mahomes jersey, not the Under Armour one that he actually played in. You get the Adidas one with his logo on it that looks like a Spartan helmet, but it's like a PM.
P&M.
Yeah. You gotta go all in, Reese, which I know you spent like $2,600. It's gonna cost you more.
Yeah, he's like, thanks, Dell.
Look, the Hobby Lobby stuff.
Now I have to overnight a Patrick Mahomes jersey.
Make sure it gets there by Friday or whenever you fly up. The Hobby Lobby stuff won't cost you so much, but the other stuff to sell it, yeah, or he'll just play. That might work out for you.
But yeah, this is to hedge your bets against,
Just to have your kid get a great experience by maybe actually meeting Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
that might help. Hey, we think they're treating Brittany unfairly. Maybe have the sign like that. Be all in on the Mahomes family. Your brother's not so bad.
Well, that's how you get Jackson Mahomes to come over and sign something.
Jackson's great too. You have multiple signs. I don't know. I hope it works out for you, Reese. Him not playing helps the Texans, but honestly, they may lose no matter who's playing quarterback for the Chiefs. So I hope your kid gets to watch his favorite player play. Would be an awesome experience. Or you can spend an afternoon in 20-degree temperatures watching Carson Wentz play quarterback. There are levels to this. All right. We will come back with more. We'll get to hour 2. If you have a kid on the verge of a disappointing Christmas experience, you can call in too. It is the holidays.
We're open up the phone lines for that?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully you're not the reason they're going to have a disappointing Christmas. It was the Browns defensive line who may ruin it for Reese's kid. But I hope not. Hopefully he gets to watch Mahomes in person. All right. We are done with hour 1. Hour 2, we'll come back with more. Chandler Rome and his thoughts on how the Astros may attack the post-Alex Bregman era, and more from Sean. And we'll also get into this. I mentioned it before we got to Reese. College football playoffs. Players are opting out. Players who aren't going to be involved very much are saying, you know what, I got to go find my next place. And when you have a backup quarterback who you use in short yardage, it could hurt you. And James Franklin has thoughts on that. So we'll get to that in hour 2. We will be back. So we are at a point now with a 12-team playoff where if you care enough about Army, Navy, and the Heisman Trophy, there will be no breaks in the football season from August 31st to what? January 20th? When's the championship game? Is that the
January 20th.
January 20th? So we had championship weekend 2 Saturdays ago. Army, Navy, plus the Heisman this past Saturday, and now playoff games coming up here on Friday and Saturday. I mean, for the college football fan, the lack of long breaks between games that are meaningful is great. We don't have to pretend like we care about what's happening in the Bahamas Bowl or what's happening in a bowl game in Tucson on Arizona's campus where they don't even like change the field. Hey, we're not gonna repaint this field. You can play on the bare downfield. That's the type of interest these bowl games have, where we're not even gonna do anything to make it special. The Arizona logo will sit there. We might put like a logo at the 25 that let people know it's a different bowl game, but we're not gonna change the field for the game.
We'll put R&L Carrier somewhere in the Superdome.
So but that's about it.
At the New Orleans Bowl.
Because the Saints have a game in 2 days.
Yeah.
So
Jake Hayner's going to be here.
Then we saw Spencer Rattler too. So in that game. So for us, it's great. For a coach like James Franklin, where he's got to deal with the transfer portal opening and closing, and that coinciding with preparation for a playoff game, not great. His backup quarterback, who they have used in short yardage, opts out because I can't play for this team, and I gotta still look for my next spot because Drew Aller's coming back. So here's something I edited. It's a longer clip, but this is about 50 seconds from James Franklin on the problems the portal and the playoff cause.
We talked last week, had no intentions of leaving, but we got problems in college football, and I can give you my word. Bo Prabula did not want to leave our program, and he did not want to leave our program until the end of the season. But the way the portal is and the timing of it and the way our team is playing, and when you play the position of quarterback and there's only one spot and those spots are filling up, he felt like he was put in a no-win situation, and I agree with him.
So you're a backup quarterback and go, okay, you still have your starter. But as I said, Prabula is a guy they used in big situations. So they lose a part of their team that they would use in a playoff game. If it's 3rd and 1 and you need to go get a first down, he was a guy they might use. And now he's not going to be a part of their team going forward. That's rough. I mean, even with this show hating on James Franklin and Penn State, he is not wrong to talk about there's an issue. And I think he went on to say that they need someone to be in charge of college football. Good luck getting anyone to agree to that. Like, we're going to put one person in charge, and that person won't have a bias towards a certain conference and so on and so forth. I don't think anyone's going to subscribe to that notion of having a president of college football. There are too many differing voices and too many different agendas to have that happen.
It's also like, I'm not really sure what the fix is here with the.
Because they put the windows in place to take pressure off the coaches.
It's also, this is the end of the fall semester.
Yeah.
So if this is still going to be school, if they're still going to pretend that this is connected to an academic calendar, then they kind of need to register for classes before January.
Yeah.
At their new school. Like that is kind of the point of all this, so they can then do spring practices.
Yeah, this would have only affected, well, we know in the past 4 teams who would have had to deal with this, because if you're looking to get out, you don't care about the aforementioned bowl games that I talked about.
This would have affected Penn State, but it would have affected them in the whatever bowl, in the Outback Bowl.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have affected them that much. Like, oh no, we don't have Bo Perbula on 4th and 1 in the Outback Bowl. It doesn't have the same impact. So it's just a product of the changing landscape of the playoff, and you've got differing parties putting rules in place that aren't working together to make sure there's not any conflict. And here we are.
I will say though that the team that they're playing, their backup quarterback Preston Stone, who was the starter, then got benched early in the year. He's going to be the backup for the game. Devin Brown put his name in the portal. The Ohio State backup quarterback who wears number 33.
We've talked about him. Yes,
he's good. He's still taking the number 2 snaps.
Yeah.
For Ohio State. So like, you can go into portal
and still play in the game.
Still play in the game. Like, that's not illegal, guys.
Yes,
like, you can still do that.
Not exactly sure why Perbula.
Even that. Either that's a choice that Perbula made, or that was a choice that James Franklin made.
Said we don't want you on the team if you're going to be.
Yeah, some coaches
in the
do
portal.
That. Some coaches,
but he said that he didn't have any intention of leaving, but he had to go look for his next spot. So, as you mentioned, you bring up good points where that is happening for other playoff teams, and those guys aren't going anywhere. So I'm not sure what went down there. Maybe those guys have confirmed spots; they don't have to worry. I don't know, but I don't know the difference, honestly.
Yeah, no, it has to be
someone made a decision
choice
that I didn't want to be around.
Yeah, personal choice by either the quarterback or the coach that led to this, and and then to act like we need someone in charge. What would like, let's just say, like, Nick Saban's always the like example of like a college football commissioner. What would Nick Saban do in this situation? Like, what is the like? Either you just say like, hey, you can't portal anymore, and you have to portal before the summer. Is that the fix everyone's looking for?
Yeah,
Is
right
that
after spring.
There's no winter window.
Yeah.
And does James Franklin want that? Because that means the transfers that he's getting transferred in can't do spring practice.
Yeah, and you're not always going to be a playoff team, so you wouldn't even be greatly affected by this. It's affecting at most 12 teams as far as who are still vying for a national title. I don't think there really is a fix with the lack of gaps between really the season and the playoff starting.
And you have like Arizona State, who isn't playing until New Year's because they have a bye, and their coach Kenny Dillingham is like, no, I told the guys if they want to go in the portal, do it. We'll try. We'll keep it keep the relationship positive, but you're still are going to practice and play, and we want to finish the season together. And guess what? They're going to have guys that are in the portal that probably have their next destination that are going to play in their playoff game.
Yeah, it really is no different than the NFL or any other
or soccer
or that too,
where guys know that they're leaving and they play half the season.
You mentioned the winter portal the window. Well, we have in international soccer, MLS too, except their calendar's different, where you have the January window coming up, and guys know I'm going to go all out for my team, but I know that as long as the team gets the right deal as far as a transfer fee, I'm going to a different club. And Alex Bregman played his heart out for the Astros, knowing full well that he was unlikely to come back.
Yeah.
So it happens in the NFL,
Kyle Tucker,
baseball. It all happens. It happens across all the major sports, and as we continue to say that it's pro sports now anyway, it could happen on the college level. And Sean has given you examples of somehow, some way, those schools figuring it out. For whatever reason, Penn State decided, along with Perbula, that it wasn't going to happen here. You were not going to be on the roster and practice and play potentially if you wanted out. So don't know why James Franklin is having the issue, but it seems like a you problem, James Franklin, because other schools are figuring it out. If a player was valued and was a contributor, they're going to get to play.
Yeah.
And they're willing to play, even though they're looking for their next spot.
Yeah. I mean, the only fix is that the only fix to kind of keep it as is that you stop worrying about the academic calendar and whatever that entails with these guys, which probably means you make them at least contractors at the very least, if not employees, and then they don't have to go to class. Like that's how that so many problems would get fixed if they just actually just made them employees of the school.
Yeah, I
Because
wonder.
then you could sign with contracts and they wouldn't transfer after their freshman year. Like you could, a lot of things would get figured out if
Sorry,
they're just
the illusion of amateurism has to
okay.
remain. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
can't have.
I have to pretend that Bo Perbula just finished his finals, and that's when he was like, you know what? Now I want to further my education at a MAC school.
Sorry, I can't have Ryan Williams stop going to class at 17 years old and just play football until he's 20 or 19 and then head off to the NFL. We can't have that on the college level. We got to pretend
Yeah.
like the kid who's.
But we can have that at the NBA level. That's fine.
We got to pretend like the kid who had on his eye black said kill everyone. We got to pretend like the 3 years he spends going to class at Alabama means a lot when he's going to be, as long as he stays healthy,
Yeah.
a likely first round pick.
He needs a sports and physical science degree.
Or at least go to classes as if
For
he
3
wants
years,
to get
and
one,
then,
then leave. And then I promise my mom I'm
Really-
going to come back and get it later.
Really, 2.5 years.
Yeah,
I had classes with Mo Bamba in college. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Attendance was scarce.
Yeah,
in the spring
a
semester.
3 and out kid on the college football ain't showing up to class past December. Unless you're a special case, but then you got to get ready for the draft. So it doesn't really happen that much. Okay. James Franklin, after some dissection and some great examples by Sean, figure it out. Other people have. Stop your whining.
It's just the easiest win in the world for college football coaches to be like, something needs to change. And then provide just I'm in an inconvenient situation. We need things to change to make it a convenient situation for me. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? And we're talking about in the break, we have guys actually playing in the Pop-Tart Bowl. Like Cam Ward, for some reason, is going to play in a bowl game. The Colorado guys, for some reason, are going to play in the
And
Alabama
Dion
Bowl.
told everyone that was happening weeks ago.
For whatever reason, I don't know why these guys are all of a sudden playing in these bowl games. But if anything, that is a situation where it feels like nature is healing a little bit. But it's also Pop-Tart Bowl and Alabama Bowl, which are great bowl games, but no one really cares.
Or part of the NIL deal was
we need you in that Pop-Tart Bowl.
You're playing in this bowl game. Or maybe they negotiated.
Yeah, maybe Cam Ward's going to be in a Pop-Tarts commercial. We don't know.
Who knows? Maybe, hey, you want an extra $50K playing the game? We want to get to 11 wins, playing the game. Who knows? We don't know. I don't know how altruistic it all is. That's some behind the scenes stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if negotiations were had to get some stars to play in the game.
Then get Bro Perbula to play in the first round of the playoff game.
Yeah, James Franklin.
This is a lot of crying for Bo Perbula, I will say.
James Franklin probably said, "You know what? I don't like that you're leaving, and I'm not going to have you on the roster."
He's just gonna have Tyler Warren run the Wildcats.
Perbula said it. One of the two. They could have figured it out, but they didn't.
He'll just have the tight end run the Wildcat stuff like they do anyway.
Yeah, but you want the option of having Perbula on the roster. We talked about how it doesn't differ very much from free agents, impending free agents on the pro level playing and then leaving. Well, we'll get to what the Astros' plan is if the Bregman stuff follows what it feels like its natural conclusion, where he's playing for a different team. Chandler Rome spoke about the Astros' plan. We'll hear from him when we come back. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag right now to put a bet in. And wasn't specific because they'll take a bet on pretty much everything from the NFL. We had 2 Monday night games last night to college football. The playoffs are coming up here, and some nondescript bowl games you can put money down on. NCAA, basketball, the NHL, it's all there for you to take a look. We've got the NBA Cup title being decided tonight. Maybe you like the Thunder. Check out MyBookie and place a bet. MyBookie.ag is a website. Use that promo code BET975 to take advantage of all they have to offer. And remember, they match up to $1,000. So you're new or experienced, no matter what you put in up to $1,000, they will match that and make your money go further. Just remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
As it stands, the Astros outfield isn't getting anyone excited. They got questions on the infield, too. With Bregman's likely departure, they'll have at least a new body at third and maybe a new body at first. Here is Chandler Rome yesterday talking about the Astros' plan if it doesn't include Alex Bregman.
Suffice to say that these negotiations with Nolan, with the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado kind of started at the winter meetings. They checked in, and then things slowly started to intensify. And I think it should be noted, too, that while they are talking about Nolan Arenado, the Astros do have Isaac Paredes on their team now. It was in the Kyle Tucker trade. Third base is his best position. So even if they can't get Bregman and if they can't get the Arenado deal done for whatever reason, they do have a fallback plan, so to speak, with Isaac Paredes, who has a swing built for Minute Maid Park, is a dead pull hitter. They wanted him very badly at the deadline last year. The Cubs outbid them at the end, but the Astros were going to play Isaac Paredes at first base last year had they gotten him at the trade deadline. So if Bregman or Arenado does end up in Houston, that's an easy kind of switch. Just put Isaac Paredes at first, and then you've got third base open for whoever you get.
It's
So while the Astros are tweeting John Singleton bat flips, if the Arenado deal goes their way, and as you heard, Chandler Rome not completely ruling out Alex Bregman returning, Paredes and Arenado, 50th best player in baseball at first, Sean.
Where's Arenado on that list?
I did not really focus on him or see him. So I will go back. I'm not saying he wasn't on the list.
Okay.
I just did not look and see what Cardinals were there.
So if you would have told me before this offseason that they would at least legitimately try to replace Alex Bregman, and I think Arenado is kind of close to Bregman's production at the plate, better fielder than he is at third base, and that they were going to address first base.
You mean Bregman's a better fielder?
Arenado's a better fielder.
Are we talking about a Gold Glover in Alex Bregman that you're downplaying?
I mean, Arenado's like a multiple-time Gold Glover.
What about the most recent season?
Okay.
All right, then.
But you're dealing with the guy who, let's just say, is a draw at third base defense.
Thank you.
And a first baseman who is not John Singleton, I'd been like, awesome, cool. And then if you would have told me, but the plan is to start Chaz, Jake Myers, and who knows in left field for the entire season, like that's your starters, then I'd be out. I actually think that outfield is a more pressing need than corner infield at this point. After getting Paredes, I'm okay with Paredes, Singleton, if they then get the Nolan Arenado of the outfield. Whoever that is, just get a outfield bat who is not Mauricio Dubon, Jake Myers, or Chaz McCormick.
He is not on the top 100 list. Oof. This top 100 list, at least.
Tough.
So you don't mind the age and what's left on the contract. That is a lot of concern. They think.
Oh no, I don't love that.
The declining player, the age, and the name Jose Abreu is being invoked quite a bit with this deal.
Yeah,
if you have the trade for him.
It's another 3-year commitment to a guy who is kind of not falling off a cliff, but falling down a hill. Maybe it's
rolling. Maybe not falling
down a hill.
Slowly rolling down the hill.
So yeah, I have my issues with it. Again, if you had told me before the offseason, if I didn't know that they made the Tucker trade, I would have been like, cool, all right. But I think with the Tucker trade, you need to focus more of the commitment or more of the resource commitments to the outfield.
So Abreu won the MVP in the
2020
in the COVID shortened year in 2020.
Yes, and then they signed him in 23 was his first year.
23 was his first year. 24 was the disaster, and now 25 he's still in the books.
Yes.
Arenado finished third in the MVP voting in 2022. So 2 years later,
He
you
might
want
be
to
an
acquire the older player who's coming off his, at least his, as far as acclaim this year. He finished top 3 earlier in his career as well. So I can
Has
see
he finished top 3 since he won MVP or?
who, Arenado?
Yes.
He's never won an MVP. He did finish. I was giving the closest he came to winning. It was, and it corresponds to how the Abreu thing went.
Yeah.
2 years after either winning the MVP or finishing high up in the MVP voting, the Astros want to acquire a older, appears to be declining player.
As someone who's not still producing at that
Yes.
MVP or top 3, top
Yes.
5 MVP
And
level.
they want him on the books for 3 years.
Listen, if the Cardinals are eating a good amount of that
that's
contract,
the stuff we have to figure
I'm
out.
okay with that.
What's the
or
negotiation?
if it's a Presley, which is hard to make it Presley for Arenado because they both have no trade clauses, and that's just like a hard deal to swing to get not just 2 teams to agree to a trade, but also 2 players to agree to be traded. But if it is coming at some sort of discount, then I'm more open-minded to it. I still don't love it. I'd still just ask the question, why not just re-sign Alex Bregman?
Well, you know why.
I know, but still, why not? I get that we're worried about year 5, 6, and 7 in the potential Bregman trade. I'd be worried about year 1, 2, and 3 in the Arenado trade. I'd be worried about his production immediately.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Half a decade down the road.
But the Astros, I guess, would tell you it would be worth taking on the risk because of the price tag, as opposed to maybe they don't think Alex Bregman is worth what he's asking for to start. We have to take that into account. Maybe they don't think he's worth the yearly amount he's asking for, period, from start to finish. And they definitely don't want to deal with it when he's a clearly declining player.
I would ask, why was he batting like 3rd in your lineup then? If you don't think he's
like, they're like, hey,
worth that money?
That's a Spada decision.
Okay. Just raise my hand. Okay.
The Crane Brown Bagwell decision is he ain't worth $30 million in year 1 of the deal. Forget about year 5 and 6. Hey, Arenado, get the Cardinals to take a little bit of money. I know it ain't the best option, but it'll cost about half or maybe less than half of what Bregman's going to cost over the first 3 years. We're good. We're good with taking that risk. And have you heard
those Crawford boxes? You'd love to hit a.
So we're using that for him too?
He's right-handed.
Okay.
Just anyone who's right-handed and has some power.
Yeah.
Imagine how much more power they'd have playing half their game.
You know, I love to just sign great players. Now we're doing the Crawford boxes merchants.
Well, because for some reason we the Astros are forcing us to not fully approach the game like we're the Rays and the A's and these teams that have to like maximize at the margins and like, okay, so if we just build it just perfectly where he never has to face a left-handed pitcher, and then for lefties we have this other guy who only faces left-handed pitch, that for some reason, and again, we're talking about Nolan Arenado, who's going to make about $20 million a year for the next 3 years, so they're not actually the A's and Marlins, like they're spending a little bit more money.
You've heard 5th in payroll.
Yes, but you are still having to, well, you know how we maximize this guy. This guy's undervalued because all the other teams in the league don't play with an outfield,
yeah, but
with
what
a
about,
left field that's 310 feet.
What about the 70 games he'll play on the road this year?
You know, some of those will be in Fenway, so that helps.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Great. We're in the realm of this guy can't get his own shot without a screen, but we want to sign him. In basketball terms, yeah, I know he can't get his own shot off, can't beat anyone off the dribble.
3-and-D is still valuable, Dal.
Well, I guess that's what Arenado would be. Third base and defense.
Yeah.
3-and-D.
Yeah.
There it is. So that's where the Astros stand right now. Bregman likely gone. Arenado an option if he even wants to be here. Let's throw that in. No indication that he wants to be here, but the teams are talking. So I guess if they can sell him, maybe that deal gets done. Well, we're still in a holding pattern there. 6 players in the top 50, though.
Doesn't matter, Dal. 6 players in the top 50, Dal.
And if Jordan's not playing in the outfield, do they have any players in the top 200?
Oh, in the outfield?
Yeah.
Yes.
McCormick.
One of them snags a 180s to 190s spot.
It's very low, but it still works. Because
I think we take it more personally because we have to watch them every day. I think there's a lot of teams that are starting Chaz McCormick and Jake Myers.
It's true. And it's not reality to think that every time there's a big moment, Jake Myers is at the plate for it. Like, we really need someone to come through. Of course, it's Jake Myers. That's not reality.
Yeah, sometimes it's Kyle Tucker striking out in the playoffs with the bases loaded. Sometimes it's that.
And we got rid of that problem.
Good.
To replace it with a worse player.
But who has the clutch gene? Maybe.
I hope they're good enough in the regular season for us to find out.
Chaz has the clutch gene.
I hope.
I'm giving Chaz the clutch gene.
All right, Skip.
For that one catch that he made in the Philly series.
All right, Skip Bayless. We'll see. As I said, I hope they're good enough in the regular season for us to be commenting on their lack or their actual clutchness in the playoffs. That'd be nice to make the playoffs again. We will come back with more. We got a couple more segments to go on the show before we wrap it up. We'll get to Ime Udoka. Told a former star, it's not you, it's me. We'll talk about that when we come back. And I understand it. Sometimes you want to let someone down easy. You don't want to say it in their face. But it does feel like Ime was trying to soften the blow of telling a player, we don't really want you here. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Leading into the 2023 offseason, the thought was that there's a real possibility that James Harden would be a Rocket again. There appeared to be mutual interest from the reporting. Now, the Rockets had a lot of cap space. James Harden was looking for a lot of money. It all felt like that was going to happen, and some people were welcoming it. Hey, let's be relevant again. Other people were like, no, enough. We don't want to go through that again. Well, if you were part of that second group, Ime Udoka should be someone you're thanking. He was positioned as the person who stepped in and said no to James Harden. And in a story on the Athletic, he told Sam Amick this: my main thing for us was what fits best with our young guys to continue to grow. But also out of respect for James, you're at the stage where you want to win, and we're not there yet. And it wasn't just James. I had 5 to 6 veteran guys who were championship level teams who want to come, and I said the same to all of them. It feels a lot like, hey, you're not the problem. We're the problem. You're great. You're going to find someone great. I'm just not ready.
At this point in my life.
Yes, I am not at a point in my life where I can give you what you want.
Yes.
You're a great person. Anyone would be lucky to be with you, James. I just can't provide you with what you deserve. And I just didn't tell James that. I told 5 to 6 other guys that who went to championship teams.
Who else could
he have been talking to?
Like, I know Kyrie Irving was a free agent that year.
Yes.
So I'm just going to assume he told that to Kyrie Irving.
The Rockets proved they weren't unwilling to give the bag to guys who may have underperformed before they got to the Rockets. Like Dylan Brooks his name was Mud.
Yeah.
Coming off that playoff series.
He got the rare, this team will have him back under his current team will re-sign him under no circumstance.
While their season was still going, that came out. And Fred VanVleet, Toronto was in a transition period. They weren't looking to compete. They weren't going to be willing to give Fred VanVleet a lot of money to come back. So he took a giant deal as far as yearly earnings. Dylan Brooks got his money. So who else could they have been talking about? Because it feels like to me that there are a lot of guys bag hunting, and he may have to step in and go, hey, he couldn't come out and go, hey, we ain't going to pay you. We don't think you're worth it. We're just not in a spot for you that fits what you want to be right now.
Do you think it was more like, hey, James Harden, just for your sake, I hope you know that I'm going to have to be screaming at you to play defense every practice? For your sake, I don't think you want that.
Well, Ime was in Brooklyn. Was he there for the short time that James Harden was there? Because if he was, he would have firsthand knowledge of the James Harden experience.
They might have overlapped.
Do
you think, I'm looking at the 2023 free agents, do you think he told Patrick Beverley that, hey, go sign for a championship contender like the Philadelphia 76ers?
You would assume, if we're not listening to Russell Westbrook, who's saying Pat Beverley out there just fooling y'all, that he would fit the profile of a guy who wants to play defense and not be very, wouldn't be a lot of overhead with Patrick Beverley. He just go out there, play defense, muck it up, annoy people on the other team, and that'd be it. I don't know Patrick Beverley's personality, and I don't know how good of a teammate he is. So Ime Udoka was the assistant coach for the Nets before James got there. He was there for 1 year.
I was going to say, because 2020, 2021 was the year that he got traded. Was the year that Harden got traded to the Nets.
You said 2021?
The COVID year and 21. He got traded in January of 2021.
Okay. So that would mean Ime was there. Ime was there from the 2021 season.
Yeah, so I know. That's saying 20 so many times.
Yeah, it's annoying. He spent about half a year with James Harden.
Okay.
So he was there for that team.
So he told James Harden that. He told Kyrie Irving that. Do you think he told Nikola Vucevic that?
Well, they wanted a shooting big Brooke Lopez was the guy they wanted.
They actually, but the thing is, they actually wanted to sign Brooke Lopez. So
Yes.
Ime didn't say.
He didn't say it to Brooke Lopez.
He didn't say to Brooke Lopez.
Brooke Lopez told it to them. Actually, I want to be on a championship level team. Of course, the Bucks didn't turn out to be that, but he wanted to be there.
He was the center of a championship winning team 2 years ago. And Ime was like, I'm just not going to tell them that we're not going to win a championship.
Yeah, I didn't think. Yeah. So he was willing to give certain veterans a lot of money. James Harden just didn't fit the profile of someone he wanted to give money to. So if you're signing
Kyle Kuzma, sorry, but we're not ready.
So if you're signing Brooke Lopez to a big deal, which is what they wanted to do, how good do they think they were capable of being? They're handing out a lot of deals to like mid-level veterans, not stars, not guys you point to and say they're elevating your roster to championship level. They thought they wanted to be a playoff team, I think, last year.
Yeah, I think what their idea was to basically sign like high level role players and have the young guys step up and be stars of this. And like these guys raise the floor of teams,
and
so
hopefully the other guys raise the ceiling.
That going from Kevin Porter Jr. to Fred VanVleet, going from KJ Martin to Dylan Brooks, like that would be the boost that you get. And yeah, I think a lot of the issues on offense is just that the Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, they're not, and Jabari Smith, the three starters that are the young guys, they're not quite ready to actually run a efficient offense night in, night out.
No.
They're plenty talented enough. They're just not consistent enough to do it.
And their lows can be really, really low.
They don't have the like, hey, it's not my night, let me just do this, to like the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like you look at his field goal percentage in the Rockets Thunder game on Saturday, and his field goal percentage was very Fred VanVleet was very Jalen Green.
But he got to the line.
He got to the line 15 times.
And the Rockets don't have anyone on their roster who could do that in any consistent way. So they go down, but Ime Udoka pulled the "I'm not good for you" card,
and he not just
when it came to James Harden and others.
He did that to Austin Reeves. Maybe he did that.
You're just kind of start.
Kyle Kuzma.
I don't think he had. You're at how many now? I think he said 5 or 6. Have you gotten to 6 yet?
Mo
or are you
Wagner.
over 6? You're just naming free agents.
Goran Dragic, who didn't sign with an NBA team.
Now you're at double digits, I think. I don't think he said to Goran Dragic.
Okay. Russell Westbrook probably said it to Russell Westbrook. Being serious, he probably said it to him.
Either way, as far as the big name, the one that was mentioned, he made the right choice. He made the right choice.
Because I've seen some comparisons between their stats.
I'm not saying Fred VanVleet's a better player than James Harden. I just don't believe James Harden should have been the fulcrum for the new way the Rockets wanted to run things.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not arguing about who's the better player.
I agree with you. I'm making a bad faith argument. By look at all the things that he does better. Never mind the fact that we all remember when James Harden was here and the culture that was around this team.
It was great.
And maybe do you want to teach a 22-year-old who's nowhere near as good as James Harden that, hey, this is how you can do things in the NBA?
I didn't want Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green in the same backcourt because I didn't know what Kevin Porter Jr. would be accused of doing, but I knew one of them was going to be a bad influence on the other. I didn't know exactly who. I just knew it wasn't a great formula. So I definitely didn't want James Harden here as an older player who would probably be more influential in teaching Jalen Green the ways of an NBA star. It all worked out. James is in LA. He's home. And the Rockets have a good basketball team and don't have to deal with that particular brand of Lil Baby and Honey Buns.
I am glad that we don't have to deal with Lil Baby.
Sure, he's a fine individual. I just don't need a story about your star showering a rapper with honey buns. Or was that the other way around? I'm not sure exactly how that went, but honey buns were involved.
I forgot what direction the honey buns were
going. Either way, honey buns were involved and giving a dude a Prada bag. Whatever. We're good here. We got a good basketball team, flawed, but good. And the Rockets will be back in action later in the week because we've got Emirates NBA Cup action, the final tonight, Thunder and Bucks. We got
It's
one
gonna
more.
be hard to watch, Just
Well,
the emotions are still so raw.
it won't be that hard. I have decided not to watch. It won't be. So I will be fine. I think you can make that decision and be fine too. We got one more segment to go before we get out of here for the day. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. It's Christmas time. Now, we had a father talk about what he's doing for his son, taking him to Kansas City to hopefully, in his case, watch the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes play. Maybe you don't want to go to Kansas City. Maybe you just want to go to Pasadena and check out a Chevy. You can do that at Monument Chevrolet. Check out the website, monumentchevrolet.com, or head on out there to the dealership in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And the best thing about the website and being on site is the prices don't change. Once you check out what you want and you see that price, once you head out there, it'll be the same, whether it be a Silverado or Colorado or a Trax. You are not going to be shocked by a price change when you actually see your vehicle in person. So they have a large inventory of the best Chevys, and they're beautiful. I was out there a couple weeks ago. Checked out the Chevy Blazer, beautiful car in their lot. You can go out there too. The best part about going out there is they're a family. They've been in business for 50 years, so they're going to treat you like family because they understand. It's not just when you buy the car. You're going to come there for service. You're going to come there just for anything that pops up. They're going to take care of you because they understand. They want you there for life. They want you to be part of their family as long as you have that car because they want to sell one to you. And maybe you might want to have to buy one for your daughter or your son. They want you to understand they're going to take care of your entire family because of their great salespeople. And their salesperson of the week is William. William is their salesperson. You might see him walking around with the belt. All that means is he's done the best job that week. And congratulate William when you see him out there. So check out all they have to offer, from the deals that are celebrating the 50 years in the business to whether you want to check out an electric vehicle or a Chevy Silverado 2024 1500 Crew Cab. All out there for you at Monument Chevrolet. Just remember, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Center back will blast it long and ask Kissel to get in a foot race with Bamford. Kissel may win, and he does! Can he win the national championship? 1v1 against Yannick! Oh my gosh, they do it! Don't call them Cinderella! You can call them national champs! For the first time ever!
I'm going to jump in here because he doesn't say another word. That's Dalen Cuff, who was a play-by-play man for the College Cup final. And I heard that call and thought to myself, now the visuals help him because you're watching Vermont beat Marshall. And why that matters, maybe doesn't matter to you that much, but it is a giant upset in college soccer. I think Vermont hadn't won a team title on the national level other than like maybe skiing or something. It's Vermont. They're not going to win a lot of major titles in NCAA, but they win that one. So I heard it and I thought to myself, maybe he gave the call a little too much air. I mean, because you're watching the game, so you know Vermont wins. But if I'm picking at it, I would say you got to let me know that that's Vermont. You got to mention Vermont in the call. Sean, you've heard it. You had the benefit of watching the video. Where do we stand? Do you think he could have at least mentioned Vermont as the national title, considering how big of a moment it was for them? He did go Cinderella.
Yeah.
Don't call him Cinderella their national title. But
I think
if you're Vermont and that call is going to circulate, do you want to mention? Do you want to name check?
I'd prefer, don't call him Paul Vermont national champion. Something
call
like
the
that.
Catamounts the national champions.
Yeah. Or get in there, like you said, there is like 40 seconds of
like it's a minute-long clip about,
and the last thing he says is around 20.
Yeah, there's nothing else for 40 seconds, and he's letting it breathe. You can watch the visuals. I get it, but if I'm Vermont, I got to get my name in the viral clip.
Yeah, like we're gonna use. Do you know we're gonna use this in every single Vermont ad for athletics, for maybe just in
Period.
total.
Try to get I don't know how many people are heading to Vermont after they win a college national title, but
I
we
mean,
know
I might
success
lob an application.
in sports leads to applications.
Yeah.
Give me a Catamounts or Vermont. That's all. Dalen Cup.
Or at the very least, they'll help us in the portal,
Maybe.
We got to get a team.
I ain't getting after Dalen Cuff too much. He's getting a lot of love for the call. The line, don't call him Cinderella, call him national title winners, whatever he actually said, national champions. Give me a mention, man. We're going to use this thing. We're going to blow this thing out. It's going to be on Instagram. It's going to be on Twitter. It's going to be a thing we are known for. But hey, the Catamounts, they win a national title in college soccer. I was trying to find the actual big stat about it, but I think it's like the first time the American East has won any title of this stature, like on a national level in NCAA. So credit to that conference, credit to Vermont. I always like the College Cup. And of course, because we can't let anything just be great like we're doing here, there was a conversation about the level of international players actually playing in these games. Another attack on the system that is college soccer as far as getting Americans ready to play on the pro level. Hey, Lazy J, I don't know if you're listening, but your guy doesn't have a animated series. Messi does, though. Young Messi is going to be in an animated series where apparently it's called Messi and the Giants, and it'll just be about young Messi's exploits on Disney Plus. Where's CR7's young Ronaldo animated series? Another check in the Messi camp for best player alive, and maybe of all time. I know Messi didn't have to go to Saudi Arabia. He just went to like Fort Lauderdale because they don't actually play in Miami. And there's a question of whether he'll ever play a game in Miami because that stadium still ain't built yet.
Oh, really?
They've broken ground.
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
there is a real question if he ever makes an appearance in Miami proper.
Just hold on for 2 more years.
That's what they're hoping for. We brought you here to open the stadium, and we're not quite sure it's going to be ready.
That's such a Miami thing.
The whole thing is a very Miami thing.
I'm sure the money that they use to get this is stolen or a fake in some way.
Who knows?
The fraud.
You might think, hey, Sean, you're being a little harsh. He's not. He's not being harsh.
I know how the NIL, the Miami NIL.
Hey, let's keep things separate. Let's keep things separate. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant George with no Gallant, but Sean and Joe will be there. Since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
And I'm right. No Gallant? Is he here?
No Gallant.
All right, cool. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome in to Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Sean Mapes, Anthony with you here today. We think Paul will return tomorrow. He has no voice today.
No voice.
Which, that's got to be tough for Paul Gallant.
I mean, I imagine it's easy at his house. I don't know how much he's talking around his house. Oh, he probably is talking.
You don't think Paul just talks to himself?
No, he definitely
Love
does.
you, Paul.
He definitely does.
Yeah.
Especially, I know there's some frustration with technology. Well, also yesterday we were given a text that led us to believe that there's maybe some frustration with the healthcare system in America.
Yep.
Specifically the pharmacy. How fast they're filling an order for him. So maybe he's not trying to take the entire system down like other people are in the news recently, but he is frustrated.
I shouldn't have laughed at that. You shouldn't have said that joke, but it was funny.
Other big eyebrowed individuals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Luigi Gallant back tomorrow here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We hope. All right, so Alex Bregman, we're still waiting for any kind of actual news. It's kind of stayed status quo over the last week plus. I really thought we were going to see more movement after the Juan Soto move.
Yeah.
So I thought he would get signed quickly.
I thought it was going to get signed during the Friday show after Kyle Tucker got traded. I was fully expecting that on Monday Alex Bregman would have a team as well. I was expecting things to move that fast.
Yeah, I heard you and Dell talking about it where you're first of all begging for it to happen
this week
during the Dell show.
That too. Yeah.
And so that way you guys could take advantage, which you know what? You're right. It is great.
Everyone hopes for that.
Yeah. It's the best. I mean, I used to love whether it was at the last job or when I was with the Bees and it was when the trade deadlines were 3:00.
Oh yeah.
And you're just we're golden. The deadline ends at 3:00. The show starts at 3:00. We're totally fine.
You got 2:15, 2:30. You got it all figured
But
out.
we are just waiting for anything of substance to happen with Alex Bregman. But yesterday, there were two different interviews done on the MLB Network, one by Chandler Rome, one by Brian McTaggart, both giving their thoughts on the status, the latest on Alex Bregman. And to be honest with you, neither sound great. Anthony, we'll start with Chandler Rome. Here's Chandler Rome talking about how he doesn't think the Astros have the appetite to bring back Alex Bregman.
As long as Alex Bregman is unsigned, I'm never going to say never when it comes to the Astros, but it does seem like they don't have the appetite to pay him the sort of money that he is going to command. They've got an offer out there, according to multiple reports, that's around 6 years, $156 million. It's worth remembering that owner Jim Crane has never guaranteed a player more than $151 million in his ownership tenure. He has been loath to go longer than 6 years in any contract. And so it just seems like this is where the Astros are comfortable, this offer that they gave to Alex Bregman. Now, is there flexibility to increase it, to negotiate? Dana Brown really wouldn't say at the GM meetings if they were prepared to increase the offer, if they had any flexibility.
So that's what we knew. The offer is what it is. There was the report also that that there was a $50 million gap and that the Astros would be willing to raise the bar a little bit. We haven't heard anything official about that or any actual, tangible reporting. Bob Nightingale was the first one, I think, with a $156 million report. There hasn't been a follow-up of, the Astros have come back to, 180.
Well, I think there's not been a number, but there has been, I think, did Dana Brown say that they've made another offer out they still have an offer out, or it was something to that effect of they made it seem like they're still involved in some sort of bidding process for Alex Bregman. Now, that is coming from Dana Brown. So you can take that with the biggest grain of salt possible because Dana Brown is always just going to say whatever sounds the most positive and optimistic for the Astros' chances of retaining their best players, which they don't do.
Yeah, because reminder, August 9th, 2023, he said Kyle Tucker will be an Astro forever.
Yeah.
He was wrong.
I mean, he made it over a year.
You're right. He did make it more than a year.
Not quite forever, though.
Yeah, so that was the first one from Chandler. That stood out to me from his interview on the MLB Network. I know he's not everyone's cup of tea. I understand why. Everyone does, for the most part, love Brian McTaggart, though.
Yes, they do.
Well, he's not going to make you feel any better because here's Brian McTaggart saying he doesn't think Bregman's coming back.
As far as the Astros go, I think there's a gulf there. I don't think they'll be able to sign him unless Astros ownership goes against what they've done in years past, which they don't want to give out these 7-8 year deals. They don't want to give 250 million, because they will tell you, if you look at most of these deals, they don't work out in the long run. And it's worked out well for the Astros. They let Springer walk. They let Cole walk. They let Correa walk, and they just keep continuing to win. So they have a business model and how they want to do this. And if they're going to stick with that, which I think they will, Bregman's not going to fit into that.
What I think is interesting about that is it's just like he brings up the past, and while it's factual, I do think that the past should, for Jim Crane, be viewed differently, like with Alex Bregman, because you had Kyle Tucker for Springer, you had Pena for Correa, you have Cam Smith and Paredes and Bryce Matthews, like that combination of guys who could potentially replace Alex Bregman, but you still don't have a first baseman, and you're still rolling out an outfield right now that looks like Mauricio Dubon, Chas McCormick, and Jake Myers. So while, yes, you've let players walk and it's been fine, it's partially been fine because when Springer left, you still had Altuve, Bregman, Tucker, Yordan, Correa. And then when Correa left, you still had almost all of those guys. And now you're down to Altuve and Yordan Alvarez and Yainer Diaz.
Yeah.
Which is a good 1 through 3. And then Paredes batting somewhere in that mix. Maybe he's in the 2 hole. But you're just lacking the depth in your lineup to where I think the past business decisions are the right path to continue going down this road. It feels like they're going to. If Brian and Chandler are both willing to go on the MLB Network and essentially say they don't think Alex Bregman's going to be back, he's not going to be back.
Yeah, that is what it says to me, because these guys would, I mean, Chandler and I know Chandler specifically because we have him on with Paul about once in off season. I know how willing he is to say, I can't say, or I don't know, or, and it's sometimes frustrating, but you do know that he is being honest when he says, I'm not comfortable saying who even when he was on last week, he mentioned that in the Kyle Tucker trade, there's going to be a pitcher involved, but he wasn't comfortable saying which pitcher it was. But he was perfectly comfortable saying it's going to be Isaac Paredes and probably Cam Smith as the primary assets coming back to the Astros. But he doesn't, unless he feels good about reporting it, unless he feels comfortable saying it, he will not say it. So for him to go on record on national TV and say, anything could happen, but I don't think it's going to happen, that to me tells you all you need to know about Alex Bregman coming back.
Yeah, and I also, when I was listening to you and Dell, I thought it was funny hearing you guys talk about like how long this is going to go for. I'm starting to really wonder, like, if we're talking
February.
Yeah, if Alex Bregman's not signed yet. We went over this at the very start of the show. We thought it was going to happen quickly. What happened with Cody Bellinger, Matt Chapman, and these guys last year? They just sat in free agency. It's what led to my take of Scott Boras being washed, that they're just sitting out there waiting for the money to come, and it never arrived. And that's kind of the vibe that I'm not a reporter. I don't know these things. I don't pretend to know these things, but my guess is that Alex Bregman wants a certain amount of money, and nobody is offering it to him. That he and Scott Boras think he is worth X value, and no one, even though the Yankees, Red Sox, Astros, Cubs, whoever have money, are not reaching that number. If they reach that number, he'd be signed.
Yeah.
And it means to me that he's not there. Very similar to Carlos Correa. Not how it was with George Springer, obviously, but they're just playing this waiting game, thinking the money's just going to show up one day. And so I don't know. Like, if I was a team, I wouldn't be concerned about Alex Bregman working hard in the offseason. Like, we know what's going to happen. He could show up the third week of spring training, and like, it's no big deal.
Yeah, he's still going to start terribly for April and May.
Exactly.
And
The only team it would affect would be the Dodgers or the Cubs, because they play 2 regular season games in the middle of March.
Oh, really? Oh, I guess
they play in Korea or Japan.
Yeah, okay.
They're doing that weird thing where they
play 2 regular season
and then go back to spring training.
and then have opening
stupid.
day. Yeah.
It's so stupid. But That's just where I think that's where we're at with Bregman, and I really don't think that this is coming to a resolution anytime soon. And I don't know if it means the Astros are out, because the longer it waits, like maybe the $156 million looks better, or Jim Crane goes up just a tiny little bit more, and Alex Bregman ends up coming back to the Houston Astros.
Yeah, that was always for me, the biggest chance or the biggest hope for Alex Bregman returning to the Astros was that, and this is not good for Alex Bregman, that the market for Alex Bregman was going to be worse than imagined, or worse than Scott Boras and Bregman believed, was that the offer that the Astros were comfortable to give is not what Alex Bregman wants, but then you take a look around and it's the best one that he's going to get. And that while I don't think is super, I still don't think is super likely to be the option. The longer this goes, that does lend credence to what you're saying, where the market must not be as hot for Bregman as it is, as it was believed. And you bring up a good point. All the guys last year that were represented by Scott Boras that took it all the way down to the wire with free agency. I mean, he got the Juan Soto deal done, but that's Juan freaking Soto.
Exactly. It doesn't count.
It is a little bit of an outlier to have a 25-year-old free agent who's already proven he's one of the best players in baseball. Like, yeah, that guy's going to get signed pretty fast. It's the other guys. Now, Blake Snell did get signed the week before, or maybe the earlier that week that Soto got signed. I believe he still is a Boris client. He's one of the Boris guys that didn't drop Boris.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, is he not?
I think he might have been one of the guys who fired Scott.
Okay, I know that. I think Bellinger, like some of them kept him, and then
no, it was Jordan Montgomery fired Scott Boras.
Okay,
and Blake Snell did not.
Okay,
You're right.
So Blake Snell and Juan Soto, I believe, are the two high-level Boris clients that were free agents and have a new team signed. The rest of them, Alex Bregman included, don't. And I wonder how much is it a new era for Scott Boras, where now he can actually get these guys paid before Christmas or before New Year's, or how much of it is those are the outliers. Maybe Blake Snell told Scott Boras, like, hey, listen, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to wait.
I want to get signed.
The first good deal that we get, like, let's just take it. If it's from the Dodgers, awesome.
Well, and honestly, I think part of what Brian McTaggart said at the end of his, like, the Astros have this business model. They follow it. They see these contracts that are 5, 6, 7 years. They don't typically end well. Well, part of the reason why is because most of those are Scott Boras clients.
Yeah.
Like, and it's because he attracts bigger names, right, as an agent. So that's not something he's doing wrong, but it's just the reality of where it is. And it's just, it wouldn't shock me if like we wake up one day and Alex Bregman has signed a deal with the Astros or someone else for like 3 years, $90 million
with an opt-out,
with opt-outs after the first year and the second year.
Yeah.
And just gets like $30 million a year, gets a way higher AAV, but at least like is secured for the next 3 years, and try to, opt out of it like Matt Chapman did to get a new contract. If he's terrible, you stay in it with Cody Bellinger, what he did. Like, you have options.
Yeah.
Jordan Montgomery, terrible, kept it, right?
Yes.
Like, so you have options. So I don't think we're near the end of this Alex Bregman story. I don't think it means that he's gone or he's here, because I still think, like, if he was really that hot of a commodity, that he'd be signed.
Yeah, I ultimately think that either he gets signed before Christmas or we're looking at February.
I think that's a good take. It's just either in the next 8 days.
I mean, I mean, you could honestly say that with like almost every baseball free agent, is that either the market is hot enough, or, he is motivated enough to get a deal done early, or it's going to go on for months and months and months. That's just how MLB free agency goes.
Yeah, the ultimate question for the Astros will be if they're really, Chandler had said this as well, talking about Nolan Arenado, and how much he wants, like how much interest the Astros have in him. At some point, that trade may have to come to fruition before Alex Bregman makes a decision, and they might be put in a really uncomfortable position where having to make that choice before Alex Bregman's ready to make his decision, because you can't lose out on both guys. If that's your plan A and plan B, you got to get one of them for sure. All right, the Texans have officially made the playoffs. They are AFC South champions. What do you want to see the next 3 games? And plus the latest on Patrick Mahomes before his game versus the Texans on Saturday. That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Joe and Sean here with you today, hoping for the return of Paul Gallant tomorrow before he leaves us again for vacation. Plans for next week. Let's see. We'll all be here on Monday for the most part at the Christmas party at Nick's place. We'll be there starting at 7 a.m. with John and Lance all the way until 6 p.m. with the Killer Bees. Obviously, all the chaos is happening between 7 to 10 a.m. I heard you guys talking about that as well, just like how overmodulated and terrible it sounds on the radio, but how fun it is. We are going to have a secondary camera this year. So if you can't come for some reason, if your work is a terrible place and it's making you work on the Monday of like 2 days before
or
Christmas,
maybe you're traveling,
or maybe you're traveling. So if you're going to miss the Christmas party, we're going to have a secondary camera. So as the eggnog chugging contest and the other eating contest, that I don't know if I can publicly say yet, is happening. It'll be on camera on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN.
And I believe it'll be a dual screen, so you'll be able to see
you'll be able to see John and Lance's reaction
to the action.
Dell's disgust, and then the puking of eggnog happening at one time. You'll be able to see all of it.
Perfect.
Can't wait.
2024. What a beautiful year we
took us long enough to do things like this, but here we are. But then I'll be on Thursday and Friday from noon to 3 with Jeremy Branham as Paul, and everyone else is on the stations off except for Jeremy. So I'll be working with Jeremy those days.
Well, and reacting to
a Texans win against
the
Ravens.
only people in the city probably reacting to that game.
Very possible. Next 3 games for the Texans. Saturday versus the Chiefs. Just got a report that Patrick Mahomes is going to try to see how it's going, or is going to give it a go today at practice. He is moving quicker than expected, so maybe he will play on Saturday.
What is this guy's deal?
I don't know. He's got like Steph Curry ankles though, right?
Or the Chiefs are the opposite of the Astros, and they make everything sound terrible. And this is a much minor high ankle sprain than we think. But normally, like high ankle sprain, it's like you're out for at least a couple weeks.
Yeah, he said that Patrick Mahomes said his injury has responded quicker than his high ankle sprain he had in the playoffs versus Jacksonville 2 years ago.
And he didn't miss any time with that. So
yeah, so
awesome.
There's a chance he's out. He's playing on Saturday versus the Texans. Then you play the Ravens on Christmas. Then you play the Titans at the end of the year. Probably, Davis Mills versus Mason Rudolph. Or hopefully Davis Mills versus Mason Rudolph, to where we don't have to talk about the next day. What do you want to see the next 3 games from the Texans?
I want to see this offensive line, this new look offensive line, stay together. Or not just stay together, but then actually come together and have some chemistry in, like we said yesterday, I think we both were overall okay with how they perform pass blocking. The 4 sacks, we're not giving all credit to them, or discredit, I guess, to them on those. We think CJ is responsible for at least a few of those sacks, at least a couple of those sacks on Sunday. The biggest issue for me is the running game. Like you're gonna have to be able to run the ball if you're gonna make any noise whatsoever in the playoffs. Like we talk about how far can this defense take them, and a lot of times these defensive first NFL teams, when they do go far, it's because they're playing complementary football, and that means they're able to maintain possession when they're on offense by just running the ball, just holding the ball. You don't even have to move it; just hold the ball, buy your defense some time, play the field position game. Last week with 12 carries for 23 yards for Joe Mixon, I'm throwing out the Dare 1 carry for 35 yards because that was not an offensive line play. I'm kind of throwing out the Tank Dell reverse for 15 yards.
Because he did a lot of that on his own.
Yeah, so for the most part, you're looking at 12 carries for 23 yards from Joe Mixon, who did get banged up in that game, but was not exactly lighting it up before he got hurt. His longest rush was, get this, 5 yards. That's so bad. I cannot believe it. This offensive line unit, because we've seen the Texans in really the last couple of years, that it does matter who is playing on the offensive line for whether they can run the ball or not. We kind of take it for granted. We think of offensive line play as only pass blocking. How good are you as a pass blocking unit? Where the Texans have shown that they can have either good run blocking unit or a good pass blocking unit. They really haven't been able to have both happening at the same time. They haven't found that combination. I want to see this combination be able to run the ball. It's going to be hard against the Chiefs. I'm actually kind of willing to just not give them full credit if they fall on their face for that. But the next couple games after that, against the Ravens, against the Titans team, I want to see them be able to run the ball.
Yeah, for me, it's pretty simple for the Ravens game. I want to look ahead to that one because their pass defense is not good. And they've struggled all year against quality quarterbacks and even lesser than quarterbacks defending the pass. Their secondary is banged up. Like, they've just not put together the performance like the Baltimore Ravens typically do. And if the Texans can't throw the ball in that game, then they got no shot to do anything, right? Like you have to be able to throw the ball against the Ravens. The Chiefs game, that's a really good defense. It's going to be a slugfest. Like, my guess is I'll take under 42 points for the game. I don't even know if that's the over/under number.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna make my own up. But like
For the Chiefs game?
yeah,
I can
I'm
find
gonna
it.
guess like 20-17 is the final score of the Texans game against the Chiefs on Sunday.
I think for a Chiefs game, it needs to be like a weirder score. It needs to be like 19
Ooh.
to 15 or something, where you're like, how do we even end up at this combination?
So what is that? 5 field goals from Kyrie?
Yeah. Maybe he pulls a Chris Boswell and scores 5. The number right now on ESPN Bet that I'm seeing is 39.5.
Yikes.
That is Big Ten football numbers.
So, okay. 39.5. I think I'll take the under.
Yeah.
I think I'll take the under on Saturday.
Yeah, the 1920 gets you there.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Or yeah, it does. So yeah,
with or without Mahomes, doesn't matter. I mean, maybe it's better without Mahomes. I was kidding.
The under is better without Mahomes.
I think the over is better without Mahomes.
Yes,
because like at least Carson Wentz might give you a pick 6.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. The biggest flaw in my the Texans might mess around and lose to the Chiefs even without Carson Wentz is that Carson Wentz will give you the ball at some point.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of how bad that turnover is going to be and how either the defense or the offense can cash in on that. But yeah, I agree overall that this Chiefs game, I expect it to be lower scoring.
All right, when we get back, the college football 6-pack, we're going to kind of run through a couple of these items quickly and then have a bigger discussion about the biggest complaint happening in college football, the transfer portal. We'll do that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for the college football six pack here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bunch of stuff to go over. Travis Hunter, Joe George and Sean Mapes here with you, by the way. Travis Hunter won the Heisman.
Congratulations,
His
Travis
girlfriend's
Hunter.
not happy.
No, and this really sucks that Travis Hunter wins the Heisman. It's one of the closer It actually is the closest Heisman race, I think, since 2009.
Yeah.
And Monday and Tuesday afterwards, we're like, gosh, his girlfriend sucks. God.
Well, she kind of does.
It does seem like she does. We only get glimpses of their relationship through social media, but I wouldn't say she's captivating the hearts and minds of America.
Yeah, I mean, like not standing up when he gets announced as the winner of the trophy. Deion having to tell her to stand up. The weird interaction where he's taking photos with the fans and she's just kind of yapping at him and just being
or it's like basically like, can we go home as he's or no,
Yeah.
it's what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and watch you take pictures while he's at an Adidas event taking pictures of fans?
Yeah, I'd be like, yes. That's
Yeah.
what I'm getting paid to do. That relationship's gonna last for a long time.
They're currently engaged. Wedding, I think, is this spring. So
All right, Travis. Run. That's my advice. That's my advice.
I don't know, Trav. I don't know enough to weigh.
Look, we don't know. We're like, because is CeeDee Lamb still with the girl he stole the phone from? I don't know. He could be, and like maybe there are happy endings, but like it doesn't seem great. Marcus Freeman got a big contract extension over the weekend by Notre Dame, 6 years, or now he's under contract for the next 6 years. I think this was very clearly the right move. I'm not really sure like where he would go. I mean, I know the Ohio State stuff is out there, and he played for Ohio State.
Yeah, he was a linebacker.
I don't think he's an Ohio State guy. No.
Yeah, I mean, he literally did go there.
I think that's Vrabel's job.
Yeah, I wonder how much
if Vrabel wants to go to college.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wonder how much he wants to go to college, but yeah, that is definitely something that if you're on an Ohio State message board, you're like Vrabel, Marcus Freeman, or I don't know who else they would want. Probably someone else who went to Luke Fickell, who all went to Ohio State, all I think coached at some point at Ohio State, at least as assistants. Yeah, I think Marcus Freeman has done a good job at Notre Dame. It is kind of a new world, so it is hard to judge him even against like what Brian Kelly did for most of Brian Kelly's run at Notre Dame. But I mean, getting in the playoff, being the 7th seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the first one, I think so far so good with Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, definitely.
Stop losing to MAC teams, but other than that, I think
seconded. Agreed. Updated weather forecast right now for the playoff games this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Weather talk.
Yeah.
We're gonna air all these games. Friday night, 30 degrees, 30% chance of snow in South Bend.
Okay.
Now they're playing Indiana, so like in Indiana, it's like they'll be fine.
Yeah, I wonder how far the campuses are. They'll probably tell us during the broadcast.
That's a great question. I actually don't know how far.
Definitely,
from South
they're
Bend.
definitely going to tell us during the broadcast. So I'm not going to look it up.
25 degrees at Penn State this weekend.
Yes.
25 degrees in Columbus this weekend. 60 in Austin. So it's gonna be cold this weekend.
Yeah,
for the college football playoffs.
Gonna need to wear a jacket if you're going to the one in Austin.
Yes,
SMU, a light jacket.
Yeah, SMU. You know they're gonna learn what it's like.
Dallas does get cold.
Yeah, I did see a map today.
Dallas does
it was like a chance of snow on Christmas, no chance of snow, and it goes right through Dallas. Where like Dallas has a chance of snow for Christmas.
Yeah, I do think it is. People just see Texas and think like, oh, it doesn't get cold. No, in North Texas it does. It snows regularly.
Yeah.
So I don't know how big of a factor it is. There is like obviously levels to it, and I think it'll also be pretty windy in State College, and that super sucks. I can say as a Texan, that sucks. 20 degrees and windy when you're not used to it isn't good. But I do wonder how big weather will play a factor. I'm sure we'll do is just play the results of who won and who lost and treat it like that. Even like if
the only one I think it'll affect would be Indiana Notre Dame because there's a chance of snow. Everything else will be fine.
Yeah, because even like Knoxville to Columbus, like that's not that wildly different of we're not getting a Florida to one of these schools or LSU to one of these schools. Like for the most part, it is schools that are relatively familiar with the kind of climate.
Yeah, it's not what we thought it would look like originally, right? Where it was like Ole Miss, Alabama, Arizona State.
Yeah,
these schools who are literally going to be going into weather like that they never ever see But yeah, unless it snows, and it has to snow hard for it to be a factor. I don't think the weather's really. It's just kind of ironic that it's gonna be cold at all these games.
Yeah.
So the only major coach we saw really get fired this year, we got like West Virginia was opened up. I think Jimbo Fisher is still the betting favorite to be the head coach.
Oh,
no, they hired Rich Rod.
They
hired Rich Rod. Yes, that's right. They brought him home, which was the right move. North Carolina,
Yeah.
which is
Purdue.
now filled by Belichick. Purdue, yeah, major. There's really no like major firings this year.
There's no.
Are we like?
I don't think there's an SEC job that opened, right?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think so. The only thing that's potentially on the table still is Ryan Day.
Yes. As funny as it is, the what 6 seed in the tournament is still, or no, 8 seed.
Yeah,
is still up for grabs.
I don't think James Franklin will get fired.
No.
The only other ones I could see open up potentially would be Notre Dame could open if Marcus Freeman does want to go to Ohio State. Would break my heart, but that's possible. I wonder if Dan Lanning's going to get a call from the NFL.
Oh, from the NFL. I don't think he's.
I don't think he wants to.
I also don't think he's like an NFL. Like, why not Kirby Smart then? Like they're both.
Yeah, you're
they're
right.
both guys that just have kind of mastered the recruiting and the, getting college players amped up. I mean, we've seen all the locker room footage from both those guys of it, pregame, during the game, in the halftime locker room with Dan Lanning like smashing a helmet with a sledgehammer during halftime. I just don't know how. Oh, you get the best players to play for your team because you have Phil Knight basically bankrolling your NIL. Yeah, sure. Come to the Bears. Come to the Jets to do it. I don't think the skills overlap that.
All right. Last thing here, we'll kind of do 2 for 1 of the 6-pack and have it. We might even end up just going to 1. Honestly, we'll see, because this is gonna be a lengthy conversation. It feels like Marshall withdrew from their bowl game because they couldn't field the roster because of the transfer portal, and then James Franklin, all these coaches have been going on these tangents, rants about the transfer portal, the timing of it. Penn State's backup quarterback had to enter the transfer portal because this is when it's open. They're talking about it being unfair to the players, to the teams that are in the college football playoff. What are your thoughts?
I'll take the James Franklin one first.
Yeah.
The team that you're playing, SMU, their backup quarterback's also in the transfer portal, and he is practicing with the team and is going to be the backup quarterback for when you play them.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Brown is also in the transfer portal, and he is still practicing with Ohio State and will be the backup quarterback when they play Tennessee.
I believe Arizona State,
like half their roster is,
yes,
or not half their roster, but a good amount of
their coach went on, did a press conference, and he said,
like,
I will help you find a new school. Just hang out with us for the college football playoffs.
Yes, it is possible, James Franklin, to have these guys transfer and still play in, your most important games of the season. So while I do agree with this is a tough situation, it sucks, there also is ways around this. Like, I do think that we don't know the full story with how either the quarterback Bo Prabula decided that he doesn't. I mean, because it should be noted, his role on the team, he is not just the backup quarterback. Like, they use him in wildcat type formations. They have him run the ball, so he does play regularly in these games. And so maybe that's a factor in whether Bo Prabula doesn't want to take those hits for a team that he's not going to be playing for next year, or maybe it's James Franklin, because we see coaches, a lot of coaches have this philosophy for, if you're in the portal, you're not on the team anymore. And so what we need to find out is it a quarterback decision that he doesn't want to play? And, again, Preston Stone still wants to play for SMU. Devin Brown still open to playing for Ohio State. Or is it a James Franklin, if you're in the portal, I don't want you decision? And it's very easy to go, things got to change. This calendar, it's so messed up, which,
yeah,
honestly, if this is where it comes in of, do you still want to pretend that these guys aren't professional athletes? Because the reason the transfer portal has to be going on right now is because the fall semester just ended in most colleges in America.
Yeah, and they have to get to class and enroll in
By
their new
January.
classes.
Yeah, so unless you want to move the playoff or move the academic calendar of America, there really is no way around this.
Yeah, and that's why like when they're like they got to fix it. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
And it's such an easy thing to do is to go, we got to fix things. Things are messed up now.
Yeah,
And
like-
people go, yeah, things are messed up now. Because for the most part, if you're a fan of a team, you're like, yeah, my players are transferring away. The guys I want to root for are transferring.
But like, how is a player supposed to, like you said, they want these kids to be student athletes, right? How is someone supposed to transfer from the University of Houston to Rice for their final 3 semesters of college, in which there are going to be very specific classes that they need to take to graduate college? And then when they don't get there till March because they've moved the transfer portal for these coaches, all those classes are full.
Yeah. Or for a lot of times, you can't register for classes
Yes.
after like February 2nd or something.
So it's where there's a clear disconnect between the coaches, the universities, the transfer portal. I agree. It's not great. I don't think the transfer portal should be happening right now. I don't know how else you fix it though.
Yeah, or you just go, there's only going to be a spring portal window. It's only going to be after spring practice, after the spring semester.
That I'm
and then,
fine with.
Then you can, but coaches are like, no, I want the guys that I'm portaling in
You want them
to
there
be
in the
able to
spring.
practice in the spring.
Yeah, Bill
So,
Belichick wants to be able to have his whole new roster in place.
for spring practice,
Yes.
over the summer and then fall. People don't want to just have spring practice or the summer workouts and then fall practice, because you want to be able to know if these guys can play or not, or if you need to hit the portal again. So this always gets framed as a coach complaining about the players that they're losing, while completely ignoring that James Franklin is trying to add in the portal as well.
Yeah, and that's part of it. I do like the idea of, like, we talk about so much of like when things should be played, and like the NBA when they're not like no one really cares during football season. I do wonder, like, if as the college football playoff expands, like if they're going to go backwards at all in terms of starting the season earlier. Like if they expand to 16 teams, like I can't imagine the NFL loves the idea that, on Saturday, the Texans and Patrick Mahomes are going to be playing a game at noon, and they've got a game that kicks off at 11.
I mean, I don't think the NFL cares.
No, I think college football.
Yeah.
Like they probably don't love it.
No, they probably don't love it, but at a certain point, like if you're going to run a football league or football endeavor, you're going to have to play during football season.
Yeah, now look,
You're going to have to go
100%.
head to head
Yeah.
against the NFL at some point.
Now, they got it right in January, where January 9th and January 10th, the semifinal games are on a Thursday and Friday.
Yes, and that's why they
So-
always play the national championship game on a Monday.
Yeah.
Is because that is the Monday of, I think that's after the divisional round, or no,
That's
this year.
after
This year will be after the championship.
January 20th.
The championship games, I believe.
No, that's the divisional round.
Okay, yeah.
Because Super Bowl's not till February 9th.
Yeah, so they always play the Monday after the divisional round.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm good with the transfer portal, like the idea of it. I do think they need to alter it a little bit, but I also don't need the coaches to constantly be complaining about it when you're right. They could just, the kids can play.
Yeah,
Like they don't have to leave.
You don't have to leave.
Yeah.
You can be in the portal. You can even have your next school lined up. You can probably even, I don't know if you can actually sign with your new school, but
I think that's actually like what they should do. Like, let them sign.
yeah, because I mean, we're talking about this with Dell earlier today, or I was at least, where like this happens in other sports where guys know that they're not going to play there next year and they finish out the year. Like in soccer, you can get signed if your contract expires or is about to expire. You can negotiate with new teams before the season ends.
Yeah.
And then go to your new team after the season ends. So you play out the string with your team. Like there's no reason that you can't do that for especially like Bo Prabula, who is going to be a backup quarterback or is a backup quarterback, is probably going to be a starter in like the American Athletic Conference. Maybe he goes to a Big Ten school, but
Yeah, I was thinking like
chances
maybe
are-
he goes to a Big Ten school.
But chances are, if he goes to a Big Ten school, with the way how big the conferences are, you might not even play him. He might be in your conference and you just don't play him for 2 years. Or I seriously doubt he's going to transfer to a school that's on Penn State's level competitively.
Yeah, I mean, he had some good moments when he started, but like, he's not like a guy.
Yeah, no,
it seems like.
It's going to be a guy, or he's going to go to a place that either needs a starter and they can look at his high school recruiting ranking, high school tape, and be like, here at interschool, Memphis or whatever, or
Yeah.
Central Florida, we don't normally get a guy who was a 4-star 2 years ago, or
I did think
something
it was
like that.
I did think it was interesting that like this is all happening like for the James Franklin part of this conversation because Drew Aller's already just like, yeah, I'm coming back.
That's probably why. By the way, that's probably why your backup quarterback wants to leave. Is that your starter said he's coming back?
Yeah, and honestly, like that's what they have the spring portal, so like they can leave after that. But it's not a perfect system. And I know James Franklin also suggested the idea of having a commissioner. I agree, having a commissioner. Well, you will have a commissioner at some point when the Big Ten and the ACC eat all the conferences, and we have 2 conferences.
Yeah,
and it's one giant league, and the ACC and the Big 12 and the Pac 12 are all dead, and everything is just absorbed into 2 conferences. There will be a commissioner.
or when these guys stop pretending that these guys are athletes or student athletes,
Yeah,
and they're just are employees of the school, and then you can just move the transfer portal the day after the national championship game because you don't need to have these guys worry about enrolling in classes.
yeah, and it's just all of it's. They don't know what they're doing when they started it. Like you can kind of see it now. Like, it's kind of chaos unfolding.
All of this goes like trickles down from the decision of the NCAA to drag their feet on fighting it in court when the NIL stuff in court, fighting the transfer portal stuff in court, where it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, and then they get a decision against their favor, 9-0, where it's like the only thing that all 9 Supreme Court justices agree on is that they look at how college football used to be, or college sports used to be before 2019, and they go, wait, what? You're not paying these guys anything?
Yeah.
These guys can't make any money? And they say there's no other like industry in America where this would fly. And because they drug their feet, because they didn't have a plan in place to implement this stuff, it just all gets figured out on the fly. And that's why it's so chaotic and disorganized.
I am curious. What do you think how do you think this all changes like the transfer portal when they start just paying guys? Like when they start just when they become employees, like
yeah, well then you can sign an agreement where instead of just a scholarship agreement,
yeah,
and then NIL different than that, you will actually get revenue that is shared from the school to the player. So in theory, you could sign hey, there'll be a mutual option after year 2, but you'll be here at U of H for 2 years. No more of this. We recruit you all during high school. You don't play your freshman year because, of course, you're not going to play at Alabama or at Michigan or Ohio State as a true freshman for the most part. Some guys do, but for the most part, you're not going to play. You're going to be highly recruited. We're going to tell you how much we love you when you're a high schooler. But just because we have 2 first-round picks ahead of you, you're not going to play. Then you're going to get mad and transfer to Ole Miss after 6 months of being on campus. They can nip that in the bud by just making these guys sign 1+1s or 2+1s or something like that.
Yeah, I think it'll be, and even then, like, would you want to like? I mean, my guess is there will be playoff incentives for these guys. Like they will.
Yeah,
there will be some kind of like. Why would you, if you're this, if you're Bo, the Penn State backup quarterback who's entered the transfer portal, even if you could get out of your contract, because like, does the contract end at the end of the regular season? Like
I wouldn't write it that way.
I wonder, like the players, if they successfully unionize, which I think they will this time. That's what they're gonna fight for. Like they're going to fight for being able to get out. That's what they should fight for, is being at the end of the regular season. But if you're the universities, like if you are Alabama, if you are Ole Miss and Texas and these schools, you can put in there like, hey, like we make the college football playoff. Like even if you just stick around, like you get way more money.
Yeah, and I do think it's interesting that Deion Sanders has said that Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are going to play in the Alamo Bowl. I think it's reported that Miami in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, that Cam Ward is going to play.
Did you see the trophy?
Yes, with a fully operational toaster on the top of it.
Awesome.
Shaped like a football. It is an awesome trophy. Maybe that's why Cam Ward wants to play. But it does seem like in all these quote unquote meaningless bowl games that are even more meaningless because now it's not even the Sugar Bowl and you're a 10-2 team. Like that is just going to be a playoff game from now on. that it is only the games that like weren't New Year's Six games, are the only bowl games that are still around for these teams not in the playoff. These guys are playing in it more and more. And I wonder, is this just all of a sudden everyone woke up and decided that they want to play in bowl games now?
I think there's NIL money we don't know about.
I think there's NIL money that we don't know about, and I feel like that's the fix, or that's the solution to this, is you just write it in these guys' contracts that if we make the playoff, you play. Even if we make the Pop-Tart Bowl, you still play.
Well, also just like the bowls should be paying NIL money.
Yes, Pop-Tarts should be paying Cam Ward.
Yeah, they should be saying, "Hey, we'll pay you another $1 million just to play in this game."
Yeah,
and you look at what we aired the
Texas Bowl,
the players tournament or whatever it was called in Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
A couple weeks ago for Texas A&M, they played it. U of H played it. Notre Dame played it.
Oh yeah,
it was an NIL
yeah.
tournament in which if you got first, second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever place,
you get different payouts.
You got different NIL payouts. Like that's actually how you save the bowl game, so you don't have situations like Marshall. Which I'm not going to read Kugelblaze's joke, but if you want to see a joke about Marshall, you can go to our Twitch.
I can put it together.
I'm
knowing
I'm not reading
the
it.
main bullet point from Marshall football.
Yeah, I'm not reading it. It did make me chuckle and proving I'm a bad person. But that's how you fix that's how you fix the bowl games.
Yeah.
The only other thing for college football that I want to mention here, I think we've gone too far sometimes with people and their ideas on social media, because I saw someone's suggestion was an NIT for college football. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't want it.
Football, that's like inhumane.
Yeah.
To have these guys playing for the NIT. Like
I don't need it. I don't need Alabama and Ole Miss and like Texas A&M. Don't need it. Please don't. I'm just gonna. I don't know if anyone would consider that a real idea.
Yeah.
But I saw like some like high level people like hey, what do we do this? No, don't do it.
No.
Please don't.
I mean, also, like we talk about wanting the playoff games wanting to avoid kicking off at the same time as Texans Chiefs. Like, what do you think an NIT playoff game is going to get?
Yeah, I don't need the NIT and the CBT and the whatever else BTs of college basketball. I definitely don't need them in football.
Again,
we should be eliminating all of it anyways.
Again, where it's like much more violent of a game.
Yeah.
That these guys are shortening their lives to play to be the 13th best team in the country.
Yeah, hard pass. All right, when we get back, DJ Bienemy, ESPN.com. He joins us in studio, getting you ready for Texans Chiefs and this rest of the tough schedule for the Texans. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Sean Mapes. We're hoping Paul Gallant will return tomorrow. And
well, at least we're hoping.
We're hoping.
I don't know.
I think DJ Biename from ESPN.com. From ESPN. I thought how Paul says it.
He'd be like, ESPN.
I don't think you missed Paul today. Ready to hang out with us for 30 minutes?
Judging from what he said when he walked in. Oh, no Paul today? Good.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have a great time. I hope Paul's listening to know that we are a better place when he's gone.
The Texans at a better place?
Yeah.
What do you think about the offensive line change? Were you surprised?
Nah, because I was on when I was on Joel and Jeremy's show, I did say like Titus being a left guard was a wild card. I think that they still can't run the ball. I mean, I feel like it's funny. Like since Kenyon Green's been out, like they can't run the ball effectively. Like outside of the 2 games against Cowboys can't stop the run. The Jags are the Jags. When they've played anybody that's even respectable defensively at stopping the run, they've averaged under 47 yards per game. I think one game was 46. Obviously, this last one I think was like in the 40s, and they had one where it was like in the 12s. I mean, not 12, but like 20 something. It's like 14 for like 24 yards.
I mean, their longest run. Actually, their 2 longest runs were a Tank Dell reverse and Dare on a fake punt.
Right,
so,
right.
From what the offensive line blocks up, it was Joe Mixon 12 carries, 23 yards.
Exactly.
Longest of 5, which is crazy.
Right.
What is it about this offensive line that doesn't work run blocking wise? Does not work unless Kenyon Green is in there. Because
this was so funny.
I don't know any other one other left guard that has that kind of effect on. Especially run blocking, which you think is a more of a 5-man unit type of deal.
Yeah, I would say that with all the shuffling, the chemistry is a little bit off because in zone blocking scheme, there has to be like a continuity and a chemistry and you're basically blocking as a team. Where the gap schemes is more you just block your guy and kind of go from there. I would say that also guys like Juice just aren't strong enough to move guys off the line of scrimmage. Same with Jared Patterson. And then obviously you have Titus. Titus just isn't a natural left guard. Yeah. So like when you factor all those things in, that kind of explains why they struggle running the ball when Kenyon Green isn't out there. They don't run it as well. That is.
What do you think Titus Howard's future is with the Texans?
That's a good question. I think
because he hasn't been great this year. Like you look at some of like the advanced numbers about like pressures and getting beat off the ball.
Yeah.
He's pretty low across the NFL.
Yeah.
He also, I know he's currently has deleted Twitter, but in his Twitter profile, he put right tackle only.
Yep.
Well, he's a left guard again.
Yep.
Do you think he's here next year? Or do you think like when they look at their salary cap stuff that with bringing in Blake Fisher, maybe that's a guy they move on from?
So it's interesting because like I was looking at the cap space yesterday. I was actually talking to somebody about it yesterday. They're like 14 million like for next year, which is towards the bottom of the league. They can get out of Titus's deal. They have to take on I think his cap is like 23, and then they have to take on a $21 million dead cap hit. So I'm not really too sure how much cap space they'll actually free up. Probably like maybe like $2 million, or I really don't know. Be understanding like how the dev cap stuff works together with the cap hit and things of that nature. I think they would free up 2 if they got rid of him. They did draft Blake Fisher in the 2nd round, and that's a high draft pick. So the option is either because Laramie's cap hit is really high. It's like 30, it's almost 30 for next year. It's like 28. They're not gonna move on from Laramie. So I could see a scenario where they possibly move on from Titus. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. In all honesty, which kind of explains like why they're fine with moving him all over the offensive line.
Yeah, especially with part of that move is to start Blake Fisher, which I don't think is exactly an accident of, well, let's get our 2nd round pick from this year.
Right.
A couple starts where now they're in the situation where they've already clinched the division.
Yeah.
I don't know how likely it is that they are the 3 seed. It's still possible that they can move up to the 3 seed, but you kind of need to beat Baltimore. That's the most important part of that.
Right.
Is beating Baltimore to get up there.
Right.
How I guess how much of the offensive struggles, especially last game or all season, but last game especially, winning the game but only having 181 yards.
Crazy.
I thought it was a typo, but then thinking about the game, I was like, you know what, that feels right. But I can't believe they actually pulled that off. How much of it does go back to this offense not being able to be in sync, being able to get in a rhythm for any sustained portion of games? Is that just on the offensive line, or is it a bigger issue outside of just the 5 guys blocking?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of everything. I think that CJ is going through second year growing pains ish. Teams have a better idea on how to defend him, along with defending Bobby. Also, they only have one guy that can consistently beat man coverage, so that also hurts a little bit. Um, a lot of again, like they've seen a lot of too high and a lot of cover two and a lot of quarter half, which is cover six. They've seen a lot of those type of coverages, cloud coverages, which and teams have a decent idea of which side is going to be the initial read, and they can kind of muddy things up just a little bit. Obviously, Stephon Diggs being out hurts that too. Because again, like some of the areas where you can attack, where teams do go to that too high, you just need a little more time. And there are moments, but again, like the day looks a lot different if Messi catches that pass down the sideline, right?
Yeah.
Like it feels different, right? Because that probably goes for a touchdown or a really, really big gain. Even though Dare did, he had a fake thing or whatever, but like the offense, they didn't really have the ball much. So I won't really criticize them too much because Miami did have the ball a lot because obviously they were trying to do ball control, short pass game, blah 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 blah. But it just each week feels like something else. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a combination of damn near everything. You know what I'm saying? Like they haven't had many games where the offense was just clicking on all cylinders. I think
have they had any?
Week one,
Patriots game, which you can throw the Patriots asterisks on that.
Yeah,
exactly.
The next highest scoring game was against the Cowboys on Monday Night Football.
But even that one, like they had
stalled out some
defensive touchdown.
Right. Maybe the second half of the Jags game, but there hasn't been like one, both halves of football where the offense is really clicking. So I would say, it's been I think the entire season. The too high stuff, has really been pretty effective against the Texans offense in terms of just limiting them on a yard, because the issue is they can't run that effectively when teams are in too high.
Yeah.
So like that just kind of defeats and ruins everything.
Yeah. If you can't run when they're in too high, then you can't force them to get them out of too high.
Exactly.
And now you can't. It makes it harder to throw too.
Right. Exactly.
Yesterday we put up this video on YouTube from our show, from Sean and I. The question was, how far can the Texans defense take them? Because it's pretty damn good. Can they take them? Is it just one playoff win? Is it 2 playoff wins?
Just one.
Just one?
Because the teams that you're going to have to see in the next rounds, after round one, if you get past that, going to have pretty good defenses and superhuman quarterbacks. Like Lamar, well, they'll probably see Lamar round one. And if it's Russ, Russ obviously isn't a superhuman, but I doubt they would actually go to the Pittsburgh. They would be going to Kansas City. Right now they're the 4. Probably gonna stay at the 4. So is that a Kansas City or Buffalo? So you're gonna be facing superhuman quarterbacks. Like yesterday, as good as the defense played, like I feel like in those circumstances, even though yes, the Dolphins offensive tackles were missing, blah blah blah, Water goes out. I feel like a Josh Allen, a Lamar, even a Burrow type, even like a Mahomes type would have been able to overcome the fact that the Texans offense didn't score that much, because you're not going to be able to hold it off. Like you can't live off of just trying to hold a team under 20 points. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the offense does have to score a little more points. They can't keep relying solely on just scoring off of turnovers. They got to be able to score without that. They got to be able to score in shootouts, whatever that is. So I think that maybe one, because right now they be playing. But the thing is, if it stays as currently constructed, it'd be the Ravens. You know what I'm saying? And the Ravens can put up points, and the defense has gotten better in the second half of the season, especially from a pass defense standpoint. And I would say if we get the Steelers, if TJ Watt's available, then it'll just be, just 2 slugfests. So you can win that matchup, and maybe you can probably win the Chargers matchup that way too. But if it's the Ravens, then nah.
Yeah, I think of the 4 teams, Ravens, Steelers, Chargers, Broncos. The only one I think for sure I'd put as an L would be the Ravens. I think the Texans would win all the other games. I think Bo Nix, he's been a fun story. I think it's been a little inflated with some of the numbers that he has, because they just keep chucking the ball down the field,
right?
And he's just connecting them whenever 4 of them.
Right.
So some of the numbers look great,
right?
But what do you want to see the next 3 games now? Like what is there anything? Do you think there's any chance in 3 weeks, the next 3 games, specifically the next 2 games, they convince us of something that they're different on offense? Or do you feel like this is just, it's who they are, these are the problems, SOL?
Yeah, I think this is just who they are at this point. Expecting them to change and be drastically better is just unrealistic at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like we want that to be the case, but it's just so hard for that to be the case. You know, because again, like even the Jags game, they put up 23 points. The Jags defense is one of the worst in the league.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they put up 23 points. Like the Cowboys obviously have a bad defense. It took them until the end of the fourth to score a second half touchdown. You know, so I think like we have enough of a track record, and the offense is kind of you kind of wait till next year. You know, obviously the injuries, losing Diggs, obviously the injury on the offensive line at times. Teams having a better book on Bobby and CJ. It's just it is what it is for this year, and it's hard to change much at this point in the season. Because again, you are who you are, you know, and if there's things that you struggle with, because think about it, like we've been talking about the stunt stuff the entire year. They still get sacked on stunts.
Yeah.
They still get sacked on stunts. You know what I'm saying? So like they are who they are, and they're gonna have to be a defensive led team that if they can run the ball, then they can win some games. They could probably win a couple playoff games. If they can't run the ball, it's over. You know, like fair or not, it'll be unfair to put the entire offense on CJ in a playoff game on the road at this state. Like you're not gonna win much. Like you might be able to get to 20 points, but you're not gonna realistically win that game. And him being 23 years old, second year, him having a solid second year, but him also having to overcome the fact that teams have a better idea of what Bobby likes to do. Like it's just you're gonna have to be able to run the ball. If you can't, like it's over with.
So this team clinches their second straight AFC South championship.
Yep.
I think any other franchise their fan base would be super excited that their rookie quarterback, rookie head coach combination, first 2 years win it. But this is a city that's used to winning the AFC South and seeing that as like the hard ceiling or not the hard ceiling, seeing the divisional round as the hard ceiling for what this team can do. And like we said, that's kind of what we see this ceiling being. What can they do, or what do you think? How do you think they'll approach this 3 games and 11-day stretch now that they kind of do have the division locked up? We feel like they have the 4 seed locked up. Do you have any indication of how they'll play this, either giving guys rest if there's someone who's been playing through injury and they're banged up and they might be more cautious with them? We saw Joe Mixon get banged up on Sunday. Is that something that you have a sense of how they'll approach this, which we thought was going to be a huge stretch of their season? Now it looks like it's really don't get hurt before the playoff time.
Yeah, I would say I could see one D'Amico, like that's not really we're gonna sit guys out because we wanna, unless like it's like 50-50 or whatever. Not if guys are just knick-knack. That's not really who he's about. I would say that these 2 games, they gotta win one of them just to give them confidence. One, I think, the Ravens game is probably most important because that's who started, getting them an L last year and ended last year.
Yeah.
And I think that for whatever reason, the Ravens I think the Ravens are like 12-2 against the Texans in their franchise history. So I think that, they got to find a way to get that one. Obviously, the Kansas City one is interesting because it's like to beat Kansas City, you got to at least, it's rare. There hasn't been a team I can think of right now that has beat Kansas City, right, in the playoff, but they didn't beat them before in the regular season. You know what I'm saying? Like every team that's beat Kansas City, aside against the Bucks, but that was Brady, right? Brady's already beat him before. All of them, 2018, right, when they didn't get Super Bowl, the Patriots beat them early in the regular season. The Bengals, when they beat them, the Bengals beat them in the regular season. I think you have to get that confidence that you can legitimately beat a team like a team led by Mahomes, Andy Reid, all that, because they don't make. We see it. Like I get it. A lot of it feels lucky, but they don't make mistakes at the end of games. They find ways to win no matter what. So I think that the Texans, if you really want to make a playoff run, you got to be able to beat. I don't want to say both of them, but at least one of them. And if I had to pick my pick, it would be the Chiefs one, because going in there on a playoff game on the road, you're gonna get that preview now.
Yeah.
Well, if Mahomes plays,
I think he's gonna play.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if he's like, does it diminish?
No.
If he's just like, if he's
if number 15 is under center.
He literally won a Super Bowl with a worse ankle
I know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and he beat Burrow and he beat the Eagles, who had a top. I think they had a second ranked defense in the entire NFL, and they had 70 sacks that season. Granted, the turf was bad. a lot of guys were slipping.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So
Was
that
it-
that
I
played a big
forgot
factor.
about the
But they
turf.
put up like 38 against.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a team that you have to at least have beaten before. We've yet to see a team beat the Chiefs in the postseason that hasn't beat them in a regular season, right? And obviously the Bills have beat them the last 3 years, and they always find a way to lose at the last minute against
Mhm.
them. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's if I had to pick which one you gotta win for your playoff run, it's for sure the Chiefs.
Yeah, especially because like we know like kind of the old like adage about like beating a team twice in a season.
Yeah.
Like, well, you're playing Baltimore on the 25th, and then you're playing them again potentially on the 9th,
Right.
or the 8th. Like it's such a quick turnaround,
Right.
So, but because of the way the season's gone, like it's kind of to look forward and backwards. The fake punt, Tank Dell being on punt return.
Mhm.
Are they desperate on offense? Because it kind of like
Actually, I get what
it
you're saying.
smells like desperation of like we're acknowledging what the offense is. Because like we talked about this yesterday, and that's why like with the Chiefs game coming up, like you would think logically you would not put out a fake punt play like that until you play Kansas City or Baltimore.
Right.
Instead, they had to use it against Miami.
Right.
Because they couldn't get anything going.
Yeah. I don't think you're wrong at all. I think that's actually I hadn't even thought about that, but I think that I don't want to say it reeks of desperation, but I do think that it speaks to the larger point that they're trying to get the offense jump started.
Yeah.
And putting Tank Dell at punt return also speaks to that because obviously he can make things happen, things of that nature, just to try to give the team short fields. Because I'm trying. I mean, they haven't had that many drives where they've kind of like gone the length of the field since the Cowboys game. I know. I guess Tennessee. I know they had a couple of takeaways and things of that nature. I mean, because even like their first touchdown against Tennessee, it was set up by like an 81-yard kick return by Dameon Pierce.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And then obviously against Miami, they actually had 0 drives. They had 0 drives where they drove the length of the field. And mind you, Miami was punting a lot.
Yeah.
I guess like the touchdown drive they did, but they had to get the dart.
Yeah, I was gonna say that 70-yard. It was a 70-yard touchdown drive to start the second half. In the middle of that was a fake punt for 35 yards. So I don't really give them credit for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like I think that's what's your point of like they're just trying to do whatever they can to trying to jumpstart the offense. It's kind of interesting that at this point of the season, going into the season, we would think at this point that the offense would be such a anchor in the ground holding the Texans back. Like I would have never thought that in my wildest. Like I thought if the Texans didn't live up to expectation, it was going to be because obviously interior offensive line was going to be a little bit of an issue, but the interior defensive line, linebackers, and safeties were going to be enough of a problem to prevent them from reaching it there. I thought CJ was still going to have at least get to close to 30 touchdowns. Nico have a good year. Tank have a good year. Diggs have a good year. Bobby looked like he was just gonna be his last year in Houston to go become a head coach. Now you got people saying this might be his last year in Houston. That's just the OC. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we want.
You know, so like never in my wildest imaginations could I have seen the season going like this.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny zooming all the way out. They are 9-5, clinched the AFC South with 3 games left.
Right.
Their over under was 9.5. They're gonna hit that.
Yeah, in August, we're nodding our head. We're like, yep. And then if we played this segment and we're like, how far can this defense carry this team? What's wrong with their offense? Like, it is the complete opposite of what we thought that coming into the year, how they get to this point. I think it's fair to say like they've lived up to the overall expectation of the team, but just because this offense is so limited that we're sitting here saying that they can only win one playoff
So if
game.
they lose the next 2 games, do you rest people in week?
Hell no.
18?
I think you play them at half
Because the offense sucks. I'm not taking CJ Stroud and Nico, and I know Laramie Tunsil's not going to want to be out there because like it's just kind of who it seems like he is. So if Laramie's not out there, well then you're not playing CJ.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know who that would.
Nick Broker.
Who?
It'd be Nick Broker at right tackle and then a Blake at left tackle.
Okay.
Thank God we've never heard of Broker's name before.
So CJ,
that's a good sign.
He's always on the inactive list.
Okay. So if Laramie doesn't want to play week 18, then CJ can't play.
Yeah.
But I think they got to play at least a half because the offense has been terrible. They don't deserve the benefit of the doubt. Where like Mahomes can miss the next month with this ankle sprain, including the bye week, and no one would care. Josh Allen can take off. I'm not sitting these guys. They got to play a little bit.
And they just came off a bye and scored 20
Yeah, I was
points
just about to
against the
say,
Dolphins.
Yeah.
So it's not like a rest issue
Yeah.
or getting more time. Yeah, I think they have to play a half just to stay in rhythm.
What if they win one of the games? If they win one of the games, they get to 10 wins, do you rest in week 18?
No, I think no matter what, because I just don't think the offense, even if they beat Kansas City this weekend,
I mean, a lot
Kansas
of
City's offense has struggled this year. Like, it wouldn't shock me if the Texans won this game 16-13, just because Mahomes is limited and they can't move the ball. Like, while he's out there, he's not effective. I know they're talking about Hollywood Brown being back, but like, they have been a terrible offense most of the year, just like the Texans.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I think the answer to that is going to depend on if the Steelers beat the Ravens. If the Steelers beat the Ravens, then you got to start considering it, because at that point, now it almost becomes mathematically impossible to get to
the three. Yeah.
You know, and I think as annoying as it is, that they probably would have to strongly consider resting, because as bad as the offense is, the last thing you want is, CJ be out there and twist an ankle or
You're right.
whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but if they finish 9-8, that would for sure. That's what I'm saying. They damn near got to win both of these to give people more confidence about them going to the thing.
Yeah, having the 10-7 record up, would make you feel a lot better, especially what the
How
expectations
much better would
were.
that make y'all feel if they went 10-7?
I think
same record that they had last year, and they spent way more money.
If they beat the Ravens, so for me, it's the Ravens game is more important than the Chiefs game.
Okay.
Because we saw them lose twice to the Ravens last year.
Okay.
And it's like, you want to prove to me that you've gotten better in any capacity? Well, that's it.
Okay.
Like, Lamar Jackson's throwing 5 touchdowns. You have Derrick Henry out there. Like, that is a much better football team in a lot of ways offensively.
For sure.
They're definitely a step backwards on defense with like their DC change.
Yeah.
But like, so like, I want to see them. Like, I want to see them win on Christmas versus Baltimore. I mean, no, I don't. They're gonna win 10 games. And I think.
Okay, what if they go 10-7 but they lose in round 1? How would the city feel?
They're gonna
bad.
They're gonna be disinterested like they always are.
Yeah. Step back, fire Bobby, that kind of
stuff. It's gonna be fire Bobby. They're gonna go into the offseason, no matter what happens in the draft, and what happens with Stephon Diggs, who's kind of floating out there already a little bit about Houston being home and liking it here. Which I think would be huge, because they owe him $16 million in dead cap next year.
Anyway, yeah.
So I think you got to bring him back before March 1st and renegotiate his contract. I just don't think people. I think people will be kind of checked out in the offseason.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be like the big.
Yeah.
We all got so hyped up for one offseason, and then for it to go as bland and as poor as it has offensively, I'm not sure how. Like, I don't know if the season ticket wait list is there again next year.
Yeah, it would be same old Texans. It would go back to, this team is what we have been accustomed to. It's back to what they were under Bill O'Brien when they had no problem winning division titles under Bill O'Brien. Right. It was just the ceiling always felt so limited, and you would have gotten 2 years. Now it is, again, rookie head coach, rookie quarterback, that you would be having this feeling. So there is a little bit more, I would think, reason for optimism, but I think this fan base is just one that, especially having gotten their hopes up. Honestly, giving their hopes up this past offseason might make it worse going forward. That they're not going to want to get hurt again.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, shoot, like as a broken Dolphins fan, like, listen,
Mike McDaniel can't beat a good team.
I am so done with that whole regime. So I get it.
Yeah,
I have a question since you're a Dolphins fan. I know there's more guys, McVay, some of these other ones who kind of run the Shanahan offense. It's different.
Yeah.
Is the Shanahan offense dead though? Because the Dolphins are struggling, the Texans are struggling, the Niners are struggling.
I feel like the league has caught up to it.
Yeah.
Like,
I think Mike McDonald solved it last year for Baltimore. He beat all 3 of those teams pretty handily. And I think everyone has just copied it now. Like, it reminds me of when Vic Fangio shut down Sean McVay and Jared Goff, and everyone caught on. I think people have caught on to like this version that these 3 teams specifically all run very similarly.
Yeah. I think the only one that's still having success is LaFleur. But one of the reasons why is like he loves to he's committed to running the rock. Like, they got some power stuff, and like, McVay also, like, they run a lot more inside zones and duos and things of that nature. So they're more physical. They're more physical up the middle type of team. So I would say, I think the league has for sure caught up to all of it, because their drop back pass games are so simplistic. Like what's his face? D'Amico had a great game plan for everything that Mike McDaniel wanted to do. Like everything. Like I remember I was looking at some of the play action stuff, like the line. I'm gonna ask some guys, but my thought is they told the linebackers to not, if they play action, don't move.
Mhm.
So you can just be able to still get into those windows. Just don't move, because they trusted their D line and win against the Dolphins' offensive line, and to be able to get back into those windows and things of that nature. So I think that a lot of teams have a much better idea on how to stop a lot of it, because again, like you know they want to go over the middle, they want to go over the middle, so you just have to have a lot of bodies in that area, and you'll be able to slow it down. And I think that the league has for sure caught up, because again, as you said, like the only guy like the Rams had some success against Mike McDonald, but Stafford just blacked out. So I wonder how much of it is, you also need a quarterback that can just completely black out. And obviously we've seen CJ black out, we've seen Tua at times black out, but obviously Stafford is is in a tier above both of those guys, at least right now. Well, at least at that point he was. So obviously Jordan Love has a lot of serious arm talent, but again, I think just overall structurally, like they all have to like regroup and figure out how to, because the league has for sure caught up. Like easily, the league is caught up.
Yeah, like the
it's so
chat,
clear.
like the chats point out, like Minnesota, Tampa Bay, like they're running it, but like I don't know,
it's a little bit different.
Specifically with Minnesota and Green Bay, like I watch those games all the time. Like being a Bears fan, like they do not run the same Shanahan offense.
No,
that
because
Miami
they're
and these teams run. They run the McVay version. Like it is. They are different. Same with Liam Cohen in Tampa Bay now. Like they are different offenses. It's almost like it's a McVay branch. That is still working. The Shanahan branch is just not in that way. All right, he is DJ Bieniemy. Are you going to the Christmas game, or are you gonna take one off?
I'm gonna be at the Christmas game. I cannot not go to any games. So I'll be at the Christmas one for sure. I'll be at the Kansas City. I've still booked my stuff to go to Tennessee though.
Can you avoid going to Tennessee if you know Davis Mills is playing as a starter? Like, will ESPN make an exception for that?
That's a good question.
It's like, guys, like, do I have to do this?
Probably not. I probably still gotta go.
Okay.
They probably won't make the exception, sadly.
All right. He is DJ Bieniemy from ESPN.com. Thanks for coming in as always. Appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. 10-minute drill next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Gallant George here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks again to DJ Bianame for joining us in this last segment. We'll do the 10-minute drill in just a second here, and I think Gilbert's on the line. Gilbert, what's going on?
How you doing, gentlemen? Doing okay?
Yeah, doing good, man. How are you?
Yeah, did you look to the show this morning on John Lance this morning?
No, I missed it. What happened?
Oh, no, it's the name of the guy who gave me the flu yesterday.
Oh, I will.
You know what the name is?
No, I don't, but I will find out from Lance, and I will let you know.
Can you find out for me?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll put you on hold, and we'll find out for you, okay? All right, bye, Gilbert.
All right.
We need to talk. I'll text Lance right now.
Yeah.
And then we'll find out. All right. While we do that,
Thank you to whoever that was.
yes, thank you whoever brought food to Gilbert. Shout out to you. Anthony, you ready for the 10-minute drill? All right, let's do it.
We're ready for some football, baby.
Tackling the biggest news in the NFL.
This just in.
With Paul Gallant and Joe George. The 10-minute drill starts now.
Football time. All right, 10-minute drill here on Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We had 2 Monday Night Football games last night.
Two great ones, really.
The Falcons won 15-9. Bijan Robinson had a good day.
That's all I cared about.
Kirk Cousins stinks.
Yes, I was surprised. They were doing a lot of the showing the backup quarterback standing on the sideline. I really thought that we are going to get Michael Penix in that game. And I'll be honest, that's kind of what kept me tuned in. And it was much closer than the other game, which we'll get to in a second.
I don't know.
But I was thinking like, they have to bring in Penix at some point, and they didn't.
I think they're just gonna ride it out this year, and then they'll trade Cousins this offseason.
Yeah, I guess
there's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks.
But don't you kind of?
No, he's cooked, man.
No, I mean, don't you want to bring in Penix just to give yourself a chance in the playoffs? Or A, chance to make the playoffs, B, a chance to do something once you get there.
Yes.
If you're going to trade him anyway, just put in Penix. Maybe worst case scenario, you lose the NFC South, which you're probably going to do anyway, or you lose your first playoff game, which you're going to do anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Okay.
I just don't know why they're not doing. But if they haven't done it yet, then I don't know what the wait is for.
Okay.
Like, this is the perfect time to do it. If you're the Falcons, you play the Giants, they suck. The Commanders, their defense is solid.
Yeah, but they did just play a close one with the Saints. They're trailing fast,
and then you play the Panthers.
Yeah,
If you're gonna, this is like the perfect time to roll them out there. Honestly, the perfect time would have been the Raiders game.
It would have been last night.
Yeah, 4 games in a row.
Now it's a short week, whatever. But
yeah.
I think that if we're doing a show in Atlanta, we've probably been talking about should Michael Penix come in for two months now.
Yeah,
and it really looks like Cousins is just fully cooked now. It was very interesting at the start of the season. It felt like, well, he looks bad, but he's still coming back from the Achilles.
He threw for 500 yards.
I was going to say, he then kind of found a stride, and now he looks cooked again.
Yeah, it's like you can tell he doesn't trust himself.
Yeah.
There was the other game happened last night. Bears lost. They suck. They were 4-2. They're 4-10. Caleb was not great last night.
He needs to stop taking those hits, I think. If I was to give him advice, I'd pat him on the head, say you need to stop taking
You know what else I would tell him? Stop throwing the ball to Keenan Allen because he can't catch.
That was his. 2 drops, but one of them.
I know he caught a touchdown, but my God.
One of them was, I think it was like a 3rd and 7. He was wide open, and he either stops his route early or Caleb leads them too far, puts too much on it.
No,
and
they're not on the same page still.
Flies between us.
I don't understand. They're not on the same page. Caleb and the wide receivers. Keenan, like the one you're talking about, Keenan stops, and Caleb throws it like he's going to keep running.
Like 2 steps ahead of him.
Like how is that still happening? Like, I don't know.
I know.
And then there's this Kieran kid. Kieran, I don't know how to say his last name, the left tackle.
Oh, okay.
Their rookie out of Yale. That guy got beat like a drum by Jonathan Grenard. There was 4 times last night where Grenard didn't even get touched.
Oh my god.
He ran around him so fast.
Just like speed rush around
yes,
the edge.
he just ran around his bum ass. My God. Ryan Poles, former offensive lineman, can't evaluate the offensive line.
That seems I think last night was the full part of it's because it's national TV. Part of it is because what you said, they started 4-2, now they're 4-10.
Yep.
Was a full wait, Ryan Poles sucks. He got all this love back in July and August around Hard Knocks, and not just because he was on Hard Knocks, because people are looking at this Bears roster saying, is this the best situation a first round pick has ever walked himself into with the weapons that they have? And I mean, that's really it, because I think even back then we knew that their offensive line was going to be the
they
weak
built
part.
a 7-on-7 roster.
Yeah, and now they're 4-10. They fired their offensive coordinator. They fired their head coach. They're on their interim head coach who called plays for 2 games, looked pretty good at it,
And then he moved down to the field, and it got significantly worse.
Yeah, so yes, I agree with you that Ryan Poles should be fired. Although I did see a report, I'm not sure how connected this report is, that Vrabel is drawing interest from the Bears, and a lot of that is because of his relationship with Ryan Poles.
I don't love that. Ben Johnson should be the first candidate, and then Joe Brady should be number 2.
Okay.
And then I have Mike Vrabel on my list. He's my next guy after that.
But you would want clean slate, new GM, new head coach.
Yeah, he can't evaluate talent. He can't evaluate the offensive line, defensive line.
I agree with you.
And people gave Ryan Poles so much of a pass.
Because
Landry Locker and Cody Stutes are the only people I've seen on social media point this out. And I said it, like, I love Caleb Williams. I believe in Caleb Williams. But like, everyone's like, Ryan Poles is so great. CJ Stroud or Caleb Williams right now? CJ Stroud. It's not even close.
Yeah.
And who had the first pick of the NFL draft when CJ Stroud was there? The Chicago Bears.
The Bears did.
And what did they do? They traded it to the Carolina Panthers.
That is true.
You could have taken CJ Stroud right then and there. And I like Caleb, but you could have had CJ.
I was going to defend him by saying that the Panthers trade was a good trade.
It was a good trade.
But if you then throw in the I guess the variable of why didn't you just keep the pick and pick CJ Stroud?
Yep.
You know what? I can see that point. That is a very good point that you made, that also Landry and Stutes made. But
they're right. Like,
you got me there. You actually, and I'm not saying that, but like the next words out of my mouth were going to be he fleeced the Carolina Panthers.
He did. It's a great trade, but
you probably should have made it.
Mm-hmm. All right, just a couple of cleanup items here. Some odd stuff I saw that was interesting. Also, this is I guess after the game last night and the Lions lost, I think Week 18, Vikings-Lions is a playoff game, and it might be for the number 1 seed. That's why it's a playoff game. They're both 12-2 right now.
Both 12-2. Yeah.
And the
it
Eagles,
might be.
The Eagles can cause a wrinkle with it, of course.
Who won the first? I guess Detroit won.
We have 3 teams at 12-2 in the NFC, sitting at the top, and the Lions play the Bears, the Niners, the Vikings. The Vikings' upcoming schedule is going to be
Seattle, Green Bay, Detroit. That's tough. That is.
Yeah, but dude, it's gonna be Sam Howell this weekend.
That is true. I was thinking mostly the Packers game. I was thinking mostly the Packers game. I think I'm off Seattle. I think I picked them at least the last 2 times they've been on the pick 6. And
the Eagles do have the Commies, the Cowboys, and the Giants. So the Eagles' path to the number 1 seed is much easier.
Yeah. Is there an Eagles tiebreak? No, not with the Vikings. So yeah, that is a good call. That this would that be the Sunday night game? Because normally they like to do win and in.
I think it's gonna have to be, because it's gonna be for the 1 or the 2 seed, and if you don't win the game, you're gonna be the 4 seed. Like, it is a dramatic difference of like.
No, you'll be the 5 seed, right?
Oh yeah, the 5 seed. Sorry, yes, yeah. You'd be the 5 seed, so like it's dramatically different.
Yeah.
And then I was looking at some odd stuff. They still don't. At least the website here doesn't still have Defensive Player of the Year, so they must have it locked up for whatever reason. Josh Allen's moved to a -900 as the MVP favorite, so that thing's over.
That's fair.
Jaden Daniels is -750 as Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't agree.
Bowers?
I think it should be Bowers.
Yeah.
He's leading in like yards, catches. He's setting all these kind of records. He's been the best rookie in the NFL this year. It's really not even close, and it's nothing against Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels has been incredible, but Brock Bowers has been the best tight end. He is the best tight end in football.
Yeah.
Already.
He
should
does.
win. He should win Offensive Rookie of the
He
Year.
definitely has a case for that, and it is interesting that Offensive Rookie of the Year does kind of feel like it's shifting into MVP mode, where it
Mhm.
kind of has to be the best playing quarterback, like the best quarterback of that draft class. But if you do have to weigh, like, this guy is the best tight end in football, he should probably win the award.
Yeah. Like, yeah, he's already passed Travis Kelce in year one. Like,
Yeah, some of that's, Kelsey management plan. But I do, like, in a playoff game, I probably would, the Chiefs aren't going to be like, who we wish we had instead of Kelsey out here, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
But I understand that he has outplayed him every week of the season.
Quinyon Mitchell and Jared Verse are the top two guys for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Kalen Bullock is 8th right now at plus 3,000. He's not going to get it.
No.
Saquon Barkley is minus 400 for Offensive Player of the Year. And then Kevin O'Connell is the betting favorite at plus 110 for the Head Coach of the Year, which makes a ton of sense.
If we're talking about them
It's
potentially
Sam
having a game to be the 1 seed, and yes, Sam Darnold is their quarterback. They're much better than I possibly thought they could have. I thought they could have maybe taken the last wild card spot. They're in that kind of mode. For them to be 12-2 right now, yes, he should be Head Coach of the Year.
TJ Watt is the betting favorite, minus 220 on this website.
Is he? Oh, I guess
Defensive Player.
Is he hurt?
I think that's why they took it off the board.
Yeah. Okay.
Pat Surtain's next.
Really?
Plus 900. Currently, Chris Jones, Daniil Hunter, and Will Anderson are all plus 1,700. So they are.
Yeah, I guess Stingley just doesn't have the interception number.
No, because like Xavier McKinney's on there.
Yeah, and he was getting a turnover every game.
Yeah,
for this.
Stingley should be on there. He should be at the top of this list.
Yeah, because I think Stingley is one of the best corners in the league.
I think it's him and Surtain right now are the best two corners in the NFL.
Yeah.
All right, when we get back, we have one more NFL topic we're going to kind of hit on when we get back about the Christmas Day game with the Texans, the Chiefs. And I just have a question about if we think the NFL has regret. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They probably do need a new one. The thing is, though, some of these, like the Saints and
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we know it sounds like Patrick Mahomes, like, well, maybe he'll play this weekend, actually.
At least I fully expect the report of he's warming up with the intention of playing. Like, he's going to give it a go.
Yeah.
That kind of situation.
Do you think the NFL has any regret with, like, yes, they took the money, but now you've got all these playoff teams playing in important games, which is what they wanted, but your best quarterback in the NFL, one of the most important players in the NFL, if not the most important player in the NFL, is hurt. And logically, it would make sense to not play him on Saturday or on Christmas, or at least to not have him play on Saturday in a standalone game. Like, I wonder, like, if they, like, now, like, they're seeing it play out, if they're like, like, maybe we shouldn't have done this.
Yes, because not only are you worried about the availability of Mahomes. I mean, the Chiefs won their division like 4 weeks ago.
Yep.
I don't know if they actually won it 4 weeks ago, but they won it a while ago. They are basically a win away from clinching the number 1 seed. So for them, there's not a ton to play for on top of their quarterback being hurt. For the Texans, they just won the division last week, and they are pretty much locked into the 4 seed. So at the very least, maybe this week there's still a lot of meaningful games or a lot of meaning in these games, but there's a chance that the Christmas Day games on Netflix are devoid of meaning, or at least have a lot less meaning going into them. So I do think it's a good point that if I'm the NFL, I probably don't feel like I got. Well, you probably got your money's worth.
Yeah, I mean,
because you're getting so much money.
You're gonna have you're gonna have the Ravens and the Texans, who are, two at this moment 9-5 teams. You're gonna have the Steelers and the Chiefs playing, who are 13-1.
Yeah, that is 4 playoff teams. So
they crushed it with picking teams.
Yeah, they didn't put the Bengals in one of these. They didn't put one of a team that was thought to be a playoff team, and it's like,
you know what I
at
don't love about
5
this,
wins.
though? I don't like that of the top 5 seeds in the AFC, the only team not playing is Buffalo. This really tough schedule where it's 3 games in 11 days, and like you have 4 of these teams going through this.
Yeah,
and the Bills just get to sit by and watch it take place. I don't love that. Like, I think next year, if they have to do this, I'm going to try to find the 2025 calendar here.
Well, because I think it'll be, I guess, because they're playing on Saturday and then Wednesday. That's theoretically the same as playing Sunday and Thursday, but there is a little bit extra of you're bending over backwards to change a schedule like this.
Now, next year's Christmas is on a Thursday next year, so
yeah, okay, so that's more straightforward.
It's more straightforward, so you can have them just play Sunday and Thursday.
I bet the Bills do play the Christmas Day game
100%
next year, though, because I do think that this is going to. I mean, you saw the teams they picked. They picked Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens, AFC finalist and MVP from last year, the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions, probably the most hyped or one of the most hyped teams this offseason, the Houston Texans, and the team with probably the second biggest fan base in the NFL with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they did go with a lot of very bankable property. Honestly, the Texans are the team that sticks out like a sore thumb as far as, getting eyeballs on these games. I do think that next year, because Josh Allen's probably going to win the MVP, and the Bills are probably going to be favored to win the division again and be one of the Super Bowl favorites, that they're going to be in this marquee spot, because I don't think they're going to go away from playing these games on Christmas anytime soon. If they can make a Wednesday game work, every other day that Christmas could fall on is much easier to work around.
That's why I don't think they regret this, because I think this is, honestly, they are using this as a testing point
to play on Wednesdays.
And I think the 18th game, which is being discussed again,
it's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when.
I think we're going to see Wednesday games, and I think that they're going to be more focused around the buys, like the first and second buy, and that's what they're going to do. And we're like, that's what's going to happen with Wednesdays. That we're going to see a big, dramatic shift in that.
Yeah, because they could really just play like the second Monday night game that they've been doing. I mean, they did it yesterday. If one of those games become Wednesday games and they do structure it almost like when they play abroad, where if you play in Europe, you had the option to get a bye week. Some teams decline the bye week, by the way, coming back from Europe, which I
Yeah.
think is crazy. But it could be a situation like that where it is kind of built in with your bye that you're gonna have a bye week, play on Wednesday, and then have a mini bye
Yeah.
before you play the next Sunday. So I do think, or maybe you do it where then you play on Thursday and then you
Mhm.
play on Sunday to kind of stair step it down, so you're not at a super rest advantage. But that is a good call. That this is more than a trial balloon for taking over Christmas. It is a trial balloon for taking over Wednesdays.
Yes. I think at some point, like, we will get to a point where
There's an NFL game every day of the week.
Yep. I think we have to wait for expansion for that to, like, officially happen. But I think in our lifetime, we will, and people will say it's too much, and people like on the Twitch are like the NFL's killing itself. Wrong, dude. The NFL, the ratings last night are going to be bigger than anything else on television. They're going to be
Yeah.
the number one rated things. The only thing in 2025 that will outrate an NFL game of like significant value inside the top 10 will be the inauguration.
Inauguration and election night are normally the two.
Yeah, 2024, like that will top NFL games. That will make the top 10, and then the inauguration in 2025 that will top the NFL games in next year. Besides that, the NFL's the king, and I don't want them to play every single night. I do not. I got no interest. I don't need 2 Monday night games. Also, the Monday night games, if you're gonna do it, stagger them again.
Yeah, do
Why
late
did we
night.
stop doing that?
Have Mike and Mike call it late night.
Yeah,
with
like
Mike Ditka.
why is one of them not a West Coast game?
Yeah. No, that is 100% right. I do wonder though, when is the tipping point for when America is like, this is enough? You know, because you
Dude,
see,
think about how bad Sunday was. The trash that was out there. Tommy DeVito and Boyle and all. I mean, you got Mason Rudolph and Will Levis and you got Spencer Rattler and Hayner. Like, you know what? You know what no one cares about? Any of that. Because the Bills and Lions game was awesome.
yeah, but I just wonder because we see it with like every other league where, you know, baseball super popular, and then now it's more of a regional thing where, you know, we only care about the local team here. We don't really have any national baseball discussions.
Mhm.
You know, as far as like what takes over Sports Center or First Take, other than Otani Yankees cheating scandal, is basically it. Whether it's steroids, whether it's the Astros scandal, like it requires a scandal for baseball to be a national topic. You see it with the NBA where the NBA ratings are bad, and I don't think it matters a ton for the NBA right now for their bottom line because they just signed a rights deal for the next decade, so they do have time to figure it out. Like they don't have to worry about losing money for a long time. But I do wonder when it kind of comes for the NFL, because right now the NFL is the exception in all of media, like not just sports. They're the exception for TV shows as far as how often and how much their audience is growing or staying the same. Everyone else is falling back.
All right, we'll kind of continue this conversation. Plus, we'll get to our Astros countdown when we get back. Sean Mapes, Joe George. It is Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm going to do the O Athletic later. We can just go to break.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I almost just had like a, I don't know, not a panic attack. That's not what I almost said. Like a little freak out. Because I saw Jonathan Alexander tweeted something. So I went to his Twitter profile, and I just saw exclusive players only meeting. I thought they had another one. I just didn't read the calendar. I just didn't read the date.
Oh, that was like a pinned tweet
Yeah,
or
it's
something?
a pinned tweet.
Okay.
And I was like, are you serious? Like, did they seriously have another one of these things? No, but it's just a pinned tweet.
Okay.
But Joe Mixon's back at practice, which is good. So at least we'll still wait to see like what comes of him and his second hip drop tackle injury that he's faced this season. That's one of those things like with the NFL that like I sometimes I just like I don't care what they tell us about these things, like the Trevor Lawrence play, the hip drop tackle. Like talk about safety. It happened twice on Saturday. Nothing got done about it.
Yeah.
Like they don't do anything about this stuff. Like
No, it's just so they can find them afterwards.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't. We see with the fines, like every week, guys get fined for doing very normal things. We talked about the Isaiah Pacheco fine, where he basically played now 2 weeks ago for free because he lowered his head on one run, and so he got popped with a fine. And what we see is like these. I don't think these fines like actually stop guys from doing these things that they're fining them for that are very ticky tack.
Yeah, it's
like the head hunting is kind of gone, but that also gets flagged in the moment. You know, you get suspended for that. The more ticky tack, like we'll just fine you for this or that in the middle of the week. I feel like we still get those plays.
Yeah, I totally agree. And they just get things, and they still just get things wrong all the time. I can't get over the Saints thing. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. The Saints, like the fact that
the clock stopped.
They stopped the clock, and then the Sean Hockley after the game was just like, "Yeah, it stopped.
It was a mistake."
It's like,
yeah, we know.
What do you mean? Like, but we were talking about like this, like what's going on with the NFL. And I think the NBA stuff is interesting because like of all the sports, like we're talking about, like ratings are down across most sports. Like they keep going up for the NFL, but they're obviously down for baseball. They're now regionally they're still up. But like you look at the World Series, and the World Series did not even beat the ratings for 2017. Shorter series hurts that. It's still like 9 million viewers less than 2016. So but like most local like good markets, like the ratings are holding steady. I don't know when the NFL bubble bursts. Like, and I'm not really sure it does. Like in our lifetime. Like I think we'll see it dip again at some point. But like look what happened around the concussions and Colin Kaepernick, and it dropped and it all skyrocketed.
Yeah.
The NBA hasn't recovered from the bubble and everything that happened in the world and what they put on the court and what the t-shirts that they wore. People didn't go back. And now that they try to go back and the product's not good. Like I think the NFL is due for a awakening of some kind. Like I do think at some point we will see the NFL make decisions that Major League Baseball has made of like speeding the game up a little bit. Like it's too long.
That's what I do wonder, because we talk about like the next generation, and a lot of times it's like they don't watch. Like the biggest thing is like they don't actually watch NBA games.
Yeah, they
like
watch highlights.
They watch the highlights on TikTok or on Instagram, and that's how they consume that sport. And I think that's a big reason why their numbers are falling off so much, is because they were always they had a younger fan base out of all the leagues, and their new younger fan base that's coming up into consuming and spending money on their product. Well, they're not going to spend money on your product because they can just watch it for free on TikTok.
Yeah.
They can watch whatever the only part of the game they want for free. I wonder, is that like a trickle down, or will there be a, I guess trickle up effect to the NFL, where when that fan base starts to get to that age, NFL watching age, like is there the attention span of these people that, like, if a basketball game isn't fast paced enough for you, will a 40-second play clock be too slow for you? Like a 6-second play and then 30 seconds of no action and then another 6-second play.
I think that's what baseball and basketball are like desperately banking on, is that these younger viewers that they're trying to create things for. And like the NFL's doing it, they're doing the Nickelodeon broadcast. I didn't realize that the Texans, there's a special broadcast. There's a Madden cast.
Oh yeah, I saw that advertised.
I don't really understand it. Like, are they Madden players? Like, did they just like put in like Kurt Benkert or whatever, the backup quarterback forever, like who used to play for the Packers? Like, the plays will be on there. So like, I don't really understand. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand how it's gonna work.
Yeah, but like, will that stuff translate to viewers? I don't know. I don't think the NFL needs to do that stuff. I think they're just doing it as like a just in case.
Yeah, and maybe it is like this is the trial balloon for something else, because for parts of what game was it? Oh no, it's the Amazon game. It's the Amazon one of the alternate broadcasts is, I want to say, like Skycam or something like that.
Yeah.
Where it's basically the like Madden camera angle that you like when you play Madden and you can see all the receivers.
Oh yeah,
It's that angle. And every once in a while you see people watch it for the first time and they'll tweet out like, wait, why do we not just watch every game where we can see the receivers? Well, why is the standard broadcast you only see the quarterback and offensive line, and then they throw the ball and then you have to trek with the ball to the receiver, where for most people that's, I mean, if that was the efficient way to watch the game,
Yeah.
Madden wouldn't have it like that.
100%. And then it's funny, as we're talking about this, I see this from Awful Announcing. Jason McIntyre today apparently said, quote, "This take probably won't be very popular, but I would argue that Inside the NBA, the show that everybody loves, has done more damage to the NBA in the last decade than anything."
I disagree with the hyperbole, but I understand what he's saying. I mean, we saw the example last week when the Rockets beat the Warriors and Ernie Johnson sets up Charles Barkley for an easy impressed by the Rockets, build up this young team for playing on their first national broadcast in like a year and a half, or no, on TNT for the first time in like 4 years.
Yeah.
First time they played on a national broadcast in about a year. And he goes, they don't know how to play basketball. And it's like, you're talking about the 3 seed in the West who just won a game.
I think I agree with Jason. Like, I love the show. Like, it's very funny. It's very good.
All
but,
they
like,
do is crap on the product.
yeah. Like, if everyone's like just telling you constantly like how bad everything is, because and they also like they turn fans off because like Charles goes through this whole broadcast and it's very clear he has not watched the Rockets play any basketball games, and he's taking everything that happened in the game that night and talking about it in these large generalities of that's how the Rockets have been playing all season. And it's like, no, dude, like this is a bad game. That's not how any of this season has gone. It's like, I don't think Jason McIntyre like is wrong at all. Like, and I'm not a huge fan. Like,
yeah, I mean, just think
he's
about
right. It's they damage the product because all they do is tell you how awful it is.
think about the NFL, whatever the NFL version of Inside the NBA is to you, whether that's one of the countdown shows on ESPN, one of the pre and post game shows on the other networks. Do they have the like they're all selling the league. They're all selling the league in a positive manner. What we like about Inside the NBA is that they're honest, they're free to say what they want, but it is at the end of the day a bunch of players that played 25, 30 years ago just doing the back in my day stuff.
Yeah.
Where the other broadcasts, like, they don't do that. Michael Strahan builds up the current day product. Like, they all are playing a part in building up. You know, no one sits on TV and goes, the Houston Texans suck. I know that they won the AFC South.
No, they just don't talk about them.
Well, that too. But they don't go like, this team stinks.
Yeah.
This team doesn't know how to play football.
Yeah, that only works in local radio. It doesn't work nationally. All right. When we get back, our Astros countdown. We have 57 days until the Astros report to spring training. Before we do that, I want to talk about O Athletic. OAthletic.com, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. They offer over 100 classes per week. Variety going from, weightlifting classes, agility training, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, boxing, whatever kind of class you want to take, you can do. They start up early in the morning. They pick back up around 4:30, so you can make it work around your schedule. They have all the recovery stuff that you need. Do not wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Get in the gym now before the January rush and sign up at O Athletic. Hit on the latest on Alex Bregman earlier in the show. Not really any updates, just the opinions of both Chandler Rome and Brian McTaggart, both on the MLB Network yesterday, saying that they don't think that Alex Bregman will be back to the Houston Astros. We did find out today that Kyle Tucker was preparing for Miles Straw's wedding when he found out he was traded.
Okay.
He was doing groomsman duties.
What does that entail? Did they go in detail for that, or is it just?
Let me see. I didn't read the whole article yet.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't mean to put you on the spot of like groomsman duties. What exactly do you mean by that?
Now, maybe it would be funny if he was at the wedding.
Yeah, was he
like the wedding was like going on? It was Friday.
He was standing.
Maybe
up
the wedding was that weekend.
It definitely was that weekend.
Yeah. So like he was probably like
it happened Friday at like 1:30.
So if it's Friday, so you're getting ready for the rehearsal dinner. Most likely.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Or the wedding could be that night. Some people do Friday night weddings.
Yeah. Miles Straw, save a little bit of money. Have an MLB player saving a little bit of money. And one of his groomsmen is going to make like $400 million in 2 years. But yeah, maybe he's trying to save a little money.
Yeah. You know what? Like, hey, Friday nights are fine, but our wedding was on a Saturday. God, it was so stressful planning that thing. Don't recommend.
Don't recommend planning, or don't recommend the whole
the planning.
Okay.
If you can pass it off to someone, let it. Like if you don't have to do any work, just like let it go. This is one of the funniest headlines. We'll get to an Astros thing here in a second. We talked a lot earlier in the season about the arm injuries that were happening. I'm looking forward to reading this piece later, but Jeff Passan just put a story up about arm injuries.
Okay.
And this is the tweet. This is how it reads. I've spent more than 12 years searching for answers to keep arms healthy. MLB's report on the matter broke little to no ground, but it was necessary for First Step to address an issue that's been ignored for far too long. And then the whole gist of the article is they try to throw too hard, basically. Like
that was his tweet, being like,
no, I added that very last one.
Okay.
But like the quick skim through it during the last break is pretty much like they try to throw too hard.
Yeah, you just chase velocity.
That's what Major League Baseball is saying about their pitchers. Duh. Like, also development, like you got to go backwards still. Like, guys throwing 120 pitches in college baseball and in high school. Like some of the issues start back there.
Well, and when you're 14 years old, trying to either make your varsity team, or if you're 16 trying to get looked at by colleges, I mean, they're going to look for velocity.
Yeah.
And so from such a young age, you're chasing velocity, and that is not good for arms. It looks like a 12-year study has found out that having kids throw as hard as they possibly can, like you said, 100 times a week, not good.
All right. So yesterday you sent this message, this tweet to us.
Yes.
In our group chat on X, from the crawfish boxes. And the tweet says this: as we, the Astros, pay Abreu, Montero, Dealing Tucker, and maybe more, I can't help but miss Luno's efficiency. His current soccer team is promoted to La Liga this year and just beat Barcelona with 1/15 the payroll. I just found it interesting because as everything's going on, it's not the first time I've heard Jeff Luno's name come up during this. I was listening to one of the other radio stations and he was brought up. I think someone here brought him up too about just like Jeff Luhnow and how this team was built and the idea of it and what it's gone to. And I'll be honest with you, I think it's a wild take to think that like things are just so much different with Jeff Luhnow.
Really?
Like this tweet points it out. They just beat Barcelona, his soccer team, with 1/15 the payroll. So what indication does that give you that Jeff Luhnow would have paid George Springer, Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, or Kyle Tucker? Like, he was fired before any of those guys left. He could have paid all of them. He could have paid Springer and Correa early. And what did he do? He willingly kept George Springer in the minor leagues to manipulate his service time so he could have him for longer.
That did help.
It did help
the Astros.
Yes, but it's also why George left without ever getting a real contract offer.
Yes. No, I mean, it is not breaking news that Jeff Luhnow, or like revisionist history, that some of Jeff Luhnow's business practices ruffled feathers, not just with players, but also just the actual human beings that worked in the front office.
Yeah.
That he was looking to maximize every little edge that he had in all things at all times, which at some point just turns into trying to screw people over at all times. And that's really what Jeff Luhnow was all about. I don't want to say he brought it to baseball, but he definitely brought the like ruthless efficiency
For sure. And that's why I still
to
think
baseball.
he's like not in the league is because of that.
Yes.
But like, I just think like this idea that like Jeff would be here and so these guys would stay. Honestly, I think they would have traded them all earlier.
But I will say, I think it's less about these guys would all stay. It would be more about the options wouldn't be Jake Myers, Chas McCormick, Mauricio Dubon, and maybe some other cheap guy in left field.
Mhm.
Like the answers wouldn't be John. Well, maybe it would be John Singleton because guess who liked John Singleton back in the day?
Yeah, because like,
but
you like can't-
but it would the cheap options would be better. The cheap options would be he would find diamonds in the rough.
I don't know, man. Jeff Luhnow was fired in January 2020. Because like King of Twitch is saying the same thing. Luhnow at least knows how to scout. Let's look back or my list go here. Daz Cameron was traded for Justin Verlander. He has not done anything. Forrest Whitley has pitched like 5 innings for the Astros. That's the first round pick in 2016. JB Bukakis, I don't even know if he's in baseball anymore. First round pick in 2017. Seth Beer traded for Zach Greinke. He's accomplished nothing. Corey Lee, he's accomplished nothing. Like Jeff Luhnow hasn't had a good draft pick since Kyle Tucker. Like of an early draft pick.
But he traded.
And I know
he traded those.
are-
He traded those guys while you could
Yes.
trade those guys for aces.
And I know those are all way late draft picks. Like I get that, but like just the idea that like he was going to have the success he had early on in the early rounds, then have that same success in the later rounds. Well, he hasn't had those. Those players haven't had that success. Like I also would love to see like what the Astros would have looked like with Jeff Luhnow running it. But like I don't think people would have liked it as much. Like I don't think Springer ever walks. I don't think Correa ever walks. I think those guys are all traded.
Really?
Yeah, I think Jeff Luhnow takes the analytical, ruthless approach of I'm going to reload my farm system a year before George Springer walks.
I do wonder about that because they're still competing at the top of the league, and so it's harder to take that like we're going to take a strategic step back when you're still winning 105 games every year like you were in the Luhnow era. So I do wonder about that, where it is easier to try to reconfigure some things when you're coming off back-to-back 90 win season or 90 and then 88 win
Yeah.
seasons. It's easier to go, hey, let's turn this one player into 2 good ones and a prospect, and let's try to move some things around under the constraints we have. It's also, they probably don't sign Abreu, they probably don't sign Montero, and that's almost $40 million that is not on your payroll if Jeff Luhnow's around. So that is more money you can spend on guys who will actually play for your team
Mhm.
and probably be at least pretty good for your team.
And like King of Twitch, like good counterpoint here. Like he brings up like what Jeff Luhnow's scouting department did in the like Latin American.
Yeah, that too.
Like, but like Oz Campo just got fired, I believe, by the Marlins. If I'm not, I believe he did.
Yeah, he
So,
was
like,
the GM.
So like they could go get him. Like I'm pretty sure he just got fired.
I think you're right.
I'm like I don't believe he is employed. I mean, maybe they didn't fire him, but like, yeah, Marlins firing respected former Astro scouts. So like, look, like you could get those guys back. Like you can, but also like, I just can't believe like things would go that like what's gone wrong without Jeff Luhnow until right now.
Well,
you won another World Series.
No, it's the offseason where Jeff Bagwell was making the decisions instead of Jeff Luhnow.
Okay, but people point to that.
That's the issue.
You're right. People point to that. But like I don't think but just because like you're paying Abreu Montero, also I don't think like it's connected to not paying Alex Bregman. Like they're just not paying Alex Bregman. Like they did not get this is the biggest contract they've ever offered.
But you would be able to pay Christian Walker. You'd be able to pay a
You're right.
a replacement for him if you weren't spending $40 million on a 40-year-old first baseman.
You still could. You're choosing not to.
Yes, but you wouldn't have to make that choice
Yes.
if you didn't have that money
They
on the roster.
all those contracts also come off the books after this year. Besides the Lance McCullers
So you're
contract.
you're just wasting 2 years.
Yeah, no, it's like you could pay him now, and like you have one bad year of cap hell or money hell, but like focus on your, stop focusing on building your bars and stuff that are never getting built. I'm just not convinced that like
No.
things are that different if Luno's here. Like I like the idea of it.
I think Jeff Bagwell or Jeff Luno is a better lead baseball decision maker than Jeff Bagwell and Dana Brown.
100%.
So things would be better.
Yeah, 100% they'd be better.
Things would be better with Jeff Luno. That is what I'm saying, is that Jeff Luno, I honestly, he is. I do wonder this, to make the opposite point, because I was going to say, because Jeff Luno greatly affected how front offices run in baseball, and you saw it with Ozzo Campos, you see it with Mike Elias in Baltimore, that not literally all his disciples spread out among the league, but other people look at what Luno was doing and then apply it to their teams.
100%.
So there is some advantage you lose from being the only team that operates the way that Jeff Luno operated. So if you're the only team employing this strategy, you are getting a better advantage than if, just 10 teams are all doing it, or 15 teams are all doing it, because now you're under more competition for the same type of players, you're looking at the same numbers, so you're not gaining that advantage of having 5 extra teams that are run by bozos. Now they're run by guys that you used to employ. So I do think that there is some I guess diminishing returns.
Yeah, we're like, it's just like
that
it's
there would have
balanced
been.
out.
Or actually, it's kind of like what we were talking about with DJ and the Shanahan offense, where at some point the league figured out the Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
And it's not like a strategy that you can figure out and neutralize other teams do, but more teams can use that strategy, so the benefits get diminished.
Yeah, and like Jeff, what he did accomplish, like set up the Astros to put them on something that like no one else has been able to. Baltimore is trying, but they can't win a playoff series. Like we see teams tank out all the time, and it does not result in what the Astros did.
Every other team has like a 3 or 4 year window besides the Astros and the Dodgers and Yankees.
And kind of the Braves a little bit too.
Braves too.
Because like they're still like right in it right now. Yeah, it's just the idea, just the idea that like people are correlating Tucker and Bregman to Jeff Luno. I'm just like, that's too far.
No,
They're
I'm correlating it more with
overall.
Yes, with
Yes.
McCormick, Dubon, Singleton. That's where I'm saying it would be different with Luno, is that the decisions around the margins would be better, and so you'd have a more well-rounded team, as opposed to now where you look at the first 4 hitters in your lineup and you think this looks like Houston Astros baseball I'm used to. You look at the last 5 hitters of the lineup and you're like, oh my God, is this the Pirates?
Is this the A's?
Well,
no, you know what? Honestly,
the A's don't have a Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, they were sneaky good. Yeah,
they were sneaky good last year. They beat the Astros a lot last year.
Dude, I think I really like what they're doing this offseason. I like I like the trades that they made.
Okay. You like what they're doing. I like what they're doing so they won't be in last place?
I think,
or I like what they're
played,
doing and they could be a playoff team.
The way they played in the second half of the season, I think that they're gonna at worst finish 3rd in the division. Like I think they're gonna make a push.
Okay, so one of Astros, Mariners, Rangers is gonna finish below the A's.
I think they'll make a push for the 2 seed in the 2 spot in the division.
Wow,
they played really great. Like you look at their numbers, like analytically, and like what they did in the second half of the season. Now what they're doing now, like they're spending money. They play in a Mickey Mouse ballpark now. I'm imagining.
I need to know the dimensions of the AAA ballpark or AA ballpark that they're playing in, but I think I agree with you to a lesser degree, where I agree with you that they won't be the worst team in the division.
Because that's the Angels.
Yes, I think they'll be better than the Angels.
Yeah.
I'm not quite ready to say that they'll be better than Rangers, Mariners, one of Rangers, Mariners, Astros.
Yeah. Well, we got to see what the Mariners are going to do. It feels like they still got a big move coming as well. Still a lot of rumors going about Luis Castillo and him potentially getting moved. So when we get back, we'll get, in case you missed it, before a little bit of garbage time here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In case you missed it, what's going on in the world of sports? Well, Conor McGregor, we'll be waiting for him to return to the UFC octagon. It'll never happen, actually. Like to put that out there. But he has agreed to fight Logan Paul in India.
Okay. I get that this is different than Jake Paul fighting Mike Tyson. But like, how often are we going to do this with the Paul brother? Like, are they going to fight
until he loses?
Are they going to fight like once a year for the next 5 years? And we keep watching, keep getting disappointed by it, and then we'll just tune in next year.
I think I'm not going to watch this one.
I also think I'm just like, I'm out.
Unless we're at La Berge again and it's on.
Yeah, like I just at a certain point, like we as Americans, as American consumers,
yes,
need to just like put our foot down, be like, enough with like you can't just keep. It's like going to a carnival and just every time you know you're going to get screwed over and it's not going to be real entertainment, real boxing. It is just you're going for the freak show.
See, I think now like it's not entertaining.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Now we're just getting screwed over every time. Like if we're actually buying these fights, which don't do that. Illegally stream them. I feel no problem saying illegally stream Jake Paul fights and Logan Paul fights. But just how often are we just going to keep wanting like washed up fighter versus one of the Paul brothers in a fight where it looks like the washed up fighter isn't allowed to actually try to knock him out?
Literally. I almost just pulled a Paul and just chucked my phone across the room. The New York Jets have interviewed John Robinson and Thomas Dimitrov for their general manager position.
Okay.
Things that are going on in the NBA. The NBA Cup championship game is tonight. Who you taking?
Give me the Thunder. I think the defensive pressure that they can play with. I mean, we saw it against the Rockets. I mean, you're going up against Giannis and Dame Lillard instead of Şengün and Fred VanVleet. So the Bucks probably have a little bit more answers for it, but I think just the level of intensity that Lou Dort and Cason Wallace and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Alex Caruso, all these guys that we saw play against the Rockets, I think that they can really make it hard for the Bucks just really to bring the ball up the court. If one of Giannis or Dame isn't on the court, that you really have to ride either Dame in the Dame only minutes or Giannis in the Giannis only minutes. So I think they can do enough. Also, I'm not sure who on the Bucks can guard SGA. So it feels like the Thunder. Obviously, it's a single elimination game between two good NBA teams. So either team can win. But if I have to make a pick, I'd pick OKC.
Yeah, I'm taking OKC. Let's see. Just as we were talking about the NBA and like their ratings, and I was like, "What's going on in the NBA?"
Oh, I saw that the WWE Saturday Night thing outrated the NBA Cup semifinals.
Of course it did, because the WWE is hot right now. Like they're on their way like back.
See, this is what we're talking about. All these leagues. I know this is different because it's WWE, but like they have rises and falls, and except for the NFL just only goes up. And you know, common sense would tell you that at some point it would be their turn to have a decrease, but they're the only ones that are immune to having a decrease. Even WWE can be down for like a decade and then come back, and like you said, they're hotter than they ever. Not hotter than they ever been, but hotter than they've ever been in a while.
I feel like this is the hottest they've been since the Attitude Era.
Yeah,
since Stone Cold left.
And what's that, like early 2000s that ended? Yeah,
like in terms of like ratings, t-shirt sales, selling out, like they're hotter than they've ever been. And like I even heard like Jeff Passan make an argument that he thinks baseball is about to be on the upswing because, well, finally, like Juan Soto's in New York, Aaron Judge is in New York, Ohtani's in LA, Kyle Tucker. Yes, I think it's going to matter. He's going to be a ratings mover in Chicago. Like the best players, like the best players are in the best cities. Like
so
and then you still have Atlanta and Houston, which are smallerish markets.
Yeah, but they're
and the Rangers, like,
and they're teams that are always in the playoffs. Like at a certain point, even though the Astros aren't on the same level as those other teams that you mentioned, as far as the national interest, national fan base, they are national brands at this point because they've played in 7 straight ALCSs until this year. So I agree with Passan that it should be on an upswing. But relative to where it was, like, I don't think they're going to get back to home run chase of 1998 levels.
Yeah,
Like
no.
I think that it's on an upswing relative to where they're started in the 2010s. I don't think that it's going to go back to like number 2 in America, number 1 in America.
No, but I think that like the upswing might like lead them to like their next TV contract, which is going to be good for them.
Yes.
Where like the
It's
NBA, like
great timing.
Yeah, the NBA, like I know they just signed their TV contract, but like they better watch out for those opt outs because I'm sure they exist. Other things going on, just because I love the NBA sometimes. Part of the reason, one of the things I think that they struggle with like their brand is like one of the top 5 stories on ESPN.com is Bronny to play in G League Showcase. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, this is like, it's a headline. Like, of all the things going on, like, you can't give me like rumors and their new All-Star game format.
Yes.
Which there's 4 teams?
So there'll be 3 All-Star teams and 1 the winner of the like Rising Stars game.
Right, yeah.
They'll play in like a mini tournament to I don't even know like the scoring. Like, is it to 21? Are they just playing to 21? Are they playing 5-minute quarters? I don't know. But yeah, they're basically breaking up All-Star teams into 3s and then having the winner play a tournament with the winner of the Rising Stars.
Yeah, the winner, the prize pool of the All-Star game will be $1.8 million. Each player on the All-Star champion team gets $125,000. Each player on the runner-up team gets $50,000. The players and the teams eliminated in the semifinals will each get $25K.
So is it going to be 3 teams of 8, I'm assuming?
Yeah, looks like it.
That's 24.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know. Sure. Like, you know, like it is
one of those, like they're trying so that's the thing is like their product is broken and like they're worried about the All-Star game. Like, it's crazy to me.
But the thing is, the All-Star game, the reason they can't just like take it away is that the All-Star game still rates super highly. It's just it rates super highly. Everyone goes, this sucked, and then they watch it next year. So it is something where they can't just like scrap it. It's a lot like some bowl games where like some bowl games can't go away because ESPN just needs something to air on December 30th in the middle of a day while everyone's on vacation.
Yeah.
So like the Tax Slayer Bowl or whatever actually rates higher than if they showed NFL Live. So there are some bowl games that are necessary. Now, obviously, we do not need 40 of these things. But
no, I thought they were going to cut down right away.
I think it'll be a trickle down, like you said, from the Marshall thing. They have 25 dudes in the portal, so they're like, we can't field the team.
How many of those guys like go into the portal and go back to Marshall, you think?
I think
10,
a good amount.
15?
Because it was a situation where they kind of ran off their coach, and it's funny, Marshall won the Sun Belt.
Yeah.
And they ran off their coach anyway, and I think the coach was very popular with the players, so a lot of them, it's like in solidarity. And at the end of the day, these are guys from Marshall, so I don't know if they're transfer portal market.
Transferring to?
I don't think it's going to be jumping exactly. So there could be a situation. If I was the current coach at Marshall, whoever they hired, I'd be like, guys, you are welcome back because I need to fill a roster, and we will probably have to fill them with guys worse than you are.
I think that's everything. I think that's everything we missed. Like we
did do, in case Joe missed it on Monday, because you missed half of
missed Tucker. Yeah, I missed Wednesday through Friday last week.
Do you think that tomorrow would we be running the bit into the ground if we do, in case Paul missed it, where Paul can talk about the topics we talked about the first 2 days of this week?
Probably, because honestly, besides talking about the same Texans game that we've watched like 10 times this year, I don't think Paul missed anything. What else did he miss? Bregman hasn't really changed.
Let me look at the rundown. What do we talk about?
The Heisman?
Yeah, Heisman.
I bet you he has takes on Travis Hunter's girlfriend.
There we go. And we've barely talked about her. So
true.
That's something. That's something we can do. Yeah, I guess all the baseball and football stuff is the same.
Oh yeah, Paul, all the baseball stuff.
Well, I meant Astros. I meant specifically Astros. But no, maybe some NFL weekend observations. I don't know. I'm sure Paul has something that he wishes that he could tell someone other than his cat.
If he can even talk.
This is doing a lot of assumptions that he will be in tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. He's hoping to be back tomorrow. We hope he's back tomorrow. I don't know if he'll be in studio, but I think he'll be back. All right, when we get back, ourselves. Garbage time. We got a little Twitter beef going on. And a fantasy football question we're going to address in the next segment. Here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, garbage time here on Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you. Anthony behind the glass doing a great job today. We will wait for the word of return from Paul Gallant about tomorrow. So we have two things we're going to discuss here in garbage time today. One of them, a Twitter beef. One of them, a fantasy football question, an ethical question. We were going to do sports court earlier. We didn't. We just kept talking about other things. This was tweeted out by ML Football. 2 players in a league benched all their players to force a tie to eliminate someone from the playoffs. He has tried to explain that this is cheating and collusion, but they think they are being smart. I need help. What do you think? This was posted in a Reddit thread. So they benched both their rosters. They forced the tie to eliminate someone from the playoffs. I don't think there's a question about this. Your commissioner sucks.
Yes.
Should not allow this.
This should have been stopped long before it gets taken to the social media streets.
Yes. This is, honestly, if you're friends with these people, I think you need new friends. Like, all right, don't be mad at me. I can't see him right now. He's got the blinds closed. I'm in a fantasy football league with Brian McDonald. He's our commissioner. This is not Brian's fault. This is not. But Josh Beard was trying to compete for the playoffs. And there was 2 guys who were conveniently trading players to each other back and forth the 2 weeks before our trade deadline to help keep Josh out of the playoffs. I said collusion.
That's way worse.
I was told no collusion. I said collusion. This is worse.
Yeah.
This benching your whole roster to keep someone out of the playoffs, that's collusion. That cannot last. The trade thing, I was told it's not collusion. I disagree.
I'm on your side.
Thank you.
That sounds like collusion.
It sounds like collusion to me.
It's like the textbook definition of collusion. But yeah, it's so Bush League.
This is crazy to bench your entire. First of all, it is cheating.
We have BMAC taking the mic.
What you're saying is not even remotely true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Look, if I understand the trades went back and forth, but the player you're saying was trying to help Josh's opponent also had to win to get in. So it did help him to trade away his good players.
Still collusion.
No rebuttal. No rebuttal from BMAC.
He's mad at me now.
Therefore, Joe wins the argument. That's what I know about arguments. If you say the last thing, that means you win.
Yep, that means they win. Not because it's he has other work to do.
Yeah, no.
But this is you can't let it stand. But apparently they let it stand.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, a lot of trust among these 2 people that we think are in the wrong. All you have to do is at the last second, right before the games, like, actually, I'm gonna have Jamison Williams. I'm just gonna put in one running back.
It's a lot of trust.
Javonte Williams, you're now starting. Okay, now I win.
Yeah, it is so much trust.
Because if it's no honor among thieves, if you are willing to take a part in calling it a conspiracy, might be a little bit much, but it is technically a conspiracy to conspire against one member of your league. I would not trust the person I am in the conspiracy with to then not screw me over.
Yeah, the only thing that's not clear though is that if one of them lost,
would they be out?
They'd be out.
It
kind of feels like
I would assume that's the situation. It's like the Chargers Raiders game from a couple years ago. That's what I assume the situation is if one of us loses, we are out. If we tie, we are both in. Let us handshake agreement to tie.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
How do you feel about people who they have won, they're winning by a point?
Oh, and then they sit
and then they bench their running back. So just in case he fumbles on the first play and gets hurt.
I get it. I get it
too. I don't like it either.
But I'm more I guess I'm just against it. As a man, as an American, I'm against that. That seems anti-competitive to me.
Soft.
Yeah, I think you run through the tape. Also, I need to help my points for stat. I need to, if that ever comes up in a tiebreaker, I need to score as many points as possible. I can't be punting on what if Bijan Robinson scores 18 points on Monday Night Football in fantasy.
Yeah,
I need to win by 19, not just by 1. So yeah, I never employ that strategy. I do see it from time to time. The only time I would kind of buy it is if it's a defense, because defenses can go negative pretty easily.
Oh yeah, I'm partially one of my leagues. I think I missed the playoffs for was because I had a negative point differential
On a Monday night defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the one where if it's your defense, okay.
Well, that's why defense shouldn't be in fantasy football.
I would agree with that too.
And my league with BMAC, we have no kickers, no defense, and it's so much
Just
better.
pure ball.
Yeah, just real ball
And
players.
collusion.
Yeah.
From what I hear, it's collusion.
Oh, what else happened in garbage time? You found this story. This is incredible.
Yes, a man who
we discussed yesterday on the show.
I was gonna say gets mentioned on this show a lot, considering he coaches a team that is in the Horizon League. Doug Gottlieb got into a Twitter beef with Adam Schefter of ESPN yesterday. Actually, about 23 hours ago. Adam Schefter reported that Sacramento State is in discussions to hire former Pro Bowl quarterback Mike Vick as their new head coach. They plan Sacramento State plans to move up to FBS, is building a new stadium, has over $50 million in NIL. Sacramento State would build an experienced coaching staff around Vick. Whatever. Doug Gottlieb quote tweeted this, said, "Jesus, Shefty, edit what agents tell you. 0.0% chance that Sacramento State has $50 million in NIL." And I would agree with him there that there is some funny accounting here. Adam Schefter took to Twitter to clap back in the replies. This Sac-12 leading, I don't even know what that means. Does he mean Pac-12 or is he calling Sacramento Sac-12? I don't know. The Sac-12 leading the school's NIL efforts already announced it has reached its initial goal of raising $50 million in NIL funds to strengthen the school's case to be invited to the Pac-12 or the Mountain West Conference.
Oh, so this entire conference is trying to move up almost in a way it sounds.
Okay, that makes sense. And then Adam Schefter, and we'll get back to the $50 million total later. Then Adam Schefter replied to himself, went double barrel, went back to back on him, and said, "And Jesus, Doug, a 7-game losing streak and last place in the Horizon League, less time on social media and more time in the gym." And then he attached a picture of the Horizon League standings where Doug Gottlieb's Green Bay, I don't know what their team name is in last place, 0-3 in conference, 2-10 overall in the season.
I didn't know Shefty had that in his bag. He must not like Gottlieb.
That is a flagrant.
I mean, that is
flagrant.
Aggressive.
Yes. To send the picture too is to really hammer it home is that's aggressive.
His tweet, Doug Gottlieb's tweet has 1.8 million views on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
The Schefter reply has 478,000, and then the dunk at the very end has 4.3 million people have viewed that tweet.
So that tells you what's been retweeted a lot.
Yeah,
is what that tells me. So the $50 million thing, Stuart Mandel, college football reporter, did touch on this. It is $50 million in commitments of NIL payments over 10 years.
Gotcha.
So they're not going to spend twice as much as Ohio State and Texas spend on their rosters in NIL at Sacramento State.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So Doug Gottlieb does have a little bit of a point where Adam Schefter very clearly worded that to make it seem like
they have $50 million to use right now.
Yes, which they don't. And the same thing we've talked about with the Bill Belichick thing.
But then he said, was it $20 million over the contract, or was it $20 million this year
for
North Carolina?
I think it's including possible changes in legislation that would allow them to share revenue with them. So you see, like Mike Norvell is paying back some of his contract to put it to the roster.
Yeah,
I think it's something like that.
Someone said Travis Hunter has taken all of the NIL money that he's gotten this year and has put it back into the collective, and is single-handedly paying to 10 to 12 guys to be at Colorado.
So I think that's the Colorado Collective NIL stuff. I think his Adidas money
is his money.
Yes.
But anything he gets from the Colorado Collective, he's putting back into the collective that they're then using for 8 to 12 guys, which is
that's cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Good guy.
Good for him.
Heisman winner. Not a great girlfriend.
It's young love. It's young love, Joe.
Mistaken love. All right, that'll do it for us. I don't know who's doing the show with us tomorrow. Maybe it's just Sean and I. Maybe it's Sean Paul and I. Maybe it's just Sean. No, that won't be the case.
Or maybe it's Sean Paul and you.
Yeah, and maybe it's who knows?
The rapper Sean Paul.
All right, that will do it for all of us. The Killer Bees with Jeremy couldn't get back to Houston yet, so it's Jeremy and Joel and Barry. That's next. Bye.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Wednesday edition, and I lied yesterday. It's the Killer Bees, but Jeremy is not back. Evidently, somehow, some way, there's only one flight back from L.A., so Brian is back. He has been doing his tire exercises and tire drills, his sprints, and he is sworn to secrecy, but he's getting 5 yards behind an NFL offensive line. Barry Laminack is running late, but he should be here momentarily, and we will take you till 6 o'clock. But BMAC, always good to have you back in the fold. Interesting that we got the text last night, and I was a little perplexed by the fact that from a big city like Los Angeles to a big city like Houston, you can't tell me that there's not another flight option?
I won't pretend to know how that works because I've taken a grand total of 2 flights in my life.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. The disparity between you, Jeremy, and me, because obviously you work for an NBA team.
Yeah.
Jeremy's obviously traveling with the Cougars all the time. I've flown. Well, okay, if you include round trip, like there and back, it's a total of 4 flights. But I've had 2 round trip flights in my entire life. So I don't. In the last one that I had would have been 2007, whenever the Rockets drafted Rudy Gay. I think that was 2007.
Yeah, that was.
So. And then obviously he got traded.
Oh, you went with the fans?
This was with another station. I wasn't working there at the time, but I want to stay.
Oh, that's right.
I want a trip to the draft from 610. Just as a fan, I didn't work there for another decade. But no, I want a trip, and they took us out there for the draft. Had us take a picture with Rudy Gay, and he was traded. We already knew when we took the picture he was headed to Memphis because Battier was headed.
Oh my God, I remember
here.
that because we had a big watch party at the Toyota Center, and they started chanting "Rudy, Rudy, Rudy,"
right?
And we knew behind the scenes that Rudy wasn't coming, and we had like 4 of our current Juwan Howard, Rafe Ralston. They were all out there with Craig, like in the bowl with like the whole lower bowl filled. And it's like, when do we make the announcement that Rudy Gay is not coming here? And we traded him for Shane Battier. And when we did, it was just like this chorus of boos. And we're like, yeah, party's over.
Yeah, I was curious what the reaction there would be. Because like I said, I was in New York. Because at the time it was still at that small little theater. There was the theater at Madison Square Garden was where at that time they held the draft there every year. So that's where I was at watching it, and obviously was a little disappointed because you didn't get to see the player they actually drafted. Although Battier turned out to be, I think, the right move for the team at the time. But I was curious what the reaction here was. I mean, in the arena for the draft party, because I mean there weren't a lot of Rockets fans other than myself in New York. So, and I was kind of meh towards it, but I was curious what the reaction here locally was.
So that was the Van Gundy decision because he vowed that he would never play rookies ever.
I'm sure he also valued Battier's defense.
He did, but more so than anything else, he was just adamant that he just thought that rookies were going to crap themselves, and so he was never going to play a rookie. So he told Carroll Dawson and everybody, "You can draft him, but I'm not going to play him." And then he had his eye on Battier, and that's when they made that trade. And I had the broadcasters and the players on the floor. I had the flagship with some of our broadcasters up on the concourse, and we were going back and forth and making sure we were filming everything. And the people lost their mind when they found out that Rudy Gay wasn't coming here.
Yeah,
and you're right. And they didn't know enough about Shane Battier.
I think that's it.
To understand how he would fit, and he fit great.
It's totally different ballpark as far as the contributions to Houston, but we all remember the reaction when J.J. Watt was drafted as well. So, the initial fan take on it, at the time of the draft isn't obviously always the deciding factor for how that player will actually contribute for the city of Houston.
I told you this previously. I've told Jeremy this. That night that J.J. Watt was drafted, I got called because they wanted me on the air because I watched Wisconsin.
Sure.
Yeah, and I was like, you are going to love this guy. He's got an amazing ticker. He doesn't take plays off. He just keeps going. He's like the Energizer Bunny. And a guy that's still currently employed and on air in this town that was on that broadcast that night disagreed with me and could not have been more passionate in the fact that he was going to be a situational pass rusher that was never going to be anything more than
I think I know. Without you saying it, I think I know that guy enjoys fishing
and barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I knew it. I had never heard that story, but the way you described that is like there's only one person who would give that take, and it's the person who enjoys fishing and barbecue sauce. But yeah, no, it's I sorry to kind of throw us off track there when I think I blew your mind by saying I'd only been on 2 round trip flights
I
in
cannot
my
believe
life.
this. Like, you are a grown man. You
Yeah,
are a parent. You are married. Did you honeymoon on and go on a plane?
No. My honeymoon was within driving distance.
Evidently, everything was. And you
Pretty
went to
much,
and you
yeah.
went and so you went to UT. So you were close enough to drive
I
there.
didn't go to UT.
Well, then why are you a Longhorn fan?
This team, I like college football. It's the team here in the state.
Oh, you're one of those. Oh, you're one of those. I got a buddy like that. I got one of my good friends.
Did you graduate from Wisconsin?
Well, I went there to play baseball.
Okay.
They shut the program down, and
All
I transferred
right.
to another school in the system. So I've stayed in the system. I mean, I got a buddy of mine that claims A&M like you wouldn't believe, and never set foot on the campus. Never got any. We went to a JC, and he went to a couple other schools.
Well, I've set foot on the campus and gone to games, but no, I didn't go there.
Wow, I didn't know that. I'm learning so much about you. You
Apparently,
take some time.
we're learning. We're only 6 minutes into the show. Barry might make it before the end of this.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, he's pulling a Patrick Creighton. It must be traffic or something that's preventing him from getting here on the regional start time.
You know what I appreciate about Barry is that we all know he's going to be late, but there's always a reason every single time.
Yeah,
like bro, we just know you're going to be 2-3 minutes. Well, in this case, more than that. But
and
hey,
without
there he
further
is.
ado, ladies and
There's
gentlemen,
Barry.
joining the show now.
Oh,
Thought he was going to be
saying hello.
remote, but no, he's actually going to be here in studio live.
Joel's
It's
number 1, apparently.
Barry
Look at that.
Lemonak. Yeah, he did basically say I'm number 1.
Yeah, you're number 1. Congratulations.
Why did you hand me Cody Stutz's pregnancy pillow? I didn't need
I thought that was Lance's pillow.
I don't know what that thing is, and I don't know why it's still in here. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, from continents unknown, 2 shows nightly. Please tip your bartenders and waitstaff.
Continents?
Barry Laminack. I'm going to blow your mind right now.
Continents?
Yeah.
Like I'm constipated?
No, you're continental.
I hope you
got
don't.
it.
Well, he can't hear me right
Yeah,
now, but I
blow
hope he
my
doesn't
mind.
lead with that joke.
So we just had an interesting revelation or two.
Yeah, I heard the Shane Battier talk.
Did you hear that Brian has only been on, and get this, 4 flights in his life if you count round trip. Otherwise, it's 2 flights in his life, like round trip. So he's only been on an airplane 4 times in his life.
Really?
Yeah. I also found out he claims UT didn't go there. I guess I never even thought to think twice about it. I just thought he was an alum of the University of Texas at Austin. I'm learning so much about him while you're out, doing whatever you were doing.
Okay, listen. You know what?
What?
First of all, who's leaving at 5:45 today?
Yeah, who's got kids?
Okay.
And who's got a cat?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
This was unexpected, and I moved meetings to today and then get a call last minute to come fill in. So don't give me no guff, sir.
Hey, Patrick Creighton. Normally when the show starts at 3, you're here by like 2:58.
But I'm here on time. I moved a meeting and it ran late. My bad. I
time.
did the best I could.
On time?
Yes.
Are you on Barry time?
No, I'm here before the show goes live.
We were talking about also the fact that Jeremy missed the show because flying back from a major metropolitan city like Los Angeles to a major city like Houston,
couldn't find a flight.
Flight was canceled. And
Let me tell you something. I thought about that after Joe texted me. He's like, "Hey, bro, can you feel?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I love that, dude. I'd love to. I love doing radio with Joel. So any chance I get, I'm in." And then I was laying there. I was like,
I asked a question.
he had too much to drink.
No. Yeah, well, he does drink, but
I was like, he got drunk,
and it was
he missed
vacation.
his flight. He lost his wallet. That's what happened. He's somewhere on Skid Row in the gutter.
I did not look
wow,
at
you put him on Skid Row? Damn, Barry.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I did not look at the Coug schedule, but this is nice that he gets a chance to take a break because he's always blowing and going.
That's my stomach. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to eat.
Yeah. But evidently he needed one more day. So we got you.
Yeah. Sorry, you're stuck with me.
Yeah, great to see you. Now, BMAC, I said BMAC was doing tire drills and improving his 40 before he gets behind that offensive line. But then we didn't know we were going to lose you for the first 10 minutes of the show. So now we're all together.
Well,
and
I apologize.
Now we can do what we do.
I mean, this literally, when we did the show, I can count on one hand how many times that happened to me. So it's just, look, I moved stuff and then it came up last second and I said, yeah, I'd fill in. And
so you're being late is equivalent to how many flights that BMAC's been on.
Probably.
And most of the ones you've been late to involve me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Jerome. I mean,
No, I was never late to a show,
oh,
Jerome.
okay. Well, then definitely they were all with me.
Well, yeah, when you do as many shows as we did, it's going to happen every now and then.
No, most of them.
Maybe it's you think, Joel.
Well, it possibly could.
I mean,
be.
early on, I was just avoiding him.
That is not false,
saying.
by the way. That is not anything but false. We also identified while you were out, Brian, that Barry might be the connection to people once they hang out with him that they might die.
No, that was
multiple
so he
people.
ran into a serial killer on the road, and now people are dropping dead.
A very well-known comedian. Barry works with him. Next couple days, he's dead.
No, the whole point was people will do anything to get out of what they promised you that they would do for you. They would rather die than do what they said they would do for you.
Well,
that was the point.
But you can't avoid the correlation between hang with Barry and die from the examples you gave.
Well, I mean,
okay.
Good luck to you, buddy.
I mean, if I've made it this far, I probably, whether I got 9 lives or 1, I'm doing okay. I think I'm going to make it. And hopefully you guys will too. We've got a ton to get to on the show today. We got a busy show with BMAC back. Lots to get to. We obviously the first and foremost on everybody's minds right now is, and I looked at the schedule again. I know Jeremy was adamant about the fact that it's not 10 days, it's 11 games. It's 11 days. 3 games in 11 days. But when you look at the turnaround between, I guess it's 1 day sooner, but they normally have off Mondays anyway. So they play Saturday this week, and then they turn around and play the following Wednesday. And I know they were trying to get all the teams to try
like a normal week playing on a Thursday.
Yeah, but you lose 1 day the week before. You're late in the season because the bye was late. So you're not, I mean, thankfully you got a little rest. But then to come back within 3 days, if that's a physical game at all with Kansas City, that's a tough turnaround.
So what you're telling me is that my idea of resting and not giving it your all is even making more sense now.
So what you're telling me is
what you're saying, Joel, is that I was right.
When you scoured the rundown and you found out that Brian had put that as a discussable topic.
Tell the people I was right.
I'm not telling them anything.
Tell them
I
was
would rather
right.
tell them that you were late than tell them that you were right about just about anything. All right, so we're going to get into that next as we discuss. Patrick Mahomes has a high ankle sprain. They say that he could miss up to 2 weeks. He says today at practice something different, and he is ready to go. We're going to talk about that, talk about how it relates to playing the Texans on Saturday, and talk about Barry's point eventually that he got to, that we've been talking about now that you've won the division, do you sit and rest your players and go vanilla and not show anything and do anything until you get to who you play in the postseason? We want to hear from you, 713-780-3776. Call that number, text that number. We are on YouTube. We are on the Twitch chat. We can be reached also via Twitter, and you can follow the show. You can @Sacked by BMAC. Make sure you spell that correctly. @Barry is Funny. @Pac-Man Joel with a K. We'd love to hear from you as we get going all the way up until 6 o'clock for 2 of us, and I don't care because Barry was late. So it is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. All right, Brandon out. Barry in as BMAC is back. And the Killer Bees will take you till 6 p.m. as we get this party started. Talking about your Houston Texans, talking about the matchup with Patrick Mahomes, we think, and the Kansas City Chiefs, because we've got a lot on the line and a lot to discuss from the simple standpoint of, from a Chiefs perspective now, they may need this game more than they needed previously because of the fact that they are in a dogfight to hang on to the 1 seed in a bye. And if Mahomes does have anything wrong with his ankle, the rest there seems to be important. But with a high ankle sprain that he was diagnosed with, the discussion was, does Patrick Mahomes sit out what he's supposed to, which the doctors were saying up to 2 games, or does he continue to tough it out and play? Because the last thing you need to do is tie with the Bills or fall behind them. Obviously, if you fall behind them, you lose the automatic bye. If you tie with the Bills, you lose it because of the fact that they beat you head to head. So you have a lot to think about from a Kansas City perspective. On the flip side, from a Houston perspective, as we started to discuss, Barry, you and I, and get BMAC's thoughts in here as well, the question which you brought up, which is at any given point when you do wrap up the division, which they were able to do last weekend with the help of the Broncos, do you reach a point where you say, I'm going to rest a lot of my important players? I'm not going to show anything to anybody between now and the end of the regular season, and I'm going to prepare for a postseason regardless of whether we win or lose these final 3 games. So, one, BMAC, I need your opinion, because I've already given mine and Barry's given his. Barry believes in rest. I believe in continuing to play players. I'm curious what you think from a Texans perspective.
I think there's a middle ground there. Like, I wouldn't just completely go sit for 3 games, because this offense hasn't played well enough to where I think they can afford to basically sit for 3 weeks and get rusty and potentially drop even further in their offensive production. So I do think they need to play a little bit. I wouldn't play at all in week 18 against the Titans, and I think I'm kind of treating these next 2 games against the Chiefs and the Ravens as preseason. Play a half and then get out. That's kind of, play enough to where you get your reps, to where you're not rusty, to where you're able to keep some of the timing, and hopefully those 2 defenses don't wreck you. Get some points on the board and get some confidence, and then sit out week 18 and rest up for the playoff game.
Somebody had made the point yesterday, which was a really valid point on the text line, I think it was, that, well, you're still playing for the 3 seed, which my counterpoint to that was, I don't know if that's a good thing, but it also depends on who ends up getting the 2 seed. If it's the Bills or the Chiefs, and who do you want to play, right?
Does the 3 seed really matter?
Well,
it recedes after the first round anyway.
Right. But that means you would be, if you're the 4 seed, and if everybody chalk wins, say you actually can beat Baltimore, then you would be facing the Chiefs. And my point to that was, if you wanted the 3 seed and you won that, you would actually have to face Buffalo if everything stays the way it is, right? If the playoffs started today. So my point is, I don't know if I'd want to face Buffalo in the next round if the Texans moved on, all things being equal. And
I'd rather go to KC than Buffalo.
Yeah, that was my point. So
see, that's the other thing that I factored in.
I'm kind of with you. I like the point about like treat it like preseason. I think I came to the conclusion of I'd have like a threshold, right? If you get up by 17 or down by 17, that's it.
It's a wrap.
Yep.
See, the thing that I brought up too is the fact that it's one thing to say, look, from a seeds perspective and matchups perspective, it's also from a home field perspective.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a chance that a team like Houston can make sure that they can secure and have a better record than some of the other, than a division winner or 2, that might alter the fact that instead of going to Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore, or cold weather cities, you might be able to host a playoff game or 2. Would that factor in? Because there is a lot of teams kind of bunched up, and you're within striking distance depending on how these last games play out. But from a standpoint of rust versus rest, I just firmly believe that from an offensive perspective specifically, they just have not been consistent all season long. So I need them to get reps. I need them to keep their rhythm. And I kind of get the feeling that that's D'Amico's style, but I don't know.
Man, you know what's funny though? And not funny, but we talk about this, and I just knowing football players and knowing football teams and coaches and everybody, I don't believe that they're going to, rest until things probably get out of hand or something like that. But God forbid something happens. They're going to look back and go, it wasn't worth it. I mean, look at the Chiefs. Look at the Chiefs right now. They're sitting at 1, teetering. They're 13-1. Bills are 11-2. We looked at the schedules, and it was like, ugh. I mean, the Bills have conference games left. Isn't that what we looked at? They've got
they have the Patriots this week.
twice and the Jets.
So they have the Jets
and
twice,
the
I think,
Chiefs
don't they?
have a murderer's row. Yeah, they have the Patriots twice. They have Patriots, Jets, Patriots. And the Chiefs have Texans, Steelers, Broncos. I mean, this thing could flip. The Chiefs could lose out, and the Broncos, I mean, the Bills could win out. I mean, it literally, because as close as the Chiefs have been winning by these thin margins, they very easily could lose to these three teams. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying it's possible these teams are good enough to beat the Chiefs, especially the way they've been playing all year. So, man, and with Mahomes getting hurt like that, they came this close. They came this close to having to play those last 3 games with Carson Wentz.
Well, but
and,
now
they were like, whoo.
But now Mahomes comes out before practice today, doesn't walk with a limp, walks right in, says, look, I want to be out there. I'm going to go to practice today. I'm going to suit up. I'm going to see how it goes, see how it feels. I'm going to try and quote unquote do some things and then see where we go. But he said he wants to be out there with his teammates. I think that it is extremely important for that team, regardless of Patrick Mahomes, to get that bye in the first and for the first week of the playoffs. And I don't.
That's worth fighting for.
Is it?
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, well, all we have to do is look back to last year. Chiefs didn't have the bye; the Ravens did. They went into Buffalo. They beat the Bills in Buffalo. They went to Baltimore, beat the Ravens in Baltimore. I mean, the Chiefs did it just
B-Mac,
last season.
We're talking about a Kansas City team that, as Barry just said, is living and dying by one-score games.
They did last year.
So you've done it before, unlike the Ravens who haven't. And the Ravens are basically a lot like the Killer Bees in Bagwell and Biggio, that in the playoffs, no matter what seed they are, they
I know I
do not trash your own show.
They are. I would never do that, but we all know that Bagwell and Biggio have been less than in the postseason. The Ravens are very similar, and they haven't done anything, no matter what seed they are. From a Chiefs perspective, I just think that they've been living dangerously all year, and if they could get that first week off, and then everybody's rolling through KC, that it's in a much more productive position than it would be to go to Buffalo, where I think Buffalo feels like they beat you once, they can beat you again.
Yeah.
And I think as a road team, I would be a little bit less confident if I was a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, I don't know that the Chiefs would be. I think the point about that first week off in the playoffs, you always, if you can get that week off and you don't have to play, you always want that, right? You want that rest. You can still practice. You can still get your reps in and do all those things, but it gives everybody a week to kind of heal up a little bit and get extra time in the trainer's room. And that's a good thing going into the playoffs, right? Everybody gets a little rest. And I think that's so valuable going into the playoffs. Not necessarily to me, I don't think a team like the Chiefs worry about, and we talked about that yesterday. I don't think Mahomes and the Chiefs are scared to go to Buffalo and play. I don't think that's.
I don't think they're scared to go anywhere.
I love the idea of not having to play the first week, though, right? Because look, let's be real. I don't care who you are. If you're playing week 1 of the playoffs, you're at risk of losing.
No doubt.
You're at risk of losing, whether it's Buffalo, the Texans, the Chiefs. It doesn't matter.
B-Mac, you playing CJ?
Yeah,
because Barry said only if they, you'll start them, but if they go up or down 17.
No, I'm with Barry on that. Like, I would definitely start them, and I'll echo what I said earlier, but I would basically treat it like a preseason game. I mean, if you want to throw in the 17 down, 17 up caveat, I'm also fine with that. But I'm
would you raise or lower that threshold?
I guess maybe depending on the time of the game, sure. Like if it's fourth quarter and you're down 13 with 5 minutes to go, like, okay, I don't really care that it's not 17. I'm going ahead and getting my dudes out. I'm not risking a Will Anderson ankle injury in the last 5 minutes. But yeah, I wouldn't treat it. I'm okay. Like if Mahomes misses, maybe I'm okay with playing this Chiefs game a little bit harder, just in case there's an outside chance of you possibly moving up to the 2 seed. I'd have to look at the path for that. If it's mathematically possible and Mahomes is out, then maybe that's something to play for. But to me, if it's just, well, you're the 3 or the 4, I don't care. Let's keep the guys healthy. Play just enough to keep your rhythm and timing, like a half these next 2 games and then sit out the Tennessee game.
I mean, now they're not mathematically out of the 2 seed.
I mean, they're what 2 games behind
but they're not
the Bills
catching
with the tiebreaker, though.
Yeah, but they're not catching Buffalo because
Probably not. Like I said,
because of Buffalo's schedule.
But I'd be willing to
and
play
the Texans schedule.
I'd be willing to play this week real. See what happens. See if you get a miracle. Buffalo losing a game they shouldn't lose, and then if they don't, then go ahead and back to preseason mode against the Ravens and fully sit against Tennessee.
See, my biggest concern is Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, aside from C.J. Stroud, is arguably the most important guy on offense because
him or Nico, yeah.
But he's catching the ball, he's running the ball, he's been carrying this team when Nico was out, and without a running game to speak of, and with the worries of the offensive line being able to create a running game and his ability, unlike the other backs on this roster, of kind of being able to create opportunities outside of running between the tackles, and because he got another illegal tackle last week, I would be like, Joe Mixon's a guy that I'm going to probably, that's first on my list, other than I'll look at CJ. I know he wants to play, but if he takes a hit or two, or, if he's under duress early with the Chiefs defense,
well, get ready.
I think it's probably,
spoiler alert,
but I think
he's
Joe
gonna
Mixon,
take a hit or two.
I don't know about you guys, but Joe Mixon to me is number one priority. The guy that I'm concerned about resting.
Let me do my Karnak. Give me my
You
card.
got an envelope you can put up at your
He's been sacked again. What is C.J. Stroud drops back to pass? Yeah, he's gonna get hit. I mean,
Chris
you
Jones
know
will
that.
get through the offensive line once or twice.
I mean, I think that thank God Kenyon Green is not in the lineup, but at the same
I'd rather
time,
have Kenyon Martin blocking.
yeah,
sometimes.
I think are you going to move Chris Jones around just to make sure, just like Quinnen Williams when they played the Jets, to find out who I'm going to put him on the over the right tackle as much as possible, and
Jones
and
has
say,
actually been lining up wide more than you would think. Obviously, he's known as a defensive tackle, but I remember in that Raiders game on Black Friday, they had him actually lined up on the edge quite a bit. He was successful at it, so I can't imagine they're going to try to. The matchup you're not obviously trying to exploit is Laramie, so they put him on Blake Fisher, but Blake Fisher got physically dominated a few times in that last game. I could see them lining up Chris Jones over Blake Fisher, letting him go to work.
yeah, I think I definitely can, and I think that's why it's such a tough proposition to try to go through, because for both teams, if you don't have your quarterback, you're done, right? And the Chiefs have the higher aspirations of trying to go for a three-peat. The Texans are trying to do what they did a year ago and beyond. Neither team has a chance without their quarterback, and that's an obvious statement, but it's also a true statement with franchise quarterbacks like they have. As it relates to the other players on the field, the defense is the defense. I'm not going to worry too much about the defense. Now, Brian brings up Will Anderson Jr., and I understand his ankles have been a concern, but I think that he's kind of in a groove right now, and the defense is really, really playing well. And I like them going up against the challenges that the two running backs in Kansas City are going to bring to you. And I think that they match up well in the pass game. So I would like to see how they play. I'm fine at a certain point if you just want to shut them down, but I don't want them to kind of just feel comfortable enough to go, I don't really have to play the next 3 games a whole lot, and then I got to ramp it up for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think if they're getting their reps in practice and they're getting some game, minutes, I think it's fine. I don't think they need to play every down. I don't think they need to play like they're, fighting for their playoff lives or anything like that, for sure. I don't disagree with the point of not playing at all. I mean, I would love to see that, but I do agree that, yeah, could it be detrimental? Could it be if somebody sat for 3 straight weeks and then you ask them to go out and play some football? Yeah, of course, that's not good. But I certainly don't want them going out and, hey, you're playing every down of every defensive or offensive snap. That's just, I wouldn't do it. And also, just to be real, and just since we're on the topic, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, my playbook's vanilla. I'm not showing any new wrinkles. I'm not putting anything on film that people haven't already seen. You're getting stuff that we did in week 4.
It's not going to be
that
vanilla.
we've done against you before.
You can do both. Like, you don't have to necessarily
you can keep running
be vanilla,
plays.
but I agree with the point. Like, I wouldn't show any new plays. Like, any plays you want to use for the playoffs, there's no way I'm putting that on tape.
But if you've already seen,
if it's already been on film for the last 3 months,
for
then
example,
whatever.
the fake punt last week, but from an offensive perspective,
That was so beautiful.
if there was, but I'm saying, but
you know what?
But now teams have seen it, so that's my point. From an offensive perspective, if you've run a couple of sets that have big plays attached to them. Every team in the league knows how they can access that and see it. You can run that again. Just don't bring in new plays that they haven't seen before so that they can start practicing and preparing for them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's as simple as it gets. All right, now here comes the next question, because Kenyon Green was a name that we were all surprised by, but Kenyon Green only can run block, and he didn't play. And thus, the run game suffered mightily last week. Are we concerned about the run game with 3 games left in the regular season and then beyond into the playoffs, in the fact that no matter how healthy Joe Mixon is, the holes just don't seem to be there like they once were? We'll discuss that next. You guys can chime in as well. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the place you ought to be if you want to put money down on any sports, any games. Big championship game tonight of the in-season tournament for the NBA in Vegas. It is the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Milwaukee Bucks. If you want to have a little bit of a betting interest in that game, I encourage you to go to mybookie.ag, because they're going to take care of you every step of the way. They take care of their customers. That's why I speak for them, because they always have bonuses and the things that you can get into that get you extra money in your account and more chances to win and better odds from time to time. The big thing you have to do is always use our promo code, which is Bet975. Like right now, they're doing it again with their sign-up bonus. If you sign up and put money into your account up to $1,000 and you use our promo code Bet975 when they ask you for one, they'll double what you're putting in up to $1,000, and it's almost instantaneously. You look in your account after you say put in $100, and next thing you know, there's $200 in your account, because they're giving you and doubling what you put in. Therefore, more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And you can bet on all the sports. They got UFC. They've got pro and college football. They've got pro and college basketball. They've got all the sports all the time. And even when there's not sports going on or you feel like Vegas games, they've got live dealers standing by so you can play blackjack and poker and all those casino games without having to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. And they got a rewards program now called MyBookie Plus, where you can climb the tiers. The more you play, the more chances you get to higher the tiers with better rewards and better opportunities. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Branham is out due to travel complications, as we will call it professionally. Barry is in yet again, and BMAC is back as we continue to roll through the first hour of the program. We want to remind you that our ESPN 97.5 Christmas party is right around the corner. We're going to be at Nick's Place on December the 23rd for all the partying and the games and the shenanigans and the fun. And that's just from John and Lance, as we also will have every other show out there doing broadcasts and interacting with you guys, the peeps. We're going to be out there. Hang with us and get the Christmas week kicked off the 23rd, Monday. We would love to see you out there. It's an all-day affair at Nick's Place. The food is awesome. Obviously, there's going to be a ton of drinks and a lot of shenanigans and chances for you guys to win things. So look forward to that. You guys should be out there December the 23rd. We know the Twitchers won't be anywhere near it except for the loyals that are there anyway.
Love shenanigans.
I mean,
it's my favorite
over the
place
years, especially when they started from the parking lot at Klein's and the onside kick and guys face planting on the asphalt. And then I heard John and Lance talking about the other day, the whole eggnog chug.
Ugh. Bro, there'd be people out there throwing up.
Clarence, opening up gaps in the boiler room so that he could try and compete. And then Cody Stutes challenging him. And then both of them went ready to just throw up everything.
Man.
What?
Those dudes have done some pretty fun events in this town as a duo. They used to even back in the 1560 days.
Mm-hmm.
They would do oh gosh, what was it called? Oh, they had Slap Fest.
Oh, they sure did.
Yeah. That was a good time. I kind of remember that.
Well, they've had a lot. And look, Nick is the best at Nick's Place.
Oh, yeah.
Food's awesome. It's that mom and pop family shop that's run by the people the right way. They take care of their customers. So we always love going there. But it'll be a lot of fun, and we would love to see you guys out there. Before we were going to break, we were talking about this Texans situation, and we were talking about how to treat the remaining 3 games. But on top of that, look, the running game was less than. You brought it up, yesterday, Barry, and we were talking about the fact that as good as Mixon has been, you can only ask him to do so much when the holes aren't there. And because he got the illegal tackle that everybody saw but the officials evidently, and that's the second time this year, and he didn't seem to be the same when he came back into the game, though he finished the game. And as I stated last segment, the level of importance other than C.J. Stroud in the offense, and Brian's right, Nico's in that conversation, but to have balance, to have a running game, to have the weaponry that Joe Mixon brings to the table, you got to have him at as close to full strength as possible. And this running game has been less than it was last week. Is that a big concern?
I mean, Mixon's not the concern for me.
No.
It's the O-line. I mean,
but that's the running game. I mean, yeah, I'm not concerned about. You're right. Joe is going to be Joe, but Joe can't do it if there's no holes.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but it's like we said yesterday. There's no magic formula. There's no magic out unless you have a way to erase names and replace them this late in the season. You can shuffle all you want. You know what I mean? That's really what you're doing at this point. It's 3-card Monty. It's just moving them around. Which combination on the left and the right and the center is going to be best to try to open up holes. And then it kind of feels like pick your poison. What would you rather do? Do you want to be better in pass pro or do you want to be better running? Because it kind of feels like if you're going to be better at one, you're not going to be better at the other. And I don't understand that because this team, last year they couldn't run the ball, but they didn't have good running backs. But yeah, it just kind of feels like you if you're going to get one, you're not going to get the other. I don't know. I don't understand that, but yeah, to me, the running game in and of itself is not a concern. Joe Mixon has gone for over 100 plenty this year. We talked about it. Feast or famine, right? Mm-hmm. He's either going to go for 100 or 20. That's what it is. And he's gone for 100 way more than he's gone for 20. But then when he does that, you're going to get 140 out of C.J. Stroud through the air. So which one do you want?
B-Mac, this comes down to what I've been harping on for the last several days with Barry, which is the fact that it's like the elbow, the arm bone's connected to the shoulder bone. It all is connected to the offensive line. And now we're playing musical chairs again. And now we're moving Titus Howard from right tackle to left guard. And you're thinking, well, there's advantage Texans because now with Howard next to, next to Laramie, that they're in a better spot to protect the blind side and do what they do. Well, now you got a rookie in Fisher at right tackle, and all you're going to do is see musical chairs on the defensive line where their best pass rusher is going to line up against the rookie and say, our guy's better than your guy. Look the hell out of your CJ.
Yeah, there's really no fix at this point in the season. I know we've had DJ on. He's talked about it with the bye as late as they had it in week 14. They can shuffle decks shuffle chairs around on the deck of the Titanic, but that's kind of what it is. You're not going to fix anything. The frustration is when they get into some of these playoff matchups, and you're going to see playoff matchups in the regular season the next 2 weeks against the Chiefs and the Ravens. I don't know that they can run the ball. Like when they face the upper level run defenses these over the last 5 weeks, 3 of those 5 weeks, Joe Mixon's been under 2 yards per carry. Now, I don't put that on him. It's not like Joe Mixon suddenly became a worse running back. Maybe he's a little slowed down by some of the hip drop tackles, but he's not a worse running back. But the offensive line, seemingly, you can't have pass protection and run blocking. Like for some reason, the Texans haven't figured out how to have both under D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio running things these last 2 years. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if there is one, but I'm concerned in the playoffs, if they can't run the ball, they can't get teams out of playing too deep and taking away the pass because they don't have to respect the run. Then what are the Texans going to do on offense?
Well, can't you run the real? Can't you just simulate the run through the short pass? You can do the wheel routes. You can do the shotgun formations, and then as the D line progresses towards the quarterback, just dump it over the first line of defense, get it to the running backs, get him in space. Dare's good at that. Mixing is very good at that.
I don't want touches for Dare.
I think
any touch to Dare is a loss.
I disagree with that. I think especially on third downs, that's why they bring him in the game, because he can catch the football.
Yeah, didn't he have more? He had one run for. That was
on the fake punt.
Yeah, that was a fake punt.
A fake punt.
Yeah, but he's okay in third down situations.
They like him because of his pass protection. Yeah. For some reason they like his pass protection more than Joe Mixon, but I don't really want the ball in his hands on a critical third down.
But to answer your question, I mean, yeah, you can do that, but I think that ends up kind of making you one-dimensional. You know what I mean? I think you almost have to go, and that's what this offense is supposed to be. And you saw it kind of early in the season, and I remember talking about it, and I don't remember if it was on this show or my show, but I remember talking about what this offense really is it's a bastardized version of the West Coast offense, and it's a bastardized version of the offense that the Texans used to run under Gary Kubiak, because it's all the same tree. You know what I mean? And it's zone blocking that you saw with Arian Foster, and it's find the hole, hit the hole. And they would do that. And then eventually what you're doing is you're setting up play action, and you're setting up bootlegs, and you're setting up the bootlegs so that you have levels of the pass game that you can hit short, intermediate, and deep passes based off of the run. But if you can't take care of the first step in that, which is run the ball, then none of it works. And I think that's part of the problem, is that the passing game isn't clicking because they can't run the ball. Now, what's different than last year? Because they could, I have no idea. I don't know the answer, but that's the theory behind this offense.
But I joked about it, right? And to your point, if you're constantly moving the pocket and CJ's constantly having to shift and step up and slide, then it already diminishes that concept. And from the standpoint of the musical chairs and everything that they're trying to accomplish, I joked about this because of what DJ said, because DJ, when they were looking at trying to activate Kenyon Green, DJ was like, hey, he was going at people and saying, he's a great run blocker. I mean, they'll use him because he can run block. But I joked, well, what are you going to do? Tell the defense exactly what you're going to do, run or pass by. If it's a running play, put Kenyon Green in the game. If it's a passing play, put in somebody else. You're not going to do that, and you're not going to give the defense that. And that's why I was kidding about it, like you would rotate in, skill position players. But aside from that, I don't want Kenyon Green pass blocking. I don't want him on the field. And if this is the solution that they've just decided internally, we're riding with the rest of the year, because to Brian's point, there's no major changing solution coming through that door anytime soon. But if you're going to do this, then you've got to be committed to it for the rest of the year. And you also have to face the facts that you're going to have to use Cade Stover, and you're going to have to use two backfield situations to try and make sure you chip on the right side, because I don't think Fisher can hold his own against good pass rushers.
Yeah.
He did okay against Chop Robinson, but Miami's pass rush is not going to be what you're going to see the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, you're certainly not. And you know what's scary is, and Brian mentioned this, but next 2 weeks you've got 2 of the 3 top defenses against the run in football. And sandwiched in between those 2 is the Vikings. The Ravens are the top rush defense in football, and the Chiefs are the 3rd best rush defense in football. And the Vikings are second. And so whatever it is, you're going to get a real good test and you're going to figure that out real quick. And just so if you want context, the Dolphins are what? 10th? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, they were 8th. And Joe Mixon averaged 1.9 yards a carry against the 8th best rush defense in football, they were giving up 103 yards a game. The Chiefs are giving up 92. The Ravens are giving up 81.
I mean, and then the irony is the Ravens are very susceptible to the pass.
Yeah,
the secondary's garbage.
But if you can't block, then what are you doing?
Well, and that was my point yesterday is I would much rather face the Ravens than those other teams that we talked about in the playoffs, simply because at least they have a weakness somewhere in their defense, which is their secondary. But the Chiefs are really good in the secondary. They're only giving up 215 a game. You don't want to face them, it's going to be ugly.
It's a concern for
I think that leans to the point of let's not put these guys out there for the full game. If nothing else, let's still beat the confidence out of them.
So what you're saying is what I tried to get Joel to say. We're just going right back to I was right.
No, because I'm not agreeing with it. I'm not agreeing.
Okay,
with it.
how much would you play the guys this week?
I'm playing everybody.
Normal game script.
The normal game script.
Okay. Same for the Baltimore game.
Now I will honor the thought of if they get up big or they get down big. Now it's meaningless football, and I'll pull the plug on my key players.
Like early fourth quarter,
or if they're down by a lot or up by a lot.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
then I'll rotate guys in a lot more, and I'll sit my key players down. But at the same time, I just feel like they've been so inconsistent. The line needs to work on things. You need to get more continuity on offense. I'm of the belief that you play football. When you play knowing you might sit down and you're probably not going to play a full game, you sometimes take the pedal off the foot off the gas pedal a little bit. That's where you get hurt.
Yeah. No, that's true. When you ease up a little bit.
Yeah.
But this is also why teams hate the preseason. I mean, this is the exact reason.
But it's also for depth. I mean, let's be honest. It's not for any starting positions. More so it's competitions and the fact that guys are trying to make the team as your backups and your depth pieces.
It's injuries too. I mean,
that plays in, but for the most part, it's just about the preseason is all about building your roster.
Well, it was why they hated so many preseason games. They were like, give us 1 or 2. We only need a half or. Well,
that's what don't get paid. They don't get paid for the preseason.
Yeah, but I mean, their point was we don't need 4 games to get ready for a season. So if you don't need 4 games to get ready for a season, certainly you don't need 3 to get ready for the playoffs if you just played an entire season too.
All right, let's get to break. I got a question for you guys coming out of the break because of the fact that Stephon Diggs has come out from hiding. He has been rehabbing. He has been doing some things besides peddling pizza. And he said some things that were very interesting as it relates to this team and his future next year. We'll get to that next. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian, Barry, and Blank as we go till 6 on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. Jeremy out one more day, should be back tomorrow. We were talking about all things Texans, and an interesting interview happened today with Stephon Diggs and the people on Good Morning Football. And he's peddling pizza and he's doing some other things, but he admitted, look, because I think some of the people on Good Morning Football, I wonder about their research staff sometimes because they were asking about him being, encouraging his teammates and being around the team. And he's like, well, I'm flying back this week. I've been kind of rehabbing and trying to get things right, but now I look forward to catching up with my teammates in person. But he did say he texted them and everything else. But as the conversation progressed, they got into how he felt in Houston as opposed to, we know the welcome was worn out, whether whoever's fault it was in Buffalo and Minneapolis. His answer was really interesting, especially at the very end, and it sounded a little like this.
It was crazy, going in, not being even apprehensive. I spent some time with the guys on the off season, and I kind of it was kind of weird because it was like, dang, it felt like I knew them before. Even though I had somewhat of a relationship with Tank, it was like I knew them before, they were relatives of mine, like family. So going into that season, it was just so much fun. I woke up every day with a smile. It was a little hot. I will say, if anybody's going to Houston, it's a little hotter in the summertime, so be careful. But definitely something to be excited about, moving forward. I don't know what the future holds, but I definitely got a home in Houston. You know what I'm saying? I love those guys over there. They're good people.
I definitely have a home in Houston, though. So that begs me to ask the question to you boys. Do you want Stephon Diggs back? Would you take Stephon Diggs back? And at what price would you get Stephon Diggs back? And then the final precursor is and when is he going to be 100% healthy? Those are all factors,
Say
right?
less, fam.
You don't want him back?
No, yes, I do. Say less. Yes.
Okay, what do you want?
I would.
How much you willing to pay him?
Sign him. I don't know. I'd have to look up value and all that stuff. But
1 year, $15 million.
If they get help on the O-line,
well, I think you could do both.
Yeah, if it doesn't hinder them going out and getting help, obviously they're going to draft somebody. I would hope address it through the draft.
Agency, yeah.
But yeah, if it doesn't hinder them, maybe addressing this through a free agency as well. Yeah, I'd do it.
Brian?
Yeah, same thing. If the contract's reasonable, I'm not going out. I can't remember what his number was last year, but it was over 20.
It was like 23, 24.
Yeah, there's no chance I'm getting close to that. But if he's 15 or under, and it's a year or one season, maybe he has some sort of option for year 2, but no more than that, then I'd be on board with that.
Because wasn't the 20 something? Wasn't that when they
because they
renegotiated?
Redid it.
Yeah. But here's where I'm at. I think that and everybody's been talking about it, and whether you say that Tank disappeared or Tank hasn't been himself or Tank had a sophomore slump.
I'm glad Jeremy isn't here to be triggered by that.
Because then Jeremy would go off for an extended period of time trying to throw darts at Brian through the glass.
Man.
But regardless of what you think, it's just like CJ. You can't deny the fact the stats are less than they were a year ago. So that brought up the concern, and that's where the initial conversation happened, where Jeremy and I were on a break, and I was like, do you think that they need to get another receiver because Tank is what Tank is now, regardless of what you think he can be? Because Nico, and when Nico was out, we saw with Diggs and without Diggs, the offense wasn't the same regardless. And I know it's offensive line driven as well, that you look at it and say, whether it's Diggs or someone else, for this offense to give every possibility from a skill position perspective, they might need to go out and look at bringing in another veteran wide receiver, and maybe it is Diggs because he did fit well, but then it's, when is he going to be 100% healthy?
Okay, so I'll just start this by saying I never thought Diggs was going. I always looked at Diggs as not even a complimentary piece to a one. I just never, not Diggs, Tank.
Tank?
Yeah, Tank was never a guy. So many people in this town tried to convince me that he could be a one. I was like,
he's not a one, but he had 7 touchdowns in an injury shortened season.
Okay, great. And CJ had his, and everybody did their thing. But the only one that has stayed consistent to what they did last year is Nico Collins. That's it.
Well, it's not saying much with some of the other guys on the bench because they did
No,
nothing because you didn't need them.
But is that a true statement? The only one that is consistently
Well, Nico,
played to the level that they played last year,
he overachieved.
and I mean consistently played to the level that they played last year. Now, his numbers aren't there because he's dependent upon C.J. Stroud for his numbers too.
Mm-hmm.
But when given the opportunities, his play, and not just statistically, but his play has remained consistently good to great. Tank, not so much. CJ, not so much. Some of the other rookies, not. I mean, Derek Stingley's has gone up, but Tank has never been a 1 in my eyes.
I never thought he was a 1.
A 2,
but he's
not
an
even,
extremely dangerous weapon.
Not even a 2 in my eyes. Tank has been a great 3.
See, I think that he can eventually be a 2. I think that whether it's a 2 or a 3, that the fact that he can blow the top off the defense, he can actually run the football as well.
See,
that you can get him in
why do you
space
think
and
he can blow the
he's
top
dangerous.
off the defense? Why
Because
do you
he
think
can.
that?
Because you've seen how many times he's run deep patterns and made big plays, big chunk plays on deep balls.
Everybody keeps telling me that Tank Dell is fast. I really don't see it. And I can't remember what his 40 time was.
I see him on the football
slow.
field, and I see he does not have a problem getting by defenders, getting in space, and running the deep ball. And the one that, whether you say CJ underthrew it or it was a 70-yard pass in the air, that ball was short, but he had a step on the defender.
What do you think his 40 time was at the combine?
I don't know. 4.5.
4.49.
Close enough. Okay. But we all know, Barry, when you look at Lassiter, that there's football speed and there's 40 speed. When you put the pads on, you got to change directions and you've got to beat a defender or someone in front of you to get where you need to go. Tank doesn't have any problem doing that.
And I don't want to sound like a Tank hater. I'm not a Tank hater. I like Tank Dell. I like him as a Texan. I think he does some cool things. When everybody else was trying to tell me that he was a bum, and when he went 0-4 against the Packers and didn't catch any of his targets or touchdown, I was like, y'all are ridiculous. It's just a bad game. Let that man live his life. That wasn't a big deal to me. But also, he's not like, he's not the second coming of Ernest Givens either. He's just he's a good 3 to me. I'm sorry.
You see Zay Flowers. You see guys in the league that whether you want to pigeonhole them into saying you're a 1, you're a 2, you're a 3, you're a weapon that can be used in a variety of different ways to make your offense go, and he has value because of that. It's just, to me, maybe it is somewhat to your point of, I still think that whether it's Diggs or somebody else, the 3 guys behind them that are rotating in now are not enough. They need another wide receiver that can give you the full complement in the passing.
And if you're saying that, then you're proving my point.
No, I'm not, because I think you can move Tank inside, outside,
if you're
and
saying
all
they
around.
need somebody else, then you're proving my point. Because if he was a good 2, then they wouldn't need
No,
anybody
because
else.
NFL
then they would need a 3.
offenses you need 3 quality receivers.
Well, then you wouldn't be looking for a Diggs. You would be looking for somebody to be in the pecking order below Tank Dell, because he would be your 2.
But see, this is what I'm saying. I don't care what the pecking order is.
Tank, but what you're telling me, and what your point was, should they go out and get somebody to slot in between Nico Collins and Tank Dell? That was your point, right?
No, my point was that from an overall potential for this offense, because of whether it was Diggs or somebody else, when you had 3 on the field, and I thought Tank really took a huge back step just to let Diggs get comfortable, that I thought that you still, in the NFL today, I think in a pass-happy offense, you need 3 quality receivers.
Agree.
And I don't think that they
100%.
have 3, and I don't think they, since
agree.
Diggs went down, that's my point. But we can continue to get into this. We got to get to a break. We got calls waiting. You guys can join us as well. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on social media. It's Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rolling into hour number 2 of the 3-hour extravaganza. It is B-Mac, Barry, and myself as we take you up until 6 p.m. on a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees. Jeremy out one more day today, should be back tomorrow, and we should be ready to go at full strength. Appreciate Barry filling in for, 5 shows in a row. So that was some good run. As we were talking about before the break, whether it's Stephon Diggs or someone else, I just seem to think like they need another veteran wide receiver because Mechie and Hutchinson and Woods are just at different stages in their career, but I just don't see them being the kind of guys like even a Noah Brown that when he had games, he had 2 really massive games. I don't see any of those 3 guys doing those kind of things. Woods maybe one point in his career, not now. But then you looked it up during the break, like what's the average? What would Diggs command on the open market in the next 2 seasons?
2 years, $44 million. So
I'm out.
22 a year.
Yeah, I think we're all out. I think that if it was a 1-year, $15 million deal, and he's got to like reprove himself to try and see if he's worthy of money on a longer term deal with anybody, then I'm good if you can get him for between 10 and 15. If he's looking at it going, I got to get $23, $24 million or $22 million, I'm out.
Look, that's the number, and that's obviously what we're basing this reaction off of. But man, doesn't that feel way too high? That feels like Spotrac is almost basing that off of pre-injury, like a receiver that's going to be 32 coming off an ACL, mid-season ACL, where you wonder, as an older receiver, does he recover as fast? It's a mid-season injury. Is he ready for week 1? I can't see him getting almost the $50 million on a 2-year deal. I mean, you're talking about 2 years, 44. I mean,
I don't think it's close.
I cannot see him getting that.
At his age and coming off injury, there's no way he's close.
Here's who they're comparing him to: Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Devontae Adams, and Tyler Lockett.
That was maybe pre-injury.
Tyler Lockett would be fair. He's dropped off.
That's the comparables.
The other guys,
but player-wise, it says we select the following players based on age, contract status, and statistical production. As they compare to each other.
Yeah,
because I'd be curious too who's free at the end of the year, because I would almost bet you could get an above average veteran for more like the range I'm talking about, like 15.
And what's funny is, so I'm looking at it shows statistical comparisons for Stephon Diggs 2023 to 2024, Tyler Lockett 2022 to 2023, Devontae Adams 2020 to 2021. Mike Evans, 2022 to 2023, and Tyreek Hill,
but post-injury, he's a different player. And
yeah, of course.
And I'm curious who would be out there on the open market from a veteran perspective that could actually give you that kind of possible production without having to pay the price tag. Because if Diggs is after that kind of money, good luck to him. I don't think he'll get that anywhere.
I mean, the one name is the name that we talked about at the trade deadline. Someone I was hoping the Texans would try to acquire from the Raiders, but Jacoby Myers will be at the end of his 3-year deal with the Raiders. Guy that's been very productive in the slot. He's not young, but he's obviously not as old as Diggs. That would be someone. I mean, I don't know what his market will end up being, but I think it would be closer to the number that you're comfortable with. I mean, this last deal with the Raiders was like 3 years, 31. So you're talking like $11-12 million per year. That'd be something I'd be very comfortable with.
Yeah, I'd be all about that. And if you get a versatile receiver that can play multiple positions, he can play in the slot, he can get outside, he still have some speed left, and you get him at that price, I think they got their big name as their wide receiver one. That's Nico Collins, and he's proven it. It's whether he's the person you bring in is a 2 or a 3, Tank steps up or Tank stays the same. There has to be Tank, Nico, and one other go-to type guy in your top 3. And I don't think they have that if this is what they're doing. No.
Yes.
Well, that dude makes more business decisions that drives me nuts.
What's the little neck thing? I still don't know what that is.
Jeremy told us
for concussions. Apparently,
yeah.
It looks like Tron. He looks like
Tron.
Yeah, it looks like
someone's hair barrette that they pushed on the back of their neck.
I don't know. It just looks like he would be a robot in Tron.
Todd the show says paying Diggs is insane, and I mean I think the number is what's insane. Again, here's the technicalities that come with being on this program, Barry. Texter says Tank is not fast, but he's swift. He can cut and he can move. He can slide side to side better than most people, just so you know.
Wow. Thank you so much for
He's
the
not
breakdown.
fast, but he's quick. Like,
Have you seen his hip
define
turn?
that for me.
Oh my God, here we go with that again.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that show when somebody tried to break down hip turns to me.
Oh my God,
I wanted
B-Mac.
to quit radio right there. Like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. This guy's hip turn. I was like,
Is
just
this in
punch,
regards to football?
punch-
What is it?
yeah.
We were
punch
talking about
yourself in the
defensive backs
face.
one day. I think
Please.
it was around draft. It was
Stop.
around draft time, and we were
Stop.
evaluating
Hit
like
turns?
we were
Yeah.
talking about: do the Texans need a corner, or
Moron.
should they, look to what they already have on the roster?
Actually, the way he's able to flip his
Oh
hips
my
is
God.
among
It
the
was-
best in the league.
I listen. People use it's the worst, man, because people hear a buzzword or two,
Oh, he's
and
got
they
hip
just
fluidity.
they just
This dude
incorporate
called
it
in.
into their
Fluid hips.
vernacular, and
Yeah.
then just can't wait to call a show and use
It's
it on
one
you.
thing to use the
It's like,
term. It's
bro,
another thing to go at Barry. He's like, you obviously are just a broadcaster that plays fantasy. You have no clue about the hip turn and the way that he gyrates in the right direction to flow with receivers to stay consistent. I was like, what are you talking? And he wouldn't shut up.
dude, just punch yourself in the throat. What are you? Just stop. I'm
Someone
not-
did say,
not
when is
this guy.
449 slow?
I mean, it's not a burner. People are trying to make it sound like he ran a 4.240. That they're like, oh, he's so fast.
But
I mean,
football
look,
speed is
it's not
different than
slow.
full
I get it. but
Combine speed.
I just expected when the way people hyped him up in his speed, I was not expecting to see a
He's a
4.5
third-round
40.
pick, and he look, and he,
I get
until
it.
he got hurt, he was
Again,
killing it.
you guys are making it sound like I just said Tank Dell is trash. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the way people hyped up his speed and continue to hype up his speed, when I go and look at his 40 time and see a 4.5 40, that's not what I was expecting. Is that fair?
It's fair.
Okay.
Yeah. And here we go. Okay. Just got this text in to follow up our conversation. I think you guys are missing something here. Hip turn for a cornerback is very important. The quicker the hip turns, to quicker he turns, the quicker he gets on the receiver. Hip turn, hip turn.
Watch these three knuckles.
I hope he voice texted that, because that was a debacle.
Watch the three knuckles in my finger turn up.
Easy now, number one in my book.
Jeez.
I mean, seriously.
I thought you were about to throat punch yourself.
I would. I'd like to give myself a concussion right now. Just knock myself out. Jeez.
And then we
Rather
finish.
than hear
And
the
then we
hip turn
Yes,
again.
please.
And then we got
God.
what Odell get after his injury. I mean, I assume instead of O''Dell, that means either Odell Beckham Jr. or what did Dell get after his injury?
I don't know what Dale Olaleye got to after his
Yeah.
injury to
Oh,
do the
I don't know if
Dell?
Dell's old.
Old
Yeah.
Dale.
Old Dale.
The farmer and the Dale.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave with that joke next time you're on the road.
No.
The farmer and old Dale. I was trying to look up wide receiver free agents in 2025 for the discussion. I mean, it depends on what tickles your fancy. Stephon Diggs is who they have listed at the top, and I'm guessing it's based off of previous. Okay, I'll just make up words. Previous average annual value of the contract. So he's listed first at 22.5. T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Brandon Cooks, Deontay Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, Mike Williams, Robert Woods, Marquise Brown, Darius Slayton, KJ Osborne, DeMarcus Robinson, Nelson Aguilar. I mean, there's help. Tyler Boyd, and it fits that you don't need a one, but you need help. There's plenty, it looks like, on the free agent market out there.
Well, and I think that,
Those range from Tyler Boyd at 2.4 to Stephon Diggs at 22.
Yeah, I think there would be somebody to be had for not wide receiver one type money, or even Stephon Diggs, if that does end up being what he's trying to command, that they can help. I think the bigger point is they need someone else. I know that offensive line is the number one priority.
Yes.
And I know that from the draft and or from free agency perspective, you have a multitude of ways, even a trade, where you could add guys. I mean, last year you went kind of bottom of the barrel and tried to add some guys that ended up not making this team, but you can find a little bit step above that, and you can find 2-3 guys that have played 2-3 in this league, maybe former ones, that I think you can get fairly cheap that can still be productive in an offense like this, assuming your offensive line upgrades. You're shaking your head.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to help with. We were having a problem with the remote for Glenn, so I was trying to get some things sorted. But what was your question? I didn't mean to.
No, I just think that, and you know, because of all the fantasy leagues you play in too. Look, you know that there are veterans out there. Maybe they were former ones. Maybe they're just a little bit longer in the tooth, but they've played the 2. They can play the 3. But
because of the guys you already have on this roster, I firmly believe you can find what Barry was saying about the different slots of money that they might command. You can find a very reasonably priced veteran free agent wide receiver that is better than what you have backing up behind Nico and Tank.
You can. I think you certainly can find guys that are more productive than Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. But if that's the line, then no problem. You're going to leap right over it. It's not going to be an issue. But a lot of the guys that came up in that conversation feel like Robert Woods ish. I mean, Tyler Boyd is just
I'm not interested.
Robert Woods with a different name on the back of his jersey.
Yeah, I'm not interested in Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, and obviously you're not shopping at the top of the market with T. Higgins. The Texans aren't going to have this sort of salary cap space to even.
Adam Thielen at the trade deadline for a 7th would have been nice. Adam Thielen next year, not interested.
Depends on the cost. He's been productive at the second half of the year. All this depends on cost, but most of the names on there really kind of felt like Robert Woods with a different name on the back of the jersey. So can they be more productive than Hutch and Mechie? Sure. But that's a really low bar to clear. I don't know if that makes a huge difference for the Texans next year.
It'll be interesting to keep an eye on, but we know that the top priority is offensive line. I think wide receiver is somewhere right up close to that after that to find a home for another receiver that can help CJ and help this offense flourish and be the best it can be. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We've got some Astros-related news as it relates to Astros news that went down over the weekend and the rumors that are flying about certain players being attached to the Houston Astros and how that may or may not affect Alex Bregman and anything else the Astros do. It's the Killer Bees. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out, back tomorrow. Barry Laminack in with me for one more day as Brian McDonald is back behind the glass and joining us for every conversation as we go from topic to topic. Before we get to all that, you know that one of the things we do as a staple of this show is What Do You Believe, coming out of college football Saturdays in the NCAA. But now what I do believe is I need to tell you that every single college football playoff game is going to be on ESPN Radio, and ESPN 97.5 is your home for every one of those games. Pre-game for Notre Dame, Indiana starts at 6:30 on Friday, and Saturday the broadcasts begin right at 11 a.m. as we air the next three games, including Brian's not alma mater but favorite football team, the University of Texas Longhorns, as they take on the Clemson Tigers. Keep it dialed in, even on the weekends, 97.5 FM. Now, boys, we talked a lot about the Texans, and rightfully so. They had a game. They beat the Dolphins in a big win. We were breaking down a lot of things, all things related to the Texans, but we missed a lot because of the fact that we're so football-centric coming off of Texans games, and the fact that just because the hot stove cooled down a little bit with the winter meetings ending, there was plenty talk over the weekend about the Astros staying active now that they've already traded Kyle Tucker for the three players that they brought back. And were they going to be done? Now, Chandler Rome goes on with MLB Network and comes out and basically says, Astros are very deep, his words, not mine, deep in conversations with the Cardinals about acquiring Nolan Arenado. They've talked of everything about the finances to the players that might be involved. The biggest stumbling block is that Arenado, as we know now, has a 6-team list of preferred trade destinations and a no-trade clause. He would have to be okay going to Houston. Are you guys in on that? Are you guys okay with that? Is Nolan Arenado a guy that you want to see play in the hot corner? Or are you, because to me, the question also becomes, are you telling Bregman you're gone before Bregman tells you that he's gone by doing what you've done? You already got Paredes. You've got your third baseman of the future, potentially in Smith, in the trade. And now you're trying to acquire, and it's no secret now because it's all over the place, that they were in conversations to bring Arenado as a third baseman to Houston.
Well, the risk is if you sit back and wait on Bregman while he shops around, you could end up with nothing, right? And that's I think part of the concern. And I'm sure they've made their offer and they're waiting, because you make your offer and you wait for them to get their offers from whoever's going to make their offers and do their negotiations. And then you're obviously going to make your counter. And if Bregman is out there, talking to 4 teams or 5 teams that are serious about signing him, he's doing 4 or 5, or his agent is doing, Scott Boras is doing 4 or 5 different negotiations, which is offer, counter offer, offer, counter offer. And every time there's a counter, that counter gets disseminated to all the other teams so that they can counter the counter. And it's just, it could go on forever. So if you're the Astros, you kind of look at it realistically, because you're not going to go past a certain number if the Yankees are willing to
years
spend
and
it,
money,
or the Dodgers or anybody else. So you're kind of like, we're probably out on this, right? And if we sit around and wait to see if he's going to give us a hometown discount, which he probably won't, it's going to be too late. And I think if you can go ahead and get something or somebody, I should say, to replace him, and somebody of quality, not just a fill-in, right? Not just, let's just throw Aledmus Diaz over there or something like that, right? And Nolan Arenado is not the same Nolan Arenado that he used to be at the plate. The dude
he's unbelievable.
The dude is a wizard in the field. And so what you're basically getting is you're getting a bottom, I don't want to say third, but you're getting a 6 through 9 guy in the order, but a guy who can pick it. So you're probably getting a little bit better defensively.
They flourish
at third
a little
base.
BMat more offensively with the Crawford boxes, but I'm curious, BMat.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit better defensively at third base, but you're obviously going to have to move that position is moving down in the lineup.
I worry that we're replacing Bregman, and all the reasons we were concerned, or not speaking for you guys specifically, but all the reasons we've been concerned about paying a guy like Bregman. He's a guy in his 30s. He's shown offensive decline over the last 3 seasons. We don't want the long-term deal going into the mid-30s. if you make the move for Arenado, you're replacing Bregman and all those concerns with Bregman and all those concerns, and on top of that, you're giving up assets from your farm system on top of it to get Arenado. Like, you look at Arenado, he's going into his age 34 season. His slugging's gone down 3 years in a row. His OPS plus has gone down 3 years in a row. His contract goes through his age 36 season. Like, all the reasons we were afraid of giving Bregman the contract, Arenado's, it's already happening to him, and he's signed for another 3 years.
Here's my concern.
At what price?
That's what I was going to say. The first thing is if the Cardinals are willing to eat, and the rumor is that the Cardinals are willing to take on
21 million next year,
and the Cardinals are supposedly rumored to be willing to take on a decent portion of his contract over the next 3 years.
That changes the math.
So that changes a lot, right?
So it says what I saw is the Astros will ask the Cardinals to help pay down the $74 million owed to Arenado over the final 3 years of his contract. Only $64 million is technically the Cards' responsibility. The Rockies are covering $10 million of that.
Okay, that does change a little bit. I still, from what. But
the Cardinals can absolutely say we're not covering that.
Yeah, because that's kind of the problem. Like, if let's operate in a world where, let's say, they don't cover a lot, or maybe they don't cover it all. You're giving up prospects for a guy that shares the same concerns with Bregman, and because you're keeping that salary now on the books, it's still, even while losing Bregman, still your flexibility with adding, corner outfielder, maybe talking about center field, maybe addressing first base, all these other things you wanted to do and you're hoping now to do because you took Bregman's contract off the books. You're now restricted because you kept Bregman's contract on the books in a way if you trade it for an Arenado on top of also giving up prospects.
See, I look at it and I say, I don't think that they were ever going far over the 6 and 156 they already offered.
I don't think so either.
When you knew that the Yankees and the Red Sox are still involved, and supposedly there's up to 4 teams still involved in the discussions, but the Yankees and the Red Sox lead the way along with the Blue Jays and the Tigers. I don't know that the Tigers are going to, after how bad Javi Baez has really screwed them, and not being as big of a market and as aggressive a team, I don't really worry about them as much. I think that from Scott Boras' perspective, to Barry's point, his lone goal right now, until we get down to 1 or 2 teams, is I'm trying to get the maximum value I possibly can for my client. At a certain point, Bregman is smart to just let that play out until you get down to the nitty gritty. And then if he so desires and for some strange reason decides to say, hey, I really want to stay in Houston, then that's something he's going to have to tell Scott Boras, because Scott Boras is just trying to chase top dollar. Because you have Boston and New York involved in the process, I think they're already out. And I think that as much as they've tried to keep it under wraps, they want to save face with the fans. They want to say they offered 6 and 156, which seems even that to be a little bit more than what they've been willing to go with just about anybody else that's become free agents in the last couple of years with this franchise. I think that they have already decided internally, Alex Bregman is gone. He was not going to be our third baseman. And now we're going to switch gears. And if I can get the Cardinals to pay down Nolan Arenado, but to Barry's point, I can get a better defender than Alex Bregman with a guy that has a chance at least to be similar offensively than Alex Bregman for the next 3 years, and I'm not locked into 6+, that's a better deal for me, and it gives me the flexibility I need if I want to add outfielders.
Well, yeah. I don't think he's going to be similar at the plate, though, unfortunately. His skills are diminished.
Yeah, they are.
There.
But so is Bregman.
I mean, if you want to put it in percentages, if Bregman is, if we're talking about a Bregman plus, like OPS plus.
I want to start using the Bregman plus stat.
Yeah, his Bregman plus is probably going to be about 85, 90. I mean, he's not going to be,
and what major league average is 100.
Yeah. So, I mean, or Bregman's
he's saying like
average
85% of what Bregman was.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
but you add Paredes, and if you add Arenado at third and put Paredes at first, you're a better offensive team already in the infield than you were a year ago.
You're a better offensive team because you improved first base. I don't think third base changes at all.
But first base was so bad.
It's so bad.
First base was so bad that as long as Arenado holds his own and has a decent year, an average season, you're better at first base than either guy that you or any of the people you were putting out there aside from Yiner.
I mean, that's also assuming the numbers don't go down again, though. Like we started off the conversation, slugging and OPS plus has gone down 3 years in a row.
So, but Bregman's has
34. Why would it keep going down?
Bregman has declined every year as well. He had to work his ass off to get it up to where he got at the end of the year, right? But I mean,
what's interesting is in this MLB trade rumors article, they even talked about the fact that the Astros are still strong contenders for Bregman. I don't necessarily think that they're going to end up landing him, but two different sources said that two different sources are saying they're still in the running, and that there is the possibility that they could still pursue Arenado and play him at first. Now, a gal can dream because with his defense, I mean, that's what basically Yuli did. Yuli went from third base to first base, and we saw how that worked out. Jeff Bagwell did the same thing, third base to first base. Listen, what you do with old third basemen is you move them to first base.
Unless you're Alex Bregman, because people were clamoring for that. He's too short to play first base.
Yeah, he's too short, and he's still too young and still too good to move to first yet. But Arenado is the perfect kind of candidate. Getting up in age, it's less wear and tear on the body. You move him to first, and that actually might improve his numbers at the plate a little bit by taking less wear and tear on the body, less diving, less, it's the third base is the hot corner for a reason, and it's hard to play. And so you move him over to first base, and maybe that buys him a little more time and a little less anxiety during the season. So it's not going to happen, but a gal can dream. One thing that surprised me, and they actually mentioned it in the article, but I was thinking about it when it was announced that they were pursuing him. I'm just shocked that the Cardinals and Astros are even talking. After the whole database thing, after the whole stealing the passwords.
How long ago now, though?
Yeah.
Different
But
personality.
they haven't done anything, and that dude that was involved with that is still there. He's about to leave, but they said
he was in prison.
Yeah,
where was it?
Time.
Let me read what they said. No, somebody that was involved with it is still there.
The what do you call it? The guy that was doing everything, that was the driving force behind all of it. He did jail time.
I believe.
Yeah, the dude that did it went to jail, but it says, where'd it go? I'll find it.
Well, let's take a break because we're running short on time anyway. We'll break here. We'll come back. And we've got Cash It or Trash It coming up as well. But, it does drive the conversation towards the Astros learning their lesson over previous mistakes, too, trying to get a guy like Arenado, who's 34 years old. But we're halfway through the show. Still got another half to go. Lots more to get to. You guys are always a big part of the program. So give us a call. Give us a shout on social media. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. right, boys and girls, it's that time of the week, cash it or trash it, as you get a little bit of hot takey and you throw something out, and then we discuss.
Real quick, can I clean it up from the previous segment? It was the president of baseball operations that was there when it happened. This is his final season with the Cardinals, so he's moving on.
So he wasn't the actual culprit.
No, it wasn't the guy that did it, but he was. It was
and-
the guy in charge of everything when it went down. He's still there, and he's moving on now. So there you go, cleaned up.
All right. There you go. B-Mac, you want to start? You got what do you got for cash or trash it?
Sure. Well, this is actually fitting since we spent at least part of the first segment talking about how Joel was surprised to find out my non-alumni status at the University of Texas. My cash or trash it is, and this has been a hot topic for Longhorns fans all season, is I think if the Longhorns want to win a national championship, now I don't think they will. I don't think they can beat Georgia. Obviously, they were 0-2 against them. You have to wonder if they can beat Oregon as well. But if they want to have a chance at it, I think you have to take the upside. You have to go with the guy that gives you the biggest chance, the chance to have the biggest explosive games on offense you can, and you got to make the switch now to Arch Manning. I think Quinn Ewers has shown us that he's capable of obviously putting up big numbers against the bad teams. He's capable of captaining the ship through most of the games on the schedule. But we've seen it now in 2 games against Georgia when the moments have been, the biggest, the brightest moments. He just is kind of turnover prone. He makes mistakes. He makes mistakes that put a defense that damn near won the game on their own against Georgia in the SEC title game in bad spots to give up points and put the team behind. I think the ceiling is kind of you have a ceiling right now with Quinn. If you want to get beyond that, if you want to actually now it might flame out in round 1 if you make the switch, but the only upper level chance you have to get past those best teams is to go ahead and make the change to Arch Manning.
I'll take it a step further. I'll cash it simply because of the fact that I think, based on the rumblings that I've heard and the rumors that are out there, that he's already offended by how the fans have treated him and talked about him, and that he's looking to transfer out at the end of the year. He sees the writing on the wall. Yeah, he's gone regardless. So you've got no tie to him. If you're Sark, then I need to win football games because there's pressure on me being Sarkisian, and the fact that you have to win, and you have to win consistently at a very high level. And we all know that Manning is the guy that gives him the best chance to do that going forward.
Yeah, I think it's not that Quinn's terrible. We've seen these big moments. He makes those games crippling decisions. So I would go with the guy with the bigger upside. And to me, that's clearly Arch.
What says you, Mr. Laminack?
I don't think I would change anything this late in the season, so I would trash it.
Trash.
Wow.
Yeah, I would trash it. I mean, if I was I would have cashed it weeks ago, though. I'm with you. But I would have cashed it 3 or 4 weeks ago, not now.
So you don't hate the idea, you hate the timing.
I love the idea. I'm with you, and I would have done it weeks and weeks ago. I was out on Quinn Ewers 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I cashed it then, but I'm trashing it now because it's too late in the season.
Because the check is bounced and you can't cash it anymore.
Insufficient funds, baby.
All right, so I was on this bandwagon that if a few weeks ago in this segment that if Ohio State doesn't win at all, that Ryan Day will be looking for work. I'll take it a step further. Mike Vrabel,
I think you're just wishing for that.
Mike Vrabel is going to be the next head coach at Ohio State University.
Oh, wow.
He's an alum.
Yeah.
He's got head coaching experience in the NFL, and I think that he has deep ties to Columbus.
He does. Wasn't he on staff with
He was.
Yeah, he was
with
there.
Herb?
Yeah, I believe it was Herb. But it was like one season before he spent one season there as a DC before he came to Houston.
Because there was a funny story that came out where I don't know if he told it on the Pat McAfee show, but he was hanging out with Urban Meyer, and Urban Meyer didn't know who he was, and he was like, "Who are you?" He goes, "Oh, I was an assistant on your staff one year." He goes, "Oh."
Wait,
he didn't even know.
So Urban doesn't know people with NFL success?
Yeah, he Ricky Henderson.
I heard the same story.
You've heard the Ricky Henderson, Paul Molitor story, right?
Sure.
He's where Paul Molitor, he wore the batting helmet in the field, and Ricky Henderson, they were on the same team. He goes, "Man, I used to play with a dude that did that." And
no, it wasn't Molitor, it was John Olerud.
I mean, John Olerud. Yeah. And Olerud goes, "Yeah, Ricky, it was me." He goes, "Oh, wow." Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, Urban Meyer is Ricky Henderson.
Urban was the same way in Jacksonville.
There's no good stories coming out of Jacksonville about this.
Best thing he did was, he obviously was win, and he was 7-0 against Michigan, which in his career, I didn't realize he was 7-0
Was he?
All time. Yeah, I guess that's the name of his bar is something like 7-0.
Well, he does like to spend the time at
He likes to play, he likes to play grab ass there too with the co-eds.
he
But
does.
yeah, but I think Vrabel is going to be the leading candidate to replace Ryan Day if they don't win the Natty.
I mean, I'll trash it on the aspect of I don't think Ryan Day gets fired just because they don't win the Natty. I think it's going to take like a first round embarrassing exit. But I do think in the event that Ryan Day is let go, Vrabel would be easily top 3 candidate.
Okay, but Ryan Day, 0 for 4 career against Michigan.
Yeah, and that's the biggest.
Doesn't win that is huge. Doesn't win the Big Ten, and Oregon does in their first year in the Big Ten, and you were favored heavily to win the Big Ten. If you fall short on the third one, I just think he's gone.
I see. I agree with where you're looking. I just don't think. I mean, look, the stuff with Michigan is obviously embarrassing. It's embarrassing that Oregon comes in year 1 and wins the conference. But playing out your hypothetical, if they were to win 3 games in the college football playoff but lose a tight game in the national title, he's not getting fired.
Okay.
Yeah, he would go into the next season on the hot seat, but I don't think he's getting fired.
Yeah, I'm gonna cash it. I like it, and I'm cashing it because, and we talked a little bit about it at one point. I don't remember when, but because of the Michigan thing, people really
huge.
Underestimate how important that is in that state and for that school, for both schools. I don't care what you do at any point in the season, you have to win that game, and you can't go over in your career in that game. You got to win one at some point, and you don't have a very long leash in that either. Not nowadays, especially now that you can pay players. I'm with you, man. I think things could get real ugly for Ryan Day real quick.
What do you got, Mr. Laminack?
All right, I've been preaching on this on my show, Barry on Deck, for a while now. I think that college football, and it won't be next season, but we could be a few years away from college football moving to a 2-conference system where you basically have the Big Ten, which gets renamed to something, whatever, the North or Big Ten Conference or whatever, the Big 30.
The North.
Yeah. And the SEC would be the South, and that would be the other conference. And I think you take some of the better teams and some of these other conferences that no one cares about, like the ACC and whoever else you want to pick that no one cares about, the Big 12, Mountain West, or whatever, and move them into one of the conferences that makes sense. And it fixes a lot of issues that college football still has remaining. So I see college football moving to a 2-conference system at some point in the near future.
I'm going to trash it because I don't think it happens next year.
I didn't say next year. I said in the near future.
I guess define near future.
Next 5 what's the near future?
Next 5 years? Next 10 years?
Next 5 years.
Okay.
Because one of my other ones that I think relates to this is the fact that now you're seeing Washington States. Now you're seeing coaches come out of the woodwork and saying, I only got 20 players left on my roster because I'm not in the SEC or the Big Ten. I'm losing the majority of my players. I'm losing half of my coaching staff, and they're going public, and they're saying that it's not sustainable, to where I think the NCAA is going to have to do something whether they like it or not, and they're going to have to really attack transfer portal and NIL combined. And that's either we like it how it is, and so therefore we'll create the separation via 2 conferences are the haves and everybody is the have-nots, or the NCAA has to get in and change NIL and
both could
transfer.
Happen, though.
They could. I'm going to say I'll cash it because I think that some combination of the 2 things is going to come true.
Okay.
I'm going to trash it, but I agree with the overall point where we're going to see a consolidation. I just don't think it's going to jump to 2 conferences within the next 5 years. I do think you can see a consolidation, though, where the ACC and the Big 12 say, look, like we both have like half a good conference. So let's consolidate into one better conference. That way, maybe we can ask for more money on our next TV deals. Maybe now we get more respect when it comes time to the college football playoff seeding. I do see a consolidation, maybe the ACC and Big 12 joining forces to try to put themselves on a higher level. But I don't think it consolidates into 2 leagues in the next 5 years.
Well, if I would have said 10, would you have cashed it?
I would be more, I'd probably cash it next 10 years.
Okay. So I chose a number just because of this, but my point has been,
I agree with you that it's going to consolidate. I just don't know if it's 2 in the next 5 years.
I mean, if you look at it, there's so many conferences that are just muddying the waters in college football.
I think you might have to throw the Big
12 in there too, or
I
ACC.
mean, it's garbage. The Big 12 is garbage. No one's
or at
taking
least teams
'cause
from it.
Look, if you look at the playoff system now, I love the 12-team format. I love that, we have that format in the playoffs. It's great. I don't like the fact that every conference champ gets the first four gets a bye, because why is Texas having to play, right? Why is Ohio State? It doesn't make sense to me that Boise State
Oh, I agree.
and their
I agree with
trash
that.
schedule,
I said that last
they
week.
get a bye. What I think that should be is it should be a two-part system, right? One is you're a conference champ, you're in the playoffs, and then we'll seed the playoffs
right.
once you get in.
I think that could happen pretty soon.
Yeah, but I think if they move to a two-conference system, that solves a lot of this, because then it's kind of like NFL. You know what I mean? You've got the AFC and the NFC. You break that into divisions. So that would be these sub-conferences like the ACC and the Big 12. Those would be the sub-conferences of the SEC. And then the Mountain West and all that would be the sub-conferences of the Big 10. And then you'd have two major conferences, and that's how you would settle it. Just like the NFL, but with college.
Starting to feel like Charlie at the chalkboard trying to keep all those pieces together.
I mean, I've got it all mapped out, bro.
We got
I've got
conferences, we got
my
sub-conferences.
entire office is a whiteboard wall, and it's just a beautiful mind of how I have it mapped out. I'm just waiting for the NCAA to call me. I've gone over it on my show. It's a beautiful thing.
All right, so that'll do it for Cash It or Trash It for this week. As it relates to the NCAA, let's go from football to basketball, because they're also looking at the way their playoffs are situated, and March Madness could be growing to 72 or 76 teams. We'll talk about that, get your feelings on it as well as we get closer to the top of the hour and the final hour of the program. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Jeremy out one more day, back tomorrow. BMAC today is returning from his excursion, filling in on the production side, and Barry Laminack is with me for a fifth and final day. Always good to catch up with him.
Wow.
We were talking NCAA football.
True feelings came out
before the break. That's where we started from. I always like to take it back there every now and then to show how far we've
You know
come.
what?
Joel likes to get Barry up, but then he's got to bring him back down, put him in his place.
He has to be checked at a certain point. There's checks and balances.
That's right.
So we were talking NCAA football. Let's talk NCAA basketball because I saw a story come out that the NCAA is considering seriously expanding March Madness in the basketball tournament to 72 or as high as 76 teams. How are we feeling about that? Because for me, I look at that and I say, okay, when are they going to get to the point where enough is enough? Because we're already having the first four that play in, and I hate the fact that that two of the games are first fours that are messing with 7 seeds or 11 seeds. I understand if it's you're a 16, 2 16s are playing for the right to get their asses handed to them by Duke or someone like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like play-ins on the 7 seed or the 11 seed. So if you want to just open the field and say the top 72 teams in the country are going to be seeded in play, or the top 76, that's fine, but I don't think they can go much further because I don't think you're going to sit there with some bubble teams. Where I really think that the biggest problem lies is you can play your ass off all season and win your conference, but if you don't win your conference tournament, you may not get a bid. I think that sucks.
Yeah, what I don't understand, and I've never understood about that, is the point you just made. If you're good enough to be a 7 seed and play for the right to be a 7 seed in the tournament, that means there's 2 teams, right, that would be considered good enough to be a 7 seed. Why aren't both of them in the tournament to begin with? That has never logically made sense to me. If one of those loses, they're out, but yet you're going to have
Was that a recent change? I don't remember 7 seeds having to play their way in. I remember 11 seeds playing.
Maybe it's 11.
Whatever it is,
I thought there was
11.
a 7 and 11. And then
Usually, recent years, because there's obviously 4 playing games. It's 2 16s versus 16s and 2 11s versus 11s.
Well, whatever it is. If you're an 11, I know it's not a non-16, right? A seed better than 16. If there's 2 teams that are 2 11 seeds that are better than a 16 seed, why aren't they in the tournament? They're better than the 16 seeds. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Because the 16 seeds are the super small conferences where they're only in because they have the automatic berth from winning their conference championships. The 11 seeds are those last at-large teams getting into the field. So,
that's why I like this, because you're saying there's 4 teams that are better than 12 through 16 in all the brackets. But 2 of those are not going to make it.
Unless you're
But
going to take away
12 through
automatic
16
bids, then.
But 12 through 16 are, but 2 of those 11s aren't. That's never made sense to me. So let them in. And yeah, if you want to put in the other 2 16s that are going to get bounced in the play-in games as well, cool with me. But why you're not letting those 11 seeds that are in this play-in game play, it's just logically never made
you
sense.
deserve, if you're going to be an 11 seed, you deserve to be going to a site to plan on playing like you earned the right to be solidified with a chance to play instead of going.
Are you wanting to take away the automatic bids for the small conference champions? Because, I mean, those are the teams that are making up those 13, 14, 15, 16 seeds. So, I mean, at some point there's a cutoff with those at-large bids, and it just happens to be right now with the 11 seeds. So, I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to fix.
Here's what I think they're trying to fix. I think it's kind of to what the point that I had brought up about you can win the regular season conference championship. You win the conference, but you're not guaranteed a bid. But you could be a mediocre team in the conference that underachieves, but suddenly gets hot in a smaller conference. They get the bid. You get left out because there's only so many spots to be had. If you're telling me you're trying to get to 72 or 76 so that you can reward the regular season conference champion of a smaller conference and still get that Cinderella team that runs through their conference tournament and gets a bid, then I'll listen to it. But otherwise, I
don't think that's what they're doing.
But by the way, it was a 10 seed this last tournament. It was 2 10 seeds. So
2 10 seeds.
So 2 10 seeds didn't make the tournament, but 2 16 seeds did. Grambling State and Wagner, whatever the hell it is. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah,
doesn't make any
if
sense
you're
at all.
telling me, because at a certain point it gets watered down, and I don't care. I know that they're capitalizing on every dollar from every network for the fact that March Madness is just a cash cow. But at a certain point, how many teams is too many teams? And if you're not going to reward the smaller conferences, but the teams that play well all year as part of why you're doing this, then why are you doing it?
I think those are two different conversations, though, because I'm with you with the idea of I hate the idea of rewarding the conference champion, the conference tournament champion, the automatic bid instead of the team that earned the conference championship over like a 33 game season. Like I'm with you there. Like I would take away conference championships and the automatic bids that come with the tournament, that is, and the automatic bid that comes away with that, both in basketball and football, instead reward the regular season winner. But I mean, as far as the expansion tournament, I don't think that's really going to solve that aspect of it. If they add 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams to this, it's not going to solve the, I don't know, Sunrise Valley Conference. Like they're not going to add a second team from that conference into the tournament.
So you're saying have a preliminary tournament?
No,
before the tournament?
I'm saying set up the automatic bids to reward smaller conferences, conference champion for the regular season, as well as whoever wins the tournament. If it's the same team, so what? Then the winner, then it's the way it played out, and there's another at-large bid to be had. But not punishing a team that goes the entire regular season of your conference, wins it outright, has a great season, but doesn't play well in the first or second round of their conference tournament. Therefore, because they're a small conference, they're out, and whoever the Cinderella team that underachieved all season long that got hot gets the only bid. If you're looking to try and reward the conference champion and still find a way to reward the team that gets hot and becomes the Cinderella story in the tournament, I'll listen.
Oh, so you're saying in the conference tournaments? You're saying
I'm
whoever
saying
won the conference
if you're trying to
versus
expand the
conference
tournament
champion.
so that, say, whatever, Brian, we could just say, what's the conference here that
Southland.
The Southland. Say from the Southland perspective, you get a team that wins the regular season. They play better than anybody else.
They had the best record.
They had the best record.
Right.
They don't get anything for that right now.
No.
And so if they go into the Southland Conference tournament and some team that was 500 or
They have
less,
a bad game. They get bounced.
they get hot, they beat that team, they're going, and all the work you put in to be better than everybody else doesn't get rewarded. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I think that if you want to find a way to expand so that you can have the conference champion and the tournament champion get in, that's cool. And if it's the same team, that's even better.
That feels like a lot of teams,
Gosh.
though.
And maybe there's a way to limit which conferences you do that to.
They're not going to do it because money, and money rules everything. Cash rules everything around me. But the answer to me is just get rid of the conference tournaments and reward the regular season winner. But obviously they're not going to do that because, yeah, cream.
I like either 72 or 76. I mean, I really don't have a problem with that. But instead of a play-in game, what I think you could do is have a play-in tournament. I mean, they have these early season tournaments where they'll have the Hawaii Invitational or whatever. Yeah. Why not have a play-in tournament where you have these lower seeds, everybody that would be a 16 seed or a 15 seed or all of these lower seeds that play in the tournament. So if you want to expand to 76, great. But 65 through 76 plays in the prelim tournament to determine who's going to get the last spots in the 64.
And maybe that's more compelling
March Madness.
From a network, maybe from a network standpoint, that's a more compelling.
So it's like pre-March Madness.
Because no one really, I mean, yeah, you watch the play-in games in Dayton, but they're not anywhere close to the opening round of the actual tournament. And maybe that's it. Or maybe it's as simple as saying, hey, you're going to play in a conference. You're going to play a conference tournament. But at the end of the day, I'm going to take the top 72 teams in the country based on record, and they're going to make the tournament.
And 65 through 72 is going to be the prelim tournament or the play-in tournament. And the top 4 or whatever from that tournament, the final 4, are going to get the seeds, and based on who wins and who comes in second or whatever, that's where we'll seed them in the bracket or however you want to figure that out. But I don't want to see, I don't think it's necessary to have 76 teams in March Madness bracket, but you could do a pre-tournament thing. And I think that would be cool because then, those teams would matter. They would like that.
All right, we got to get to a break. We got 1 hour to go in the show. We got plenty more we can still get to as we continue to move on. If there's something you want to get off your chest and talk to us about, 713-780-3776, a call or text, hit us up on social media. It's the Killer Bees right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show getting underway right now as we take you up until 6 p.m. It's Brian McDonald behind the glass. It's Barry Laminack and myself, Joel Blank, as we get everything going for you leading into tomorrow when Jeremy Branham comes back from vacation. And all will be the way it normally is, but always great to have Barry in here for 5 shows and kind of have some fun along the way. We were kicking around some topics previously with baseball, with the NCAA, with Cash It or Trash It. You've just snapped your mouth, which normally means you got something.
Well, you know me so
I
well.
do.
I just had to share something with you that happened to me on my way back from Dallas on Saturday. I just remembered this.
You saw another serial killer in the back.
No, it was not a serial killer this time, but I stopped at a QT, which is my favorite gas station now. Buc-ee's
Better than Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's is trash, bro. Buc-ee's.
Oh, Brian has already given you the stink eye.
Buc-ee's is just Walmart with a beaver. That's all it is. It's just, bro, go into Buc-ee's and look at the people. That's the same people you'll see at a Walmart. They just needed to pee and get gas. That's all it is, dude.
You don't
That's
think
all
you
it is.
Well, if you're saying that, I mean, I've seen the beaver. I think shopping in Walmart. So if you're saying that I'm with you. Like I think I've seen an actual beaver.
Were you
shopping
scouting
in
or
Walmart.
what?
You know how many people I've seen in bikinis and Uggs at the same time in a Buc-ee's? Like, I don't need to
What,
see
you're
that.
going into QT to people watch for the hot
No,
people? What
I'm going into
about?
QT. That QT, bro. QT.
I'm just
is
trying to figure out based
way-
on what you say. If you weren't people watching, what did you just say about what you saw at a Walmart?
I was making a joke that
I know.
the trash people go.
He was
But the way it came across,
he saw a beaver.
because he made the joke.
Yeah.
I mean, the beaver, the Walmart.
he
And I saw
saw-
an actual beaver. Well, the joke didn't land.
You saw strippers
All right.
or
Don't
Yeah,
open with
no,
that
I'm
at your
gonna
next show.
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
All right.
Don't open with that at your next show.
Yeah, thank you.
No, but I'm coming back from Dallas. I stopped to get gas. I'm on the outskirts, and so I'm sitting there. I'm pumping gas. There's a dude next to me. Like, we're at the same pump, but he's on the other side. And then there's a guy in front of me. We're on the same side, and he's pumping gas. And the car we're sharing a gas pump. It's a new car. It looks brand new. And it was nice. And I just, whatever. We're not talking or anything. But the guy that's kind of in the same lane as me in front of me, he looks at the dude that I'm sharing a pump with. He goes, "Hey, man, is that one of them all electric cars?" Bro. I was like,
You're at a gas pump.
bro, me and the dude that were sharing the pump looked at each other. And I was like, oh, please. And he goes, "Yeah, man."
Yeah, I put gas in my
Dude,
all-electric car.
I'm
You're
not
exactly
done.
right.
I'm not done. He goes, "Does it get good gas mileage?"
oh my goodness, Dallas people,
Bro.
total Dallas should be aware of
I'm
this.
like, I'm trying to keep it together because I'm about to pee myself.
Now, is this at Buc-ee's or QT?
This is a QT.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably, but I'm just like,
The Buc-ee's
the
customers are trash.
the big D must stand for dumbass. Because I was like, what is happening right now? And the dude that was pumping gas, he was just like, "Yeah, it does, man. Yeah, it does." And he just put the pump in and drove off. I mean, what do you do at that
You
point?
can't, because you know that whatever you respond with is going to create more conversation and you're going to get stuck there.
And I'm sure that the guy got in his car and went, "Oh, I'm a moron." Because
I don't know if you're from Dallas, I don't know if you did.
I will say
I think he got in his car and went, "Well, that a-hole didn't even answer me very well."
I've done that. I've done something similar. There was a listener, Gregory Vega Jr.
Oh yeah, Greg B. Yeah,
Yeah, he was telling me about his dad one time. I was like, "What's your dad's name?" He goes,
Greg.
"Really?" He goes, "I'm a junior." I was like, "Oh, I'm an idiot." Like, so I mean, it can happen, but I was like, "Wow, you're real stupid." We're all pumping gas. Like, yeah, that was crazy. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to derail the thing. Go ahead. I know we're on the strict regimen. I just had to share that.
We're not on strict regimen.
I had the similar.
What show have you been a part of?
I had a buddy of mine, and we were road tripping to Dallas to go to a football game, and we stopped to get gas, and the sign said flat out, "Is your car DINGY? If so, try our car wash."
I
Okay.
was trying to spell dingy.
My buddy gets out of the car after he got his big gulp and his chips, and he comes back and he goes, why are we judging the intelligence level of cars these days?
Oh, no.
I go, what are you talking about? He goes, well, did you see the sign? How do you know if your car is dinging? I was like, oh my God, thank goodness. And you haven't been drinking yet.
Did you leave him there?
I thought about it.
He's like, hey, man, why don't you go get me a soda? When he goes in, just take off.
Just take it off. Bro, that's...
And it's the same thing. I was like, if I explain dingy...
What does he drive? Because it might have been the same guy.
And Acura. And I was
Oh,
like,
man.
if I had to explain dingy, that might be more painful than what I just experienced with him trying to say that it was car intelligence and dingy.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm not giving out names because, you know.
Because Scott will get mad.
No, not Scott. Not Scott. Hey, by the way, we have, if you are interested in this Christmas season and seeing lots of lights and having a good time, we've got a trail of lights and that captures the spirit of the season on a trail of 3 million dazzling holiday lights while listening to your favorite Christmas songs. It's all at Dewberry Farms. And we have an opportunity for you. We're going to give away a family 4-pack of VIP tickets to Dewberry Farms so you can experience the spirit of the season, the holiday lights, and everything at Dewberry Farms. We're going to give away a family 4-pack VIP tickets right now. Caller number 5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. You get a family 4-pack of VIP tickets for you and your family or whoever you choose to take with you for Dewberry Farms. Good luck. Give that a go. All right, we're going to continue to roll on. Because of the fact that there was a doubleheader last night, we held off on our NFL game balls and our NFL Week 15 overreactions. We'll start getting into some of that next. Don't go anywhere. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, rolling through the final hour of the program. If you missed it, Jeremy got a little bit of a delay coming back from vacation. He'll be back tomorrow. Barry's been with me and thankfully was able to fill in for one more day. And Brian McDonald is back from doing bigger and better things and taking his 85th vacation along the way. But no, not this time. He was actually working. He got mad. I think he hit me with a laser yesterday. I was like, "Oh, why are you dressed up today?" And he goes, "What? All I'm wearing is a collared shirt and jeans."
No,
I mean, look, we're privileged
no.
enough to work in a profession where we can wear whatever the hell we want. But normally, B-Mac's like me, and he's wearing like more gym clothes and shorts and t-shirts. And he came out with like a nice plaid flannel type shirt, jeans. I was like, I didn't know. I didn't say you were interviewing. I just said, "Wow, you dressed up today."
I think it wasn't necessarily that. I think it was. Well, it was a short sleeve one, so it wasn't even like the full nice. It was like a short sleeve. But Michael Carroll, who I was filling in for our production, usually does the service of wearing like jeans and a polo.
He does.
I was like, you know what? I'm doing his job. I should maybe, not wear the basketball shorts today. And so, but I think it was more of a comment like, man, you dress so bad that even a short sleeve shirt in jeans is dressing up for you. It's like, I think it was more like the realization of, damn, I dress horribly on a regular basis.
That
literally wearing jeans and a short sleeve button.
We work in radio.
Do you not have mirrors at the house?
That's my point. I try to avoid them.
You see how you look when you leave the house?
I've seen it before, and I try to avoid them now.
That's me, bro. I shower with my eyes closed. I'm like, I don't need to see this.
I mean, we work in radio. It's not like when I worked in the front office of the Rockets and everybody was either business casual at the very worst or shirt and tie and dresses and heels and things like that. So when you
wear dresses and heels?
I was gonna say,
I'm talking about the
Did you wear
difference
heels on
between
Friday
whether I'm
too?
talking about the men in the office or
Did
the
you wear
women.
Flats. What about bra? Did you have to?
Who did I just see recently?
Wearing a bra?
No, that said,
my bad.
Oh, it was political. It was who's the senator, the congressman that wears the sweatshirts all the time?
I don't know.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. He's from
He instead we're just talking about dress code and
Iowa
like that.
or something,
But
right?
no, I think it's more
Pennsylvania?
like Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And he wears hoodies every day.
And they were
really?
can't do that in Congress.
And so
okay.
So they were asking if he was going to support DeSantis for any kind of position. I think it was DeSantis for a position in Trump's cabinet. And he goes, yeah, if he admits that he wears lifts in his shoes, and he won't do that.
That's
like,
fantastic.
Damn, went there?
I love
For
it.
an endorsement?
We need more of that in Congress, dude.
He's pretty funny, that guy.
Do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need more.
You think anyone here has ever worn lifts?
Charlie Palillo.
Oh, wow!
I mean, that's an easy
by
one.
on Charlie.
That is totally. That's the easiest one on the planet.
What you think he actually did? Because he was still pretty short.
I think
if
he
he
did.
wore lifts, I mean, maybe you need more bigger
I think he did.
lifts.
What did Charlie ever do to you?
That's not a bad
Put him
thing.
on
That's just being an
blast like
honest
that?
thing. I think he took
to be
those.
fair to Joe, I set him up for that. But he was willing to take the swing.
Sure
though.
did. I mean, I was thinking it. I wasn't gonna say it though. I love me some Palillo.
And I love it. He's a great dude. He's a friend of mine. But am I lying?
Not anymore.
He doesn't care about that stuff.
Man.
Well, you know those
man, that's weird. Mall walkers with
man,
lifts.
let me just tell you
That's
something about Charlie,
crazy.
because again, we're rolling into the fashion thing multiple
Bro,
times.
have you seen those tennis shoes? Those are 1,000%.
No,
those New
no.
Balance
I
dad mall
Who,
walkers.
Charlie?
Yes.
I haven't worked
I
for
was
the
just
same
gonna say.
company with Charlie in a decade. So.
Charlie used to pull off. I did shows with him, and then also either he had the show before us or after us. Charlie would roll in with the gallery furniture giveaway shirt from like the NCAA tennis championships and I'd go, Charlie, that tournament was like 10 years. He goes, but the shirt still fits and it's in great condition. So why not? I'd be like, okie doke, whatever. Like, credit to you. It
Charlie's
still fits.
the kind of guy that you would be like, bro, them tennis shoes are old and ragged and not stylish at all. I'd be like, yep, but they're comfortable. Like, okay, I guess.
So now I know the white guy voice you do is Charlie Palillo.
No, that's literally Charlie's.
Charlie is No, Charlie is every white guy. He is.
You know when Jeremy disagrees and goes, to me? Well, Charlie's was just one long one of those. It'd be like, Charlie, I really don't think that Bregman, or I'd say, okay, I think Bregman is the guy that should bring back. No, I don't agree. And then he'd roll. So it's just that's kind of Charlie's voice. Charlie,
it sounds like that's still sticking in your craw after all these years.
No, I love doing shows with Charlie, and Charlie's as intelligent of a sports host as you're going to find.
Savant.
Yeah, that dude.
Definitely true.
Like that dude would sit there and rattle stuff
almanac.
off and not
Without
have
question.
a laptop.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, how? But
Bro.
Charlie goes back to the days with like Ed Fowler when he had a newspaper. Like that's old school. Like they would.
People tell me
here in the Chronicle,
bro. Lance Zerline does the best Ed Fowler.
Says here in the Chronicle.
Oh yeah, when Lance does his Ed Fowler, he'd be like, "Yeah, well, it says here in the Chronicle that it's Rick Astros and Bagwell." Lance kills the Ed Fowler. It is so great.
People tell me as late as last season, Charlie still goes to Astros games and keeps his scorecard for the entire game. And when we used to wrap up,
Deckheads have sent pictures.
Who heads?
Deckheads that have sent pictures.
I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
Joel heard.
With you guys.
I've changed my shirt multiple times.
At some point, that joke's going to get old, right?
But not yet.
Like, I mean, well, you're wearing it out, you guys. You're wearing it out.
I'll wear the T-shirt.
But they had a picture with Charlie. It was Cece, Queen Bee.
Oh, Queen Bee.
Yeah, and Donna, I think, was there too. But they had pictures with Charlie. He just sits there and
he sits behind the dish, keep score.
Yeah.
And
old school.
When we would come back off of a Texan Sunday, and I'd have my laptop and I'd have my notes down, Charlie would pull out a spiral notebook. And I mean, you talk about thorough and like all different sides of font. But he went with, when I say play by play, like, oh, this is what happened during the game. Oh, no. Each and every play had a note. So that he could count up how many plays they ran on offense and how many plays they ran up on defense. But then second quarter, third play, this happened with this player on this. And it had nothing to do with the computer. It had everything to do with a pencil and a notebook. He had
it's all on the internet.
Oh, and it was.
You
Every
literally,
box scores has the play-by-play.
can go to play-by-play and look it up, Charlie.
But he had it all, and his mind is a steel trap on all that stuff.
It is.
And you know who was, and you had some experience, Brian, when you were at the Rockets. Jim Foley, the longtime PR guy and analyst on radio for the Rockets, same thing. And to this day, Jim Foley has never used a computer. Whenever he'd walk into my office, first thing he'd say is, Joel, you're trying to make that electronic thing do what I do in my head because it ain't going to work. Because he would always be like, is that thing broken again? Because my brain's still working. And the next thing you know, you would get in the mail, both at work and at my house, handwritten envelopes in which when you opened them, it was a piece of copy paper, but with newspaper articles scotch taped to them.
Oh my, it sounds like a manifesto, like a ransom note.
And I was like, Foles,
Or
do you
kidnapping.
how many file cabinets do you have at home? And he's like, what do you mean? And I said, well, I mean, you clip and paste all these different things, and you know that I like the Packers and I'm from Wisconsin, and stories like he'd send you something on one of the comedians you'd mentioned to him.
Oh,
but it would be a newspaper article clipped out and scotch taped to a piece of copy paper, folded up, sent in an envelope, and hand addressed to you.
It sounds like something you do for a buddy who was in the war, the Korean War in the 50s. Like, here's what's happening on the home front.
He did it for everybody.
It's the 2000s, man.
But like the relationships he built because of it, because evidently he would do that for like Greg Popovich and wine. And the next thing you know, when Pop would come to town, he'd be like, hey, Jim, would you like to join me? We could get a couple bottles of wine and catch up. Wow. And the next thing you know, they're writing handwritten notes to each other and all this stuff. And it's like, well, add another guy to the club.
War is hell. I'm on the front lines of war, Jim. It is hell.
But
give Martha my best.
To this day, I still
Pray
get them.
that we will return before the Christmas and the little ones.
Lisa will go to the mailbox and she'll come back and she'll be like, Christmas card from so-and-so, Christmas card. She goes, who's this? I go, it's Foley. She goes, how do you know? I go, because that's his handwriting.
It looks like a ransom note.
That's his handwriting.
It's a
The
manila
envelope
folder.
is puffy, which means he's clipped some newspaper articles. And it's coming because I recognize, for all these years, I recognize his handwriting.
That's great.
Yeah, but Jimmy's the best. I mean, those guys. And I love Charlie. Charlie was, I think the art of what Charlie did forever after he left Rich Lord, of being able to quarterback, you do this on a daily basis. Charlie to be able to carry a show start to finish as a solo radio guy, and really not what he would not require the producer's contribution.
No, he didn't need it. He didn't need the call. He took calls, but he didn't need the
Right.
callers.
He liked the calls, but he made sure that part of it was he could control the call because he's cutting them off at a certain point, whether they're done or not.
Yep.
But he didn't mind calls. He didn't want anybody else. And I was honored at a certain point. He said, I always want to do a show with you. Would you do that when they paired us together? They were talking about, sure. I mean, working with Charlie, working with a legend. I'll give that a go.
Dude, I mean, when I was, before I ever got into radio, I loved sports talk radio, and Charlie was one of the guys.
Charlie and Rich were the premier show when I got to Houston.
I wasn't a big Rich Lord fan, but I love Charlie Palillo. John and Lance, Charlie Palillo. That was, I mean, I don't know. It was a nice change of pace for some reason.
Were you here, Brian, in time to catch Charlie and Rich?
Yeah, I mean, I heard a little. I wasn't really into sports radio before Rich and Charlie broke up. I mean, Charlie went to 790.
They made a great couple.
They made a great couple. We all had to take sides, and I took Charlie's side, even though I eventually worked with Rich.
They're torn.
But yeah, my most vivid memories of Charlie is when he was a solo host, not him with Rich.
Yeah. Because when I got the Rockets job here and they hired me, like the first day or two, they took me over to KTRH, and that's when you learned exactly what happens on at KLOL in the morning show, and then right after
they're
you
hungover,
and it was a parade of strippers. Yes, there was a parade of strippers and contests that went on during that show.
I never understood that. I'm sorry, I just never understood strippers on the radio. Twitch.
Yeah, this was before the days of the internet and
hot chicks on the radio with Twitch. I get it. Like, we've done that. We did that with the usual suspects. I get that. But I would listen to Stevens and Pruitt driving in the morning, or even like you'd listen to what was it, 97 Rock? They would do something similar.
Howard Stern did it for a long time too.
I never understood that. What? That's like
if it's only the audio medium, then.
But Stevens and Pruitt
Penthouse where you would just read the forums
had contests with strippers and who could hang the most hangers and all this stuff. And there was no video, there's no pictures, there's no visuals.
It works.
And they killed it. And we would literally go over there and want to do production in the morning at KTRH because I'm like, the people watching was off the charts. And then the rest of the day, you knew that Charlie and Rich were your drive time that everybody... Decades?
Yeah, a long time, man. At one point, I mean, I remember, I'm just because I'm old, but I remember there was one sports talk station in this town. In fact,
740.
740. It wasn't even sports talk
all the time.
No.
Yeah.
I remember the fact that there wasn't sports talk on in this town full time. It was at night on 740 after 7 o'clock. You could only get sports talk and it was like Martini and Edmonds and
Russ Small.
Yeah, it was
Tom
only
Franklin.
at
Eddie
night.
Martini was hosting a show.
Yeah, it was
not
only
Eddie
at night.
Martini.
Oh, okay.
Anita Martini.
Okay.
It was only at night, and maybe it was after 7. It might have been 8.
No, I think Charlie and
midnight
Rich
or
started
7 to midnight.
Whether they started there or eventually it started with Charlie and Rich in afternoon
but it was
drive.
Star 610 was when it first started.
But it was afternoon drive leading into all night till 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Well,
they did
but
sports.
but not at first.
Before it got
not
into
at first,
coast to coast
because
and conspiracy theories.
No, at first it was actually Joel Bushbaum.
I
was
remember
on,
he did it. It sounded like he was in his basement every night. Yeah,
because he was.
Yeah.
He really
was. He was in his mom and dad's basement. It was mom and dad's basement.
Joel Bushbaum.
R.I.P. By the way.
Yeah, R.I.P. Joel Bushbaum. But yeah, it was you could only get sports talk at 9 o'clock at night.
Joel
8 o'clock at
Bushbaum
night.
was fantasy football stats before fantasy football. He was Palillo with a very much harder New York accent.
Oh, man.
But he was another just stat machine.
Yep.
Yeah, it was crazy. All right, so I guess we've gotten off track to reminisce about Houston sports radio, but that was a fun little walk down memory lane. Half hour to go in the program, still lots to get to. We'll get to some NFL game balls and maybe some overreactions. Next, don't go anywhere. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, Branham out. One of your last reminders from me. He'll be back tomorrow. B-Mac and Barry with
Unless
me.
there's somehow no flight out of L.A.
Again, because it's like getting from Casper, Wyoming to Walla Walla, Washington. I mean, if one's canceled, you might be screwed for a week.
Think he got snowed in? That must be what happened.
Snowed in.
For
He got
sure.
snowed in.
Yeah.
That's
Game
a
balls.
type of whiskey, by the way.
That music that we hear is normally when we give out game balls, because now finally week 15 of the NFL season is behind us with the doubleheader on Monday night that I can't stand, and two really horse bleep games. I'll kick it off. Josh Allen basically wrapped up the MVP. Josh Allen did things that we haven't seen a quarterback do in the past for the second or third week in a row. Multiple touchdowns, both passing and rushing. 2 touchdowns on the ground, 2 touchdowns passing. 362 yards passing overall.
68 rushing.
68 rushing. Did it all. Josh Allen leads my list.
I dig it. You know what? I have a few. I'm going to go Frank Ross, special teams coordinator for the Texans. That was
a great play.
That was beautiful. And I don't do this much at all. Actually, I don't do it at all. But I was so infatuated with the play that I actually stopped it and watched it and saw. I wanted to see how they set it up. I wanted to see the blocking scheme because it just worked so well. And I don't know if it was called on the fly. I don't know if they probably recognized that Miami lines up like that when they're receiving punts and thought, okay, if we see this formation when we're punting, then we're running this fake. It was beautiful. Loved it. So Frank Ross gets a game ball.
There were 2 things for that from my standpoint. One, the network, even when they ran the replay, were confused as to where the snap went as opposed to the handoff, as opposed to how it worked.
Yeah, because it wasn't the direct snap and runs away runs right away. It was the snap and then the handoff.
Snap to the signal caller behind the line of scrimmage, who then handed off to the running back in motion, Dare, who got around the edge in the blocking scheme it had. And the biggest other thing about that is, after the game, McDaniel said, we knew the formation. We knew something was coming, and you still didn't stop it.
No, and no one's going to give credit to Tommy Townsend for the point. I mean, he's pointing the opposite direction. What's that over there? That should have been the dead giveaway. When does the punter ever point off to the sidelines? As soon as he did that, I'd have been like, time out. Something's up.
It's like the fake pickoff play at first base when the first baseman has to totally sell it that he's chasing the ball that's not there.
Stop it. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Feedback, what do you got?
I'm going to give my first one to one of Joel's former loves, Devontae Adams. Went 9 for 198 and 2 in the Jets win against the Jaguars. Their season's over, but Devontae, with alongside Aaron Rodgers, still putting up big stats.
100th career touchdown for Devontae.
Is it really?
Yeah, and it upped the stats on career touchdowns for, I believe, Rodgers and Devontae are in top 3 all-time quarterback wide receiver touchdowns now.
I would believe that.
I think so.
I would believe that.
Gronk,
and
Brady,
Gronk,
and
then Mahomes and Kelsey, probably.
Yeah, and they're up there. My second one goes to Lamar. Lamar said coming out of the break that he was going to be on a mission, and he may not be the MVP, but 290 yards and 5 touchdown passes and 65 yards rushing. That's a pretty full day for anybody. Lamar Jackson gets a game ball for me.
2 yards short. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and that's the thing. It wasn't even a full day. He only played 3 quarters.
Yeah. He had 5 touchdowns right off the top.
I mean, Derrick Henry only had 2 more yards than Lamar Jackson did rushing the ball. 5 touchdowns, but no interceptions, and that's the important part. The 290 yards is great. The 5 touchdowns is great, but didn't turn the ball over either. So, I mean, just the Giants. So,
Bear?
I'm going to give a game ball to a whole team, a whole ass team. The Cowboys.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. I'm giving
trying to start something?
Yeah, really. Seriously, they beat the Panthers?
You know why? Because they shut Vegas up and all the idiots that made the Cowboys underdogs against the Panthers going into this week. I don't know what anybody was watching, but the Cowboys were 2.5-point dogs to the Panthers going into the week. Game ball to the Cowboys. They blew their doors off. Good for you. Props to that.
Well, I'm really glad Barry's here to carry the water for the Cowboys. Make sure they get enough credit on the show.
That's very disturbing. Come on. That was egregiously stupid.
I'm going to give my next game ball to Houston area's own. Shout out to Galveston Ball. Mike Evans went off like he always does. It feels like it towards the end of the season, but went 9 for 159, 2 touchdowns, and the Buccaneers wins. It looks like they're going to end up coasting probably to an NFC South title.
I got Joe Burrow next on my list, not only just because the statistics were there as they beat a Tennessee Titans team, but he had 3 touchdowns, 271 yards. But more so than that, when Zach Taylor came over to talk to him after Zach Taylor totally screwed up a key third down or fourth down call inside the 5-yard line, you don't have to be a master lip reader to basically read Joe Burrow's lips where he said, F that, and we effing suck. And a whole lot more to where I was like, good for you, Joe Burrow. Let it all out.
Let it go, buddy. Let it go.
I love that one.
Yeah. I'm going to give a game ball to a duo. Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. Again.
Yeah, they got over. They're back together.
Some people up. Yeah, there was the turmoil, and A.J. Brown was, causing some issues, and the media, I think, probably took it and ran with it and made it a bigger issue than it was. But I will say this, his targets were up, but he still didn't lead the team in targets. So you can't really say
Smith was a dude.
Yeah,
he was big.
You can't really say, oh, look at that. That's why he had a good game, is because he did all that. No, he was still not the leader in targets on that team. They just were set out to prove, look, y'all are making this a bigger deal than it is. So game ball to Hurts and Brown.
I'm going to give one to Scary Terry McLaurin. The Commanders had to hold on at the end against the Saints in a game that got way tighter than it looked like halfway through the game. But Terry's had an unbelievable year. If you have him in fantasy, he's like a top 5 guy who finally has a quarterback. And what do you know? A guy with talent actually playing well when he finally has a quarterback and not having to deal with like Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jacoby Brissett and Carson Wentz. But he goes 7 for 73, 2 scores. Terry McLaurin's been awesome.
You love him.
I do love him.
You have a jersey of his,
don't
you?
I do have a jersey.
Do you really?
Yeah, it was a gift.
And he wears it.
I've worn it once
He wears it. All right, that'll do it for.
I have one more.
Oh boy,
can I just do one more?
Yeah,
I feel like we would be doing a disservice to sports in this city if somebody didn't give a game ball to Derek Stingley Jr.
He deserves it.
He deserves a game
We limit.
ball.
You're a newbie to this. We limit it because we already talked the Texans. But you're right. He absolutely deserves it. He solidified.
Somebody has to give him more.
He definitely has to be the best corner in the league. So
he gets a game ball.
There you go. He gets a game ball. All right, that'll do it. These boys are going to take you home the rest of the way as I got to do a little kid duty for one more evening. But before we do that, I do want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville one more time. Doc Linville, best in the business at doing a lot of things. He does plastic surgery. He does spa treatments. He does Botox. But what he does that can help the guys out there, especially around the holidays when you want to get a new start and a new you for the new year, is get your hair back. And with the PRP treatments and the fact that he can do the NeoGraft procedure, he literally can get your own hair back. It's your own hair growing the same way, the same color, the same direction with great results. And it's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that don't work. It's the stuff that really does. He does it here in the medical center. And if you're listening to me and you're just interested in what he could possibly do for you, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now, and you can get all the information to see if you might be next in line. You don't have to pay anything out of pocket. People off the street to get this consultation pay $150. You get it absolutely for free. Go in, ask questions, get answers, have them explain it all to you. From the PRP treatments, which is like fertilizing the lawn or the hair that you already have, to the NeoGraft procedure, which is actually like resodding your lawn, taking hair from where you're never going to lose it, sides in the back of your head, putting it where you need it most. Maybe it's your forehead's become an 8-head, or you got that baboon's butt on the top and you need something to try and cover it up. He'll get it back for you. Trust me, I did it. I can't say enough good things about the results I got and the people that I dealt with. Tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks took on an increasingly defensive tone today as the Dow fell for the 9th straight day. That's the longest declining stretch since the 1970s, although the percentage decline was not that big, off about 0.2% on the day, or 267.5 points to 43,449. The S&P and NASDAQ each fell about 0.3% as selected technology stocks like NVIDIA were under pressure today. The S&P down 23 to 6,050. The NASDAQ down nearly 65 points to 20,109, coming off a record close. Long-term bond yields climbed to 4.4% on the day. It's actually flat, really, given that the market is waiting on the Fed to deliver its decision on interest rates, shrugging off to a certain extent stronger than expected retail sales came out this morning. Dollar firmed up a little bit. Oil gave back about a half buck to $70.20 the barrel. Gold closed off its lows down $8.70 to $26.61 the ounce, while Bitcoin topped $108,000 per coin earlier this morning, but finished around 106 and change.
Hey, welcome back to the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5. No Joel Blank, no Jeremy Branham. You're stuck with me, Barry Laminack and B-Mac, Brian McDonald, taking you home until 6 o'clock when Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters is going to take over live from
Hugh O'Connor's Pub.
Hugh O'Connor's Pub, yeah.
Yeah, they got a special 2-hour holiday show. Lots of guests, lots of giveaways, lots of good food from Nico Nico's.
Yep, free T-shirts and soccer balls for the first 30 attendees. I saw that. Glenn sent me the little flyer. Yeah, he sent me the flyer on Instagram. Glenn's my dude, man.
Yeah, Glenn's a great dude.
Yeah. All right, so we got car wreck of the day. Is that the...
That is normally what we would do here, yes.
Okay, now, before we get to this, does this have to be sports related?
No, not necessarily.
Does it have to be, does it have to pertain to the show that we did today?
Not necessarily.
Can it just be in general?
Yeah, you could take shots. Sounds like you want to take a shot. Take the shot.
No, I don't want to do it.
It feels like you want to take a shot. You were asking for permission. I'm saying take the shot.
Would it be inappropriate to say? I mean, has it started yet? Does the intro? Has it?
Yeah, we're going.
Okay,
we're going.
Would it be inappropriate for to say Jeremy missing his flight?
No, it is. Yeah. See, I didn't know where he was. I didn't know he was in LA. Like, Jeremy's not usually forthcoming with much detail.
Oh, what?
I know. That's shocking for anyone that knows Jeremy. He's like, oh, he's out today? Okay. I find out when the 3 o'clock the intro starts. It's like, oh, Jeremy's out. Okay, cool. No. He at least told us last night. So we got more notice than usual. But no, I didn't know he was in LA. But yeah, the missed flight thing is like, okay. I could see like there being a reason for a flight delay, but there's probably how many other flights coming to Houston?
All of it sounds super sus.
I mean, there could have been one this morning.
I mean, it's, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
Look, far be it from me to, pick on anybody about being on time to anything. I am always late. So it just sounds super sus. I'm going to go with Jeremy Branham.
Car wreck of the day?
Unable to get back to Houston a major metropolitan city from another major metropolitan city, Los Angeles, with 2 international airports.
Yeah.
And I don't know, rent cars, train stations, planes, trains, and automobiles.
I'm not going to put the man in a rent-a-car to get here. You can take the L on that one.
How much do you love the show, Jeremy? Show us.
I'm willing to say I don't love the show that much. I would not take a rent-a-car from LA to get here for a show.
I've driven overnight, man. Again, how much do you love this show?
Yeah, I know. I've heard your schedule. It's crazy going from Dallas to Colorado to back here.
You got to do it for the love of the game.
You got the Wizinator in the car so you don't have to stop, especially now that you're running into serial killers on the road.
I'm telling you, man, forget that. That's Yeah, that's gonna be one of mine. I know there's plenty more we can choose from.
I don't. Did you see the story with James Franklin getting all upset about the transfer portal and in his words, like forcing his player into a no-win situation to where he had to choose to leave the team before their playoff game so he could get a fair shake and find a job for next year? Did you see this story?
I didn't. No.
Yeah. So I forget I forget the name of the quarterback. So they have a backup quarterback that they use in like these kind of short yardage situations. He's the backup, but he plays a little bit. And he's apparently going to leave the team so he can look for his next starting job in college football for next season in the transfer portal because he's not going to be the starter next year at Penn State. He made this big deal about like we really got to look at the transfer portal. It's he did the whole it's unfair to kids and we need a president of college. Like we even went into we need a president of college football to fix this. The whole thing is though, like with the college football playoff, like if you're going to have the portal and you're going to have the extended playoff, like when do you want the portal to happen? Before the season's over, or do you want it to wait till the playoffs over? Because now you're close to February. These quote unquote guys who are supposed to be student athletes would have already needed to be enrolled in school by then.
Yeah.
So you can't move it after the college football playoffs. Classes would have started at the next school that he's going to be at. I mean, I guess you can move it into the summer, but then the kid's missing spring practice. So,
what if there was some sort of like athletic exception where they could enroll as a student but still play for their current school?
Well, see, that's the thing. Penn State, I don't know if James Franklin's aware of this. There's 12 teams in the playoff, right?
Uh-huh.
Guess what? The other 11 schools are going through.
Yeah.
Other guys are leaving in the portal.
And you know what the best point of that no one's making is? All of these, because Lane Kiffin did the same thing. He was bitching about, this, which I do agree. The timing sucks. It really does.
Yeah,
happen.
But what can you do about it?
Yeah, you can't. But one, this has been going on now. They're all of a sudden all up in arms, but this has been going on for a while. But we're hearing about it more because there's more teams in the playoffs all of a sudden. There used to be 4 or 6, and now there's 12, so we're hearing about it. But I find it interesting that all of these coaches that are bitching are also getting players to transfer in at the same time. So you might be complaining about players leaving, but you're also benefiting because you're going to have players transferring in off the portal as well.
Yeah, and we've seen like Arizona State, who has a bye in the playoff, has talked about
that should be a car wreck.
I know. That's a car wreck. I agreed with your take earlier in the show. Like, let the conference champions in, but then just seed them however you feel like they actually rank.
Yeah.
But Arizona State's talked openly like, yeah, we understand kids are going to have to make decisions and leave, but we've had the conversation and they're still going to play for us and then leave after the playoffs. So I don't know what James Franklin's talking about. His quarterbacks are not some situation that's completely unique to him, but somehow doesn't apply to the other 11 playoff teams. It's just, it feels like James Franklin always has some axe to grind. And it just
sounds
old.
like he's setting himself up to have an excuse if they lose.
Yeah. Well, they took away our backup quarterback, our third down guy.
They took away our tush push guy. And,
what am I going to do?
Yeah.
We need a college football president.
That's wild. That's wild to me. First of all, if your entire playoff existence is dependent upon
the tush push
the
guy,
backup tush push guy, you have somehow mismanaged the hell out of your entire program.
I think you nailed it, though. I think this is setting up the excuse.
100%. I mean, any coach that's out there complaining about it openly and a lot, Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, he was at a press conference. Yeah,
yeah, that's what I kind of feel like.
He's like, oh, we're putting our kids in no-win situations. Like, come on, man.
All right, well, I'll let you choose who should win the car wreck.
It's Jeremy Branham.
That was going to be my vote too,
easy.
but it's
easy.
your show.
It's
yeah,
easy.
100%. We'll be back, man. I appreciate you having me. Thanks for doing a great job as always. All right, folks. Thanks for listening. Thanks for participating on Twitch and YouTube. As always, for Joel, for Jeremy, for Brian McDonald, I'm Barry Laminack. This is the Killer Bees. Don't forget, Soccer Matters is up next live from Hugh O'Connor's Pub. Check them out. This is ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody, to Hugh O'Connor's Pub. This is 5010 Dinkins Street in Houston, Texas. Where tonight it's a bit of a World Cup celebration party. We got a lot of soccer fans in here tonight wearing different uniforms, different strips. Over the next 2 hours, we will have 6 live guests in here, including Premier League players, some of the movers and shakers with World Cup 2026 in Houston. And we will also tap into some of the biggest games over this past weekend. Earl Barrett will be one of our guests later on, played a number of games for Aston Villa, 116, in fact, in the Premier League, played at Everton as well. He will join us a little bit later live. So we'll have a revolving live guests coming in and out here tonight. If you are out and about on the town right now, come on in and join us. We've got Nico Nikos here. We got Euros all over the place. We got little Patagonia empanadas. We got free T-shirts, free soccer balls. Come on in, join the celebration. It's fun. This is a soccer program that's been on the radio, by the way, for 22 years, which that's pretty hard to believe. 713-780-3776 is the call-in number. Big thank you to Peter Kingston of Hugh O'Connor's here. We put this together quickly. The reason was to try and bring together different elements of not only the soccer community, but networkers. So tonight I've already met a couple of people that I've corresponded through talking soccer that I've never met in person tonight. So it's a very good thing. But gracing our presence here in segment number 1, they call him the Godfather.
I'm the opening act.
He's with John and Lance, the morning show on ESPN 97.5. Recently inducted into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. John Granado in the house here tonight. Straight from the golf course, and he's got a Coors Light in his hand right now.
Damn right I do.
John, any opening statements?
What? Yeah, everybody get a Coors Light on Glenn. Glenn's buying. Let's go.
That's no problem. I'll handle that. I'll handle that. All right. So for full disclosure, John and Lance have been very, very good to soccer on the morning show. That has not always been the case over my 22-year career in radio. So there's a lot of gratitude actually coming my way to them. And then I think because of their dipping into the waters to me, the other guys at the station, I think, have a little bit more of an affinity for it. It's not necessarily their biggest thing in their wheelhouse. It will have to be a little bit more when World Cup 2026 comes here. Yeah. Full disclosure, tell everybody out here right now, you're going to reveal it, who your team is, why you root for them, and the story behind it.
Well, I'm a Real Madrid guy. Yeah.
It's a tough audience. It's a tough audience.
Well, when my son was growing up, he played, soccer, the video game, obviously, FIFA. And then he just loved Cristiano Ronaldo. So every time he came on, we had to record it, and we sat down and we watched it, and we were watching, and it was always him against Messi, and it was always Cristiano, and he just loved the way Cristiano played and all of that stuff. So I became a Real Madrid fan, and I got to go to Bernabeu when I was in Madrid last year. And it was special. It was really, really a neat place to go. The seats, I mean, you're honestly, there was people, and they weren't,
typical Americans. Got to have a bigger seat.
Yeah,
got to have a bigger seat.
And the Spanish people are small people, and you're all like this. And then I didn't know this, but everybody brings sandwiches at halftime, and I'm sitting there, and everybody's eating sandwiches, and I got nothing. And it's not like that. I mean, it was. There's not a lot of luxurious stuff in the stadium. I mean, it's bare bones, and there were no concessions. There was one guy selling some chips on the side over there, and I was like, well, I'll have some chips.
Well,
you guys got
any dancing bears like
no,
MLS or anything like
nothing. And no Coors Lights either, so I was very disappointed.
Yeah.
But
you did tell me, and we're talking to John Granado, Morning Show, Hall of Fame. By the way, Abigail Hong in the house tonight doing the engineering.
Yes,
she's also
Abigail.
Producer.
How's it going?
Back in studio, Brian McDonald, former ESPN producer, Andrew Carlson in the back, wearing a Arsenal jersey. But you told me that you were struck by how focused people were on the game.
My gosh, it was their intent. And they were they're so smart. They're so appreciative. A nice pass and an attempt on goal. And it wasn't like, here, oh, you stink, you missed it. They were like, oh, very good play, very nice play. Even though, they didn't score or whatever, but hey, that was good. That was really good. And it was much different. But they were.
But you see how quickly an indoctrination occurs with Real Madrid fans?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you, they weren't very. That wasn't very loud. I went to a Roma game before, and boy, those people are nuts. They're insane. There were flares going off. There was a fire in the end zone. I mean, it was crazy.
I remember when you said you went to
crazy.
It's a good thing you were Italian.
At Real Madrid game, there wasn't much except in the end zone. They had all the singing going on. That was it. That was about it. But everybody else was very quiet and just paid attention to the game.
Do you realize how many owners of foreign professional soccer teams we have in Houston? Jeff Lunau, by the way.
Yeah, who they
his
just
team,
moved up,
Leganes,
right?
just beat Barcelona.
Yeah.
He's
such a good. Oh
you
my
have
gosh.
Dan Freakin with Roma.
Yeah.
So it's incredible how these owners, a lot of them have come from America, some better than others. But I asked Jeff Lunau on this show, why not MLS? And he didn't like the centralized nature of the league.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
he wanted to go. He's got, I think their group, Blue Crow Sports, they have 3 teams, one in the Czech Republic. They got Cancun FC in Mexico, and they have Leganes. So Leganes goes from the 2nd division to the 1st. It's unbelievable. They're playing Real Madrid. They're playing Barcelona. Cash windfall.
Beat Barcelona, right? Like you said.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where Jeff Lunau is. Jeff Lunau is going to win. Yeah. Jeff Lunau is the smartest guy in the room wherever he is. That dude, he put together this Astros team, and the reason that we had the best decade ever and the best decade in all of baseball, it was his fingerprint. They're still all over this team. So Leganes, would you be surprised if they win a title there? Okay.
Well, the first thing is survival and staying up, because that's where the money is.
No, but in a few years, 4 or 5 years, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't win it.
We'll see. I mean, they're a very good collective defending team. They have struggled scoring goals. They scored a goal off a corner to win it, but
they don't have the resources of the other teams.
Exactly.
Right.
So we'll see what happens
right.
In the future. Do you think sports is getting a little bit too much on the data side? For me, it's leaning too heavy.
Yeah. Well, I like the Jeff Lunau data. I'm not crazy about. I'm not crazy with it. Well, the 3-pointers in the NBA, it's about ruining the game. They had to change the rules in baseball now with the shift because it was just
good. I like the baseball change.
Well, I like the baseball change, but it's still. We were just talking about it today. Alex Bregman's a 255 hitter, and he's going to make $30 million a year. 255 is fine now. 255. You couldn't even get on the field before back in the day. You got to be 280, 290, a 300 hitter. Now 250 is fine because we just have to. All we need is power, drive the ball. It's a different game.
One of the greatest stats in baseball for older generation was a pitcher doing a complete game, 9 innings, right?
I know.
Finishing a game. That stat is irrelevant now.
No. Now you need Tommy John after you pitch 8 innings.
You got 100 pitch.
Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, that's true. And, football still stayed away from it a little bit. But I can't stand when you're down 8 points and they go for 2 late in the game. And you're like, no, kick the extra point and go for 2 at the end. Don't go for 2 now. But analytics says that you do it. So
you know what I can't stand? With all due respect to Ben Olsen, I can't stand coaches coming into a press conference and doing that.
And looking at the stats? Yeah.
And quoting expected goals and all these things. I mean, to me, if you can't talk about your team after 90 minutes without the aid of data, something's wrong. I mean, I'm sorry. It's like if I can't come in here and talk soccer tonight, you guys should never listen to my show again.
Yeah. Right.
Honestly. I mean,
now I will say this.
I
will say this though. Back in the day, even now, coaches when they're walking in, their PR people will give them the basketball coaches. They'll come in and they'll just check. They'll look to see because the game is so fast. Now, soccer is different because there isn't as much scoring obviously going on. But the coach will go, oh yeah, okay, because you don't get everything while you're on the sidelines. You're too into the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there might be.
I get it.
In soccer, there's a lot less stats than basketball or football or baseball.
Not if you look lately.
No. Well, no,
I mean,
wait. How deep
they're
they
coming
go?
up. They're coming up with stuff that
I got you.
I'm looking. What does that mean?
Yeah, right.
It's like
right.
hieroglyphics. I mean,
Right.
it's a pretty simple game, I think.
Expected points.
I mean,
right.
if you watch 90 minutes, if your
right.
team got into the final third or not. If they created chances.
Right.
Now, if you want the exact numbers, yes, you can look at it. You can look at trends. You can see who they play through out of the back and things like that. All right. So where would Lance be tonight?
Lance is. I mean, he's probably going to come up now. You got the guy from Everton coming. Lance is a big Everton guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves
Right.
Everton. The Lance is working on. Oh, actually, it's his daughter's 14th birthday.
He had something.
His daughter's 14th birthday, so he had to do that. He said he had to make her ribs, but now is his busy time because he's looking at all the players. He does NFL draft for the NFL draft for NFL.com, and so he's got to look at 400 players. He's got to evaluate 400 players between now and the draft. So he's swamped.
Yeah, I've been going into his office. We've been chatting a lot.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to lunch to talk about data. But I'm not against data, by the way. I get it. But to a point, right? And I don't like when people cherry pick, defend things because of the cherry picking nature of it. Or, I don't think,
I'm swamped right now, too.
And I know it's a gambling thing, too.
Right, exactly. Absolutely. He's swamped with that, and I'm swamped with golf every day and drinking Coors Lights.
Yeah.
So we are both busy, the two of us.
No, I can get that. All right, I want you to listen to this goal call. Brian, do you mind soundbite number
Vermont?
one? Richard Sanchez, Club America, who goes on to win the Mexican League title.
That one. Okay.
3-2 aggregate on Monterrey. This is absolute bomb.
Centro arriba, Sendejas la vaca. Le va a pegar Richard.
Well, the in-house audience can't.
They can't hear it, no. But it's tremendous. Just so you guys know, it's great. Great call. Oh!
Somewhere in there was golazo.
How does he speak? I don't know how he could talk today. I don't know how he could talk today.
He had a heart attack.
Yeah. What about the Vermont goal? You got that one?
I don't have the Vermont goal, but Vermont won the NCAA tournament.
Did you hear the
last
call?
night.
Did you hear the kid? It's great.
Yeah.
It was great. It was great. I mean, it sounded like he was like 12, and he's screaming. But how about Vermont? How about that? Now, you tell me how a Vermont can win the NCAA tournament when they have never won anything ever.
So college soccer is changing incredibly by the moment. First of all, it's becoming less and less important, sadly, to MLS as a pathway to get into professional soccer. Most of these teams now, because the portal, have kids that have played at 2 universities or colleges, right? You also had the pandemic, which allowed for a fifth-year senior. And a large portion of these teams are now all foreign players. So there's some messaging here, because if you look at our youth soccer community, one of the big sells is, come to our club, we're going to help you get a college scholarship. And a lot of them are coming from overseas. They're going to foreign players because the foreign player now sees the opportunity to get an education, and also it might be a pathway to playing in Major League Soccer. So there's a lot going on and shifting right now, changing very much. We'll see how it all levels out. But if you look at the rosters on those teams,
yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think only 30% of them would have
but
U.S.
still,
addresses where
Vermont
where they
being
reside.
able to do that, though,
still
to
a big
get the
deal for
players,
Vermont. Not
absolutely.
taking anything away
Absolutely.
from it. Not taking. I got a little philosophical there, but no, it was awesome for Vermont. I don't think they've ever won an NCAA title in anything. Never been to a final.
No.
But you had a final College Cup with the University of Denver that played here in 2016. You had Vermont. You had Ohio State. And the last team was Marshall, West Virginia.
Right, and they beat Marshall, right?
And they beat Marshall, who had won a national title a couple of years ago with a lot of foreign players.
Oh, yeah.
So there we go. What else is on your soccer mind tonight?
Well, you tell me how we're doing getting ready for World Cup.
Yeah.
How are we doing?
What's that mean to you as a long-time announcer in Houston?
I was listen, I don't know anything, right? And I'm texting him during the World Cup, and it was like, oh my God, I've got a soccer mind that can tell and it is. It's the time I think that brings everybody, and it is going to be here in Houston, and it is going to be special. It is really going to be special.
Pretty remarkable.
It'll be neat. It'll be interesting to see which teams come here, and which cities will fill up our neighborhoods, and which the area. So I am really looking forward to it. I can't wait. You got Chris Canetti coming today, right?
Yeah, so we're going to ask him tonight about security, fan zones, how people are going to get around to these games, where they're going to congregate. We also have John Luke Blackburn coming on in a minute. He's with a group called Team Houston. He's going to talk a little bit. He's right there. He's a Dutchman. He's hoping the Netherlands comes here. But he's created a really interesting thing for people that are networking and helping people prepare for what business opportunity is going to lie here in Houston.
And David Fletcher's coming today?
David Fletcher tonight.
Well, I just need, I got to go, but make sure that he leaves me some tickets for the games.
Yes. Yeah. We'll do that.
That's all I need.
Round of applause for John Granato.
Thank you, guys.
Big thank you. And John, thank you so much for coming as always.
Bye, guys.
All right, as always here, quick word here for Cactus Music. Our break music is always provided by Cactus Music, even though they're my choices. Cactus Music, best in vinyl, CDs. Go down there. You can get, you name it, T-shirts, all kinds of great stuff there. Sam and Bonu in the house here. African vibes. Awesome, Sam. Nice to see you. So get down to Cactus Music. Talk to Quinn. Talk to your staff down there. They are the best. When we come back, Jan-Luc Blackburn will join us now to talk Team Houston and a World Cup adventure that's coming our way.
And it could get worse still because this is Ahmad and he's round the keeper and he's tucked it in. And we've got an amazing turnaround in the Manchester derby. Because City, in front of their scarcely believing supporters, have done what they did against Feyenoord here in the Champions League and thrown the game away.
This is Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Hugh O'Connor's.
Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to the show. As everybody knows, this weekend, Manchester United steals the Mancunian derby at the end. Diallo getting the goal. You heard the goal call there by John Champion on the Premier League. And it was an amazing weekend because listen to the teams that did not win this weekend. Check this out. Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal, Aston Villa, Milan, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Juventus, and PSV. None of those teams won a game this past weekend, which is pretty incredible. As we welcome you back, a quick word here for my good friend Jan Christensen, the Great Dane, Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. They're on Fondren. If you like modern contemporary furniture, it's the place to go. You go in there, you talk to Jan about soccer, he'll probably kick something off the price knowing him because he loves the game beyond belief. DanishInspirations.com. If you like contemporary furniture, I have a lot of his stuff in my house. So a big thank you to Jan and for helping sponsor this show for many, many years. Again, we're at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, 5010 Dinkins Street in West University. Call in throughout the night, 713-780-3776. Big shout out to Peter Kingston and David Roach for hosting this. We put this together really quickly, and the only reason it's really turning out to be great is because all of you guys have shown up and gals. So very much appreciate that. This wouldn't have been as much fun if people didn't make it here tonight. So a big thank you for that. And thanks for supporting this show for 22 years on the radio. The T-shirts that are here, company called LamontBrands.com. You can actually purchase those shirts, and it goes to a 501c charity, the Snowdrop Foundation. All right, next guest. Now, this is interesting because you've heard me over the years say that the soccer community has to get more active and take control of what it does here in a city like Houston. You just can't leave it to the big three of Lone Star Sports and the Texans, the Dynamo, and Harris County Sports Authority. You have to enhance it, and you have to have things that go outside that concentric circle that are tertiary that support it, and you shouldn't be afraid to do that. Well, the man next to me is Jan-Luc Blackburn. He has created a group called Team Houston. He's getting it off the ground here. It's rattled the cages a little bit, but it's okay. It's a good thing. It's a positive thing. And he's like everybody. We want the soccer community maybe to row a little bit more in the same direction once in a while, as opposed to being isolationists, okay? So I've had pretty strong feelings on that over the years. I'm not getting into that tonight at all. But Jan-Luc, I want you to start out. First of all, full disclosure, he's from the Netherlands. He's hoping the Netherlands will be grouped in Houston.
Yep.
The greatest country that has never won a World Cup but has been to finals.
We're getting ready.
We love Johan Cruyff. It was my biggest influence, the 74 Dutch team. But he's created a thing called Team Houston. So let me just give you, Jan, the platform to tell people what Team Houston is.
Yeah, so let me give a little bit of background, right? So in the summer, we had obviously Euro 2024. The British playing the Dutch in the semifinal. That was rivalry. But then that same rivalry caused me to work with Sorsha, who is my partner in crime on this project, where we basically said we need to inform the community, the business community in Houston, about the opportunity not only of the World Cup, but soccer in general, because World Cup is obviously the big one in 2026, but we're going to have big ones in 2025. And we're going to have big ones here in Houston, and we're going to have big ones across the United States. So it's a unique opportunity to be really involved with soccer at the highest level in the world. And coming from a soccer country, living in Houston, It was sort of like, okay, we can't let that just not happen, right? I mean, and so we basically took it upon us to say, okay, we're just going to go take the initiative, and we are going to inform the business community. So we've decided to start a monthly sequence. So every month we're organizing an event where we basically want to tell the business community about what is coming. World Cup, Gold Cup, the She Believes Cup, the MLS, the NWSL. So many soccer opportunities are coming, and you can be part of that. And again, we're talking to the business community because we think they need to latch on to this because it's going to be, in our view, the biggest sport in the United States. It's going to take a few years, but it's on its way, right? I mean, it's growing like bananas, I like to say. And particularly also after the World Cup, there's going to be a massive number of new fans, and those fans are customers. And businesses should embrace that, and they're going to have a lot of fun with it, right? And having been myself in the World Cup in Brazil, walked the parade, I would love nothing more than walking the parade in my own hometown in Orange, half drunk and having a lot of fun, right? So
he's Jan-Luc Blackburn, Team Houston. So another thing to just mention here, I mean, to just literally sit here and think that a World Cup is going to be in our city, 7 games, it's pretty incredible to think that we're going to wake up here and potentially be able to go to the stadium. Now, one of the things I'm going to ask Chris Canetti tonight and David Fletcher, who are on the upside of a lot of the things that are going to go on with the World Cup, obviously the games being at Energy, is, how engaged can Houstonians really be? Because this is not going to be an easy thing to get into, depending on who comes here. It's definitely not going to be for people who aren't going to be ready to spend money, with all due respect. So a lot of the engagement will be in and around the stadium and outside. So I think what Jan-Luc is doing is exceptional because you're creating awareness. You're also networking. You're trying to put people together who want to work together.
Yep.
But I think I'm like you, that I think we got to put it in overdrive a little bit more as a soccer community to let people know what's coming to Houston, Texas, because this isn't one Super Bowl. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to need to do things and have places to go. And it's going to be very interesting because they're not going to all get into the games.
Well, and the interesting thing, right? I mean, it's I like to say to people is like not everybody is playing in the Premier League, but a lot of people are playing soccer. And the same is going to be with let's say all these tournaments coming to the US. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for a lot of companies that are not per se the main sponsor of the FIFA tournament or the Gold Cup. It's going to be for places like this. It's going to be for your Airbnb, your limo driver, your DJ, your catering service, and they all need to be ready. And they all need to prepare. And the best way to prepare them is to give them knowledge. So you were at our first event where we also basically educated people on all the other tournaments that are coming, right? Just for example, the Club World Cup is a way to practice your watch parties here in Houston. Games are not here, but you can do things with soccer. The Gold Cup is coming here. Another way of practicing to gear up for the
World
big
Cup
one
final.
that is
She
coming.
Believes Cup is coming with the
Cup.
women's national
Yep.
team that's now reclaimed their glory. That's coming in February to Houston. So it's got to be a lot of great opportunities.
Yep.
You're aware of our supporters. I mean, we got a lot of people in here that are main components of supporters groups in Houston.
Yep.
Got Rudy back there. We got Victor right here. We got Ian Very of Houston LFC, right?
Yep. He is one of the best coaches.
Also a very good coach. And by the way, I must give Ian a shout out because he's been. We got the Chelsea supporters group in the house.
Hey.
Who else we got? We got Manchester United back there. Yeah.
Oh wow.
There's any City people in here?
Oh.
We've got Arsenal in here as well.
Huh?
We got Rayados with Jerry over in the corner. So,
but you see a very interesting thing here, right? I mean, people are really proud of the colors that they wear.
Of course.
And so these are the team colors. And what we're going to get with all these big games, we're going to see the national colors, right? So it's going to be an additional dimension that we're going to get here where people will go crazy. And
it's not just about the World Cup, though. It's about soccer overall. There's opportunity in soccer right at this very moment. You know, I'm taking all comers. Anybody want to sponsor this show? You're in. I mean, there's no problem. You don't even have to fill out a form.
And so you're going to be talking later on about some of the, let's say, the organizational aspects. What I try to trigger a lot with people is like, look what happened this summer in Dortmund, where 110,000 orange people walked the street. Imagine that happening here in Houston, right? It can happen. It depends just on which team is coming. Also, don't forget, Europeans have 4 weeks of holiday in the summer. So they're going to empty their 401k. They're going to come over because they didn't like to go to Qatar. They didn't like to go to Russia. They love to go to the States. So, and then there is no city better placed, I mean, just geographically, culture-wise, everything, than Houston. So I think Houston has an opportunity that is way beyond what maybe Houston sees it has, because it can be the place for all the fans to stay in the United States during the World Cup. And that means some work needs to be done. And that's what we hope to trigger with our monthly conversations that we do every month with a different theme. So this month, this Thursday, we're going to be in Pitch 25. We're going to talk about the fan. Next month, we're going to talk about the media. The month after, we're going to talk another topic. So every month, we have another topic so people can learn about different aspects of the World Cup.
Yeah, so I highly suggest you go. These are really good events. You meet some really unique people. You meet people from all different levels. You meet networkers, super football fans, people looking to do business off it. But they're a lot of fun. They're incredibly informative. Jan-Luc is a great speaker. He lays things out beautifully for you. And it gives you a nice feeling of camaraderie. I think sometimes our soccer community is a bit splintered. We got to pull it together a little bit more, I think, in the future. And I think that has to come from the people that love the game, grew up with the game, moved here, have helped enhance the soccer community. This is why we got the World Cup coming here, is because of our amazing soccer community.
No
so, question.
So some of the things we like to do for the people that are coming to our events is truly provide value, right? I mean, it's one thing to talk about soccer. So the first event, we had a great event. You were one of our great speakers together with David and Brian. And so we got feedback that people want to know even more. They want to know the nitty gritty. Where can I do business? So we're working on providing a document that people can basically download when they come to the event. You have to come to the event, and we will get you information that will be of value to you, so you can find your way in the land of the different leagues and the different teams on where you can do business, but also insight on the fans, right? So you can prepare with your business. How am I going to engage with the European fan? How am I going to engage with the American fan? How am I going to engage with the English fans, right? Because they're all different, but they're all very, very interesting. And those are just like trying to make the opportunity tangible for people here in Houston who maybe don't know as much about soccer as people like yourself here.
Jan-Luc, please give your website information out. Again, I really urge you to go. It's really interesting. You meet a lot of really interesting people, and you know, when you listen to other people, become a better listener later in life.
Yeah.
And
the website is team-houston.com, and so you'll find the different events there. So we have 2 events listed right now. We'll have some planned out almost all the way up to June. And this Thursday is going to be Pitch 25. We'll do a little bit of soccer on the side, so be ready for that. So it's going to be a lot of fun and games on top of, let's say, very informative session with a number of speakers that we'll talk about.
By the way, he's a bigger DJ than Diplo. You don't know it. He's a DJ. He's a DJ. He's a DJ.
Don't tell all the secrets.
Jan-Luc, thank you very much.
As always.
Give him a round of applause. Jan-Luc Blackburn.
Thank you.
Team Houston. All right, we're going to take a break here. Hugh O'Connor's Pub. It's 5010 Dinkins Street in West University. Great crowd out here. Come on down. Up next for us, we're going to get it straight from the horse's mouth with Chris Canetti of Houston World Cup 2026. He's graciously in the house here tonight. He is up next as we go to break here. Quick shout out to the other Hugh O'Connor's Pub, which is out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. That's where the Liverpool Supporters Group and Ian Very and company are. If you're a Liverpool fan, but that's anybody can go out there if they want to watch soccer. I think the Minnesota Vikings fans are out there too. I don't know. Anyway, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, great supporters of Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. We'll take a break. We got more to come. 5010 Dinkins Street. If you're out and about on the town, come in, get a soccer ball, get a T-shirt, get a drink, and support soccer on the radio.
Oscar with the first corner of the game. And Leganés take the lead to stun and silence Barcelona. Sergio Gonzalez had the freedom of the penalty area.
You're listening to Soccer Matters
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Hugh O'Connor's.
Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, that was the goal call from Leganés, who was promoted to the first division in La Liga. They go into Barcelona, get a 1-0 victory off a corner. Goal was a header, and that was the difference. Historic win for Leganés, who gets promoted to La Liga's first division. First segment with John Granato, we were talking about Jeff Lunau and Blue Crow Sports and how that's one of their teams, and they got promoted and get a huge, huge win at Barcelona. Survival is the key for them in La Liga. Lamine Yamal of Barcelona got injured in that. He's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks with an ankle injury. Okay, as we come back to Hugh O'Connor's Pub here, big shout out to Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Dimitri, big thank you to them for bringing in. We got a boatload of euros in here. If you come in, there's amazing food here. Great empanadas from Little Patagonia. Plenty of food here if you're hungry. Pull in, come in, get a beer, come in, listen to Soccer Talk. We got all kinds of people supporting a lot of different groups here tonight. All right, as I welcome you back, we welcome in tonight World Cup 2026 here in Houston. He is Chris Canetti. Chris, thank you for taking the time to come out. I know Christmas shopping's in full form, but we appreciate you making the effort. Thank you.
Good, Glenn. So happy to be here and talk a little World Cup.
Let's do it. All right, so basically just, let me give you a platform to kind of take us to where we are, what's going on, what phase we're in here, about, a year and a half out from a World Cup.
Yeah, year and a half out. We're intensely into the planning phases here. A lot of the stuff that's going on is behind the scenes. There's not a lot of big announcements or any kind of milestones or things like that. We're literally working on putting all the different pieces together, renovations to NRG Stadium, plans in terms of how we're going to install the pitch, lining up the practice facilities, all the protocols at the airports and the transportation, and the safety and the security and the hotels, and then all the legacy stuff that goes into this, to growing the game, to sustainability, human rights. So many different moving parts to hosting one of these events here. At the end of the day, this is FIFA's event. Our city is the host, and our host committee is here to deliver this event for FIFA, to honor the contract that we have with them. And that's what we're very focused on, is making all those things happen, and making sure that FIFA can put on the best party here in Houston.
In layman's terms, you don't have to go deep. Kind of describe to us what the contract is, kind of with FIFA, what you have to deliver. I know one of it is fundraising, but what kind of the city of Houston has to deliver to FIFA and in reverse.
So there's requirements for everything. If you want to be a World Cup host city, you have to meet certain FIFA requirements. They say you want to have the privilege and the honor and all the benefit that comes with this grand event coming to your community and into your market. You need to have all these things in place, right? So again, you have to have a grass field, right? NRG Stadium is a concrete floor. So what is our plan to installing that grass field? That's entirely on us. That's our expense. That's something we need to do. But again, you have to work very closely with FIFA in terms of how that happens. And there's a list of 100, 200 things like that, right? How all the logistics at the airport, all the hotels, the transportation, the VIPs, the VVIPs, how the tickets are going to be distributed and sold. There's just a number of logistics. The fan festival, I didn't mention that earlier. That's a huge thing that we need to put on for FIFA. So every city has exactly the same expectations and requirements and contracts. And that's what we're all working on, individually as host cities, on how do we put these things in place. They cost a lot of money to do this. This is an obligation that we've taken on as a community. And now when you talk about fundraising, we have to go out and raise the money to cover those expenses, right? We have to make sure that, the safety and security bill alone, as you can imagine, is a significant cost, making sure that it's a safe event. So we have to organize all these things. We have to pay for these things so that FIFA can come in, have its event. And we need to make sure at the end of the day that those costs are covered.
At a Houston World Cup, he is Chris Canetti. He's in the house here tonight at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, 5010 Dinkins Street. If you're out and about on the town, come in and join us. Without bringing this up in too big of a way, there have been some issues with the surface. Is there anything different being done with the installation of the surface here? Because we know at the end of the day, that's what players and coaches are going to be concerned about.
You can't have a bad surface for the World Cup. The easiest way to say this in layman's terms, back to your previous question, is this is an entirely different plan and program in terms of how we're installing the grass. So when you have a match, a one-off international friendly, or a Gold Cup where it's 1 or 2 games over the course of a couple days, that's one thing. This grass is going to be installed for a 40-day period of time. Right? We have 7 matches over 20 days, so you can't do it the way that it's been done for any other. So any problems that have happened in the past, it's not going to be an apples-to-apples comparison. So the easiest way to say this is we are building a grass field in that venue as though it's going to be permanent. So it'll, like I said, we'll start on May 1st, and the turf will go down around May 21st. It'll have 20 days to take. There's a whole treatment program to make sure that it's pitch perfect. And then we have to make sure that it survives a 20-day period. And it's going to be, a FIFA World Cup quality pitch. And then unfortunately, The day after the game's over, this beautiful pitch gets removed from the stadium. But it'll be, like I said, the best way to explain it is imagine if we were building a grass field in there that was going to be permanent.
Chris, what do you say to, as Jean-Luc was on before, there's going to be a mass of people coming here. And he made a really good point that was a great reminder. It's not Qatar. This is a place that a lot of people dream to come to, the United States of America. Not only that, it's hosting the greatest sporting event on the planet. So there's a lot of people who are going to come here, not even going to get into games, probably don't even intend to get into games.
Right.
Are there going to be some areas outside of downtown that are satellite areas, tertiary areas? I would imagine people are going to want to congregate around the stadium, right?
Yes.
What are we going to do with them?
So let me tell you a story that your listeners will probably enjoy. We were in a meeting with some FIFA executives a few months back. We were at a hotel, and the FIFA executives had all worked the World Cup in Russia. And they were talking about how Peru was playing in some city in Far East Russia. And we all know Peru is not, it's not Argentina or Brazil, with all respect.
They got booked in Siberia?
What's that?
They got booked in Siberia.
I got to forget the name of the city, but it was way far.
Vladivostok.
A long ways away from Peru. How about that, right? So 40,000 Peruvians made their way. Again, it's not Brazil, it's not Argentina. 40,000 Peruvians made their way from Peru to this Far East Russian city, and only 14,000 had tickets to the game.
Unbelievable.
Okay? So when you think about Houston, you think about our connectivity to the world, especially our direct access to South and Central America. We know that this city is going to be flooded, right? This is flooded in a good way. I don't mean in a bad way, with people from all over the world here to celebrate the game. So that's what we're preparing for. Obviously, we'll know in December of a year from now will be the draw. We'll know which teams are coming to Houston. That'll set off a completely different plan, right? If you get Germany, that's one thing, right? If you get Jamaica,
that could even be setting off a different security plan.
Exactly. All the plans are built a certain way, and then they change when you adapt when you see who the opponents are that are coming. But we're going to have a fan festival. So anybody who's been to a FIFA World Cup knows that the fan festival is the major ancillary event. It's for us. We're looking to make it a 39-day event. That's from the first match in Mexico City all the way on through to the final in New York, New Jersey. 104 matches. Our intent is to have all those matches viewed, to have the fan festival open. It's going to be in Edo. So anybody in here who's a soccer fan, a football fan, knows that Edo's kind of become the part of Houston where fans like to gather and enjoy the sport. So we're going to create this big theme throughout the neighborhood, with all the bars and the restaurants and even Shell Energy Stadium. And we'll have our official FIFA Fan Fest footprint that goes on there.
Big screen, giant
big screen stage. It's free. It's going to be hot, so we have to do a lot to take into account heat mitigation and people's safety and health with all that. But that's going to be the major gathering place, right? It's just offset from the hotel and convention district where most people will be staying and circulating around Discovery Green and things like that. So that's we're building all those plans out as we speak.
Does our transportation system, can it hold up for this?
Absolutely. So, one thing that they're
not going to be walking to Energy, that's for sure.
No,
there'll be a few nutcases that do. But.
No, we will have a very robust transportation plan. People from the airports to the downtown, from downtown to the stadium, and to all points to the fan festival for our guests and visitors. I lost my train of thought for a second there. But safety, security, transportation, all of these logistics are significant. We have experts from our community that are leading this. Oh, I just regained my thought. When we were selling FIFA on why Houston, one of the facts we were able to convey to them was that Houston has hosted more major sporting events than any other city in North America since 2004. So for the last 20 years, we've been there, done that more than anybody else. Super Bowls, Final Fours, college football playoffs, all-star games, major international soccer matches. Houston's been there time and time again. So people bring events here because they're executed successfully, right? And there's a track record. So the bottom line is we have this template for success on things like transportation and safety and security. Now that template is what we'll build off of, because if there's nothing like a World Cup. It's completely different.
This could be different.
It's completely different. And FIFA, by the way, has completely different standards, protocols, operating methods and so on than the NFL or even CONCACAF or CONMEBOL, right? It's Copa America. We all saw that this summer. Completely different. Unlike that's set up at NRG Park and all these other things. It's going to be completely. It hasn't been seen like this before. It's completely different.
If people flood out to energy, well, you know what? Let me save that one for David. Let me save that for David because I don't want to miss asking you this question. And I say this, soccer was a poor man's sport. Doesn't look like too many poor people are going to get into these games. This has become a pretty elite sport. Is this really for the elites?
I mean, it's put it this way.
And I say that respectfully.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough ticket.
Yeah.
Right. No matter how you spin it. If anybody who's listening or in the room, there's a lottery system for tickets. You go to FIFA.com/tickets. Do it tonight. Put your name in for the lottery. That's really the best way to get tickets. FIFA controls all the ticketing. It's not the host committee or the Texans or Lone Star or any of us here locally. All the ticketing policies and who they go to and how they're distributed are controlled by FIFA. So. Yes, there's going to be very limited opportunity for tickets if we're all being.
So when we see these second and third party ticket vendors out now advertising and taking money for tickets, how does that work?
That's a good question.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know how that works either.
They're being offered up online.
I know they are, and I honestly don't know the answer.
I would say probably don't buy those tickets right now.
I think that's a fair point.
Give yourself a shot at FIFA.com first.
Excellent. Yeah.
Houston will host June 14th, 17, 20, 23, 26. And the 29th, a round of 32 games. 7 matches, World Cup 2026, Houston, Texas. First time ever, 48 teams. We won't talk about that, but it is expanding. It is getting bigger. He is Chris Canetti, Houston World Cup 2026. Chris, thanks for coming in. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. We're going to roll on here from Hugh O'Connor's Pub. It's 5010 Dinkins Street. And it's in West University. So if you're on 59, you get off at Kirby, you take a right, take a quick left after Good Company, and there's free publicity for Good Company Seafood. And you're there. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Next up from Energy Park, he is LSSE, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, Houston, Texas. He is the one man. He is David Fletcher. So tonight we getting it right from the horse's mouth from Chris Canetti and David Fletcher next. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, 5010 Dinkins Street. Call in number 713-780-3776. Food tonight provided by Nico's Greek and American Cafe. By the way, 3 locations in Houston, Woodlands, out on Beltway 8 and I-10, and the original in Montrose. That's where you go. And a big thank you to Dimitri of Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Also, Little Patagonia Empanadas. Sebastian Abraham, if you like Argentine empanadas, they are the best. And we got them in here tonight. People are getting a sample of them as well. They're located here in Houston in the Galleria. Just to let you know what's coming up, very special guest here at 7:20. Earl Barrett is here with his beautiful family. Played for Aston Villa, played for Oldham, and also played at Everton. He is in the house here tonight. A big thank you to Earl for making an effort to get out here. And his 2 bodyguards, his 2 beautiful daughters here to protect him. So if you get too close, you're going to get a little bit of this from the daughters. So thanks to everybody coming out here tonight. And honestly, I appreciate all the listeners, the people that made the effort. Jorge Figueroa is here. He's a legendary guy in Houston soccer, running leagues in Memorial Park. These are the people that helped to build the game here. And Jorge is never shy, but he's got some West University soccer pictures here. And we give Jorge Figueroa a big round of applause. He's one of the all-time greats in Houston. Okay. This is part of World Cup 22 celebration. This is part a Christmas holiday celebration. And this is also part of celebration for this soccer show called Soccer Matters that's been on the radio for 22 years. That's a long time. I don't know for sure, but I would say this could possibly be the longest running English language soccer show in America. I'm not claiming it. I'm just saying it's possibly considered. I actually think the longer it's going on, well, I don't know. Anyway, it's been a real labor of love, and it's been a lot of fun. And there's a lot of people in this room who actually contributed to producing this show, being a part of it, being interviewed on it, and actually, listening to it. I mean, the listeners, the callers, that's what makes it. And that reminds a city like Houston, Texas, that people love the sport of soccer here, football, right? It's pretty simple. So part of the reason the event was put together tonight on very short notice in 7 days is that we just put out a bit of a call because we wanted to remind people that the soccer community doesn't have to wait for others to, shoot the gun to do events and do things to complement Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, the Harris County Sports Authority, and the Houston Dynamo. So when you have ideas, you go do